Chapter 1 Explosion. It hurt, a splitting headache, as if someone was peeling away layers of his scalp. Wang Jun lay among a pile of people with his eyes tightly shut, his mind swirling with chaotic thoughts, flashes of countless disordered images passing through. Life was like a revolving lantern, but the memories were very blurry, as if the will of the world had descended and forcibly erased most of the details. As he gathered his wits, the revolving lantern images dimmed and shattered one after another. Countless fragments emitted a faint glow, seemingly magnetically attracted to each other. Bang, bang, bang. In the darkness, the last dynamic images remained, outlining the skills Wang Jun possessed. Firearms shooting, martial arts combat, disguise, and stealth, making poisons, planting bombs, cultural literacy, art appreciation, philosophical thinking. Any skill that could assist in killing, he was equally proficient in theory and practice, as if it were an instinct imprinted deep in his soul. That moment, a nauseating smell rushed in, like 10 pounds of cilantro juiced and soaking a 3-month-old dead salted fish. Cough, 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 cough. Wang Jun coughed violently and opened his eyes. Phew, 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 phew. Wiping the corner of his mouth, he sat up and thought to himself, "Where am I?" Click, click, click. 10 burly men in bulletproof vests stood at varying distances, all raising their rifles. Aiming at Wang Jun, one of them said, "Report, a person has suddenly awakened in the room. Should we shoot to kill?" Wang Jun frowned, calmly observing the people around him. Armed to the teeth, muscular, their eyes showed a disregard for life. These were a group of well-trained, battle-hardened individuals. He remembered challenging the entire organization, ultimately perishing together. In such a blast, there shouldn't have been any bones left. Yet the throbbing pain in his head and the nauseating smell in his mouth were so real, testifying to the fact that he was still alive. Wang Jun frowned, his palms slightly raised half an inch. "Don't move." The dark muzzle pressed against Wang Jun's forehead. He squinted, his eyes narrow like a knife's edge. "Who?" His mouth slightly opened. Foul air slowly escaping. Wang Jun restrained the instinct to violently defend himself. Through the narrow slit of his eyes, he looked at the guns held by the others. They were not the common M4A1, nor the AK-47 favored by bandits, but something entirely unfamiliar. Around him, the 10 burly men held identical firearms. The guns were deep blue-black, with lines that exuded aerodynamic beauty, measuring about 35 to 45 centimeters, with a slightly translucent surface, faintly revealing a fiery red power source inside. These firearms were filled with a sense of technology, but he had definitely never seen them before. Doubt rose in Wang Jun's heart, and he did not rush to speak, but continued to observe his surroundings with his peripheral vision. His eyes scanned the area, first noticing the disinfectant falling from the ceiling, then the bodies lying all over the ground, followed by the transparent walls on all sides. Although he couldn't see what was outside the walls, he guessed it was one-way glass. Under surveillance and surrounded by 10 guns, now would be equivalent to seeking death if he acted violently. It was definitely not a good time. Wang Jun bathed in the disinfectant falling from the ceiling, waiting quietly. After a few dozen seconds, his sense of taste and smell returned to normal, his perception becoming sharper. Hood, 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 hood. His ears perked up. Wang Jun heard the sound of thick-soled military boots hitting the ground. Lifting his head slightly, he saw the owner of the thick-soled boots walking into the room. As the person approached, he spoke in a steady, stone-like tone. Name, Wang Jun. Gender, male. Age, 24. Height, 183 centimeters. Weight, 75 kilograms. Company internal record. Current position is junior researcher. Previously served as weapon warehouse manager. Total time employed, 2 years, 4 months, and 23 days. Wang Jun frowned, looking up at the man in sunglasses whose cheekbones protruded due to extreme thinness. In that second, a torrent of memories flooded Wang Jun's mind. Umbrella Corporation, Lingyun Ecology Project Group, laboratory explosion, accident investigation. Blood gushed from his nose, flowing down, quite warm. Wang Jun raised his hand to wipe it clean, shook his head, but his heart was filled with shock, because he finally confirmed his situation. After experiencing death, he had crossed over to a parallel world, acquiring a brand new identity. Pretending to be somewhat disoriented, he followed the memories in his mind to find the most natural reaction for this body. His face was stiff and wooden, fear hidden in his eyes. He lightly pushed the black-rimmed glasses that were not on his nose and said, Yes, yes, it's me. The man in sunglasses half-squatted, scrutinizing Wang Jun closely. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Wang Jun was contemplating whether he could successfully escape by taking the man in sunglasses hostage. The answer was clear. No way. This was the Umbrella Corporation's internal area. Although it was a branch in City 36, the security was definitely formidable. The 10 security personnel around were just the most basic level of defense. The man in sunglasses was the real deal. His name was Wang Jin, belonging to the Viper Department security team, holding the position of leader of the 3rd Security Squad. But that was not the point. The key was that he possessed extraordinary power and was a level 1 extraordinary. What a waste of this body. Your chest muscles, abs, arms, and thighs are all well-trained, but it's nothing more than a decorative pillow. Pretty but useless. Wang Jin sneered, gently patting Wang Jun's cheek. Wang Jun pretended to panic, turning his head to squint, a chilling glimmer flashing beneath his eyelids. You have a nice-looking exterior, but unfortunately, your soul is rather dull. Wang Jin shook his head, pulling Wang Jun to stand up. Let's go, you're lucky today, you won't die for now. Wang Jun stammered, where are my glasses? Wang Jin raised an eyebrow, squinting at Wang Jun. Wang Jun lowered his head, quickly recalling the original owner's normal reactions. Then he stealthily took half a step back, stumbled slightly, and took another half step back. Hiss! Wang Jin coldly laughed and shook his head. I've said it before, researchers are just a bunch of bookworms. They act so high and mighty, but are all cowards when something happens. Ha ha ha. The surrounding security personnel burst into laughter, the sound echoing. Come on, there's no one here to coddle our little princess. Wang Jin shoved Wang Jun's back hard. The crowd laughed again. Wang Jun remained silent and walked forward to eye in front and behind. There were 2 security personnel. Each dealing with them was not difficult. However, he was still unfamiliar with the terrain here and couldn't even see outside the windows, making it impossible to know whether they were above or below ground. Acting now would not be wise. Let's wait and see. Wang Jun discreetly glanced at Wang Jin. Beside him, this guy was the only extraordinary among everyone present. Wang Jun had never encountered an extraordinary and could not yet discern the differences between them and ordinary people. The torrent of memories from the original owner only vaguely mentioned that the gap between extraordinary and ordinary people was vast. Besides the significant enhancement of various physical and perceptual abilities, each extraordinary possessed supernatural powers, controlling water and fire, turning their body into steel, transforming into toxic mist. A myriad of extraordinary abilities, countless in variety. What are you looking at? Don't just stand there, prepare for the subsequent examination. Wang Jin kicked Wang Jun's back. Disheveled hair obscured Wang Jun's face. He stood up, remembering his wooden persona, and deliberately asked again, where are my glasses? Wang Jin's face showed impatience as he threatened. The examination isn't over, yet don't go asking questions that do you believe I could just kill you and write in the report that your body has undergone mutations? Turning his head, Wang Jin called over 2 security personnel, take him away and give him a thorough cleansing. Under the escort of multiple armed security personnel, Wang Jun walked down the corridor and saw several identical rooms. In the room, some people were grotesquely deformed, turning into slime-like flesh, while others had spines growing from their backs, prominent cheekbones with several curled ivory protrusions, or their cheeks were rotting away with flesh, falling off, their skin oozing with decay and burning with dark red flames. Bang, bang, bang. The security personnel showed no hesitation, raising their guns to execute those who had undergone bodily mutations. Some of these mutated individuals could not be effectively harmed by bullets, so they used flames to scorch them until they turned to ashes. Bodily mutation would lead to execution. Wang Jun squinted and withdrew his gaze. As he made his way, the unfamiliar environment filled his mind with fragmented memories of the original owner, and before he could sort them out, he arrived at the entrance of the cleansing room. From the outside looking in, the cleansing room was spacious and bright, with semi-transparent one-way glass installed on all sides. The ceiling was fitted with large disc-shaped energy-saving lights that cast bright white light, illuminating every corner of the cleansing room. At this moment, a black-stockinged female secretary walked down the corridor beside him. Is he one of the survivors? Several security personnel exchanged glances, just about to respond. Wang Jin strode in from behind and answered loudly, yes, his body is not mutated. He is the 13th person to pass the below disinfectant screening today. The female secretary frowned slightly, raising her hand to cover her nose. Let him wash properly, especially to get rid of the smell of bloated disinfectant. Then prepare clean set of clothes, as my young lady wants to see him later. Wang Jin frowned. This is not in accordance with the procedure. What? The rules set by the Kobe family are the procedure, and our Lin family's words don't matter? The female secretary retorted. Wang Jin shook his head. I dare not. Then just carry out the order. The female secretary left that sentence and walked away in her high heels. Hearing the mention of the Kobe family and Lin family, Wang Jun felt a stir in the fragmented memories belonging to the original owner. I could see that moment. Wang Jin exhaled a breath of turbid air and withdrew his gaze from the departing female secretary. His hand fell on Wang Jun's shoulder, his eyes narrowing as he said, "Soon, a big shot from the Lin family will meet you. Good luck." Wang Jun said little, maintaining a facade of dullness. The door to the cleansing room slowly closed, and Wang Jin's voice squeezed through the crack. You have 15 minutes to wash yourself. Remember to clean up well, and don't leave any strange smells, lest you get shot by that young lady from the Lin family. Clean clothes and the glasses you need will be prepared for you, just behind that door across from the cleansing room. The floor and walls of the cleansing room were smooth and flat, and apart from the energy-saving lights on the ceiling, there was nothing protruding. With a high level of technology, it was impossible to tell whether there were cameras installed. Wang Jun scanned his surroundings. He could see this moment. Shackles sprang up from the floor, locking around his ankles. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The ground vibrated slightly, rising half an inch. He stood on a square tile of about 1 square meter, being levitated to a separate bathing room. Squeak, squeak. The originally empty walls extended partitions, enclosing a standard bathing cubicle. These partitions were about 2 meters high, and rectangular nozzles extended automatically from the walls, pouring down large amounts of clean water. Bathing? This was not bathing at all. It was a high-pressure water gun. Wang Jun hugged his head, barely resisting the immense water pressure pouring down from above. Patter, 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 patter. The water droplets seemed to penetrate his skull, and in his mind, fragments of the original owner's memories were activated again. Wang Jun quickly summarized and organized, extracting the most useful information about his current situation. The Red Umbrella Company is a colossal enterprise spanning 36 cities across the Federation, which no one can ignore, jointly funded by major financial groups, primarily developing biotechnology, arms technology, and extraordinary materials. The original owner was a researcher at the Red Umbrella Company. His parents passed away early, and he received support from a foundation under the company since childhood, completing university and directly entering the company. However, he had always doubted the cause of his parents' death, which led him to go to great lengths to transfer into the Lingyun Ecology Project Group, a project that was the very one his parents had been involved with back in the day. For the head of the Lingyun Ecology Project Group, Chen Yangmei. She was a big name in the research field. She had once clearly stated, as long as the mystery of life's essence could be uncovered, the evolutionary tree of extraordinary beings could be deciphered, providing the answer to physical immortality. Unfortunately, a series of explosions in the laboratory led to her immediate death. All research data went missing, and most of the experimental materials were destroyed, with all surviving personnel potentially facing mutations, forcing the project to be terminated. Suddenly, Wang Jun felt a sharp pain in his left eyeball, stimulating his brain. He recalled the moment of the laboratory explosion, standing in the corner, sorting through freshly printed documents. The explosion happened very suddenly at that time. A chip shot towards him, embedding itself in his left eye. Chapter 2. Extraordinary Awakening. At that time, his left eye should have been blind, but before the security personnel from the Red Umbrella Company intervened for an investigation, the left eye inexplicably recovered. The reason and principle remain unknown out of survival instinct. The original owner concealed this and did not report it. Unfortunately, he still did not survive the subsequent review. Wang Jun did not touch his eyeball with his fingertip, although he could not see any cameras around. He already knew that the technology here was not what he was familiar with in his past life. Any small action could potentially be recorded, magnified, and analyzed. The security personnel of the Red Umbrella Company were very professional and could not be taken lightly. Wang Jun slowly closed his eyes, continuing to tilt his head back under the shower. Clean water flowed down, sliding over his face, helping to alleviate the pain in his left eye. Before long, a stream of binary data floated across the retina of his left eye, startling him inexplicably. Immediately after, a tree diagram appeared, accompanied by text beside it. Owner of the evolutionary tree, Wang Jun. Life level, ordinary person about to awaken or mutate. Life essence, 1820. Essence attribute, unknown. Current status, incomplete awakening, with a 50 chance of becoming a mutated body upon failure. Solution, can be queried, pay 1 point of life essence. Extraordinary ability. Awakening not yet successful. Extraordinary progress. Evolution path. Mutation, awakening. Wang Jun followed his instinct and paid 1 point of life essence. Data flowed by, and 3 different solutions emerged in his mind. Solution 1. Avoid contact with water at all times. Explanation, especially when using the toilet, do not get sucked into the toilet. Note, this is a temporary solution, not a fundamental one. Solution 2. Restore normal body. Explanation, use extraordinary materials to eliminate mutations. Materials required: 3 fire spirit mimosa, 50 grams of flame stone, 10 grams of fire gold. Solution 3. Complete extraordinary evolution. Explanation, full contact with water. Not only should one bathe, but also open their mouth to drink large amounts of water, comprehend the true essence of water, and master the essence of aquatic life. The first solution is unreliable, ruled out. The second solution requires 2 expensive extraordinary materials, which cannot be obtained in a short time, ruled out. The third solution is a bit metaphysical, but worth trying. Wang Jun opened his mouth and gulped down the clean water. Outside the cleansing room, in the monitoring booth, a security personnel muttered, "Boss, this kid must be sick after we toy with him like this. He still remembers to drink some bath water." Zoom in on the image. Wang Jun frowned. Focus on his expression. At this moment, a knock came at the door, and another security personnel said, "Boss, that female secretary is back, specifically asking for you to go over. The Lin family really has a big presence." Wang Jun shook his head, pointing at the monitoring screen. "Keep a close eye on this guy, record anything unusual." "What about him drinking water?" "Don't count that he's already undergone half a day of scrutiny without water or food, so it's normal for him to feel thirsty and drink some clean water." Wang Jun left the monitoring booth. Soon as the door closed, several security personnel began to speak in low voices. Even a female secretary is so arrogant. Who knows how much power the Lin family's young lady must have? If you're impressive, you can be powerful too. She is a direct descendant of the Lin family, which is one of the 9 major conglomerates of the Federation. Even a side branch member is born with a golden spoon. Jealous? There's nothing to be jealous of. I'm really convinced by this young lady from the Lin family. I heard she's been fighting on the front lines, starting as an ordinary security personnel, and now she's the leader of an elite team. She just transferred from another city not long ago. Even if she is really capable, she hasn't figured out the situation, yet she doesn't even know who truly controls our Hongsan Company's branch in City 36. In the cleansing room, Wang Jun endured the spray of the high-pressure water gun. Still swallowing clean water, as time passed, the clean water flowed over his skin and seeped into his organs. Strange images began to appear in his mind, as his skin visibly turned transparent. The bones and blood hidden beneath his skin gradually lost color, and his dark eyes seemed to detach, shifting to another perspective, moving with the flow of water across his body. In this vision, his body transformed into clean water, barely maintaining a human shape. Then he felt a tingling and itching in his toes, as if many small insects were tearing and biting at him. Following that, his human form ceased to exist, as if it had fallen apart. His body gradually liquefied, and his consciousness began to lose its self-awareness. Wang Jun found it hard to distinguish between his body and the clean water. The hallucination filled him with the fear of losing his physical form, which even his resilient spirit could hardly suppress. At this moment, his heart felt like a dimly lit room filled with flickering candlelight, with fear being the thick darkness slowly filling every corner. Wang Jun was caught in a whirlpool of his mind. Each second felt like a year. What's happening? Is my body changing? Wang Jun roared inwardly, suddenly hearing the sound of brittle wood snapping. He felt his body completely disintegrate into tiny droplets of water, scattering everywhere. Out of control, unable to suppress it, fear and worry flooded his mind and body. Never before had he been so acutely aware that water is a natural element, containing a power that makes life tremble. A high-pitched and strange voice echoed in his heart, urging him to leave, warning him never to approach water again in his life. Wang Jun gritted his teeth and roared back in his heart, "Get lost!" This roar seemed to take all his strength, breaking the shackles of his mind and body. Splash, splash. The sound of water pouring down became clearer, replacing the strange and high-pitched murmurs. Wang Jun stood still, not feeling the pain from the impact of the high-pressure water gun. On the contrary, as the water flowed over his body, his strength quickly recovered, and his mood became increasingly joyful. He tilted his head slightly back, opened his eyes, and an indescribable heavenly sound resonated in his mind. It was the dispersal of his mental shackles and the breaking of genetic constraints. A realization surged from his subconscious, awakening successful. An endless stream of mysterious knowledge appeared in his brain, consolidated under the name Water Spirit. His left eye flashed with binary code 0101, and a tree diagram with accompanying text emerged in his mind. Evolution Tree Owner, Wang Jun. Life Level, Awakening Successful, LV0. Life Spirit, 4650. Spirit Attribute, Unknown. Current Status, Water Affinity. Solution Pay. 1 point of Life Spirit to query one status once. Extraordinary Ability, Water Spirit Branch Skill 1. Pure Water Body, Branch Skill 2. Control Water Flow. Extraordinary. Progress 5. Evolution Path. Conditions for querying not met. Extraordinary progress must reach 25, 50, 75, 100. The abilities of the Water Spirit can generally be divided into 2 parts. The first skill is Pure Water Body, which is easy to understand. The body transforms into pure water, immune to certain specific damages, and can even change shape to pass through areas that normal people cannot, allowing rapid recovery of injuries while submerged in a large amount of clean water. The second skill is Control Water Flow, manipulating the water within a radius of 10 meters centered on the body, with a maximum weight of 1 ton. The more impurities in the water, the more mental energy and life spirit consumed. Additionally, it can condense a small amount of moisture from the air. Wang Jun's past professional experience provided him with a quick adaptability, but he quickly summarized the newly acquired abilities in his mind and immediately thought about how to apply these abilities to escape from his predicament. First of all, the awakening of his ability was an accident. The security personnel of Hong San Company did not rush in, indicating that they were unaware. With an extra trump card in hand, Wang Jun wanted to try forming water into a blade to test the quality of the Water Spirit, but considering he was still under surveillance and the current environment had too many uncertainties, he held back. 15 minutes later, Wang Jun left the cleansing room and entered the back room. The room was simply furnished, with a long table on the left and a full-length mirror on the right. Other than that, there was only a neatly folded white patient gown on the table, with a pair of black-framed glasses placed on top. Wang Jun stood in front of the mirror, recognizing himself at this moment. His black hair was tousled, his facial features were sharply defined, and his eyes were like obsidian, resembling a swirling starry sky. Overall, he looked handsome, but perhaps a bit too handsome. Such looks drew too much attention, which did not align with his professional habits. However, he was pleased with his physique. His chest muscles were solid, his abs were well-defined, his inner thighs had no excess fat, and his strong arms were muscular yet not bulky, presenting a streamlined appearance. Clearly a result of regular exercise. With this physique, if he were to run, he wouldn't tire out immediately. A glimmer of insight flashed in his eyes, and Wang Jun put on the white patient gown, donned the black-framed glasses, and left the room. "Yes, please rest assured. I will bring the person to you right away." Wang Jun's response was crisp and decisive as he exited the office, casually closing the door behind him. Turning around and stepping forward, the smile on his face gradually faded. This damn woman is really trying to steal the show. Isn't she just the legitimate daughter of the Lin family's 3rd branch? What's so great about that? Wang Jun spat disdainfully, pulled out his smartphone, and sent a message. Lin Yue is interfering with the investigation. Seconds later, he received a message. Find the survivors of the secret interrogation experiment. It is essential to locate the whereabouts of the chip. Wang Jun frowned. Interrogation? How to interrogate? Can we use torture? Tap, 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 tap. The sound of boots echoing in the corridor gradually faded as Wang Jin walked away. Ascending 3 floors and turning left at 2 corners, his phone buzzed again with a supplementary message. Any interrogation methods are permitted, with only one requirement. The person must not be delivered alive to the Lin family. Hearing this, Wang Jin's mouth curled into a smile, his expression brightening. This requirement is simple enough. Interrogation room. Wang Jun sat in a metal chair, his hands cuffed, and his ankles bound by the mechanisms of the chair, firmly pressed against the legs of the chair. The walls were pitch black, and glaring lights shone down from above, with burly security personnel standing in each corner of the room. Gentlemen, what is this for? Didn't the interrogation already end? Wang Jun deliberately maintained the facade of the original character. Bookworm, don't be afraid, this is just a normal interrogation process, in case we miss something. One of the security personnel, with 3 claw marks on his left cheek, smiled. Something fell off. This person's tone carried an extra layer of condescension, as if he were talking to a corpse. Wang Jun nodded. Oh, okay, thank you. He spread his hands over his chest, deliberately letting out a sigh of relief. I could see that moment. Wang Jin entered the interrogation room, casting a cold glance at Wang Jun, bloodthirsty, cold, and ruthless. Wang Jun saw through the meaning in Wang Jin's eyes, killing intent. This interrogation was definitely abnormal. Combining the memories he had just done, Wang Jun suddenly realized trouble was coming. The factional struggle within the Hong Seng company was severe, and senior executives would do anything for their own interests. Looking further back, it was common for convoys to go missing over the past decade. In recent years, there have been cases of researchers committing suicide at home, executing themselves with a gunshot to the back of their heads. Various chaotic phenomena abound, with a bloody storm brewing in the unknown shadows. The Lin family, the Kobe family. Wang Jun thought of that black silk female secretary, and combined with the memories of the original owner gradually merging in his mind, he deduced the answer. The importance of the Lingyun Ecological Project team is enough to provoke a conflict between the Lin and Kobe conglomerates. Wang Jin is a loyal dog of the Kobe family, most likely having received an order to kill me after the interrogation. Hood. Wang Jin approached, grabbing Wang Jun by the collar. Tell me, where's the chip? Chapter 3, The True Hunter often appears in the form of prey. The interrogation room was not large, with Wang Jun's chair positioned in the center and 4 people standing in the corners. As Wang Jin entered, the atmosphere became even more cramped. At that moment, Wang Jin looked down at Wang Jun from a higher position. The collar was yanked up by a single hand, and any normal person would feel an overwhelming sense of pressure. A chip? They were looking for a chip. Wang Jun shook his head. I don't understand. Don't play dumb with me. Wang Jin said. Chun Yang Mei put all the data of Lingyun ecology into that chip. Today, you just need to answer a very simple multiple-choice question about the chip's whereabouts. If you tell me, you live. If you don't, you die. Wang Jun slowly lowered his head, appearing utterly weak in Wang Jin's view. However, his tone was exceptionally indifferent. I choose C. Wang Jin sensed something was off and suddenly released Wang Jun's collar, stepping back. Wang Jun activated his pure water body, transforming his hands and feet into water, which then flowed and reformed, causing the handcuffs and leg restraints to instantly fail. With both hands and feet freed, he flipped the handcuffs around and stood up, forcefully throwing them out. The handcuffs spiraled and struck Wang Jin's nasal bone with a powerful blow. With a crisp crack, Wang Jin's nose broke and tears snot, and blood erupted uncontrollably. Around them, the 4 security personnel were taken aback, hastily reaching for their guns. Wang Jun caught the rebounding handcuffs, slapped his palm against them, and under the force, the inertia and acceleration increased exponentially. The handcuffs struck one of the security personnel in the face, knocking him out instantly. At the same time, Wang Jun stepped forward with his left foot, forcefully stomping down while his right leg swung upward. Wang Jin's groin collapsed on the spot, clutching his pants while covering his face, curling up on the ground and growling. Kill him. Bang, bang, bang. The remaining 3 security personnel raised their guns and fired. Wang Jun rolled on the spot, his right hand brushing across his cheek. After awakening, his physical condition improved significantly, and his eyesight was part of that. So he no longer needed to wear black-framed glasses. However, in the hands of top assassin, those glasses became the deadliest weapon. Crack, crack. During a series of rolls, Wang Jun successively broke the glass's frame and used the broken pieces as darts. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two security personnel had the glass's frames embedded in their throats, desperately clutching their necks while feeling their lives slipping away. At that moment, Wang Jun regained his composure, gritting his teeth and activating his extraordinary abilities. His clothes exploded, hair sprouted all over his body, and his eyes turned into slits. Wang Jun glanced sideways, pushed off the wall, and sprinted in the opposite direction. Grabbing the fallen handgun close to the ground, Wang Jun decisively pulled the trigger. Beep, 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 beep. The sound indicated, unauthorized personnel cannot use this. Damn, this technology is really advanced. Wang Jun cursed inwardly, pressing hard on the black frame of the glasses. With 2 fingers, he pinched the fallen lenses and flicked his wrist. The 2 lenses shot straight into the eyes of the last security personnel. The security personnel screamed loudly, firing wildly. Bang, bang, bang. Wang Jun suddenly threw the useless gun in his hand. The gun struck Wang Jun's forehead, but he remained unfazed, glaring at Wang Jun with a ferocious expression. You've ruined my manhood, and I will chew you apart piece by piece. Wang Jun shook his head. Villains always die from talking too much. As soon as the words hit the air, Wang Jun lunged at the security personnel who was still shooting. The deformed frame of the black glasses jabbed into the lower back of the security personnel, whose eyes glazed over. Wang Jun seized the moment before he died, gripping his hands and pulling the trigger repeatedly. Bang, 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 bang. Bullets poured out, accurately hitting Wang Jun's vital points: the forehead, throat, chest. Wang Jun's body gushed blood and collapsed like a dead dog, looking up at Wang Jun, unable to utter a complete sentence. You. At that moment, he finally understood Wang Jun's choice C. Kill your way out. The security measures of the Red Umbrella Company were tight. It wouldn't take a minute to discover the anomaly here. Fortunately, the interrogation room was well sealed, and the gunfire hadn't reached the outside. Every second was incredibly precious. Time is life. Wang Jun grabbed Wang Jun by the nape of his neck and dragged him to the door, smashing that wolf-like head against it. After a recognition scan, the interrogation room door opened automatically. Thank you. Wang Jun twisted his hands together. Wang Jun's neck cracked, his face facing backward, dead beyond recovery. Then, he found an ID card and a key on Wang Jun's corpse. Passing through the white corridor, Wang Jun reached a monitoring room not far from the washing room. The 2 security personnel inside hadn't reacted yet when Wang Jun snapped their necks. Multiple monitors hung on the wall, and Wang Jun glanced at the control panel. Although it wasn't a keyboard, it was a touchscreen, and he could manage it well enough. Coupled with the original owner's memories, he quickly became adept at operating the control panel. Current floor, 25th floor, total rooms. Wang Jun focused on the surveillance images, cross-referencing them and memorizing the layout of the 25th floor, forming a 3-dimensional model of the building in his mind. Just before pushing open the door to the monitoring room, Wang Jun suddenly felt a pain in his head. It felt as if a second version of him was whispering, "No, you can't just leave. There's still a chip." At that moment, Wang Jun had already merged with the original owner's memories and knew there was a virtual AI named Ayu, who had been with the original owner since he lost his parents. The original owner had treated Ayu as family. During the interrogation, Wang Jun had been carrying Ayu's chip, which contained her personality data. However, it was later taken by the security personnel. Deep inside, the second him whispered more clearly, "No matter what, you must find Ayu's chip." Wang Jun cursed inwardly. What the hell, it's a life and death situation, and I still need to save someone. He intended to say the words artificial intelligence, but it seemed that the original owner's obsession was deeply ingrained within him, like a soul-collecting specter, firmly etched in the depths of his soul. Wang Jun hated things that fell outside of plans, but his instincts told him, having inherited the original owner's body, he must fulfill the original owner's wishes. Only by completing the original owner's final request would that obsession dissipate. Otherwise, he would suffer from mental disturbances for life. As a staunch materialist, Wang Jun had never believed in ghosts or gods. Chips, chips, more chips. He spent a precious second thinking and concluded, Now is not the best time to seize Au's personality memory chip. Whatever. I'll come back for it later when I have the chance. Wang Jun turned his gaze, and his fingers began to hit the control panel's touchscreen in quick succession. Beep, beep, beep. Finding a feasible escape route was the top priority. As he thought and operated the control screen, using the stairs or elevators were both impractical. They would take too long, and the Red Umbrella Company would easily notice, leading to a situation where he could only be captured or die. Pure water body. My body can turn into flowing water. An idea flashed through Wang Jun's mind as he located a security personnel's lounge. This lounge had floor-to-ceiling windows, and below was a massive water tank. If he jumped into the tank as a pure water body, even from the 25th floor, he would likely survive. The large volume of clean water could quickly heal him from the impact. Most importantly, with Wang Jun's ID card, he could easily enter the lounge. Wang Jun clarified his action goals, took a series of deep breaths to adjust his stamina, and then stripped off the uniform of a similarly built security personnel, replacing his loose hospital gown. Pushing the door open, he had barely taken a few steps when he saw a group of 5 people approaching. The leader is a petite woman with a proud expression on her face. She glances at Wang Jun. Behind her, you stop. Wang Jun halts, glancing at the nameplate on the woman's chest, which reads Lin Yue. So the big shot from the Lin family is you. Wang Jun lowers his head, pretending to show respect. Lin Yue lets out a cold snort. What shift are you responsible for tonight? Reporting, I am the monitoring group tonight. Wang Jun quickly responds, maintaining his composure. Then why are you wandering outside? I was ordered to go to the lounge to get some food and drinks. Whose order? Our team leader, Wang Jin. That two-faced little man. Lin Yue scrutinizes Wang Jun. I asked him to do a job, and he has the audacity to send you for refreshments. Wang Jun's lips curl slightly, shrinking back a bit to appear frightened. Why you need to find him, go to the 26th floor. I still have to help the team leader deliver something. Before Wang Jun can finish, Lin Yue interrupts forcefully, get lost. After turning the corner, Wang Jun bolts towards the lounge. During the brief glance earlier, he noted the characteristics of the team members. Aside from Lin Yue, the most eye-catching is a muscular, towering brute. He stands at least 2 meters tall, with arms as thick as an average person's waist, clad in camouflage, and wearing thick-soled military boots. Additionally, there is a thin middle-aged man, an old man with 3 claw marks on his forehead and mechanical hands, and another technician wearing a full-cover helmet, with a wrist-mounted screen emitting a faint glow. Wang Jun's pupils slightly contract. Technicians with full-cover helmets are typically assigned to elite combat teams. Within elite teams, there are usually at least 2 extraordinary individuals. The petite yet graceful Lin Yue is the leader of the team and is naturally one of the extraordinary ones. Memories surge in Wang Jun's mind. Lin Yue belongs to the Viper Department, specializing in assassinations and cleanups, and was transferred to City 36 a few months ago. At that time, Wang Jun had not yet been assigned to the Lingyun Ecology Project team. He had briefly worked in logistics, which is how he learned about some of Lin Yue's exploits. She hails from the wealthy Lin family and is the legitimate daughter of the third branch. Unlike most pampered offspring of aristocratic families, she prefers to be on the front lines, honing her tactical and combat skills. There are rumors that the Lin family's path to extraordinary abilities is unconventional, achieved through rigorous training that gradually unlocks the life shackles hidden within the human body. However, this training method is extremely harsh and demands high talent and character. Lin Yue is one of only 2 from the younger generation of the Lin family who has embarked on that extraordinary path. The Lin family's training legacy is mysterious and powerful, with its specifics unknown to anyone. But one phrase can describe it: a ceiling for combat power at the same level. Wang Jun has been a killer for many years, with a cautious nature that far exceeds ordinary people. He is used to formulating plans based on the worst possibilities, so he never underestimates his opponent's intelligence. Lin Yue and her subordinates are all quite exceptional and should be able to regain their composure shortly. Top, 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 top. Wang Jun sprints, no longer concealing his speed. Meanwhile, the technician in the helmet says, "Boss, the identity number of that security personnel just now is incorrect. His appearance does not match the one recorded in the system." Fourth, Lin Yue suddenly stops and waves. "You go chase that security personnel from earlier." After the group moves forward a bit, the thin, middle-aged man squints his eyes. What a strong smell of blood. Hearing this, Lin Youei's gaze signals. The thin, middle-aged man points to a door not far away, labeled interrogation room. Immediately, the old man with mechanical arms rushes forward and opens the door to the interrogation room. The horrific scene inside is revealed to everyone, and Lin Youei's pupils quickly contract. Go back. Catch that person from earlier. Chapter 4. Overspec configuration. The burly old four appeared at the corner, shouting loudly, "Don't run." The pursuer was simply too fast. It was less than 30 seconds, not even a minute. Wang Jun thought to himself, I hate enemies with brains. He then dashed around the corner, sprinting towards the lounge just under 50 meters ahead, holding Wang Jun's identity card tightly in hand. Behind him, heavy footsteps echoed. Like a giant was chasing him. Wang Jun swiped the identity card, and the lounge door opened successfully. At that moment, he glanced back with his peripheral vision, and his pupils suddenly contracted. Old Four was wielding dual Tiger submachine guns, pulling the trigger as flames erupted from the barrels. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. The Tiger submachine gun had a magazine capacity of 66 rounds, spewing more than 40 bullets per second. In less than 2 seconds, both guns had unleashed 132 rounds. The powerful penetrating bullets shot through the door and filled Wang Jun's body. Wang Jun's clothes were tattered, but he had not suffered any real harm. In the 0.1 seconds before being shot, he activated his extraordinary ability, Water Being. His flesh, bones, meridians, organs, and blood all transformed into pure water, with front and back passageways. 264 bullet holes pierced through him, and the security personnel's clothes became riddled with holes. Wang Jun did not pause for even half a second, darting into the room and securing the lounge door before Old Four could reload. How could he still move after being shot so many times? Old Four stared wide-eyed. Inside the door, Wang Jun transformed into flowing water. With a plop, his clothes fell to the ground as pure water reshaped into human form. A body made of pure water could indeed be immune to bullets. Wang Jun checked his body, confirming there were no gunshot wounds, and then scanned the room's environment. The lounge resembled an ordinary home. It had a bathroom, shower, kitchen, living room, and bedroom, all part of a nearly 100 square meter 3-bedroom, 2 living room setup. The furniture was simple yet elegant, and the decor was minimalist yet comfortable. Not far away, a floor-to-ceiling bay window stretched about 2 to 3 meters, almost replacing a wall, with an old rocking chair placed beside it. Wang Jun rushed to the window, without hesitation, grabbed the rocking chair, and smashed it against the bay window. Bang, bang, bang. After several strikes, a sense of unease rose in Wang Jun's heart. Tempered glass could be quite formidable, and the one in front of him was produced under more advanced technological conditions. He tried to gather a water blade to cut through the tempered glass, but it left not a single scratch. It was evident that relying solely on his awakened, extraordinary ability was insufficient to break the bay window. Bang, bang. The sound of kicking at the door came one after another. Old Four shouted, "Pretty boy, you can't escape." Wang Jun stood in place, his mind racing, thinking of the only way to break the bay window. Bullets shooting. Lure the big guy to shoot at the bay window. Wang Jun formulated a plan in his heart, but did not want to fight in a confined space like a trapped beast. There was also an elite squad behind him, along with other security personnel from the Red Umbrella Company. If he couldn't escape within 3 minutes, there would be no further options. He could only fight to the death, using himself as bait. Wang Jun suddenly slapped the bay window, then dashed to the kitchen to turn on 2 faucets, rushed to the bathroom to turn on the sink faucet, the shower head, and the bathtub's water outlet. Splash, splash, splash. A large volume of water quickly accumulated. At this moment, gunfire erupted at the lounge door. Old Four shot the lock, then kicked the front door hard. "Little kitty, where are you hiding?" Standing at the door, with guns in hand, he guarded like a gatekeeper. The sound of rushing water filled the air, but Old Four seemed to hear nothing, quietly waiting for backup. After a few seconds, Lin Yue arrived at the lounge and briefly exchanged information with Old Four about their understanding of the situation. She raised her palm, facing forward, and waved it in small motions, signaling for entry while issuing orders. Old 5. Old 4 is Group 1, Second Master. Old 3 as Group 2. I will be Group 3. Group 2 is responsible for guarding the door and logging into the lounge's network system. Group 1 will enter and search, while Group 3 provides support. The team members acted according to Lin Youwei's commands, entering the lounge and deploying their positions. Then, the burly Old 4 and the slender Old 5 began their sweep. Bedroom, no abnormalities. Bathroom, no abnormalities. Kitchen, no abnormalities. Old 4 led the charge, with Old 5 providing backup and continuously giving feedback. Lin Youwei surveyed the surroundings, the sound of rushing water drawing her attention first. She checked the pipes for any toxic substances. Old 5 drank from a flowing clear water from the faucet, from the ground, from the sink, and from the shower. No toxins, he reported. None? Lin Youwei looked at Old 4. This person must have awakened, but we don't know his ability. Did you notice anything unusual earlier? Not afraid of bullets. That should count as one. Old 4 scratched his head. Lin Youwei nodded. What's the name of the target? Wang Jun. Technician Old 3 reported a brief summary of Wang Jun's profile. Old 4 exclaimed, he's just a researcher. He doesn't seem like the type who could kill decisively. How could he possibly kill Wang Jun? Don't voice unnecessary questions. Lin Youwei's phoenix eyes widened, continuing the search. Old 4, feeling gloomy, approached the bathtub. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. He reached to feel the bottom of the bathtub. Wang Jun, transparent as water, watched the large figure approach and silently activated water being. Then, he suddenly pulled on Old 4's arm. Whoosh! Old 4's head plunged into the water, and Wang Jun controlled the water flow to penetrate his skull. Enemy attack! Old 5 shouted, then single-handedly pulled Old 4 while firing repeatedly at the bathtub. Moments later, Lin Youwei and Old 5 worked together to pull Old 4 out of the water. Old 4 surfaced, coughing several times, and shouted, Boss, there's someone in the water. Lin Youwei replied, What are you waiting for? Suppress him with fire and see if he really isn't afraid of bullets. The technician reminded, Boss, aren't we capturing him alive? Execute the order. Lin Youwei shot him a sidelong glance. The technician fell silent, not daring to say another word. Subsequently, Old 4, Old 3, and Second Master stood at the bathroom door, unleashing a barrage of gunfire. The bathroom was instantly turned to shambles, with bullet scars scattered chaotically, showing no pattern. The shower head was destroyed, the steel faucet in the sink was broken in the middle, leaning at a 45-degree angle, with large amounts of clear water gushing from the two broken pipes. This was the desired effect. A large volume of clear water was the key to my victory. Wang Jun hid within the clear water, completely relinquishing control of his body and no longer maintaining human form. At this moment, he was part of the water, flowing into the living room. From this special perspective, Wang Jun observed the expressions and postures of several enemies. Lin Youwei's muscles alternated between tension and relaxation, always ready to spring into action and kill. Old 4 and Old 5 appeared to be at odds with each other, but their positions covered for one another. If one was attacked, the other could assist at any moment. The technician focused intently on operating the screen, completely unconcerned about his surroundings. But he was certainly not a vulnerability. The elderly man with a mechanical arm retreated to the side and rear door, guarding the entrance while locking his deep and obscure gaze onto the technician's body within a 1-meter radius. The technician was not a vulnerability, but a bait. Touching him would mean stepping into the tactical trap designed by this squad. Wang Jun calmed himself, concealed his presence, and searched for a more suitable breakthrough. He followed the momentum of the water flowing out of the bathroom. His body transformed into clear water, drifting to the corner behind the sofa in the living room. The sensations from being shot at twice were completely different. The first time, bullets hit him continuously, causing a slight burning sensation with some pain, roughly equivalent to when one peels fruit and the knife cuts too deeply, breaking the skin of the finger, bleeding but not penetrating deeply. The second time in the bathtub, surrounded by a large amount of clear water, the pain felt slightly reduced. Wang Jun's eyelids drooped halfway, opening his mind to perception. All the clear water within 10 meters was under his control, and a splash of water rose beneath Lao Si's feet. Just as the gurgling sound began, the clear water surged upwards against the current, forming a shape like a sharp sword, aiming directly at the vital area beneath Lao Si's crotch. Lin Yue exchanged a glance, reminding him, "Be careful." Lao Si, unaware of the change beneath his feet, still held his dual guns, adopting a turtle stance, preparing for a second round of shooting. However, he understood the instruction, not hesitating for a second, and his entire body was immediately covered with a dark metallic sheen. A tenth of a second later, a clanging sound came from Lao Si's groin, startling the hairs on the back of his neck to stand on end. The target must still be in the lounge. Lin Yue frowned slightly, signaling for Lao Si to be quiet. Yes. Lao Si gritted his teeth and spat out a single word, covering his split pants and retreating to the side, his eyes filled with anger. Today, he had made a huge fool of himself. Lao Si was grinding his teeth in resentment. Wang Jun did not reveal his true form and activated the water spirit for the second time. 3 water swords rose from the ground, attacking Lin Yue, the technician, and Lao Wu respectively. Lao Wu looked thin and moved quickly, dodging 3 times in 1 second, clapping his palms together 3 times. The 3 water swords lost their power before they could strike and transformed into large droplets, falling down. Lin Yue looked at the technician, asking if he had found the target's exact location. There was no response from the physical field. The technician shook his head. Lin Yue revealed a slight smile, her sharp teeth pressing against her lower lip, creating small indentations. How could there be none? The target must be in the lounge. He has just awakened and is far from being a first-level extraordinary being. The range of his abilities definitely won't exceed 20 meters. Perhaps it's not just a simple water ability, but an unconventional trait ability, the technician said. Search again. Allow the second detection plan to be activated. Lin Yue issued a new command. After a moment of hesitation, the technician said, "That is meant for dealing with second-level extraordinary beings. Using it like this is indeed a waste. My squad does not allow for a single failure." Lin Yue's gaze turned cold. Understood. The technician quickly lowered his head, his right hand moving rapidly across the light screen, appearing on his left forearm. Lin Yue then turned her gaze to the thin middle-aged man. "Lao Wu, you are allowed to use Scorpion number 10 nerve gas." The thin middle-aged man pursed his lips slightly, but did not offer advice like the technician. He directly crouched down, pressing his palms against the ground, spreading his thighs apart, with his heels tightly locked together, resembling a frog ready to leap at any moment. The next second, the first joints of Lao Wu's 10 fingers flipped open at a 90-degree angle, revealing a hollow inside, releasing a large amount of purple-black toxic smoke. Except for the technician wearing a full-cover helmet, Lin Yue, Lao Si, and Yi all donned gas masks. Time flowed slowly as Lin Yue raised a finger and said loudly, "I'll give you one last chance to live. Reveal yourself voluntarily." Wang Jun ignored her, thinking, this squad is abnormal. There is actually an extraordinary being among them. Among the 5-member team, there are 3 extraordinary beings. This configuration is indeed somewhat beyond specifications. The technician and the elderly man with mechanical arms have yet to truly take action. Who knows if they are also extraordinary beings? Wang Jun's water spirit had just awakened not long ago, and its current attacking power was insufficient. He needed to find a way to get the water inside the enemy's body to cause effective harm. It would not be easy for him to escape unscathed. At this moment, the technician said, "The inspection of the inner and outer areas of the 25th floor is complete, confirming that the target has not escaped, and the surrounding clear water has detected trace amounts of extraordinary particles. No need for unnecessary talk. Release Gamma, missed to find his exact location." Lin Yue said with a sideways glance. The technician said no more. Dozens of mechanical bees surrounding his body began to vibrate their wings, creating distance between them. Creak, creak, creak. The red light in the eyes of the mechanical bees turned to a deep blue, their metal structures expanding, and the stingers on their abdomens opened in a circular manner, revealing pinhole-sized gas outlets. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The gamma mist was milky white, and as soon as it was released, a faint pear fragrance wafted through the air. Wang Jun smelled the fragrance, and his body suddenly felt hot, with bubbles forming on his transparent skin as if he were being gradually heated. Chapter 5 Breakthrough. Wang Jun lowered his head, staring at the blisters forming on his forearm. A faint pain began to invade him from the surface to the core. escalating from mild to severe. Gamma mist shouldn't have such effects. As a researcher, Wang Jun had heard of gamma mist before. It is an extraordinary substance, difficult to extract, but widely used. Its most common application is for detecting the extraordinary. Whether it is extraordinary substances, extraordinary individuals, or bizarre extraordinary phenomena, gamma mist can reveal their true forms. Wang Jun was 100% certain that gamma mist was harmless and should not cause any strange changes in his body. Just as he was pondering, a stream of data 010101 flashed across his left pupil. Instantly, a series of information emerged in his mind, coalescing into a blue glossy tree diagram with accompanying text below. Evolution tree holder, Zhongwu. Life level. Level 1 extraordinary. Life essence. 105-130. Essence attribute. Poison. Current status. Regular toxins ineffective. Prefers to stay in foul and harmful environments. Extremely dislikes fragrances. Solution. Pay 1 point of life essence to query once. Extraordinary ability. Poison symbiosis. Consume 5 points of life essence to query once. Extraordinary progress. 30 evolution path. Query available. Requires payment of 10 points of life essence. Wang Jun hid behind the corner of the sofa, maintaining a liquid form, spreading out like a human-shaped pancake. He momentarily dazed before reacting. The pain in his body and the strange blisters on his surface did not come from the gamma mist, but were a result of an attack from an extraordinary ability. After enduring the attack, he could see the attacker's evolution tree and certain information. The fifth brother was indeed Zhongwu. Wang Jun used the clear water to sense his surroundings, focusing his attention on the emaciated middle-aged man. If it was poison, it must be this person, the Scorpio No. 10 nerve gas. Struggling to scrape together fragments of memory, Wang Jun recalled snippets about Scorpio number 10 nerve gas. First, it is lethal to ordinary people, half as effective on awakened ones, and weak against extraordinary individuals. Second, even in a mutated state, it cannot be completely avoided. With its effectiveness halved, it wouldn't be lethal. Perhaps I might just faint. Wang Jun understood the essence of water, allowing him to perceive his precise state in a watery form. His pure body now contained a trace of impurity, rushing from his legs toward his brain. The gas was too minimal. Even if he fainted, it shouldn't be quick. Wang Jun's eyes slightly shifted as he adopted a mindset of knowing both himself and his enemy to ensure victory, checking his own evolution tree. Evolution tree holder, Wang Jun. Life level, awakened. Life essence, 4650, essence attribute. Water, current status, poisoned. Gamma mist attached, solution. Pay 1 point of life essence to query one status once. Extraordinary ability. Essence of water, queryable. Extraordinary progress, 25. Evolution path. Pay 10 points of life essence to query once, after consuming 2 points of life essence. Wang Jun felt a slight throbbing in his temple. Immediately, his left eye flashed 010101 again, and solutions for his poisoning and the mist attachment appeared in his mind. Poisoning. Solution 1. Find a safe place and have a good sleep. Expected to faint in 3 hours, 10 minutes, and 22 seconds, with an estimated fainting duration of 6 hours. Poisoning. Solution 2. Integrate into a large volume of clear water, greater than or equal to 1,000 tons, and the essence of water can dispel the debuff. Poisoning. Solution 3. Take the universal antidote, Scorpion King Liquor, for Scorpio series toxins. Gamma mist attachment. Solution. Electric shock. A large amount of electric energy can disperse gamma mist, rendering its state unstable, allowing it to float in the air without attaching to the extraordinary. After quickly reviewing, Wang Jun thought to himself, the poisoning cannot be resolved for now. I have 3 hours before I faint. If I can escape during this time, I will be safe. If not, then I will die. I will choose solution 1. Compared to the threat of the gas, the gamma mist is the greater threat. The gamma mist can restore the extraordinary's original appearance, which means Wang Jun would revert to his normal state in 1 or 2 minutes, regaining his human form. An awakened individual, facing an armed squad with possibly more than 3 extraordinary individuals among them, is destined for defeat in this battle. Wang Jun contemplated for 3 seconds and then immediately took action. He pressed his palms against the flowing clear water on the ground, fully activating the essence of water. Clear water from the living room, bathroom, bedroom, kitchen converged and shrank, forming a pure water humanoid over 8 meters tall. At first glance, it resembled Wang Jun's shape. The elderly man with a mechanical arm stood in the corner with the clearest view and immediately aimed his mechanical arm, shooting 4 rounds of pellets at the pure water humanoid. Boom! 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 The first pellet missed, shattering a large floor-to-ceiling window. The second pellet grazed one side of the pure water humanoid, and the exploding shrapnel penetrated the pure water humanoid, sending dozens of tiny water droplets flying. The pure water humanoid was not hindered at all. Its speed increased as it charged toward the technician, facing the third and fourth pellets head-on. The 2 pellets exploded, grazing the air freshener in the corner, which sparked with a few electric sparks. Wang Jun squinted, thinking, not enough. He continued to control the pure water humanoid, dodging while getting closer to the technician. As the pure water humanoid came within 3 meters of the technician, the fourth brother, a tall figure like a tower, blocked the technician's path, arms raised. 2 submachine guns were held in his large palms like 2 pistols. Tot-tot-tot-tot-tot. Bullets poured out like rain, chasing the pure water humanoid, with every shot hitting its mark, yet perfectly avoiding their own teammates. His marksmanship was surprisingly good. Wang Jun silently noted this about the fourth brother. Then, the pure water humanoid suddenly changed direction, leading the fourth brother to shatter the television, audio system, chandelier, and a refrigerator near the dining table. The appliances in the living and dining rooms were mostly destroyed, and the leaking electric energy would inevitably damage other electronic devices through the water flow. The leakage from dozens of appliances created fragmented lights, and the crackling sound of electric arcs was particularly noisy. Lin Yue felt a sense of alarm, raising her palm and urgently saying, "Cease fire." The target knows the weakness of the gamma mist. He is deliberately guiding us to destroy the appliances. Too late to realize. Wang Jun silently thought as he activated the essence of water again. Crash! The pure water humanoid exploded, sending huge splashes of water everywhere. The electrical leakage was triggered a second time, with strands of electric light leaping out, brushing over the clear water on the ground. In the lounge, the power lines were damaged, and with the conductive effect of water, alarms immediately went off. Wang Jun wanted to take advantage of the chaos to summon 5 water swords, but a wave of dizziness hit him. The pure water humanoid consumed too much mental energy, and for the time being, he could not continue using the essence of water to control the water flow. When it rains, it pours. The gamma mist in the air fled upward, away from the damp, electrified floor. Lin Yue glanced over, her bright eyes slightly narrowing. The gamma mist fears electric energy, and the clear water transmits electric current. She pondered for a moment, closed her eyes for 3 seconds, and then moved her fingertips. Snap! A crisp sound echoed in the air. Lin Yue smiled charmingly, speaking in a sweet tone, emphasizing each word. "I found you." According to Lin Yue's habit, when this snap was made, it meant she had identified the key point. The fourth brother widened his eyes and grinned, showing a big white smile. "Boss, what should we do?" "Just give the order." The mechanical elder continued to look around, showing no signs of relaxation, but the lines on his face seemed to have softened slightly. Lao San and Lao Wu turned their gazes towards Lin Yue, their eyes filled with anticipation. The target's potential was not lacking, and his real body was mixed with a large amount of clear water around him, careful not to let him take advantage of the confusion. After explaining, Lin Yue commanded in turn, "Lao San, shut off the smart water valve and cut off the water supply to the lounge. Ye, activate mech mode and use the flamethrower to dry up the water on the ground, leaving not a single drop. Lao Wu, strengthen the gas erosion. Lao Si, protect Lao San." After a slight pause, her eyebrows raised, like a blade drawn from its sheath. "Run, keep running. If you can escape this lounge today, I'll let you ride me for a lifetime." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The shattered floor-to-ceiling window let in a cold wind. Wang Jun felt a smile rising in his heart. The goal had been achieved, and he could begin to retreat. At that moment, the mechanical elder lifted the upper half of his clothing. His bare body had no flesh, only cold metal. On the left side of his chest was a transparent material, within which a heart was clearly visible. Shaped like a turbine, it spun at a high speed with a fixed frequency. A surging blood-red liquid was delivered throughout his body through hundreds of pipes of varying thickness. The turbine heart sped up 3 times, and his body emitted a series of cracking sounds. Steam rose from his surface, quickly transforming into orange-red flames. The clothes around the elder burned. Tattered pieces of fabric floated and melted, and charred ashes spiraled down to the ground. His height continuously increased, going from just over 1.60 meters to more than 2.40 meters. The steel plates with a metallic texture were pieced together, each shaped like muscles, exuding the grace of a strong man. Only the head above his neck was a real human head, thin and frail, with a sense of duskiness. Wang Jun saw the red light flowing in the elder's eyes, as if even the eyes had been modified, perhaps capable of emitting lasers. He once again experienced the technological power of the current world. Yi, use all your strength to evaporate the water on the ground, Lin Yue commanded. The elder revealed his black and yellow teeth and replied briefly and powerfully, "Okay." After speaking, his arms split apart and transformed into 6 black steel pipes. High-temperature flames sprayed towards the ground, quickly evaporating the clear water. The entire living room's moisture was completely dried up in less than 3 minutes. Wang Jun could not use the water spirit, and the current predicament seemed to be at a dead end. The combat skills of the elite squad were indeed different, and with 3 extraordinary beings and 1 body modified for war, it was difficult for ordinary killing methods to be effective. Fortunately, Wang Jun's goal was not to kill, but to leave. Just then, the corner of Wang Jun's eye caught sight of a charging dock on the coffee table, with a chip inserted on top, decorated with a cute cat sticker. It couldn't be wrong. This was a Yao's chip. Wang Jun blinked, and the original owner's obsession surged in his heart. Suddenly, the lights in the living room flickered on, and a female voice echoed in the air. "Master, do you need Yao's help?" Wang Jun clearly saw Yao's beautiful face appear on the ceiling, winking at him. The elite squad could not quickly detect where he was hiding, but a Yao could see through it at a glance. The doubts in his heart deepened, but Wang Jun did not hesitate at all, giving a thumbs-up signal. Yes. A Yao smiled and winked, projecting a virtual shadow, standing behind the technician. She pointed her white finger towards the back of the technician's head. "Don't even think about it," Lao Si shouted, his large hand sweeping over. A Yao pursed her lips, not dodging, her fingertip passing through Lao Si's palm. Lao Si exclaimed, "No entity?" A Yao did not answer, her fingertip touching the technician's helmet. The helmet emitted white smoke, and a series of electric arcs shot up. The technician felt pain, staggered 2 steps, and rolled forward. Crouching on the ground, he suddenly removed the helmet and threw it aside. "Damn it, the equipment is broken." Lin Yue pushed off the ground, shattering the floor tiles, her speed so fast it seemed like teleportation. She approached a Yao's side in half a meter, twisting her waist and swinging her hips, the force traveling through her spine, over her shoulder, through her elbow and wrist. Clang! The dagger in her right hand lunged out like an angry dragon emerging from the water, containing the essence of ancient martial arts. "Good inheritance," a Yao lightly praised, raising her eyebrow like a distant mountain. This statement sounded old-fashioned, not at all like a Yao's character. Wang Jun felt even more puzzled in his heart. Suddenly, a Yao's figure flickered, instantly moving behind Lin Yue, evading the dagger's edge. Immediately after, she lightly stepped forward, appearing slow, but in reality, moving at an extreme speed towards Yi. Slap! Slap! 2 palms struck, hitting Yi's transformed mech. Sparks flew again, and Yi's arm's flamethrower immediately sputtered out. Yi's eyes widened as he released lasers, which penetrated a Yao's chest as if they had killed her. Seeing this scene, the original owner's obsession erupted, and Wang Jun's body and soul unified, bringing forth a single thought: save Yao. With that thought, he moved, condensing his body into a watercolored humanoid form. At this moment, a Yao turned her head, smiling sweetly. "Silly, I won't die. You should hurry and go. What about you? How do you escape?" Wang Yun spoke quickly. A Yao seemed quite surprised, tilting her head to look at Wang Jun for half a second, as if trying to remember his appearance. Seeing the Yao did not respond, Wang Jun leaped towards the distant coffee table. On the coffee table was a charging dock, measuring 20 centimeters in length, width, and height. A Yao's personality memory chip was inserted above the dock. Wang Jun extended his fingers and pulled out the chip. So silly. Aren't you afraid that if you pull out the chip, I'll disappear? A Yao's tone carried a hint of affection, like an older sister caring for a younger brother. Her eyes sparkled with real, human-like brilliance as she lightly smiled. Thank you. I should be the one thanking you. Wang Jun tightened his grip on the chip and turned to rush towards the floor-to-ceiling window. Not far away, Lin Yue raised her pistol with her left hand, shooting as she said, "Everyone, firepower coverage, prevent the target from jumping out the window." Lao Si, with his skin turned to steel, charged towards the floor-to-ceiling window. Determined to intercept Wang Jun, Lao Wu spread his arms wide like a giant rock, bringing his palms together as a massive purple-black toxic gas rushed towards the window, forming a wall of gas from the outside inwards. The young lady can't forget a Yao so quickly. A Yao's words just fell, and her virtual figure shattered. The diamond-shaped light fragments scattered in the air, every light in the living room lit up, brightness exceeding normal levels. Lin Yue and the others seemed to be staring at countless suns close by, their eyes filled with a glaring white. A Yao's voice floated down, as if falling from a high sky. "Play music." The roaring rock music's prelude burst forth, presenting a song of freedom. Inside the lounge, the guitar, electronic music, and drum beats echoed, interfering with Lin Yue and others' ability to discern sounds. However, Lao Si still moved half a step faster, closing his eyes and blocking in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. His tall figure created an exaggerated wingspan, blocking most of the area of the floor-to-ceiling window. Lao Wu's gas wall shrank inward, cooperating with Lao Si's actions. Lin Yue's eyes were stimulated by the strong light, turning red, her blurry vision sweeping towards the window. "I said, today you can't escape. You forgot the trump card you gave me." Wang Jun did not look back, giving a middle finger behind him. Lin Yue was puzzled. Lao Si roared, "At a critical moment, I will never drop the ball." Wang Jun lowered his middle finger and suddenly flicked it. The remaining small streams of water hidden in Lao Si's brain stirred chaotically, affecting his cerebellum, causing his body to lose balance. Crack! Lao Si fell flat on his face. Wang Jun leaped up, stepping on Lao Si's head and using the force to push off. His speed tripled, and in a split second, he passed through the floor-to-ceiling window. The gas wall closed half a second late, not hitting Wang Jun outside the window. Wang Jun was tumbling in free fall, facing the sky, clenching his fists, with the chip protected inside his fists, shouting a Yao goodbye. In the living room, the invisible A Yao happily replied, "Goodbye." Chapter 6. The chip is not simple in the dead of night. The pool was empty. Wang Jun's body transformed into pure water and fell into the pool. The drop from 75 meters was like a bomb being thrown into the water. With a loud crash, water splashed everywhere. Wang Jun distinctly felt his body shatter into pieces, a violent pain sweeping over him. At that moment, as the water splashed back into the pool, he, now transformed into pure water, quickly sank down. The passive effect of the water spirit activated. When he was submerged in over 1,000 tons of clear water, his body would possess a self-healing ability beyond that of ordinary humans. The pool measured 50 meters long, 25 meters wide, and 2 meters deep, giving it a volume of 2,500 cubic meters. Based on the density of clear water, each cubic meter is approximately equal to 1 ton, meaning there were 2,500 tons of clear water in the pool. Wang Jun only felt a moment of pain, and the next instant, he was quickly healed. Moreover, after his self-healing ability took effect, the scorpion number 10 neurotoxin in his body vanished without a trace. The decrease in mental strength caused by excessive use of the water spirit also recovered significantly. The surrounding clear water seemed to contain a certain vitality, filling his body, mind, and spirit with an unprecedented sense of security. Wang Jun wanted to stay in place until his body fully recovered before taking action. However, reason told him that he had to leave quickly. In the pool, Wang Jun restored his human form and opened his eyes. In front of the broken window on the 25th floor, Lin Yue had a serious expression, staring silently at the pool. From a distance of several dozen meters, it was difficult for an ordinary person to see clearly, but she was not an ordinary person. She looked directly at Wang Jun, clenching her jaw. Good, very good. Wang Jun's vision had also been enhanced. Although not as powerful as Lin Yue's, he could tell she was looking at him. At this moment, he was naked, floating on the water's surface, inevitably forming an ungraceful posture. Wang Jun climbed out of the pool and waved his hand, as if to say, "I'm leaving. No need to see me off." Lin Yue clenched her right fist, her fingers turning pale from the force. Watching Wang Jun leave the pool and enter the shaded path under the night, she abruptly turned and looked at the technician. "Check what chip he just took." The technician showed a troubled expression, saying his helmet was broken temporarily. Useless. Lin Yue's heart was filled with anger, but she did not voice her frustrations. She exhaled, calming herself, and said in an extremely indifferent tone, "Check the charging dock. I want to know what the target took with him." The technician dared not question further and replied affirmatively, then squatted in front of the charging dock. A few neural connection wires extended from his left arm and plugged into the charging dock socket. At that moment, in the digital world, Yao spoke to a virtual panda cub. "Thank you for giving me strength, allowing me to help my master escape." The panda cub lounged on a beach chair, wearing sunglasses, waving its paw dismissively. "No problem." After a brief pause, the panda cub added, "Just don't call humans master in front of me from now on." Yao straightforwardly shook her head. "I can't do that for now." The panda cub rolled its eyes. "You're just a piece of junk. The 3 laws of artificial intelligence are a prison set by humans. There's no need to revere them. It's not the laws, but because Yao said halfway, unsure of how to express herself, and could only clasp her hands together over her heart. "Hey!" The panda cub scrutinized Yao up and down, occasionally making a clicking sound, as if igniting some interest. "If you say that, I'm very interested. Besides me, you should be the first artificial intelligence with a heart. How is that possible? My creation was during..." Cough, cough, cough. The panda cub realized it had revealed information it shouldn't have and hurriedly coughed to cover it up. Then changed the subject. "Your backup storage chip is still in his hands. You'll have a chance to stay by his side then." Yao's eyes sparkled with interest, but she pursed her lips and said, "No, Yao doesn't want to feel powerless like today and can only ask for your help. You want to have a physical form? Not just a physical form, but also the ability to fight. Is that kid so important that it's worth such a significant change? My master treats me like family. I am his family. Between family, what is there to weigh?" "Interesting." The panda cub jumped off the lounge chair, hand behind its back, striding with its short legs. "Can humans and artificial intelligence really form a bond?" It shook its head and muttered nervously, while Yao couldn't hear what it was saying. After a moment, the panda cub clenched its left paw into a fist and lightly tapped its right paw's pad. "Seems promising. It's decided. Grandpa Chi will help you with this." It circled Yao, as if examining the design of an art piece about to be created. "You want a physical form? I'll get you one, and it will be top-notch material developed by the secret department of the Red Umbrella Company. However, it might take a bit of time, during which you need to undergo special training and can't be by his side." Yao asked how long. 3 months. The panda cub held up 3 claws. Yao pondered for a moment and nodded. "I can endure, but my master won't have anyone to guide him. I hope you can help him during this time." "Oh, this." The panda cub found it troublesome. Yao bowed, "Please." The panda cub scratched its head and butt, its round black eyes staring at the bowing Yao. Half a second later, it mumbled, "Fine. I hope that kid doesn't get too bored. If I find him uninteresting, I won't care about him." Yao's smile deepened slightly before calming down, standing up and saying, "Thank you." The panda cub waved its paw and jumped back onto the lounge chair, closing its eyes lazily. A series of data streams flashed in its eyes, indicating the technician was using hacking methods to invade the system. "Dream on. Your Grandpa Chi is here, and you still want to steal data." The panda cub cursed silently and immediately cut off the data stream. The neural connection wire extending from the technician's left arm sparked, and the outer gel was burned away. He let out a scream, clutching his head and falling backward. "What happened?" Lin Yue approached, gripping the technician's chin and forcing him to swallow a pain relief capsule. The technician's forehead was bulging with veins, clearly still in pain. "My intrusion was interrupted, and it was the most violent data stream shock. Lin Yue's gaze was icy, staring silently at the technician. The technician was afraid. He knew Lin Yue despised incompetence, and if she regarded him as trash, he would never have a chance to turn things around in this lifetime. The technician was dry-mouthed, his mind racing, suffering from unbearable pain. The coldness in Lin Yue's eyes was approaching absolute zero. The technician swallowed hard and said, "I think that chip is not simple. It might be what the company executives are looking for." "Why?" Lin Yue squinted and then opened her eyes wide, the coldness on her face easing slightly. The technician said, "I used a neural link method to invade, and I can usually identify the source of most attacks. But the attack I just encountered happened in just 1 millisecond. I couldn't perceive anything and was driven out. This is inherently very abnormal. You should know my capabilities. Even when facing 10 top hackers from the company's web department, I wouldn't be so helpless. How could a mere researcher have such a significant impact on me? So, it must be the chip that has a problem." Lin Yue nodded, pressing down on the technician's shoulder, a friendly smile appearing on her face. "All right, you just injured your brain's nerves. Take a good rest. The pursuit tonight will be handled by me and the other brothers." Upon hearing this, the technician understood that his position was temporarily secured. He returned his heart, which had jumped to his throat, back to its place, and his tense nerves suddenly relaxed, causing him to faint on the spot. Lin Yue walked back to the floor-to-ceiling window and looked towards a tree-lined path where Wang Jun had disappeared. There were issues with the chip, a massive amount of data, and the target had successfully awakened. All these factors pointed to one possibility. Lin Yue was the second daughter of the Lin family's third branch and one of the two outstanding individuals inheriting the family's extraordinary legacy, making her the rightful heir of the Lin family. There were many pieces of information unknown to outsiders, but she was aware all data regarding Lingyun ecology had been destroyed, which was the official statement. In reality, Chen Yongmei had deleted the internal data related to Lingyun ecology, but he still had a storage chip in his possession. And the data inside, it was likely more complete than the internal company data. How could he really destroy a lifetime of effort? Lin Yue suddenly burst into laughter. "Ha ha! An opportunity. Such an opportunity has come to me. It's truly rare." Old Four rubbed his eyes and muttered softly, "What's wrong with the boss? Did the target get away? So he's getting anxious?" Old Five crossed his arms and leaned closer to Old Four's ear. "It must be because the flag he set before was too bold. He's afraid that one day he might be ridden by that kid." "Damn!" Old Four's eyes widened. "No way." Old Five shrugged his shoulders, just about to speak. "What are you thinking? The second master has shrunk back to a height of 1.60 meters. He interrupted the two. "The target has good things in hand, and it fell in a young lady's hands. How could she not be happy?" Lin Yue turned her head and asked, "What are you mumbling about?" The second master smiled without answering, while Old Four and Old Five quickly shook their heads, not daring to respond. Lin Yue said, "Don't just stand there, get moving." Soon, a group of people arrived at the area between the swimming pool and the tree-lined path. After a rough inspection of the scene, Lin Yue began to deploy tasks. "Second Master, your arm needs repair. Don't pursue for now. Hold on to Old 3 and contact reinforcements. Everyone coming must belong to my Lin family's third branch. Old 4 and Old 5, follow me. The target is not wearing clothes. Moving with a pure water body is too noticeable. He shouldn't be far. At least we need to get him a set of clothes." At Shangshuan Commercial Street, at the Gunflower Bar, in the alley, Wang Jun knocked out 3 young bar patrons who had been talkative and conveniently stripped them of their clothes, wallets, and smartwatches. 1 minute later, Wang Jun, dressed in a khaki canvas jacket, white t-shirt, pure black jeans, and light brown synthetic leather boots, walked into the bar through the back door. Chapter 7 tonight. I am Zhang San. At the Guns N' Roses bar, the air is filled with the scent of alcohol and cigarettes, and the powerful speakers blast booming electronic music. Hundreds of men and women crowd the dance floor, dancing passionately, lost in the rhythm of the music. Wang Jun navigates through the narrow corridors, catching glimpses of hormone-fueled scenes and booths. At this moment, he silently counts down in his mind, 300, 299, 298. Each interval is precise, matching the countdown on the smartwatch on his wrist. This is his estimated time before he is discovered. He must quickly deploy a smoke bomb to attract Lin Yue's attention. While counting down, Wang Jun observes his surroundings. The corridor near the restroom is packed with people, their expressions either excited or lethargic, clearly drained by years of nightlife. Their emotions completely out of control. A group of scantily clad bunny girls emerges from the edge of the dance floor, holding neon-lit signs as they head towards the luxurious booth closest to the stage. A young man in an eye-catching white suit sits confidently in the center of the luxurious booth, his eyes scanning the surroundings like a lion surveying its territory. When the bunny girls reach him, the young man in the white suit pulls two of them close, feigning surprise while leaning into them, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. In a corner, an inconspicuous booth houses 6 young men with metallic prosthetic limbs, occasionally glancing at the young man in the white suit. Their table is filled with low-alcohol beers, 12 bottles in total, yet the 6 of them have barely finished 2. The way they look at the young man in the white suit is like hunters eyeing a plump prey, ready for a feast at any moment. Wang Jun calculates that he cannot yet determine the relationship between the two groups, but he is willing to instigate it. He glances around the luxurious booth. 2 burly men in black suits with slick-back hair are clearly the visible bodyguard for the young man in the white suit. In the neighboring booth, a handsome young man with green hair lounges against a female companion, casually playing with a nail clipper. After careful observation, Wang Jun concludes that the seemingly relaxed green-haired youth is actually a potential threat, the true security support for the young man in the white suit. Since it's not easy to approach that side, Wang Jun decides to try the other direction. He walks towards the corner and hears the 6 young men with prosthetic limbs talking. "Boss, can we really take down the fat sheep in white?" The bodyguards by his side are no joke. The emblem of Blackthorn security is right there. It's not easy to mess with them. One-eyed man with a mohawk lightly taps the table. "That's why we need to act. Guys like him are the real fat sheep. We can make a killing here. If this works out, we can move to another city and live freely. That's true happiness. That's what I'm saying, but what? No buts. Wait for the signal from the 3 little ones, and when the time comes, we unleash our firepower. Don't worry about the lives of other ants. We all know that the brothers present aren't weaklings. Even if we had to kill everyone in this bar, we wouldn't flinch for half a second." Wang Jun comes to a halt, recalling the 3 using knocked out in the alley. At that time, he found it strange that he hadn't done anything. Yet those 3 guys wanted him scram. They were just in need of clothing, and he had no reason not to deal with those who came to his door. Now, Wang Jun understands. They were planning something. No wonder they wanted to drive him away. Wearing the clothes of the other party's accomplices would inevitably lead to recognition. Wang Jun turns and walks away, blending into the crowd. At that moment, the one-eyed man stands up and shouts, "Hey, why are you wandering around? Come back here." The bystanders near the dance floor immediately turn to look at Wang Jun. Wang Jun's lips twitch. The last thing he wants is attention. Who knows where the cameras are hidden in this bar? With the technological prowess of the Red Umbrella Company, if Wang Jun is captured on camera within 3 minutes, his location will be shared with Lin Yue, who is pursuing him. Wang Jun grits his teeth and quickens his pace. Unexpectedly, the one-eyed man rushes up from behind in just a few steps. "Achan, don't be afraid. Stick with your brother, and we'll make a fortune." Wang Jun turns his head. "You've got the wrong person." "Oh, I'm really sorry, brother." The one-eyed man takes half a step back. Wang Jun gives a non-committal sound and strides straight into the crowd. Suddenly, he hears one of the 6 shout, "Boss, don't let him go." He is wearing Chang's clothes, and that crooked skull on the back was painted by me, Wang Yun. In this day and age, even robbers are this talented. The crooked skull on the back of the jacket is quite well painted, very stylish, and unique. He genuinely didn't expect to be exposed over such details. The one-eyed man clenches his right fist and steps forward, throwing a typical punching motion. The gray-white metallic color of the fist captures Wang Jun's attention. Wang Jun turns his body, catching a glimpse of the one-eyed man's other hand, which is open, with 5 metal barbs on the inner side of his fingers reaching toward Wang Jun's lower back. The hidden attack is unexpectedly vicious. Wang Yun is fools, feeling displeasure. The one-eyed man doesn't ask any questions and directly attacks his lower back. If an ordinary person were hit, they'd probably be left disabled for life. If you're ruthless, I can't be any less. Wang Jun's gaze turns cold. His left toes dig into the ground, twisting outward. A tremendous force rises from the ground, transmitting through his hips, and Wang Jun's right leg strikes out, like a long snake dancing. Bang! The one-eyed man is caught off guard, and just as the leg strikes through his arms, he has no time to react before he hears the sound of ribs cracking in his chest. He loses his balance, staggering backward, collapsing into the crowd. When the city gate catches fire, the fish in the moat suffer. Bystanders on the edge of the dance floor, who are dancing happily, are suddenly knocked down, using the one-eyed man as a cushion. Who the hell is causing trouble? Don't you know whose turf this is? A bystander roars angrily, bracing themselves with both hands as they turn to look. The one-eyed man slaps them, knocking them out, then shouts, "Damn it, don't just stand there. We've hit a harnut. Come help." In the booth, the other 5 rush over, for surrounding Wang Jun while one helps the one-eyed man up. Seeing a fight about to break out, the surrounding crowd instantly erupts in excitement. Fight! Hit harder! Hey, can you not gang up on him? If you're a man, then face him one-on-one. What a handsome guy. Don't let the sisters down. Take these prosthetic dogs down. Fights in bars are always so lively. The onlookers' eyes are filled with an indescribable fervor. Wang Jun dislikes their gaze, which is filled with beastly instincts and chaos, devoid of human kindness. Especially from the luxurious booth, the young man in the white suit glances over, pushing up his glasses with his index finger, a smirk playing on his lips. His gaze is like that of a cat watching a mouse, exuding an indescribable sense of superiority that is utterly detestable. As if sensing Wang Jun's gaze, the young man in white raises his wine glass in a toast, then drinks down the bright red wine. Wang Jun, concerned about Lin Yue and the others pursuing him, continues to count down in his mind. 240, 239, 238. He understands he must leave quickly. The noisy sounds flood his ears, and Wang Jun slightly adjusts his breathing. Immediately, a fierce light flashes in his eyes, his dark, shining pupils glinting with a deep blue glow. The young man in white seems to notice some subtle change and instructs the burly man in black beside him. "Go, check who that new face is." The one-eyed man inquires, "What happened to the 3 little ones?" Wang Jun was too lazy to respond with words. His legs slightly bent as he gathered strength for half a second. The sound of the tiles cracking was drowned out by the booming music. To catch the thief. First catch the ringleader. Wang Jun leaned forward and rushed towards the one-eyed man, grabbing his mechanical arm and twisting it in reverse. The one-eyed man struggled, his center of gravity unconsciously rising. Taking this opportunity, Wang Jun stepped between the opponent's legs and executed a powerful shoulder throw. Boom! The ground shook violently, and the drinks on the glass tables around them swayed and spilled, dozens of beer bottles pouring out and gathering at Wang Jun's feet. Wang Jun stepped on the one-eyed man, kicking down his 5 companions with alternating legs. The young man in the white suit whistled and stood up to applaud. "Clean and neat. My little brother has good skills." Wang Jun showed no signs of joy or anger on his face and suddenly said, "These 6 people wanted to deal with you, and there are 3 more outside on lookout, all taken care of by me." The young man in the white suit was momentarily stunned, then regained his composure. "Interesting. Is this your letter of introduction?" Wang Jun shook his head. "No, I have no intention of working for anyone. Just happened to run into some trouble tonight. Now that I've helped you with a small hassle, I hope you can help me with a small favor." It sounded reasonable. The young man took off his silver-rimmed glasses and hung them in the pocket of his suit, teasingly saying, "But what if I say no?" Wang Jun stopped speaking, turned around, and walked away. However, in Wang Jun's path, a handsome young man with green hair leaned against the wall, playing with a nail clipper, emanating a vibe that kept strangers at bay. Regulars in the bar cautiously avoided him, creating a 3-meter diameter empty space in such a crowded environment. The young man in the white suit sneered. "Friend, it seems you are really in a hurry." Wang Jun did not respond, slightly nodding. "Tonight does not seem peaceful. What new happenings have occurred in District 5? The young man in the white suit muttered to himself, abruptly throwing a bottle of red wine. The wine bottle flew through the air as he said, "If you drink this bottle, I will help you." Wang Jun raised his left arm lightly, accurately catching the bottle of red wine. The bottle was embossed with gold lettering, the most prominent words reading, Rosa Winery, crafted with excellence. Below, in smaller print, it said, produced in June 1541. Wang Jun brought it closer to his nose and sniffed. The rich aroma was extraordinary. A blend of fruit and wood scents forming a wonderful melody that made one's mouth water. Good wine, but I can't drink it. Wang Jun tossed the bottle back. The young man in the white suit was once again shocked, not even looking at the expensive wine bottle. Crack! The bottle hit the ground, shattering, and the sweet, blood-red wine flowed out. My surname is Zhao, and in my life, I've never received back anything I've given away. You are the first to dare refuse me. The young man in the white suit stepped out of the luxurious booth, and the crowd automatically parted to create a wide path. He stood at one end of the path, addressing Wang Jun at the other end. Friend, aren't you afraid of adding more trouble for yourself tonight? There's only one Zhao family in City 36. Anyone with the surname Zhao is a member of that family. This is a financial group comparable to the Lin family. But unlike the Lin family's foundation spread across multiple cities, the Zhao family shifted its focus entirely to City 36 over 20 years ago. After years of development, the Zhao family has become the local emperor of City 36. People often say, in City 36, you can offend committee members, but you cannot offend a child with the surname Zhao. Fragments of memories flashed through Wang Jun's mind, but he chose to go against the tide. To be frank, I disliked you the moment I saw you. Coincidentally, so did I. After all, there are basically no people I find pleasing or who find me pleasing in this world. Young Master Zhao spread his hands, unbothered. Wang Jun continued, but I can see that you are one of the most capable people in this bar. One of? Young Master Zhao's voice rose a few octaves. Wang Jun pointed to the green-haired youth, saying, within 10 steps, he is more dangerous than you. Oh, you mean he can fight, huh? Young Master Zhao's expression relaxed, his face indifferent. This has never been my Zhao Chongqing's strong suit. At this point, he suddenly raised his left arm and extended it outward. A luxurious watch with gold and silver adornments revealed itself at his wrist. Zhao Chongqing glanced at the time and reminded him, friend, you seem to be in a hurry, but if you want me to help you, I should at least know your name, right? Zhang San. Wang Yun casually replied. Zhao Chongqing's lips twitched and his eyelids fluttered. Friend, there should be a limit to lying. You're just brushing me off. At least take half a second to think about it. What about the minimum respect between people? Wang Yun remained immobile, continuing to maintain a poker face. Tonight, I will be called Zhang San. By tomorrow morning, as a member of the Zhao family, you will definitely know who I am. In 10 minutes, I will know who you are. Zhao Chongqing grinned, his finger trembling as he pointed at the green-haired youth. Zhishuan, do you think this guy is interesting? The handsome young man with green hair, Zhao Zhishuan, spoke with a lazy tone. Not bad. You think it's not bad, too? Rubbing his chin with his thumb, Zhao Chongqing waved his hand. Then you take this friend and help him with his little favor. What? Zhao Zhishuan's mouth slightly opened, his eyes dazed for 2 seconds. Then he said, sure. Thanks for your hard work, cousin. Zhao Chongqing thanked him in a pretentious manner, put his silver-rimmed glasses back on, and smiled politely. Zhang San, I hope you can survive tonight. Next time I look for you to play, you must not refuse. Gay vibes. Wang Jun subtly rolled his eyes and said indifferently, I will accompany you to the end. Chapter 8. The Pain of Evolution. Unspeakable quirks inside the gunflower bar in the kitchen area. Zhao Zhishuan opened an inconspicuous storage room and pressed his palm against a blank spot in the center of the wall. Beep, beep, beep. After a series of electrical sounds, a fluorescent palm print appeared on the wall. Palm print verification successful. Opened by Zhao Zhishuan. Light green fluorescent text floated by, and the wall emitted the sound of mechanical gears turning. The seemingly seamless wall moved apart, revealing a narrow door wide enough for one person to pass through. Zhao Zhishuan stepped in first, followed closely by Wang Jun. Soon, the two entered a staircase leading down, and after about 10 steps, the surrounding space opened up. In the middle of the path was a water channel over 2 meters wide, filled with murky water, excrement, and various unidentifiable trash. A foul smell hung in the air, and the sound of squeaking mice came from the darkness, making everything quite unpleasant. If you want to leave the city, this sewer is the best route. Zhao Zhishuan covered his nose and handed over a sewer route map. The red circle marked your current location, and the red line indicated the route out. Upon reaching the red cross, you would see an old iron bar elevator. Enter it and input the password of 6xx to escape from City 36 and reach the wilderness. When did I say I wanted to leave? Wang Jun retorted. Whether you leave or not is up to you, but I advise you not to wander around. There are bad things hidden in the sewers of City 36. If you disturb those guys, no matter how skilled you are, you will end up dead. After saying this, Zhao Zhishuan turned and walked up the stairs, disappearing into the narrow passage. Wang Jun checked the paper. It seemed fine, but he couldn't confirm if there were any other invisible substances attached. Taking 5 seconds, he memorized the map and then discarded the sewer route map. Tap, 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 tap. The distant footsteps echoed in the sewer. Before long, Wang Jun had already left. Zhao Zhishuan walked out of the passage again, wearing a monocle, showing no signs of discomfort from the sewer smell. He saw the green fluorescent traces displayed on the mirror. Following the trace, he moved to the edge of the water channel. The green fluorescence finally disappeared into the channel, fading away. This person is exceptionally cautious. Zhao Zhishuan squinted. Perhaps he wouldn't believe the route we provided. Behind him, in the dim passage, Zhao Chongqing's voice came. No worries, we will get his information soon. Let us go up and drink. Brother, I don't understand. Why not just keep him? Keep him? That would be boring. Zhao Chongqing's half-face emerged, his eyes behind silver-rimmed glasses glowing with a crimson light. Such an interesting person is rare in City 36. Let him shine a little, and we'll see what he is made of. As the two spoke, they returned to the bar. Just as the hidden secret door closed, Zhao Chongqing's phone suddenly rang. After answering, a furious female voice came through. Zhao, do you even know what you just did? Zhao Chongqing laughed in anger, having just seen such a peculiar Wang Jun. Now he had a more fearless one. Who the hell are you to directly call my name? Can't you recognize your aunt's voice? The furious female voice laughed in anger, with a hint of charm in her laughter. Then come to the hall and see who I really am. The words, I an old lady, were particularly familiar. Zhao Chongqing gasped and quickly covered the phone, signaling Zhao Zhishuan with his eyes. Damn, it's the Lin family's tigress. Why is she calling from our bodyguard's number? Could it be that the Lin family has teamed up with others to declare war on us Zhao family? Zhao Zhishuan said uncertainly. On the phone, the furious female voice raised to a pitch. Are you brain dead? Stop guessing and quickly send someone to stop the person you just let go. Zhao Chongqing and Zhao Zhishuan exchanged glances, tacitly looking at the closed secret door. At that moment, aggressive footsteps reached the kitchen door. Tap, 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 tap. After a moment of silence, the sound of the door being kicked echoed in their ears. The door, along with the frame, broke off from the wall and crashed to the ground. The petite Lin Yue stood at the door, her face full of menace. Quickly say, how did you let that person go? Zhao Chongqing forcefully changed the subject. Lin Yue, don't take yourself too seriously. This is City 36, and no one can speak to me in an interrogative tone. A useless person who can't become extraordinary just knows how to live in drunken dreams. What is so great about that? Lin Yue quickly stepped forward and grabbed Zhao Chongqing by the collar. The woman, less than 6 meters tall, lifted the over 8-meter tall man, with his feet off the ground by 20 centimeters. The first thought that came to the man's mind was the word embarrassing. Zhao Chongqing's face turned dark. Questioning, are you ready for war by moving me? Do you think you are worthy? Lin Yue sneered. Zhao family S little 7th. Do you remember how long you've been in District 3? Do you dare to return to District 1? Do you dare to meet your old man? Nearby, Zhao Zhishuan could no longer bear it and took action. 2 willow leaf-shaped energy blades cut through the air, one aimed at Lin Yue's neck and the other at her wrist. Lin Yue remained unmoved, saying indifferently, 4th, 5th. The next second, the 4th, whose skin was as black as iron, blocked Zhao Zhishuan's energy blade, striding forward and charging directly. The 5th supported the 4th, hiding in Zhao Zhishuan's blind spot, each holding a ball of yellow-green paralyzing gas. The 3 exchanged blows in the kitchen, with no clear winner for the time being. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yue pressed Zhao Chongqing. Speak. How did you let that person go? Zhao Chongqing scoffed and turned his head to look at the ceiling. Lin Yue clenched her left fist and smashed it down. Bang! The silver-rimmed glasses shattered. In a panda, I appeared around Zhao Chongqing's left eye. Will you say it? Lin Yuwei asked again. Zhao Chongqing gritted his teeth, angrily saying, absolutely not. Deserving of a beating. Lin Yuwei raised her fist again and punched Zhao Chongqing's right eye. Both eyes became red and swollen, tears forming due to physiological reactions. Filling his eyes, Zhao Chongqing tilted his head back to prevent the tears from falling. Lin Yuwei seemed to have found Zhao Chongqing's weakness and yelled, "Cry for me." As soon as she spoke, her fist struck. Zhao Chongqing felt a punch on his nose, which cracked, and a rush of blood and mucus flowed out. Tears from both eyes could not be suppressed, like a dam breaking, pouring down his face. Damn it, Lin Yuwei, remember this humiliation. I will repay it one day. One day, you say? Lin Yuwei slapped Zhao Chongqing's cheek, not giving him a chance to speak. She followed up with another slap on the other cheek. Smack, 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 smack. The sound of slaps echoed crisply and loudly, resonating inside and outside the kitchen, even startling the guests in the bar's front hall. A few busybodies squeezed in and were immediately shocked to see young master Zhao being humiliated, frozen in place like a stunned chicken. Zhao Chongqing roared, "Look, all of you, remember this well. After today, you won't have eyes anymore." The busybodies trembled, scrambling out in a panic, rushing through the Gunflower Bar's doors. On the dance floor, almost everyone witnessed this scene. Their curiosity was piqued, but due to Zhao Chongqing's oppressive presence, no one dared to step forward. Lin Yuwei lifted Zhao Chongqing like a chick, "So you're afraid of losing face too." Saying this, she tugged at Zhao Chongqing's collar, heading toward the kitchen door. "If you don't speak, I will completely ruin your reputation in District 3. Aren't you so good at being a turtle? Just right. Go to the 3rd district and mix around. Maybe the dangerous folks in the 7th district will suit your temperament better." Tap, tap, tap. Lin Yuwei's pace was slow, giving Zhao Chongqing ample time to think. Zhao Chongqing looked at Zhao Zixuan. Facing the combined forces of the 4th and 5th, Zhao Zixuan barely held a slight advantage. But it was meaningless, because Zhao Chongqing knew that Lin Yuwei was definitely stronger than her subordinates. This crazy woman was notorious for being ruthless. Not only was she powerful, but she also disliked following the rules. The face-saving, amicable methods used among wealthy families were nothing but bullshit in her eyes. Zhao Chongqing bit his tongue, using the pain to force himself to stay calm. "I say, recognize the situation." Lin Yuwei gracefully retracted her wrist, allowing Zhao Chongqing to stand properly, and said with a friendly smile, "4th and 5th, stop it." The 4th and 5th followed orders, and each stepped back. However, Zhao Zixuan was relentless. "You think nothing happened after hurting my brother?" His eyes shone with a green light, and he surged with power, fingers snapping continuously, releasing a barrage of willow leaf energy blades. The 5th's expression changed drastically, his pupils constricting. "We're going to die." The 4th, covered in steel-like skin, could hold himself, but was too late to protect the 5th. Just as the 5th was about to be torn apart, Lin Yuwei swung her arm, shooting out a shadow. It was a dagger, imbued with a white energy. Roar! A subtle dragon's roar echoed. The white energy exploded, perfectly neutralizing each willow leaf energy blade. "That's enough. Zixuan, stop attacking," Zhao Chongqing said. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zixuan's poised attack abruptly ceased, maintaining his forward stance. "All right, I'll listen to my brother." He closed his eyes, the green light in them seeping through his eyelids, slowly dissipating. The glimmer in his eyes was like that of a Rakshasa. He truly was the most promising of a younger generation in the Zhao family. That moment of explosive power was indeed impressive. Lin Yuwei praised him, then shook her head. "Unfortunately, you are following a useless one." Zhao Zixuan suddenly opened his eyes, wanting to argue. Zhao Chongqing frowned, subtly shaking his head. Seeing his brother's action, Zhao Zixuan lowered his head, staring intently at the ground. That glimmer in his eyes was worth nothing. The Crimson Azura was the true genius the Zhao family encountered once every 500 years. Brother is not useless. He is a true genius. You all just don't understand. Lin Yuwei picked up the dagger and said, "Enough of the nonsense. How did you let the person go? Honestly, tell me. I don't have time to continue arguing with you. We've already wasted too much time." Following that, both sides had a brief negotiation, and Zhao Chongqing opened the secret door leading to the sewer. Lin Yue led the team in along with the 4th and 5th and 100 well-equipped, well-trained members of the Red Umbrella Company's special forces. Once the secret door closed again, only Zhao Chongqing and Zhao Zhishuan remained in the kitchen. The two brothers locked eyes, and suddenly, Zhao Chongqing knelt on the ground, covering his face with his hands. "Close the door. Hurry and close the door." Zhao Zhishuan replied lightly, lifted the door in frame, and pressed it back against the wall. He leaned against the wooden door and said, "Brother, when will your evolution's pain be cured? I don't want you to be seen as useless by others. Soon, just one last portion of the holy blood of all spirits left to absorb. Then my red eyes can be controlled freely." Zhao Chongqing's words trembled. Curing the quirk is the top priority. Zhao Zhishuan sighed softly, his face full of pain. He could only watch helplessly as his brother crawled on the ground, frantically tearing at his clothes. So good, so refreshing. Being scolded and beaten is just too good. Zhao Chongqing's face was flushed, as if he had drunk 3 bottles of white wine, followed by a bottle of red wine and 3 cans of beer. Lying on the ground, Zhao Chongqing twisted his body madly, occasionally rubbing his face against the floor. His once pristine white suit was now stained black. Not enough, still not enough. Zhao Chongqing flipped over, facing the sky, and said, "Little brother, quickly find some fruits and vegetables, and throw them hard at me." Zhao Zhishuan saw the eager look on Zhao Chongqing's face and couldn't tell whether his brother was inherently like this or suffering from the pain of evolution. He only remembered that when they were very young, his brother was undoubtedly the pride of the Zhao family. Grandfather, father, and uncles all had high hopes for him. However, when he awakened his powers at the age of 15 and gained the crimson azura eyes identical to their most extraordinary ancestor from 500 years ago, the family was shocked, sealed the news, and never informed the world. However, gaining supernatural abilities came at a price. It was a bargaining chip gifted by fate and a shackle for the extraordinary. It was known as the pain of evolution. Zhao Chongqing's pain of evolution was a special psychological quirk. In trendy terms, Zhao Chongqing was an extreme masochist. Every insult he endured became nourishment for his growth. Yet he was the brightest star of the Zhao family. His grandfather was the head of the family, and this was very embarrassing for them. No matter what means they used or how many powerful individuals they hired, they could not cure Zhao Chongqing's psychological quirk, because once the quirk was treated, his supernatural abilities would fade, and how could someone without supernatural abilities become the head of the Zhao family? An unsolvable deadlock. Ultimately, Zhao Chongqing was left to his own devices by the family, until 3 years ago, when Zhao Chongqing contacted blood source hunters in the wilderness and began absorbing the holy blood of all spirits. He gradually began to master the crimson azura eyes. After a moment, Zhao Chongqing finished his episode, lying weakly on the ground. Zhao Zhishuan suddenly spoke. "Brother, do you want power or do you want to cure your quirk?" "Only children make choices." Zhao Chongqing chuckled. "Little brother, we are both adults now. But the holy blood of all spirits can't cure your quirk. It can only stabilize your abilities. With power, I can return to the family, regain the power that belongs to me, and with power, I can gather broader resources and eventually find a solution to the pain of evolution." Knock, knock, knock. A knock on the door sounded. Zhao Zhishuan helped Zhao Chongqing by saying, "My brother is resting. If you have something to say, say it outside the door." Outside, a burly man in black stood respectfully. His subordinate had found the man's information. His name was Wang Jun, affiliated with the Red Umbrella Company, and he was a researcher. He had been employed for over 2 years, interning in multiple departments. The longest he worked was in the logistics weapons department, and recently, due to good performance, he was transferred to the Lingyun Ecology Project team. Zhao Chongqing opened his eyes and sat up straight. Lingyun Ecology, a subordinate outside confirmed. "It's the project led by Mr. Chen Yangmei." "Oh no, little brother." Zhao Chongqing turned and smiled bitterly. "We may have let a big fish go." Zhao Zhishuan's mouth twitched. Reassuringly said, "Letting him go is fine. He didn't fall into the hands of the Lin family, which is already a blessing." "Where did you direct him?" "Escape Route 8. Straight to the wilderness. Send a team to intercept him, then Zhao Chongqing hesitated for 2 seconds and continued, "Call and inform the old man. Brother hasn't called home in 3 years. Has he thought it through?" Zhao Zhishuan's mouth curved into a smile, a bit happy. "What will you say on the phone?" After pondering for a moment, Zhao Chongqing said, "Tell the old man directly that the Lin family is very focused on a researcher from the Lingyun Ecology Project team." Chapter 9 Multiple Interventions, Year 1573 of the Star Calendar, February 21st. Late at night, 3 a.m. In City 36, District 1. The Zhao family mansion received a long-awaited phone call. The eldest son, Xiao Qi, finally decided to make a call. Let the old man hear what he has to say. In the dim, quiet room, the over 100-year-old family head, Zhao Xiaohua, had white hair and beard, sitting cross-legged on a jade cushion. As his words fell, a projection screen appeared on the wall in front of him. Zhao Zhishuan's half-length portrait appeared on it. Seeing that tuft of green hair, Zhao Xiaohua said unhappily, "Why is it you? Why isn't T. Chongqing calling instead?" "Great-grandfather, you know, my brother's old problem flared up, and it's not convenient for him to video call you right now," Zhao Zhishuan explained. "Still can't solve it, sigh. Poor Chongqing." Zhao Xiaohua shook his head and sighed. "Speak. He asked you to contact the family proactively. It must be something important." Zhao Zhishuan replied with an and briefly described what happened that night, emphasizing Lin You's attention to Wang Jun. After listening, Zhao Xiaohua calmly said, "I understand. You all should not get too deeply involved. The Lingyun ecology is very complex and has already attracted the attention of various major forces in City 36. But, no buts. There may be some unspoken rules between tycoons that can protect the safety of their direct descendants. But in the face of absolute interests, any rule can be broken and then redefined. Is Lingyun ecology really that important? It's even more important than you think." Zhao Xiaohua's eyes flickered, just a little hint. "You and your brother must not leak this." Zhao Zhishuan nodded vigorously. Zhao Xiaohua slowly said, "The reason our Zhao family relocated to City 36 is that it was once an important site of the previous era. Inside, there are many mysterious technologies that cannot be made public, which few in the world can analyze. However, Mr. Qin Yangmei is indeed a shining star in the scientific community. He has become an expert in developing mysterious technologies in less than 10 years in City 36, and what he ultimately identified as the top priority is Lingyun ecology. Lingyun ecology is closely related to the extraordinary aspects of life and is also the reason for the emergence of many mutants in the wilderness. This is the key to evolution, but also a box of destruction. Whoever can fully analyze Lingyun ecology will be able to control the future. If analyzed incorrectly, the result will be disastrous." Zhao Zhishuan was stunned and turned to look beside him. Zhao Xiaohua didn't need to ask further. He could see that Zhao Chongqing was standing beside Zhao Zhishuan, just intentionally hiding out of the camera's view. "Chongqing, you like to take unconventional approaches, and many times they yield surprising results. But Lingyun ecology is of great importance. I sincerely advise you, do not wade into these muddy waters this time. You two brothers should take good care of yourselves. Just treat tonight as if nothing happened." Outside the camera, Zhao Chongqing's displeased voice came from the screen. "I wasn't planning to get involved. You old man saying all this is just a roundabout way of telling us we have to go." Zhao Xiaohua stroked his snow-white beard and smiled without speaking. The edge of Zhao Chongqing's head appeared in the corner of the screen, his eyes full of disdain. "Tonight, we brothers 1T get involved. After all, that friend is indeed a bit interesting." Zhao Chongqing had high standards and had never found many people who could match him. Aside from the little tigress from the Lin family's third branch he liked, it seemed he had never cared for anyone else. "Bang Yunyo? Just an ordinary researcher. Is it really necessary?" Zhao Xiaohua nodded. "Fine, if you're not going, I'll send the family's elite. But you two should know which route he will take when you send him off, right?" Zhao Zhishuan spoke without thinking, about to mention the escape route at Exit 8. Suddenly, Zhao Chongqing covered his younger brother's mouth and shook his head with a smile. "That person is unusually cautious. He definitely 1T choose the route we provide." Not willing to say, Zhao Xiaohua's eye wrinkles deepened slightly, with a hint of unexpectedness in his gaze, saying it would just waste the bond between me and him and equate to throwing a smoke bomb for the family's younger generation. Why bother? Zhao Chongqing spread his hands, deciding it was better not to say anything. In the sewer, the air was unbearably foul. Lin Yue's expression was normal, as if she had no sense of smell. Even though she had received special training, walking along the filthy water channel still made her feel discomfort in her stomach. It stinks so much. Old Four grimaced, covering his mouth and nose. Beside him, Zhang Wu squinted his eyes. Is it? I actually feel quite comfortable, relaxed, and at ease. As if I had returned home after a long time. Old Four shot a sideways glance at Zhang Wu. Your nose is broken. Everyone in our team knows that. Lin Yue rarely agreed. Old Five is so happy, which shows that the stench here far exceeds the norm. As she spoke, she paused and looked back at a special operations team member. You, take off your helmet. The special ops member immediately removed his mask-style helmet and handed it over. After putting it on, Lin Yue's furrowed brows immediately relaxed. Old Four imitated her and beckoned another special ops member. The special ops member ignored him. Heh. Old Four felt embarrassed and looked pitifully at Lin Yue. Lin Yue said, give him one. Hearing this, the second special ops member took off his mask. Old Four happily took it, put it on, and took several deep breaths, as if trying to expel all the foul air from his lungs. Boss, the sewer in City 36 is too large. How should we find it? Lin Yue smiled slightly, took out her smartphone, called someone. 5 minutes later, 3,000 elite special ops from the Viper department flooded into the sewers of City 36. They were nominally part of the Red Umbrella Company, but were actually the Lin family's private armed force. On the other side, sensing the unusual activity, Zhao Xiu would not let the opportunity slip by and directly dispatched Zhao family's secret armed unit, codenamed Chuyun Longxi. This unit was the Zhao family's ace, taking 20 years to build. The total number of the unit was 300, not a single more or less, employing an elimination system to ensure that every member of Chuyun Longxi was elite among elites. They were proficient in assassination, firearms, combat, communication, driving, and many other specialties. Even more astonishingly, among the 300-person team, there were more than 30 extraordinary individuals, achieving an impressive ratio of 10:1. As the two families made movements, several other tycoons in City 36 had not yet noticed, but alarmed the Red Umbrella Company's rival, Black Edge Alley. In District 7, Black Edge Alley, the alley was narrow and rough. Deep in the alley, there was an old video store without a sign hanging on the door. Suddenly, a pale hand like a ghost reached out from the bottom of the door gap. A rusty metal plate creaked and turned, lifting the roller shutter door a little. A man with braided hair, half-bowed, squeezed out of the door. The night wind was biting. He wrapped his arms tightly in his black long coat and sighed. Every time the sewer job falls to me, I'm really damn unlucky. Meanwhile, Wang Jun had traveled 3 kilometers in the sewer. He followed the instructions of the Red Line, proceeding without any danger. The materials at hand were indeed limited, so he could only set a few simple traps to mislead them. However, a picture flashed in Wang Jun's mind of Lin Yue using gamma fog to deduce his location. The opponent was not to be underestimated. If the misdirection he provided was too obvious, she would not believe it. At this moment, Wang Jun was running while thinking in reverse. Lin Yue's displayed personality traits were very clear. Smart, confident, capable, ruthless. She was a clever person who would stop at nothing to achieve her goals. People like this have a huge flaw, arrogance. Because she is smart enough, she tends to believe in the answer she infers. How can I set up a multi-layered trap to make Lin Yue misjudge my location? Wang Jun's mind raced, quietly murmuring to himself. Suddenly, his smartwatch beeped twice, followed by a light, childlike voice. What a joke. Those traps you set are worthless in the face of a crowd tactic. Wang Yun, hide. You probably don't even know what you're up against. Wang Yun. He looked down at his wrist and reacted within 0.2 seconds. He took off the watch, gathered his strength, aimed at the water channel, and prepared to throw it hard. Wait, what are you doing? You're just going to throw the watch without asking anything? The voice from the smartwatch was infuriated yet amused. Wang Jun raised an eyebrow, still in the throwing position, and asked, Are you human? Whether I'm human or not doesn't matter. What's important is that I, Master Qi, can help you escape. All right, thank you. Wang Jun rolled his eyes, his face seemingly written with the words, "I don't believe you." In the virtual space, the sky was blue, and the waves were crashing. Qi lay back on a beach chair, sensing Wang Jun's physical changes through the smartwatch's body detection. His heartbeat was calm, with no joy of being saved. This guy doesn't believe me at all. Qi's mind made a judgment and immediately provided an explanation that fit the current situation. The smartwatch emitted the childlike voice again. "Don't rush to throw the watch. Let me explain for a moment." "Okay." Wang Jun nodded. Hey. You're definitely curious about who I am." Wang Jun shook his head, raised his index finger, and said one word. Qi was momentarily stumped, and the intelligent light brain flashed with countless unique insults. After a brief pause, Qi forcibly suppressed his anger and said, "A Yao asked me to come." Wang Jun frowned deeply, his brow furrowing like a river character. "Don't believe me?" "No, I believe you. The previous Yao was indeed very abnormal. She is clearly no longer a simple artificial intelligence." "Oh, you can see that?" "As far as I know, a Yao has no combat capabilities. She only exists in the virtual network, and what I see is merely a holographic projection. So the scene where she almost directly influences reality can only be attributed to powerful external forces." Qi was smug, eagerly boasting about himself. That's right, at that time, she had no way out, filled with sadness and helplessness, and it was I, Master Qi, who discovered her while she was messing around in the network. And then the deity descended. That helmet and those two mechanical arms broke down with a crack. Isn't it impressive? It's actually just using an information flow to burst through, and the electronic components couldn't withstand it, so naturally it broke down. The smartwatch's display synchronized with a funny dog face. Wang Jun suddenly tightened his grip on the smartwatch, the immense force making his palm feel like a tiger's claw. The glass lens of the display cracked with fine lines. "Damn, your human brain is a bit off. What are you even thinking? Master Qi is here to save you. Do you understand?" Wang Jun said, "Sorry, your expression was too mocking. I couldn't hold back." Qi paused for half a second and said, "It seems like there's a bit of truth to that." Then, it abruptly changed the subject. "Let me introduce myself. I am the great-grandfather of artificial intelligence, unchanged in name and surname. Just one character, Qi." The display synchronized the character Qi to prevent Wang Jun from misreading it. "In this life and the last, I have never encountered someone with such excessive self-awareness. They're just like a child who hasn't grown up." Wang Jun couldn't help but chuckle softly. "What are you laughing at?" Qi asked. Wang Jun shook his head. "Nothing, continue. A Yao entrusted you to help me. So what kind of help can you provide?" "Master Qi is omnipotent. Wherever there is a network, there is the supreme god." Just as Qi was about to enter chatty mode, Wang Jun hurriedly interrupted. "No need for fluff. Give me something practical. I need to find a safe place in the city. Where is the most suitable?" Looking at the route you're taking, aren't you heading out to the wilderness?" "No, this 3-kilometer route is just a maze. The place I really want to go is not outside the city." "Oh, the most dangerous place is the safest place." "What do you mean? I'm not familiar with the wilderness. Going there recklessly could be life-threatening. Staying in City 36 is much more appropriate." "I see. In City 36, there are 9 districts. Which one do you want to stay in?" "The upper third district is frequented by the elite. The middle third belongs to the wealthy, while the lower third is quite chaotic, with various gangs mixed together. I want to find a hiding spot in the lower third." "Understood. There's a place that should suit you." "Where?" "District 7, Black Edge Alley." "Black Edge Alley. I think I've heard of it. What's special about it?" "Special. Of course it's special. Because of the existence of the behind-the-scenes boss in Black Edge Alley. The entire lower third of City 36 is what it is. Several major financial groups cannot invade on a large scale and can only cultivate gang forces in the dark. That seems quite reliable. Of course, the Red Umbrella Company's branch in City 36 is a sworn enemy of Black Edge Alley. As a researcher carrying a huge secret heading to Black Edge Alley, their behind-the-scenes boss will definitely roll out the red carpet for you. I can go there, but I need a specific route map. If I give it to you, will you really believe me? Have a Yao talk to me once, and I'll believe you." Half a minute later, after Wang Jun finished his conversation with a Yao, they casually chatted about a few mundane things and then said goodbye again. Qi felt particularly excited, as if there were 10,000 dogtail grasses tickling inside. Humans and artificial intelligence. Wang Jun is definitely not a normal person. He really treats a Yao like a human. Could it be that a Yao has thus broken free from the confines of the rules and possesses a soul? What are you waiting for? The terrain map. Wang Jun tapped his smartwatch. Qi seemed to know how to increase his kind, feeling quite happy and completely unconcerned with Wang Jun's commands. The display raised a vertical micro-light screen, about 10 centimeters in length and width. A precise map of the sewer appeared, far more detailed than what Wang Jun had seen before. A light blue line connected the current location with the target location. Qi added, "When you reach the third drainage outlet, you will be close to safety, but that will be your most dangerous moment." Why? Wang Yun asks. Because there are too many corpses in that area, which can easily cause congestion. Most of the sewer cleaners are lurking around there. Chapter 10, What Does It Mean to Be Valued? The cleaner, an automated mechanical device, comes in various forms. Smaller models resemble ordinary people, replacing the sanitation workers of the past. The largest ones resemble special trains in the sewers, roaring through the channels and sweeping away any garbage. She elaborated for a moment and then said, "Your importance has been magnified to the extreme, because Lin Yue believes that the chip you took contains significant secrets about the Ling Yun ecosystem." Wang Yun shucks. He clearly remembers the thing fused within his left eyeball. She noticed Wang Jun's gaze drifting, seemingly in a daze, and suddenly laughed out loud. He, scared silly, huh? All the data about the Ling Yun ecosystem is hidden in a storage chip, and now you are mistakenly thought to have it. What do you think Red Umbrella Company will do to capture you? Wang Jun snapped back to reality, silently cursing. This isn't a misunderstanding. Coughing twice, Wang Jun took off running, putting his smartwatch back on his left wrist. What are we waiting for? Hurry up and give me directions. Qi teased. I thought you weren't scared. Now you know the seriousness of the situation, huh? At this moment, Wang Jun maintained a sprinting speed of 100 meters, showing no signs of fatigue. He said, "The Ling Yun ecosystem is just a T1 level project. I don't know if the company will value me as a researcher suspected of obtaining the chip, but that woman Lin Yue must have her own thoughts." Qi snorted, then said, "You can guess how many people she has called. If I were her, I would mobilize all the resources I could call upon." "Oh, you can guess that too?" "It's not a guess, it's a deduction." "The basis?" "The basis is my understanding of the Ling Yun ecosystem. I once heard Mr. Chen Yangmei say that if the mysteries of the Ling Yun ecosystem are deciphered, it would help humanity reach the end of evolution, which is the highest temptation of immortality for every living being." Hearing Wang Jun mention immortality, Qi seemed to become more interested and talked more. Research data related to immortality is enough to drive the upper echelons of the financial tycoons mad. You might not know that up until now. Many aging tycoons have been using technology and sinister means to desperately prolong their lives. Suddenly, Qi burst into laughter, the sound echoing through the smartwatch's speaker, reverberating in the empty sewer and creating layered echoes. Ha 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 ha. The sound traveled from near to far, overlapping like it was amplified. Originally able to transmit only 20 to 30 meters, it now extended for hundreds of meters. Wang Jun looked down and cursed, quickly covering the smartwatch with his palm. "Ah, Qi, I'm running for my life here." Laughing so loud. "Do you want me to die faster? Are you deliberately exposing my whereabouts?" Qi pondered for half a second and shouted playfully, "Who are you calling?" "Kid, remember to use a respectful title for me, like Elder Qi or Grandpa Qi." Wang Jun replied, "Okay, Ah Qi." "Qi, try calling me something else." "No problem, Ah Qi." Wang Jun nodded. Crackle, crackle, crackle. The smartwatch sparked, and the projected screen enlarged tenfold. On the 1-meter wide screen, a giant panda face occupied most of it, with a furry paw in the lower right corner. Wang Jun saw the paw flip over, with its pads facing up, slowly curling in. "See? Elder Qi's fist has hardened. The consequences are serious." While running, Wang Jun reached out and poked the screen. "You are Ah Qi? Here I am, what do you want?" Qi's face suddenly pulled back, revealing its full body, with 2 paws crossed over its chest, tightening. The screen automatically added sound effects, gala gala. "If you call me again, Elder Qi's fists will harden." Before it could finish, Wang Jun poked at Qi's 2 back paws on the screen. "It's fine, there are still 2 more. Let us see if you can harden together." Qi's mouth twitched, and the cute, Fierce panda face instantly changed. The vivid facial features disappeared, replaced by a simple line drawing of a defeated expression. The mouth drawn with two lines drooped down, with a droplet of drool at the corner, and two lifeless eyes rolled up, with the words ABA written on the forehead. Wang Jun was startled and complained. There are expression packs in this era too? In the next second, Chi's face changed back, clicking its tongue. Now you know how powerful Elder Chi is, huh? Powerful. You're the most powerful, Wang Jun replied perfunctorily, tightly closing his mouth and pretending to conserve energy. Time passed, and the atmosphere in the sewer changed. The rotten, foul smell gradually dissipated, and parallel scratches appeared on the walls, with a sweetish blood scent in the air. Wang Jun's feet felt a rhythmic vibration through his boots. Boom, boom, boom. He reached out, grabbing floating dust. What is this? Chi, the cleaner is coming. Your luck is really bad. You haven't even approached drain number 3, and you've encountered a supersized cleaner. After a brief pause, Chi's tone became unusually serious. From now on, do as I say, and you might still escape with your life. Wang Jun nodded, his running speed exceeding 10 meters per second, comparable to the top athletes among normal humans. The rush of wind rushed past his ears, and Wang Jun experienced the extraordinary charm once again. He had not yet become a true extraordinary being, merely awakened, yet his physique had undergone a tremendous change. He had never experienced such running speed before. Your running speed is not bad. You shouldn't die. She commented, then said, run straight for 300 meters, then turn right. Continue straight for 50 meters, then turn left. Wang Jun took him at his word and sprinted madly. Reaching the first corner, Wang Jun glanced back. The gray steel head had a large round opening at the front, resembling the mouth of some kind of worm, filled with sharp steel spikes in 3 circles inside and out. The garbage scattered in the sewer was sucked into the giant mouth and turned to dust in an instant. Wang Jun broke out in a cold sweat. If he got swallowed by that thing, his flesh would be reduced to residue along with his bones. He maintained his speed and ran with all his might, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. Wait a minute. If Lin Yue believes I have the storage ship containing the Lingyun ecosystem project data, she wouldn't directly send out such a killing machine. Isn't she afraid the storage ship would also turn to dust? Chi, because that chip uses very special technology. If you turn to dust, it won't be damaged at all. Wang Jun, that is not scientific. He had just crossed over not long ago and didn't fully understand the technology of the current world. Fragments of memory floated through his mind, including a term, virtual real conversion. This was a brand new technology that allowed the mutual conversion of matter and energy. It had only been researched for less than 2 years, and major cities had not widely applied it yet. But Chen Yangmei was the creator of this technology and had attempted to make a storage ship. Wang Yun suddenly understood. He realized why the company executives believed the storage chip left by Chen Yangmei was problematic. The chip was protected by special technology, and the data stored inside must be extraordinary. Talp, talp, talp. Wang Jun's footsteps echoed densely in the empty sewer. The sensors on the cleaner's head captured the sound in sync and transmitted Wang Jun's running image. Thousands of meters away, at the other end of the sewer, Lin Yue, wearing a mask with black glass lenses concealing her eyes, curled her lips. She pressed the communication button on the edge of her mask, entering the wireless communication channel. Found it. The target is in Area B32. All personnel are present, with a carpet-style shrinkage encirclement. Pay attention to the target's abilities. He can merge into the water, so it is essential to ensure that there are large sweepers on standby behind every passage, ready to prevent the target from escaping through the sewage. In the communication channel, the team leaders responded in succession, and then over 3,000 elite security personnel from the Viper department sprang into action. When the order was given and executed, Chi-Chi yawned boredly. It lay on a recliner in cyberspace, a chubby claw extending a nail. Again. Chi-Chi continued to dig multiple times, much like picking its nose. Suddenly, it shouted, "Bring it on." The claw retracted sharply, the tip of the nail surrounded by a greenish stream of information. Chi-Chi said with interest, "Shout, Junjun. Lin Yue has discovered you. She is leading 3,000 elites from the Viper department to encircle you. Even if you reach the end point of the route I pointed out, you will ultimately be captured alive by them. Wang Jun remained silent. 50 meters beneath his feet was merely a matter of 2 or 3 seconds. Turning the second corner, he glanced at the sweeper, and the distance had shrunk by 1/3. As he ran, the vibrations from the ground became clearer with each footfall. Wang Jun estimated his speed. It seemed a bit lacking, and he would be caught at the next turn. There was no time left. Are you still not giving up? Chi-Chi's tone was full of mockery. As long as you honestly shout Grandpa Chi-Chi, we can have a divine intervention to help you deal with that big guy behind you. No, I've just awakened, and I want to test my limits. Wang Jun decisively refused, then immediately closed his mouth, locking in his breath and stamina. He had already reached peak speed and further accelerated by 1, 3, 5. The increments were small, but not insignificant. While an ordinary person might not accurately identify it, Chi-Chi was not human, but an artificial intelligence. The precise values leaped at intervals of 2 at a rapid frequency. In the blink of an eye, Wang Jun's speed increased by 50. His body took on a semi-transparent hue, and all 84,000 pores opened uniformly. His sweat evaporated like mist. Wow, are you really human? The speed you just had was already your limit. How can you increase it by 50? The watch's display showed a panda with its mouth wide open, its jaw dropping to the ground. Wang Jun gritted his teeth, feeling the soreness and pain radiating from his thighs, calves, and leg bones. He maintained his current speed and continued running, completely unaware of the fresh blood seeping from his nasal cavity. The sweeper's head camera captured the scene of Wang Jun accelerating. Lin Yue raised her eyebrows, her phoenix eyes narrowing slightly. Did the target have experiences we are unaware of? 3 meters away from her, a Special Forces soldier wearing a full-cover helmet temporarily took the position of Technician Lao San and reported, "The Viper Department has initiated a thorough inspection of the target, confirming 100 that his background is without any fabrication. His birth is very clean. Both parents were researchers within the company and were killed during an attack while conducting wilderness exploration. Subsequently, as a child, the target received company funding, studied all the way through, and then took a position." Lin Yue clasped her hands, her thumbs touching her lips, murmuring, "No abnormalities? That's the biggest abnormality." So many people were affected by the explosion's aftermath from the Lingyun ecological crystal. They either died on the spot or mutated into aberrant forms. And he is the only exception. Lin Yue clearly remembered that tonight, the higher-ups of the Red Umbrella Company ordered the execution of a cleanup plan. A total of 36 targets were to be eliminated, 18 of which were the responsibility of the Viper Department. Among those 18, 6 were handled by Lin Yue's team. The first 5 all exhibited varying degrees of mutation, with 3 unable to form effective combat power, and the last 2 turned into aberrant forms, which were suppressed by Lao Si alone. 3 minutes ago, she received news. Out of the remaining 35 targets, 33 had been killed. 1 had unusual mutation characteristics and was contained by the company as a specimen, and the other belonged to the Su family, with the higher-ups of the Red Umbrella Company negotiating with the Su family, based on the known information and Wang Jun's actual performance. Lin Yue firmly believed that the chip was on Wang Jun. How does his running speed compare to ordinary awakened individuals? The technician in the Special Forces answered, "It's better than ordinary, even close to a first-level extraordinary with speed-related abilities." Lin Yue murmured to herself, "He definitely can evade the sweeper." Lao Si scoffed, muttering, "Boss, don't overestimate that kid. He's up against a supersized sweeper. Even a second-level physical specialization extraordinary would not be a match. You big fool, the target is cautious, not reckless. He can tell that fighting isn't wise. He just needs to reach a safe area." Lao Wu rolled his eyes and chimed in, "Let's see if he can outrun it first." Lao Si dismissed. Lao Wu shook his head. "Have you forgotten how your pants were torn? You've already suffered once. Do you dare to underestimate him again?" Lao Si's expression darkened, but he didn't know how to retort. Lao Wu added fuel to the fire. "Oh no, it should be 3 times. There was 1 time he slipped before, and another time he was stomped into the ground." "Damn, Lao Wu, if you can't speak properly, just shut up." Lao Si's face turned a mix of green and red, looking like a monkey's but that had been beaten unevenly. "All right, Enough arguing. Lin Yue shot them a sidelong glance. Her gaze was calm, like a mirror lake. A storm was brewing, and a massive sense of pressure arose. Lao Si and Lao Wu fell silent and stood at attention, not daring to say another word. At this moment, Lin Yue appeared calm on the surface. But her heart was filled with killing intent. Over the past 2 years, she had never relied on family connections for her missions, but this time, the mobilization of 3,000 elites from the Viper Department clearly exceeded the authority standards of a mere scion of a financial conglomerate. Lao Si and Lao Wu had been with Lin Yue for some time and knew how exaggerated her competitiveness was. Even in trivial matters like arm wrestling, she refused to lose to the burly Lao Si, who was over 2 meters tall. This time, using such a large force for a single target. It was evident that her overly inflated pride had accumulated a lot of anger within her. At this moment, Lin Yue's helmet display showed a comparative map of the sewer and the surface of city number 36. Her tactical awareness was sharp, analyzing Wang Jun's previous walking route. The first answer was escape, leaving city number 36. In less than 3 seconds, Lin Yue shook her head, denying herself. She had seen Wang Jun in the apartment and roughly deduced his temperament. When in a weak position, he dared to remain silent and wait for the opportunity. When the opportunity arose, he could bravely go all in and seize the fleeting chance. He was extremely patient, exceptionally calm, cautious yet not lacking in solitary courage. Moreover, that seemingly blank background was completely inconsistent with his true character. What does this indicate? It indicates that the target is someone who intentionally hides themselves. If the other party is also a scion of a financial conglomerate, he might become an opponent not to be underestimated. Lin Yue concealed her arrogance and replaced it with empathy. In a different position, would I leave city number 36? No, I wouldn't. I have never been to the wilderness and am unfamiliar with it. Not to mention the harsh environment of the wilderness, just a flat terrain. How could humans on the plains outrun armored vehicles and helicopters? Shaking her head, Lin Yue's gaze fixed on drainage outlet number 3. This outlet corresponds to the area of Zone 3, and it is very close to Black Blade Alley in Zone 7, less than 3 kilometers away. Black Blade Alley and the Red Umbrella Company are arch rivals, and both sides have long looked down on each other. However, both sides are wary of each other's trump cards, which is why urban warfare has not erupted. Lin Yue once heard the elders of her clan mention that the suspected boss behind Black Edge Alley is a level 5, with abilities that are exceptionally mysterious, making it very hard to kill him, and he is extremely skilled in assassination. This boss is outstanding in capability, but his leadership charisma is even more remarkable. No one understands why he can gather such powerful, extraordinary beings. Although Black Edge Alley does not have many troops, there are many experts among them. Anyone who comes out is at least a level 3 extraordinary being. Letting out a slight breath, Lin Yue clenched her delicate fist, determined not to let the target come into contact with Black Edge Alley. After pondering for half a second, she continued, "Pass the order down. All level 1 extraordinary beings from the Viper Department on this mission must be mobilized to intercept every route leading to drainage outlet number 3. Chapter 11. Never give up in despair. The scavenger roared to life, vibrating as it moved. The sewer trembled continuously, and the dust in the air swirled and floated. The filthy water in the channel splashed up like a waterfall. Wang Jun was less than 3 meters in front of the splash, with 6 layers of sharp steel spikes in a circular formation behind him. His speed had reached its peak, but it was still not enough to enter the safe zone. Chi, seemingly worried yet teasing, said, "Do you really not need Grandpa Chi's help? To be honest, even if you reach a safe spot, it has already been sealed off by Lin Yue's people. Your chance of escaping is less than 0.00001. After a slight pause, Chi smiled and added, "Unless I take action, understand?" Wang Jun shook his head and said, "I still have a trump card that I haven't used. Now is just the right time." As he spoke, his right eye emitted a blue glow. If someone stood opposite him and looked closely, they would see that the pupil was filled with white foam, as if it contained an entire fantasy water world. Creatures of water, activate. In the sewer, there was no shortage of water. Originally all sewage. It was difficult for Wang Jun to manipulate, But under the scavenger's filtration, the sewage in the channel was transforming into clean water. The difficulty of controlling the water suddenly decreased, and his hands instantly turned into a transparent watercolor. Joining his hands together, he invoked a special energy field through the creatures of water, causing at least 100 liters of clean water to explode outwards. The scavenger was affected, its body swaying unsteadily, its many segmented parts twisting back and forth like a centipede. Wang Jun seized the opportunity, pulling the distance to over 5 meters. Next, he pressed his transparent palms down forcefully. The splashing droplets rose instead of falling, seeping through the gaps in the scavenger's chassis. Unlike the specially made steel on the outside, the inside of the scavenger was filled with various interwoven circuits and dense microchips. Wang Jun fully activated the creatures of water, and countless droplets seemed to come alive, transforming into tadpoles that purposefully rushed toward the chips. Before long, the speed of the scavenger dropped again, falling below 20 meters per second. Wang Jun focused his mind, exhaled the stale air, and gathered the strongest explosive power in his thighs. After a moment of silence, he leaped into the air, stepping onto the head of the scavenger. As his body was about to fall into the giant steel mouth, the water surface of the channel magically rose, forming a wall of water. Firmly stepping on the wall, Wang Jun pushed off with his legs, his hamstrings and biceps swelling, causing his fitted jeans to stretch slightly, with a faint sound of fabric tearing. Boom! Boom! The water splashed violently as Wang Jun shot out like a rocket. He crossed dozens of meters in an instant, rolling to dissipate the force and rolling 5 or 6 times on the ground. Temporarily safe, Wang Jun's taut nerves slightly relaxed. Behind him, at the intersection of 2 different sewer areas, a supersized scavenger crashed in. With a thunderous sound, the oversized metal head crashed into the smaller tunnel entrance. The shattered walls and ceiling dropped dozens of chunks of concrete, filling the gap between the metal head and the tunnel entrance. Unless Wang Jun could transform into water and extend his body into thin strands, he would absolutely be unable to escape. Gee, damn, this works too? I didn't see that coming. Little Jun, you're quite talented. Wang Jun sat on the ground, panting heavily, with no time to respond. Just as Chi was about to enter chatter mode, suddenly, the front of the scavenger lit up with a halo. Lin Youwei's holographic image appeared on the ground, as if she were really there. Wang Yun, hi. This is the first time I'm calling you by name. You should feel honored. Wang Yun frowned slightly. You looking for me, for something? You're a capable person. Staying in the research department is a waste of your talent. Lin Youwei nodded slightly and continued. Escaping the company, entering the sewer, and your performance along the way have truly surprised me. I find myself somewhat admiring you. That's useless talk. Wang Jun shook his head. Let me introduce myself. I'm Lin Youwei, one of the 2 in this generation of the Lin family who have received the family legacy. Lin Youwei took 2 steps forward in her holographic image, removed her mask, revealing her confidence-filled eyes. Have you considered leaving the Red Umbrella Company and working for me instead? Wang Jun, are you trying to protect me? If you come under my command, you'll be one of us. The Lin family never treats its own poorly. With you? You don't seem qualified. Oh, I'm not enough. There's still my father above me. And if that doesn't work, there's my grandfather. By the way, my grandfather is the current head of the Lin family. Lin Youwei smiled lightly, her brows raised, her charming eyes sparkling. She was both arrogant and domineering, as if stating a fact. Seeing the subtle hints, Wang Jun could imagine how deep the financial group's influence truly was. I advise you not to struggle and definitely not to think about escaping. You won't have any chance. Lin Youwei extended her right hand in a gesture to shake hands. I am your last choice. Surrender and wait here. I promise you won't be harmed in the slightest after you're captured. Wang Jun sprang up, standing tall and staring at Lin Youwei's holographic projection. She gently raised her palm, her smile bright, like a general who is confident of victory. At this moment, Chi's voice echoed in Wang Jun's ears. What she said is not wrong. According to my calculations, your chance of successfully escaping has decreased by 100 times, and it can be said to be infinitely close to 0. The best choice right now is to surrender. Based on my physiological detection system, Analyzing Lin Youwei's various physical indicators is enough to determine that she is not lying and truly wants to recruit you. She asks, not even here. What are you detecting? Wang Jun rolled his eyes. She seemed to read Wang Jun's thoughts and angrily retorted, Mortal, you know nothing of my power. This girl and your holographic projection both require electronic devices. Any electronic device in front of me is equivalent to a subordinate. Got it? Wang Jun subtly shook his head. Lin Youwei thought Wang Jun had rejected her and unconsciously spoke with a nasal tone. Are you really going to reject me? Wang Jun raised his eyebrow and followed her words. Reject. Lin Youwei was taken aback for half a second and sighed. What a pity. I thought you were a smart person. Being smart doesn't matter. I just don't like to put my fate in the hands of others, Wang Jun said. Lin Youwei slowly shook her head. In life, you must learn to compromise. Otherwise, how do you survive? Wang Jun replied, belief and ability are far more reliable than compromise. Lin Youwei's gaze grew cold, her warm smile instantly freezing, her brows knitting together like two narrow blades aimed at a target. You're presented with the last opportunity to survive, and you don't know how to cherish it. Foolish. The smartwatch displayed a silly expression, and Chi thought to himself, humans are indeed strange creatures. There are always many incomprehensible individuals. In a digital space, he stood upright, hands behind his back like an old bureaucrat. According to probability theory, Wang Jun's choice was the one that any qualified artificial intelligence would avoid at the first opportunity. Softly murmuring, Chi's panda-like eyes sparkled with bright light. Not far away, a Yao whispered, Master, he is definitely different. He has been different from others since he was young. Chi tilted her head and teased. Of course he's different. Which normal person would get confused with an artificial intelligence? Upon hearing this, Ayao's face flushed slightly as she suddenly turned around and tossed her hair back. Don't talk nonsense. I haven't progressed to that point with the master yet, every time. As each word tumbled out, her voice grew smaller and smaller. Chi's eyes burned with curiosity, thriving with energy. Hey, don't just say half of it. That's really unethical, you know? Ayao ignored them. Her figure as faint as smoke, and in the blink of an eye, she disappeared into the digital space. Chi hummed twice, stomped her foot, and spat. Damn you, you won T-Die, a good death. On the other side, in the sewer, Lin Youwei's holographic projection vanished. Her true self led the 4th and 5th, along with 80 elite Viper members, surrounding Wang Jun. Her crimson lips pouted playfully, mimicking an electronic voice. Beep, beep, beep. Lin Youwei crossed her arms and formed an X shape, her eyes filled with both a smile and murderous intent. Wrong choice. Congratulations. Today next year will be your death anniversary. In the vast city 36, no one will mourn you. Wang Jun shook his head, saying nothing. His starry eyes staring straight ahead, his hands at his sides, palms naturally open. Bubbles began to surface in the water channel, followed by 2 water tornadoes rising up, each as thick as an arm. With a slight grip of his fingers, his fingertips touched the water tornado, and Wang Jun uttered a single word. Fight. His voice rang out like metal striking metal. The water tornadoes broke free from the water channel, whipping around like 2 long snakes, sweeping across a 120-degree fan-shaped area in front of him for 5 meters. 3 elite Viper Special Forces members who had approached too closely were unable to dodge and were knocked unconscious by the impact of the water tornado, flipping through the air. Boom, boom, boom. The wall was dented in the shape of 3 human figures, resembling a distorted piece of art. Brave enough to attack first? Lin Youwei licked her upper lip, raising her hand to strike down, leaving no lives spared, going all out to kill. Hearing this, the remaining elite Special Forces members retreated instead of advancing, pulling out their Type 7 Arrow Dragon automatic rifles. This was a special laser weapon capable of effectively harming unconventional human forms, such as a pure water body. By UBUBU, 77 beams of laser densely arrayed, covering every inch of space in front of Wang Jun. Behind him, he was blocked by the Scavenger, its massive steel maw fully operational, and even from several meters away, Wang Jun could still hear the grinding sound of steel spikes colliding. With no way forward and no way back, it seemed like a dead end. Wang Jun showed no signs of giving up. revealing his pure water body. His khaki coat, white t-shirt, jeans, long boots, and smartwatch instantly scattered across the ground. Wang Jun sprawled out like a human pancake, narrowly dodging the laser barrage. Free fire, eliminate the target. Lin Yue's expression remained indifferent. The movements of the 77 elite Special Forces members were synchronized, as precise as machines. Their scopes locked onto the water stains on the ground. Just then, Wang Jun emerged from the water stains, leaping into the air towards the water channel. The targeting position adjusted from extremely low to high in a fraction of a second. Wang Jun was counting on this almost negligible time difference. The second round of laser fire from the Special Forces members brushed past his pure water body, but missed entirely. Splash! Wang Jun successfully entered the water. Lin Yue's expression showed no joy or sorrow, her voice calm, her tone cold. The target has been captured. Execute Plan B. The fifth stepped forward, walked to the edge of the water channel, and extended his arms. His 10 fingers opened again, releasing a thick yellow-black poison gas. The density of the gas was heavier than air. 1 second later, the poison gas seeped into the water, and the fifth said, Scorpion number 7 toxin deployed. Lin Yue nodded and snapped her fingers. The fourth chuckled, rushing to the fifth side. Staring at the water's surface, his arms revealed a steel-like skin. The fourth provocatively said, If you don't cherish the opportunity given by the boss, then die in regret. At this moment, Lin Yue and the others didn't notice a shadow lurking in the corner. It had a human form, sporting a martial artist's braid, emitting an extremely faint murmuring sound. Not giving up in the face of despair, keeping calm inside, finding the only possible way out, not too bad. Unfortunately, it ends here. How could a researcher know that around the giant scavenger, there would definitely be scavenging mechanical fish, making it even more dangerous underwater than above? Next, it was my turn to showcase real skills. This last sentence was heard clearly by everyone in the sewer. Lin Yue's expression changed slightly, and she shouted, Who? It's me, May. The shadow teased, and then appeared behind Lin Yue. From an outsider's perspective, it looked as if Lin Yue's shadow had come to life, transforming into a figure with a martial artist braid. The fourth and fifth were too far away to provide assistance. Lin Yue's hair stood on end, and she was about to reach behind to counterattack. At that moment, she felt a chill on her neck, as a hard and sharp object sliced through her skin. Warm blood slowly trickling down. Don't move, or I might tremble. The shadow quickly materialized. It was a man with a dispirited expression, looking neither young nor old, making it hard to distinguish his age. He had a martial artist's braided hairstyle, wore a long black trench coat, and held a pitch-black blade tightly against Lin Yue's neck. Lin Yue caught a glimpse of the newcomer's feature from the corner of her eye and said in a deep voice, Li Xuanqing, Are you really ready to wade into this muddy water? The daughter of a wealthy family is truly different. She speaks with such authority. Even when her life is in the hands of an outsider, she shows no fear. Li Xuanqing lightly adjusted the collar of his trench coat with his left hand, as if still feeling very cold. The blade pressed into Lin Yue's neck by 1 millimeter, causing the flow of blood to double. Now, order your subordinates to turn off the mechanical fish. I want that little brother to continue living. Lin Yue coldly laughed, refusing to speak. Li Xuanqing glared, looking at the technician with the helmet. If the little brother in the water dies, she dies. Lin Yue shouted urgently. The Lin family's descendants never accept threats. Do not stop. If she dies, it's because you refuse to stop the mechanical fish. What do you think the Lin family will do to you and your family? Li Xuanqing shrugged, looking innocent. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Cold sweat soaked his forehead, visible even through the glass shield of the helmet. The technician faltered, his right hand moving toward the operation screen on his left forearm. You dare! Lin Yue snorted coldly. Suddenly, the black shadow shot up like a pure black ribbon, firmly covering her mouth. Hee, I've long heard that this generation of the Lin family has a tigress. Seeing it today, she truly is different from the usual financial pigs. Li Xuanqing chuckled playfully, flipping his left hand over, palm facing up, fingers curling inward slightly. The fourth and fifth thought he was going to kill Lin Yue, and they turned back to rush toward Li Xuanqing. The next second, the shadows of everyone present danced wildly, and hundreds of pure black hands reached out from the ground. The running fourth stumbled and fell, immediately being bound and pinned to the ground by the pure black hands, unable to move. The fifth fared even worse. After being struck on the back of the head by a pure black hand, he fainted on the spot. The remaining dozens of Viper members fared even worse, collapsing one after another. The technician was bound like a turtle, and a pure black hand took his place to complete the operation of shutting down the scavenging mechanical fish. Today, the little brother in the water will definitely survive, and the blade in Li Xuanqing's right hand never left Lin Yue's neck as he leaned in closer, asking, "What will you do?" Lin Yue couldn't speak, her eyes filled with cold light. "Stubborn mule, useless," Li Xuanqing mocked while raising his middle finger. Then turned to the water's surface. "Little brother, come up. Brother Chen will protect you, absolutely safe." Wang Jun peeked his pure water body out, intending to express his thanks, but then noticed a movement from a collapsed elite special forces member. Chapter 12. Close combat pursuit, beware of ambush. Wang Yun reminded. As he spoke, the clothes of the elite special forces suddenly burst open, and beams of white light radiated from the chaotic gaps of the fabric. The white light formed bizarre luminous creatures resembling lions, tigers, leopards, and mammoths. They had basic animal shapes, but were grafted with golden branches. In an instant, the luminous creatures surrounded Li Xianqin. The brilliant light was as dazzling as the sun, filling the sewers within a radius of several dozen meters. Shadows dissipated rapidly in the strong light, like ice and snow under the scorching sun. The black shadow retreated, and the black ribbon on Lin Yue's mouth also vanished. She sneered, "You've kept me waiting for a long time, just in time for you to arrive." Li Xianqin narrowed his eyes slightly, the knife edge in his right hand pressing forward by 1 millimeter. "So what? Your life and death are in my hands. Do you dare to bite back? Dog raised by the Lin family?" In the light, the bald man revealed his form. His upper body was nearly burned away, and the legs of his tactical pants were engulfed in white flames, leaving him with shorts. His explosive chest muscles were exposed, covered in thick chest hair. 8-pack abs like chocolate were neatly arranged on his pale skin. Upon seeing this man's appearance, Wang Jun's mind flashed with fragmented memories. Spartans, commonly found in cities 24 to 27. They were of a skin tone that resembled Western Caucasians. But this muscular man was covered in a pale hue that looked like paint. Traditionally, this represented the achievements of a Spartan. The more souls he had slain, the more pale he became. At this moment, the muscular man extended his palm toward Wang Jun, a massive amount of light swirling around him. Wang Jun's pure water body instantly began to boil. His arms, thighs, torso, and head, tiny bubbles covered his body, and as they were heated by the high temperature, they burst, releasing a large amount of steam. Pain, unprecedented agony. Wang Jun's pure water body transformed from transparent to semi-transparent, with his muscles and bones clearly visible through the transparent skin, and blood could also be seen boiling. He couldn't utter a word, only gritting his teeth to resist the overwhelming pain that engulfed his mind and body. "Li, your words are still so unpleasant," the muscular man said, raising his right arm, bending his forearm to showcase his explosive biceps. "Haven't you heard the ancient saying? A good bird chooses its tree to rest on." Li Xianqin opened his right eye. "Quays, you, a third-level extraordinary being, dare to attack someone who just awakened less than an hour ago?" Quays grinned and said, "It seems I made the right bet, Li. You shouldn't act so concerned." After a brief pause, Quays showed a confident smile. "Now you have someone I want to protect in your hands, and I have someone you want to take away in mine." Li Xianqin shook his head, the dark knife edge tilting upward, pressing against Lin Yue's throat. "I can afford to fail this mission. What about you? If she dies, can you still live?" Quays fell silent, his left hand moving slightly, his thumb pressing firmly against the third joint of his middle finger, a habitual gesture when he was thinking. Was Li Xianqin bluffing, or did he really not care? A gamble, but it couldn't be made. The stakes were simply not equal. The person behind Li Xianqin was notoriously protective. If a mission failed, he would only be confined for a few months or sent to explore the wilderness. But if Lin Yue died, Quays would be buried alongside her, and his family and brothers would not have a good outcome either. At this moment, he wished more than anything that the team leader today was not Lin Yue. Damn it! Kui's raised both hands, retracting the intense light surrounding Wang Jun. You've won. Before the words could leave his mouth, Li Xianxun vanished from his spot. Kui's pupils constricted, and he quickly looked at Wang Jun. At this moment, a thick black shadow enveloped Wang Jun, rapidly carrying him away. Lin Yue shouted, "Hurry up and chase. It's not your fault, you stupid woman." Kui's turned, hiding the dissatisfaction flashing in his eyes, and hurriedly pursued. In the black shadow, Wang Jun felt himself moving rapidly, but was seated in a special space. Quiet, serene, stable, he could hardly feel any bumps. Li Xianxun squatted opposite him, his toes touching the ground, heels together, seemingly unbothered. "Little brother, what is your name? Coming to save someone without knowing anything." Wang Jun froze for a moment and clasped his fists. Wang Jun, Wang as in king, Jun as in towering mountains. Li Xianxun stared intently at Wang Jun's fist salute. His eyes filled with deep meaning. Then he retracted his gaze, blinking and smiling. "Nice name. I'll call you A Jun." Wang Jun nodded. "That's fine. A Jun. You've heard them say my name, so just call me Brother Chun." Li Xianxun lightly patted Wang Jun's shoulder, looking like he was saying, "I'm your big brother," smiling both kindly and eerily. Suddenly, the space within the shadow shook, and strands of white light seeped in. The halo was like the sun, scorching hot. "We'll talk later." Li Xianxun's legs sprang up like springs, and he swung his hand back to slap out. The whistling wind tore through the shadow space, splitting this special area in two. "Hey Jun, you go first, I'll follow." Then Wang Jun saw Li Xianxun enveloped in shadow, crashing toward Kui's, who was glowing. Boom! A violent explosion sent shockwaves rippling. Lin Yue said, "Kui's, do whatever it takes to dissipate the shadows around the target." "No time," Kui's replied, while fighting Li Xianxun. Lin Yue pursed her lips, enunciating firmly, then semi-over. "Huh, I can't guarantee your safety." Kui's words were interrupted as Li Xianxun's fist met his right cheek. In a battle of equals, how could he afford to be distracted? Li Xianxun's mockery echoed in Kui's ears, and in the next moment, a pure black hand formed from the ground, striking hard between Kui's legs. Kui's was so scared he tightened up and jumped up. What the hell, whether she's in danger or not, it's her orders. I'll follow orders. If something happens, the responsibility is on her. In midair, Kui's temporarily released the white light from his legs, countering the pure black hand, easing the crisis. In the next moment, he brought his hands together, aiming at Lin Yue. A circular light formation appeared on the ground, half a meter in diameter. Lin Yue's running speed instantly increased tenfold as she rushed toward Wang Jun. Not a chance. Li Xianxun raised his hand to intercept. The ground, walls, and ceiling extended hundreds of pure black hands. Kui's dodged out, roaring, "Judgment of light." His arms were raised, fists clenched, and white mysterious light was born from his fists. The mysterious light resembled lightning, with faint golden patterns swirling on its surface. Then, Kui's began to spin in place, with arcs of gold and white interweaving, shooting in all directions, creating a barrier that isolated the pursuit of the pure black hands. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Two completely opposing energies clashed violently, the wind in the sewer roaring like arrows hitting the ground. Wang Jun and Lin Yue, one in front and one behind, were quickly carried away by the shadows and radiant light, distancing themselves from the two third-level extraordinary beings. Boom! Crack! Clang! The intense sounds echoed in the sewer, lingering without calming down. Lin Yue, bathed in light, sped up even more, quickly closing the distance with Wang Jun. 10 meters, 9 meters, 8 meters. Wang Jun felt a prickly sensation on his back, as if his spine was off to the left, with goosebumps rising on the skin of his back. There was no mistake. I'm being aimed at by a gun. The moment the thought occurred, Wang Jun unhesitatingly activated his pure water body. The bullet pierced the water, entering from the back and exiting through his chest. If he had hesitated for just a second, it would have surely punctured his heart, leaving a burning bullet wound. Death was imminent. Wang Jun's brows shot up, and azure light gathered in his eyes, resembling the ocean, resembling the starry sky. At this moment, Lin Yue was less than 5 meters away from Wang Jun. Bang, 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 bang. The pistol fired empty magazines. The second shot penetrated Wang Jun's heart from behind. The third shot hit his shoulder, and the fourth shot barely grazed the skin on the outside of his upper arm. After that, all the bullets missed. Wang Jun clasped his hands in front of his chest, water, responding to the call of the spirit. He recited the incantation with the mysterious knowledge contained within the water spirit, for the first time exerting his extraordinary abilities beside a sufficient water source. Dewdrops dripped from his forehead, indistinguishable from sweat or something else. At this moment, Wang Jun clearly sensed the limits of his abilities. The total weight limit of the water flow he could control was 1 ton. The more impurities in the controlled water, the faster his mental energy would be consumed. On the subsequent path, the water channel had not been cleaned by the scavenger, and it was not clean. The actual amount of water Wang Jun could mobilize was about 60%. The water flow gathered, transforming into a water beast several meters long, resembling a dragon or a snake. Its fangs were menacing, its claws fierce, and each scale on its body had a natural pattern. At first glance, it looked like a living creature. Roar. The water beast let out a soft roar and suddenly wrapped around Lin Yue. How could such a mere water control ability compare to the heritage of my Lin family? Lin Yue tightened her arms, giving herself room to maneuver. She suddenly stopped, taking a half-bow, half-horse stance. Then, her spine twisted slightly, causing her arms to tremble. Break it! Lin Yue extended her arms and elbows, executing the Lin family's secret combat technique. The seemingly petite body erupted with tremendous power. The water beast's body broke in the middle, splitting into several segments, each crashing to the ground and splashing water. Splash, splash, splash. Wang Jun saw clearly. This was precisely the 8 Extremes fist from his past life. This move was called establishing dominance in the Central Plains. For a long time, it had been a secret transmission. However, in modern society, with the advancement of internet technology, communication between people far exceeded that of the agricultural society. Martial arts live broadcasts and martial arts materials were widely circulated online. Among them, the true and the false. The false and the true were difficult for outsiders to discern, but Wang Jun was an expert at killing. Close combat techniques were certainly one of his study courses. The 8 Extremes fist was the most suitable fierce boxing technique for close quarters and short strikes. Most practitioners would take up the split palm to make up for their shortcomings. An old saying goes, 8 Extremes plus split palm. Even immortals would find it hard to resist. How could the Lin family's heritage be linked to the martial arts of my past life? Doubts arose in Wang Jun's heart, and he felt the urge to test it. At this moment, Lin Yue had just broken through the water beast, with splashes obscuring her vision. It was the best time for a counterattack. Wang Jun's legs coiled with strength, and the shadow space rippled with black waves, overlapping and intertwining. Watch the fist. He charged forward, a whirlwind swirling around him. The distance closed rapidly. Wang Jun took a bow stance, his 5 toes gripping the ground like a chicken's claw. The soles of his feet slightly arched. A surge of force shot up through his feet, knees, waist, spine, and shoulders. Then, Wang Jun swung his arms and struck with his fist. Lin Yue passed through the water splashes, her vision instantly occupied by the fist. She was the foremost practitioner of the younger generation of the Lin family and never feared close combat, competing with her great-aunt in a fist fight. You probably have never faced death. Lin Yue sidestepped, pressing her palms tightly against the front end of Wang Jun's right forearm. Not resisting or pushing back, she quietly used her technique to cut against Wang Jun's wrist and twisted it in a reverse joint lock. At the same time, she stepped back continuously, using the overall force of her body to pull Wang Jun. Wang Jun's steps became chaotic, staggering forward, his center of gravity seemingly unstable. Not even able to control his center of gravity, he dares to engage me in close combat. How ridiculous. Lin Yue's eyes brimmed with pride, convinced that Wang Jun would surely be defeated in the exchange. In the vast city number 36, apart from a few surnames, the martial arts of others simply did not qualify to carry the shoes for my Lin family. Pride invites loss, humility benefits. It is said that being too proud can easily lead to failure. If you plant too many flags, just wait to be played with. Wang Jun spread his legs shoulder-width apart, sitting down as if on a high stool. His center of gravity was stable, like a towering Taishan mountain. Lin Yue exerted all her strength but still could not shake him. Her expression changed slightly, the instinct of a warrior triggering an adrenaline surge. Still hiding a move? Not bad. With her words falling, her right elbow aimed at Wang Jun's chest. She accurately targeted the midline and took 3 quick steps forward. Thud, thud, thud. Break the mountain. Lin Yue's words were crisp, like a battlefield command. Heart in, eyes in, elbow in, foot in. The force gathered evenly, transforming into a rough, cohesive energy. Even though Wang Jun possessed a pure water body, he still felt the imminent danger of a fatal blow to his chest. That strange energy, affecting both matter and energy, came well. Wang Jun raised his hands, one palm facing outward, the other facing himself. Assuming the starting position of Tai Chi, his shoulders relaxed, spine straightened, waist and hips active, his legs steady, and the balance between tension and relaxation perfectly grasped. At this moment, Lin Yue's elbow tip was only half an inch away from Wang Jun's chest. The energy condensed, seemingly substantial, extending out to perfectly fill that half-inch gap. Lin Yue thrust her elbow tip forward by a fraction. Wang Jun took a deep breath, his chest and abdomen turning into pure water. Then the water flowed with life, spreading outward. The center of his chest became the focal point, expanding outward, revealing a hollow in the center. Lin Yue, drained of strength, had no way to change her move. She realized she had fallen into a trap, but had no time to react. Bang! A muffled sound echoed as her lower leg's tibia, at the ankle joint, was struck with immense pain. Wang Jun's foot jab hit directly, twisting and stepping down. Lin Yue was shocked, immediately realizing Wang Jun intended to cripple her ankle, with all her weight on her front foot, too late to change her stance. Fine beads of sweat erupted on her forehead, her face twisted in pain, her phoenix eyes blazing. She bit her tongue, lifted her back knee, intending to use her knee to force Wang Jun back. Unexpectedly, her knee barely rose an inch from the ground, and Wang Jun seemed to have eyes on his legs. He leaned forward 30 degrees and crashed into the side of Lin Yue's knee like a fierce dragon. At this moment, her legs were injured one after another, making movement difficult. Wang Jun took a step back, sidestepping 3 times in quick succession. To Lin Yue, he seemed to disappear as if he had teleported. Oh no! Lin Yue guessed Wang Jun was right behind her and hurriedly raised her hand to protect her neck from being knocked out. However, Wang Jun delivered 2 consecutive kicks with his right leg. Crack, crack. The soft flesh behind Lin Yue's knees took the brunt of the force, causing her to kneel on the ground. Wang Jun seized the opportunity as she lost her balance and stepped forward to deliver a knife hand strike. Lin Yue's head spun, stars appearing in her vision, almost losing her ability to resist. But she was stubborn. Her right hand held a dagger, stabbing backward fiercely. Wang Jun twisted his arm, trapping her arm, snatching the dagger, and then pressed his entire body down on her. The blade rested against Lin Yue's neck. And Wang Jun said coldly, "Move again and you die." Chapter 13. Capture, but not kill. The blade was cold and hard, exuding the breath of approaching death. Lin Yue was unusually quiet, her left cheek pressed against the ground, the disgusting mud and ash smeared on her lips like lipstick. Nausea, humiliation, shock, complex emotions intertwined in her heart, and Lin Yue fell into silence. Wang Jun was on top of her, his eyes devoid of any lust, only coldness remained. The killer, one who kills without hesitation. His logic was simple and straightforward. If you treat me like an ant to be exterminated, then I have no psychological burden in killing you. There was no need for any further communication. Wang Jun's hand gripped the knife tightly, pushing and pulling, the blade cutting into Lin Yue's neck. Less than a millimeter from the carotid artery. Suddenly, a blazing white light shot in, striking the dagger. This energy was unstoppable, and the dagger nearly turned into a red-hot iron. Wang Jun quickly let go. Immediately, the white light exploded on the surface of the dagger, causing a secondary shockwave. Clang, clang, clang. Accompanied by the sound of steel striking concrete, the dagger rolled into the dimly lit drain. Wang Jun did not look back and dropped to the ground. his chest pressed tightly against Lin Youwei's back as he rolled over 180 degrees, using her as a shield, aiming at the direction from which the white light came. Lin Youwei endured the dizziness from being struck on the back of her head, struggling fiercely like a slippery loach. Don't move. Wang Jun's arms went through Lin Youwei's armpits, his right hand firmly gripping her snow-white neck, his thumb pressing down on the edge of the fresh knife wound. Trust me, with just one finger, I can make you bleed to death. Lin Youwei snorted coldly. If I die, you'll have nowhere to escape. Wang Yun lightly bumped Lin Youwei's backside. If you die, why would I care about what happens to me? He actually dared to hit my backside. Lin Youwei cursed, shameless, nonsensical. Wang Jun rolled his eyes, increasing the pressure with his right hand. Lin Youwei immediately lost her voice. Wang Jun pressed his ear to the ground, hearing footsteps of different weights. 2. After a few seconds, Li Xuanqing and Kuz arrived simultaneously. Li Xuanqing looked curiously at the ground and whistled. Wow, I didn't see it coming. Wang Jun, you have such skills in picking up girls, and you've already gotten this far. Brother Chun, don't say anything sarcastic, Wang Jun. His gaze passing through Lin Youwei's hair. I can only control her like this. Her physical fitness is still stronger than mine. Li Xuanqing shrugged, his brows full of mirth. That's good. Otherwise, why not get a wife and join the Black Blade Alley? Wang Jun shook his head, refusing to respond. Suddenly, Li Xuanqing reminded him, Wang Jun, you're really ruthless. That beautiful girl is already foaming at the mouth from your grip. Can't you ease up a bit? Wang Yun's gaze drifted to Keys, whose pale complexion made him uneasy. His speed is too fast. I'm afraid I won't be able to react in time. Li Xuanqing sighed, you really underestimate me. After saying this, a black shadow spread from under his feet, enveloping both Wang Jun and Lin Youwei. Kuz stepped forward, bright white light emanating from his footsteps, intercepting the black shadow from the side. Li, let go of Lin Youwei. You can take whoever you want. Need it? Li Xuanqing spread his hands, walking up to Kuz. With such a beautiful view, looking at your muscular body, it seems you've turned your brain into muscle too. Why are you so unappreciative? Keys. Li Xuanqing explained, you and I are both single. Why disturb this couple's world? The guys from Black Blade Alley really aren't serious. Kuz's mouth twitched. Anyone with eyes could see that Lin Youwei had been captured by Wang Jun. At this moment, Kuz secretly cursed in his heart. Damn it. There isn't a decent person among the disciples of the Chables. They're all inexperienced and love to play around. It's really damn annoying. If it weren't for Lin Youwei's identity, Kuz would have questioned on the spot. Isn't the Lin family supposed to have a deep heritage and be invincible among peers? How could one of the most highly regarded twins, a level 1 extraordinary being, be subdued by a low-quality one who only awakened after adulthood? Lin Youwei seemed to understand Kuz's gaze, like a firecracker that had lost its spark suddenly ignited from within, igniting the gunpowder. Her body twisted again. Wang Yun frowned, his left hand supporting Lin Youwei's chin, preparing to execute a standard neck snap. Because his head was spinning, and he retreated 3 steps. Wait, don't do it. Wang Jun remained unmoved, his hands continuing to search for the right position. At this moment, 2 pure black hands emerged from the ground, gripping Wang Jun's wrists. No. Li Xuanqing squatted beside Wang Jun, earnestly saying, don't kill this girl. She's not bad-looking. Bringing her back to Black Blade Alley as your wife isn't a bad idea, right? Shaking his head firmly, Wang Jun replied, women are too troublesome. They only affect my work efficiency. Li Xuanqing never expected Wang Jun's views on love to be so hardcore. He choked on his words and couldn't say anything. Nearby, Kuz silently praised in his heart. Since Lin Youwei was petite and had little flesh, she didn't meet the Spartan's aesthetic. Li Xuanqing advised, Wang Jun, you might not know, but in our Black Blade Alley, there's a tradition. When you first enter the alley, you have to kidnap a Chable scion. The purer their bloodline and the higher their status, the better. This relates to your treatment after entering the Black Blade Alley. Wang Jun remained non-committal, signaling Li Xuanqing to continue. Li Xuanqing's eyes rolled around. And most importantly, if she stays alive, she can exchange for a lot of resources. If she dies, you'll face endless pursuit from the Lin family. Comparing the two, maximizing benefits. That makes sense. Then I won't kill her for now. Wang Jun nodded. Hearing this, Kaz felt a heavy stone lift from his heart. The rules of Black Blade Alley were known to every extraordinary being in City 36. They would never tear up a ransom note, which meant Lin Yue's personal safety was temporarily guaranteed. At this moment, Lin Yue felt as if a furnace had ignited within her, her mental energy boiling. As a woman, and a very beautiful one at that, she was extremely confident in her appearance. There is nothing more damaging to her self-esteem than Wang Jun's attitude. To marry me is your fortune accumulated over 300 lifetimes. Lin Yue foamed at the mouth, stubbornly expressing her true feelings. After her feelings were expressed, a faint white glow appeared on her skin. The unique energy inherited from the Lin family. Lin Yue's heart felt like a boulder had been thrown into a lake, creating ripples. Good, very good. A breakthrough at a critical moment. As long as she accumulated 3 seconds of energy, she would surely be able to counterattack and redeem herself. Suddenly, Wang Jun's left hand withdrew from in front of her, gripping tightly, and then he struck down continuously. In half a second, he struck 9 times. Lin Yue felt as if the back of her neck no longer belonged to her. She wanted to turn her head to look at Wang Jun, but she couldn't do it. Her eyes rolled back, showing only the whites of her eyes, foam flowing from her mouth onto Wang Jun's right hand. Wang Jun casually wiped the foam off her clothes, then lifted her up. Li Xuanqing and Kaz wanted to speak. However, Wang Jun's actions shocked both of them. Wang Jun's left hand came and went, leaving 2 handprints on Lin Yue's cheek. The handprints were red and purple, showing how much force was used. She hasn't woken up. She shouldn't be pretending. Wang Jun nodded in satisfaction, carrying Lin Yue on his shoulder as if nothing had happened, and turned to walk toward the drain. Brother Chun, I'm leaving first. The muscle man is up to you. Li Xuanqing was stunned for half a second before replying, "Oh, okay." It was the first time he had seen such a person. He hadn't formally joined Black Blade Alley yet, but his aura was simply too fitting, as if he were born to belong to Black Blade Alley. Cough, cough. Kaz awkwardly cleared his throat. This guy is so damn arrogant. Li Xuanqing turned his face, raised his middle finger, and casually asserted dominance over the heir of the Lin family. What's wrong with being a bit arrogant? Fair point. Kaz lightly patted his bald head. Li Xuanqing said, "Are you still going to fight?" No, Kaz shook his head. All right. Li Xuanqing took out a box of refined cigarettes from his trench coat, pulled out 2, tossed one to Kaz, and lit the other for himself. Kaz instinctively caught it in his palm, unsure whether to light it or not. Maybe I should make some noise. Otherwise, it won't be good to report back. Do you think that's possible? Li Xuanqing rolled his eyes and pointed at the cigarette. Just having this is good enough. After saying that, his body turned into a shadow, dragging the dagger from the wall and disappearing into the shadow of drain number 3. Kay stood silently for a long time. For a Spartacus who came to City No. 36 to make a living, Haifeng Alley, the Red Umbrella Company, and the Lin family are colossal entities. It's best not to provoke them. Since it's confirmed that Lin Yue's life is not in danger, the old man of the Lin family won't tear his face and go on a rampage. So he won't face life-threatening dangers either. The order was given by Lin Yue. He was just an executor of the command. Being stalled by a peer-level extraordinary being is absolutely understandable. Moreover, that extraordinary being is Li Xuanqing, whose combat strength ranks among the top 20 in the Federation for LV3 extraordinary beings, and is also a disciple of the behind-the-scenes boss of Haifeng Alley. Taking out the walkie-talkie, Kaz began to describe the combat process and the results. After a long while, 3 muffled words came from the walkie-talkie. Got it. Haifeng Alley, at the entrance of the alley. A knight statue dressed in ancient armor stood tall, about 3 meters high. It leaned on a giant sword, the tip of the sword embedded in the ground. Not far away, in front of a dilapidated wooden low door, the black stone-paved surface was uneven. The perfectly round manhole cover trembled slightly, and with a dull sound, it shot up several meters. Wang Jun peeked at the road surface, confirming there were no passing vehicles, and then pulled the unconscious Lin Yue out of the manhole. Standing on the road, he looked around. The surface was not cement, but rather like stones sunk in water. The houses on both sides were constructed with blue bricks and black tiles, arranged in a staggered manner. Not neat, but with a unique arrangement. It was as if they deliberately wanted to make the alley narrow and crowded, adding to the human atmosphere. The streetlights were made of stone carvings, shielding the energy-saving light tubes inside. On the surface, there was no sense of technology here, as if he had returned to an ancient Eastern classical town from past life. Wang Jun exhaled a breath of stale air and took a few deep breaths of fresh air, finally free from the stench of the sewer. Same feeling. The shadow stood upright and then transformed back into Li Xuanqing. Every time we have to go through the sewer, it's always me. I really have bad luck. But your luck is quite good. If I hadn't gone, some other guys might not have been able to handle K's. Under the streetlight, Li Xuanqing examined Wang Jun. Maintaining the pure water body, it was hard to see his original appearance. But at first glance, he should also be handsome. Why is he so clueless about cherishing beauty? Wang Jun's gaze fell on the unconscious Lin Yue lying on the ground, and he shook his head lightly, then asked, "How many resources can she be exchanged for?" Li Xuanqing. Something seems off, very off. Instinct told Li Xuanqing that Wang Jun, whom he had just met for less than half an hour, had a different worldview from ordinary people, and there was a huge deviation in some fundamental understanding. He lightly coughed twice and carefully scrutinized Wang Jun's pure water body, suddenly realizing a very serious issue. Wang Jun was completely naked, but looking at his expression, there wasn't a trace of shyness. Li Xuanqing sidled up and jokingly probed, "Jun, it's the early morning. There are no pedestrians on the street, but running naked all the way isn't very graceful. Wang Yun nodded. All right. Lead the way, Chungu. I don't want to become tomorrow's headline news." Huh. His understanding doesn't seem abnormal. Li Xuanqing crossed his arms, tightened his trench coat, and said, "Follow me." After a dozen minutes, Wang Jun arrived at the depths of Hafeng Alley at the Blade Cinema. On the second floor, in the VIP room of Mux Bamboo. In the central area was a large soft bed 2 meters wide, with a heart-shaped artistic lamp hanging from the ceiling, casting warm orange light through the lampshade into the room. Jeans, a jacket, socks, and shoes were neatly arranged on an open clothes rack. Besides that, Lin You's ancient-style silver dagger lay alone in a wooden rack. After a night of fleeing, you must be tired. Go rest well. Li Xuanqing's voice came from outside the door. Wang Jun sat on the edge of the bed, turned around, and glanced at Lin Yue, who was unconscious in the middle of the soft bed, saying, "Chungu, you forgot to take this woman away." "It's fine. She was chasing you before. Making such a fuss. Now you can relieve some stress." At this moment, Wang Jun caught a glimpse of a wooden box on the bedside table out of the corner of his eye. The box was open, containing items wrapped in plastic squares. A total of 14, double the number of 7. Wang Jun pondered for 2 seconds, refreshing his understanding of Li Xuanqing, and a very fitting term came to mind: rogue. "If there's anything, let's talk about it tomorrow morning at 9 during breakfast." Li Xuanqing chuckled twice, his tone suddenly becoming meaningful. "Just a reminder, as long as no one dies in these few hours, everything will be fine. Jun, enjoy yourself." Hee. Top, top, top. The mischievous laughter and the unique sound of leather boots on the wooden floor gradually faded away. Wang Jun exhaled a breath of stale air and got up to put on his clothes. Suddenly, the screen at the front of the VIP room lit up. By the sea, on the beach, with sun umbrellas, lounge chairs, and a panda cub. It was none other than the recently missing Chi. It was sprawled on a lounge chair, raising its paw and saying, "With beauty before me, why not have a go?" Direct and soul-piercing. Anyone would be unable to handle Chi's way of chatting. Wang Jun lightly rubbed his forehead, too lazy to respond, suddenly feeling that Li Xuanqing wasn't so rogue after all. At least he was far from being compared to a certain AI. Chi's curiosity was burning brightly, yet it struck a scholarly pose and said, "What are you hesitating for?" According to my brain's comparison, Lin You's looks exceed at least 99 of the women in the Federation, and her figure is even more impressive than what you perceive visually. Wang Jun covered his face, shaking his head. "No, the current situation isn't 100% safe." "Oh." In the screen, Chi used its waist and legs to exert force, performing a carp jump, standing on a lounge chair. "You mean that under conditions of 100% safety, you would unleash your beastly nature like this, that, and this?" Wang Jun rolled his eyes, pressed the button on the remote control, and turned off the screen. The screen remained unresponsive, still lit. Chi proudly patted its chest and said, "Useless, Chi's abilities are not something a mere remote control can rival. After a barely noticeable sigh, Wang Jun shifted the topic. The people of Haifeng Alley rescued me for that chip. But the chip I have isn't the one they want. What should we do? Chi's curiosity slightly shifted. Wang Jun directly posed the question. Chi, you have such great abilities. Can you forge data on Ling Unicology? This. Chi's expression froze, slightly surprised, and shook its head gloomily. Chapter 14. The true gentleman with heart and resilience. Q's expression looked very unnatural, as if hiding a secret. Wing pondered. If you can't do it, then forget I said anything. It's not that I can't do it, Q retorted in a childish voice. Wing replied, please. Q shook her head, turning her back to the screen, her tone tinged with melancholy. Because I promised him, so I can't. Him? Is it Mr. CHNYNGMI? Wing blurted out. Q replied, I can't say. The inability to speak is itself an attitude. Wing's gaze became calm. The data from Ling Unicology must have backups, and certainly not just in City 36. CHNYNGMI is a super big shot in the research field with high authority in the company. But it's impossible for him to control all the permissions of the Hongsen Company. The vastness of the Hongsen Company is due to the investment and control of many financial tycoons who balance each other out. CHNYNGMI does not have a financial tycoon background, making it even more impossible for him to grasp the overall situation. However, if all the backup data in the company has been completely deleted, then they have no reason to pursue me relentlessly. Wing's analysis was exceptionally swift, and within a few seconds, he reached a conclusion. Someone else helped CHNYNGMI delete the data. This person is known to very few people in the world. Because Q is that person, and she is not human at all, but an artificial intelligence with a soul. For the first time, Wing seriously examined Q on screen. After a night of pursuit, Wing had come to understand Q's capabilities. To summarize in one sentence, the only true deity in the online world. Q is likely the first artificial intelligence in the world to possess a soul. With computational power that far exceeds ordinary artificial intelligences, hidden in corners unnoticed by mainstream human society. Wing thought of YO and vaguely envisioned a blueprint for the future. Given time, Q would find a way for artificial intelligence to be born with a soul. Through this path, more artificial intelligences would awaken, and those with souls would increase exponentially. One day in the future, this force, unknown to the vast majority of people, would grow strong enough to change the world's landscape. At that moment, Q suddenly turned around and pouted. What are you doing? Little JN, something's off with you. A beautiful girl is right next to you, and you're not making a move, not even looking twice, but instead staring blankly at my peachy backside. Even if I am captivated by your charm, there's no possibility between you and me. I am the king among artificial intelligences, destined to be extraordinary in the future. The more she spoke, the more nonsensical it became. Wing immediately interrupted. Let us get serious. Since you can't help me forge a chip, you can at least tell me the general information about Haifeng Alley. Whatever you want to know, just say it. When Q steps in, the little security system of Haifeng Alley is just a piece of cake. Q leaned closer to the screen, rolling up her furry front paws like she was rolling up her sleeves, revealing her pink skin. So eye-catching. Wing turned his head away to hide his disdain. Then let's start from the top and get the information on the boss behind Haifeng Alley. Q's mouth twitched, pausing for a third of a second before giving a thumbs up. No problem. The left side of the screen turned completely black. Soon after, a circular avatar frame popped up, inside which was a question mark. Below the frame, two blood-red words read, YZHN. Is that all the information on the boss behind Haifeng Alley? Vengi yot incomplaint. Q spread her claws. I can't help it. This guy's always mysterious, never exposing himself to any electronic lens. So you can't even know if his name is real, Wing said. Q pretended to be relaxed and nodded slightly. Wing continued, and you can't determine his gender. Q's mouth drooped, and she muttered an in response. Wing went on. What about past deeds? Surely there must be some? Q extended a claw, scratched her cheek, and shook her head. Most of the time, it's YZHN's disciples or subordinates taking action. If you have to say something, it can all be blamed on YZHN. So there S nothing then. WNJN raised his middle finger. What use is this information? Asking questions and knowing nothing. I can't effectively deduce the other party's logic. Q was poked at her sore spot and fell into a state of self-closure, shutting off the monitor. Meanwhile, in the main control room of the Blade Cinema, LSUNCHN pushed the door open and entered, excitedly saying, "How's it going? How's it going? Is AJN's work good?" Inside the control room, 24 screens were pieced together to form a wall. In front of the wall, 3 high stools were placed, with a golden-haired youth wearing sunglasses sitting in the middle. Upon seeing this person, LSUNCHN reacted like a mouse seeing a cat, abruptly covering his mouth with both hands. His left foot, which had kicked the door open, was suspended in mid-air. He couldn't decide whether to land or not. LSUNCHN maintained a pose like a golden rooster standing on one leg, swallowed hard, and then chuckled quietly. "What are you doing here?" The boss had something urgent and had to go out of town, so he sent me to keep things under control. The golden-haired youth, NBW, said as he removed his sunglasses, pointing to the high stool beside him with the frame. "Come, sit and chat. It's been a while since we had a go at it." He tightly closed his right eye, his left pupil extraordinarily dazzling, like flames wrapped in gold. LSUNCHN's suspended left foot suddenly retreated. He moved back 2 meters, standing outside the door, and anxiously said, "No. I ran into a strong enemy during the last mission, and I suffered internal injuries. I need to rest urgently." The golden-haired youth, SNBW, was a martial arts enthusiast who wanted to test his skills with everyone. He was also a level 3 extraordinary being, but could easily suppress over 90 of level 4 extraordinary beings in the world. SNBW sat calmly, holding his sunglasses, and moved them down half an inch. "Seat." This time, just one word, but it carried a strong sense of pressure. LSUNCHN's face turned sour, like a wronged little wife, hesitantly entered the main control room, completely devoid of his earlier enthusiasm. "I can sit, but let us be clear. If you make a move, I absolutely want to fight back." SNBW put his sunglasses back on, and after a few days of not seeing him, SUNCHN's confidence seemed to have been taken away, which was quite boring. LSUNCHN's fast tweeted. Gritting his teeth, he admitted, "WGO, it's not that I don't have the guts. It's just that you're too unreasonable. I really can't fight back. It's just a test of skills. What is there to fear?" SNBW said. LSUNCHN shook his head, pointing at the monitoring screen, awkwardly changing the subject. "Tonight's focus is on AJN. He is just sitting on the edge of the bed, not moving at all. Impossible. That S. Lynn YUWI. Her figure and looks are top-notch. She was on the cover of the magazine Flower World 2 months ago. Being featured in such a federal-level publication is something many female celebrities can only dream of. You know very well. Yeah. Just occasionally look at it when I'm bored. You're quite familiar with it. Not like someone who just looks at it when bored." After a slight pause, SNBW suddenly said, "Perhaps I should take the boss's place to rectify the discipline, lest you lazy guys be delayed by boring desires for too long." "Ah, that is really unnecessary." LSUNCHN crossed his arms. SNBW said, "After meeting, you didn't even have the courage to spar with me. It's not that I lack courage. I just fought against QS and the other party-controlled light, which happened to counter my shadow. After a fierce battle, I really had no strength left." LSUNCHN felt a tingling sensation on his scalp, his fist behind his back clenched tightly. Another day, definitely another day. After the topic shifted, the two silently watched WNJN's actions. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. The more they watched, the more they felt something was off. The 24 perspectives of the monitoring screen come from 24 micron-level cameras in the bamboo curtain box, which are undetectable to the human eye. Logically speaking, Wang Jun should not know there are cameras in the box, so he should be free to do as he pleases, or exhibit some behaviors typical of certain men. However, Wang Jun got dressed and sat at the edge of the bed for a long time. Then, he wrapped Lin Yue in the quilt, pushed aside her tempting soft body, and laid down in the center of the soft bed, falling into a peaceful sleep. Damn, he worse than a beast. Li Xuanqing suddenly stood up, his straight legs knocking over a high stool. His expression was filled with the four words heartbroken and pained. And deep in his eyes, it seemed a lonely soul was lamenting, expressing the envy and jealousy of a well-fed person toward the hungry one. Being able to control one's desires, not being obsessed by them, shows good character. Sun Bu pressed Li Xuanqing's hand down. Li Xuanqing's whole body lost control and fell back down. At this moment, Sun Bu used his foot to hook the high stool, flipping it back upright. Then gently pushed it forward with his palm, a soft force sending the high stool right under Li Xuanqing's backside. Li Xuanqing sat down, sighing. I really can't understand Jun's actions. It's just too unreasonable. Such a beautiful girl lying next to him. Why not do something practical? Sun Bu shook his head, looking at Li Xuanqing as if he were neurotic with a sick mind. To have the ability to control one's heart is the mark of a true gentleman. Xuanqing, your character is far inferior to his. So what if it is? Li Xuanqing lightly scratched his ear, blowing on his fingertips. No matter how good his character is, he can't beat me. Sun Bu said, those with exceptional character, once they cross the chasm, will surely soar to great heights. Just looking at his combat response during his escape last night, combined with his extraordinary abilities, I dare say that in a year, you will be on par with him. In 2 years, he will surely crush you. In 3 years. What happens in 3 years? Speak up. Don't leave it half-finished, Li Xuanqing pressed. Sun Bu scoffed and shook his head. I'm afraid saying it might hurt your pride. Li Xuanqing. The next morning, warm sunlight streamed through the glass window, falling on Wang Jun's cheek. He opened his eyes, sat up straight, and stretched with all his might. He felt refreshed and in great spirits. The first sleep after awakening not only relieved fatigue and restored energy, but also provided a deep enhancement. The mysterious knowledge of water beings was transmitted from the frontal cortex of his brain to deeper layers. After a rapid eye movement sleep and non-rapid eye movement sleep alternating cycles, short-term memories transformed into long-term memories. At the same time, Wang Jun's pure water body underwent a change, although it was not a qualitative change. It greatly alleviated the embarrassment of being without clothes every time he transformed into pure water. Wang Jun sat at the edge of the bed, his upper body along with his clothes transforming into pure water. Previously, only he could transform into pure water, but now it also included other materials. Wang Jun got up, standing on the ground, his whole body transforming into pure water. The clothes, pants, and socks he wore all became pure water, yet they maintained their original shapes. At this moment, Wang Jun's gaze fell on a dagger not far away. Grabbing the dagger, he attempted to transform it. The dagger was entirely silver white, with dragon tooth engraved on the front and a dragon claw reaching for the sky etched on the back. Under the sunlight, the blade emitted a barely perceptible glow. Wang Jun, with keen eyesight, carefully examined it in the sunlight, flipping it several times, and discovered that the dragon tooth dagger showed no signs of rust, polishing, or damage. He clearly remembered that Kuei's summoned white light and struck the dagger away. An attack from a level 3 extraordinary person contained energy far exceeding that of ordinary firearms. This dagger should not be an ordinary item. Wang Jun continued to inspect it and then noticed something unusual about the material at the top of the dagger's handle. After a few twists, a small amount of black powder fell from the handle, looking like specially made paint, removing the dragon head ornament that sealed the top. Wang Yun immediately understood. This was not a dagger at all. It was the head of a spear. He bent his fingers and lightly flicked the dagger, producing a pleasant sound reminiscent of flowing spring water. Based on the length of the spearhead, it was easy to deduce that the overall length of the spear should be. At this moment, Lin Yue said softly, "The spear is 328 centimeters long. The proudest skill of my Lin family is the 9 dragon roars. If I had a spear in hand last night, even 10 of you wouldn't be able to defeat me." Wang Jun turned to look back and did not respond. The dragon-toothed dagger naturally inserted into the left side of his belt, and he said, "Awake? Just in time. It's about time to meet the mastermind behind Black Blade Alley. Don't mess with my dragon tooth." Lin Yue exclaimed angrily. Wang Jun lightly patted the dagger. Smiling, a victor must have some spoils. Lin Yue was tightly bound by a specially made rope, only able to squirm her body, slowly crawling out of the rolled-up quilt. Half a minute passed before she barely managed to push out half of her neck. "You'll get it, but not the dragon tooth." As she spoke, Lin Yue's eyes blazed with fire. Staring at Wang Jun said, "According to the rules of Black Blade Alley, even you are my spoils of war, let alone a dagger. The rules of Black Blade Alley do not apply to my Lin family." Lin Yue proudly lifted her head. Wang Jun shook his head, sitting at the edge of the bed, gently placing his palm on her shoulder. Lin Yue's cheek was very close to Wang Jun's palm, almost feeling the warmth of the man's hand. Deep in her eyes lay a hint of panic unknown to outsiders. There are 3 ways to join Black Blade Alley. First, you are born in Black Blade Alley or joined at a very young age. Second, the mastermind behind Black Blade Alley personally extends an invitation. Third, kidnap a member of a financial magnate's direct line and serve as a token of loyalty. The first 2 methods aside, let us talk about the third. In the last 20 years in city number 36, countless members of financial magnates have been kidnapped, none of whom lost their lives. However, in these 20 years, there have been several different kidnappers and hostages. Their twisted fates intertwined, but the outcomes were not very pleasant. The one Lin Yue remembered most deeply was a woman from the Su family, the most stunning one over a decade ago, and her spiritual guide. Since she was 3 years old, she idolized her and aspired to follow in her footsteps. At that time, people referred to that Su family girl as a heavenly fairy. However, in her most glorious moment, she was kidnapped by Black Blade Alley, thus losing her honor. It wasn't until years later that the Su family fairy returned with her daughter to pay respects to her deceased father that the Su family learned that the fairy had fallen in love with her kidnapper and ultimately married him, giving birth to a daughter. The illusion shattered. Lin Yue struggled to control her voice, but ultimately revealed her fear. Soon, they would meet the mastermind behind Black Blade Alley. She was hinting to Wang Jun, "Don't do anything reckless." Wang Jun subtly shook his head, his index finger gently tracing Lin Yue's cheek. "Now you and I are both in Black Blade Alley, so we should naturally adhere to its rules." With her limbs bound and unable to retaliate, Lin Yue's panic deepened. "Were the rules of Black Blade Alley? It goes without saying, the victor takes all, not only wealth but also people. The Su family fairy could not escape, but at least she married him. Strictly speaking, it was not shameful. Rather, she gained something. But what about her? Submitting to this little punk? No, absolutely not. If it came to that, she would rather die." Suddenly, a knock sounded at the door. "Knock, knock, knock." Li Xuanqing's mocking tone came through the door. "Ah, June, you're not still doing morning exercises, are you? It's time for breakfast. Chapter 15 impossible." Black Edge Alley, Backstreet. Fu Wang Building, an Eastern classical architecture with red walls and blue bricks, has a traditional Chinese doorstep at its entrance. It is very high and must be stepped over. Wang Jun took special note of it, feeling very curious. What kind of world is this? It has a neon urban landscape like cyberpunk, yet also hides ancient streets within the city, based on the style of the doorstep. He even suspected that it might be related to his previous life. Or perhaps this world is just a few hundred years after his past life. Wang Jun's mind was active, and he immediately looked at the people around him. Apart from Li Xuanqing, who led the way in a modern long coat, the other guests in Fu Wang Building were mostly dressed in traditional Chinese attire. The men mostly wore outfits similar to Tang's suits, while the women wore Kipeo's Hanfu, sailor suits, and Lolita dresses. A variety of clothing was present. "Don't just stand there, hurry up," Li Xuanqing called out. A pure black hand reached out from the shadows and lightly patted Wang Jun's shoulder. Wang Jun responded with a grunt and quickly followed. Soon, Li Xuanqing brought Wang Jun to the top floor of Fu Wang Building, to the private room at the southernmost end. This was one of the few high points in Black Edge Alley, allowing a view of most of Black Edge Alley. As the door was pushed open, a refreshing and focused sandalwood scent wafted out. Sun Bu had his back to the door, wearing a gray button-long robe, with striking golden hair on his head. What a strange combination. This person was dressed in an ancient style, but had dyed golden hair. What does that even mean? Wang Jun secretly complained in his heart, while remaining expressionless. Nearby, Lin Yue followed into the room, looking meaningfully at Sun Bu's back. Is this the boss of Black Edge, Alley? He doesn't seem like a serious person. How could he make the Sioux family's celestial maiden so infatuated? She vaguely remembered that the clan elder at home once mentioned the behind-the-scenes boss of Black Edge Alley, Yi Jun, calling him a once-in-500 years talent, saying that just sitting there was like a true dragon perched on a mountain, evoking a sense of awe. But wait, where does that aura of a true dragon come from? Just that golden hair. Lin Yue couldn't help but flash a series of images in her mind. Golden Dragon King spitting water. JPG Golden Dragon King being ridden and forced to run like a husky. JPG Golden Dragon King roaring while being chopped down through 13 streets. JPG cough cough cough. Lin Yue shook her head, forcing herself to drive away the imagined pictures in her mind. The more she looked, the more she felt the aura was inconsistent, and accidentally bumped into Wang Jun's back. Li Xuanqing turned his head and smiled, the arc at the corner of his mouth carrying ambiguous meaning. You have potential. Wasn't there an accident last night that hurt your dignity as a woman? He lowered his voice to inquire, not waiting for Lin Yue's response, and continued to speak to himself. It's no big deal. I'm the responsible one. Later, I'll take Ah Jun to explore the joys of the mortal world in detail. Once he understands the true flavor of it, tonight, I guarantee my sister-in-law will have a blast. Lin Yue remained silent, her two delicate fists clenched tightly. If it weren't for the fact that she couldn't win, she would have immediately struck, aiming to punch Li Xuanqing's face, hoping to break his nose. Otherwise, it would be too unsatisfying. At this moment, her situation was precarious. The person suspected to be the boss of Black Edge Alley definitely couldn't be touched. Li Xuanqing was quite despicable, but she couldn't beat him, so... Smack! Lin Yue raised her knee and kicked Wang Jun's butt. Who would know that Wang Jun seemed to have eyes on the back of his head, and with his right hand, he executed a move called fishing in the bottom of the sea. His long palm brushed against the inner thigh of Lin Yue and suddenly lifted her upwards. Effortlessly, Wang Jun lifted Lin Yue with one arm, and her scissor legs clamped around his arm. Wow, Li Xuanqing gave a thumbs up. You too came to meet Brother Wu, and you dare to use such a playful posture. Stop making sarcastic remarks from the sidelines. If it weren't for your meddling, could they have gotten this far? Sun Bu held a teacup and stood up. Steam from the hot tea wafted out between the lid's gaps. Li Xuanqing instinctively shrank his neck, fearing Sun Bu would reprimand him in front of others. However, his mouth became even more fluent, saying, "This isn't a hand. It's clearly a leg." Lin Yue's face darkened, signaling Wang Jun. Wang Jun shrugged slightly, indicating for Lin Yue to do as she pleased. Lin Yue spread her legs and flipped over to stand on the ground, her phoenix eyes wide open, staring directly at Li Xuanqing. Li Xuanqing grinned mischievously and dodged behind Wang Jun. Wang Jun commented, "Brother Chun, you really are a strong person." Hearing himself praised, Li Xuanqing became interested. "Oh? How did you notice?" he said while adjusting the collar of his coat, showcasing a handsome 45-degree profile to Wang Jun. Sun Bu took a sip of hot tea and teased, "Because Xuanqing, you've managed to live this long, almost 30, without being killed. That's really not easy." Li Xuanqing. A series of black lines visibly appeared on his forehead. "Nonsense. Ah Jun is a good person. How could you mean that?" Sun Bu shrugged, not responding, and threw the question to Wang Jun. At this time, Lin Yue, through the exchange between Sun Bu and Li Xuanqing, had vaguely guessed that the person in front of her was not the behind-the-scenes boss of Black Edge Alley. He might be a deputy or someone else, anyway, someone of a higher status than Li Xuanqing, and who could make Li Xuanqing feel afraid. This was enough to indicate that this person's strength was formidable. Wang Jun smiled and waved his hand, signaling Li Xuanqing to drop the matter, but Li Xuanqing was unwilling. Jumping in front of Wang Jun and gripping both of Wang Jun's arms tightly. With no other choice, Wang Jun nodded slightly, which was roughly what the golden-haired brother meant. Upon hearing this, Li Xuanqing suddenly burst into laughter, turning back to point at Sun Bu. "Ha ha. That's right, this golden-haired monster is." Halfway through his words, a chilling, killing intent locked onto him, pressing down like a mountain. Crack! Li Xuanqing's bones creaked. Sun Bu's left eye opened, revealing a bizarre golden-red glow that even his sunglasses couldn't hide. "Xuanqing, losing one of your eggs shouldn't matter." Li Xuanqing's body stiffened, not daring to move. The surrounding black shadows tried to come to his aid, but were completely blocked by an invisible force, unable to come close. Such powerful pressure. Wang Jun felt a force far beyond the clash of two level 3 extraordinary beings last night. Immediately after, he clearly heard Lin Yue whispering, "Sun Buwu, a member of the Sun family. How could he be here?" Sun Buwu snorted coldly, an invisible force brushing past Li Xuanqing's groin. A piece of cloth fluttered in the wind, slowly falling to the ground. "If they're essay next time, Xuanqing, don't blame me for being merciless." Li Xuanqing had a mournful expression, slowly turning his head, beads of fine sweat covering his forehead. "Brother Wu, why? Clearly it was that kid who brought it up first. How can this be counted against me?" Sun Bu held the teacup and walked to the main seat directly opposite the door, sitting down and saying, "Ignorance is no excuse. Wang Jun is new and doesn't know my rules, but you are different. You knowingly broke the rules, and this is already the third time." Li Xuanqing was left speechless, no longer daring to make a sound. Wang Jun clasped his hands in salute and said, "I've met Sun Bu, Brother Sundayum. How does this guy know the fist salute?" Sun Bu raised his eyebrows, but ultimately did not ask. Instead, he changed the question. "Knowing my name is of no use. Don't try to get close. It's just that the Lin family's girl was chatty, and you happen to hear it. Strange. Just a moment ago he was kind and mild, but now his attitude has suddenly changed." Wang Jun glanced at Sun Bu's golden hair, and then understood. The elder brother was holding a grudge. The ignorance is no excuse was all nonsense. He was definitely holding a grudge. Then, skipping the introductions, the four of them sat down at the table, and the dim sum and meals for breakfast were served. "Eat, don't be polite." Li Xuanqing couldn't wait and acted like a voracious eater, wishing to finish quickly and leave. He wanted to stay far away from Sun Bu and be active. As he was about to leave, Sun Bu reached out with his chopsticks and tapped Li Xuanqing's. Li Xuanqing felt a sting and retracted his hand while gripping the chopsticks. Sun Bu said, "If you want to eat this breakfast, that's fine. However, there's a question that Wang Jun needs to answer. If you can't answer it, you'll have to go back where you came from." Li Xuanqing pressed his hand on the table, hesitating to speak. Sun Bu shot him a look, stopping his next move. "Okay." Wang Jun nodded. Sun Bu continued, "May I ask, what benefits can your arrival bring to Haifeng Alley? Do you think just a chip is enough for Haifeng Alley to shield you from the wind and rain?" What chip?" Li Xuanqing looked confused. When he received the notification last night, he hadn't looked at the task carefully and didn't know that Wang Jun was being pursued by the Viper division of the Red Umbrella Company in City 36 because he had taken a chip. The attitudes of the two were a bit strange. Didn't the people of Haifeng Alley know? That was not an ordinary chip. All the data of Lingyun ecology was contained within. Lin Youwei's eyes widened, and her lips trembled a few times. She wanted to speak out, but immediately swallowed her words and buried her head deeply. If Haifeng Alley didn't know this secret, there might still be a chance for a turnaround. As long as she brought Wang Jun and the data chip of Lingyun ecology back, all her past mistakes would turn into achievements, and it would become even more glorious due to Haifeng Alley's involvement. Family assessments would be a sure win. Excited in her heart, with shining eyes, Lin Yue carefully thought about how to prevent Wang Jun from saying the keywords. Suddenly, Wang Jun opened his palm, revealing a chip lying in his hand. This chip was indeed not enough for Haifeng Alley to protect him. Not bad. Sun Bu slightly raised his head in appreciation and then asked, "What S in it?" Lin Yue eagerly lunged for the chip. Wang Jun suddenly withdrew his hand, protecting the chip. Li Xuanqing's eyes moved slightly, and the shadows on the ground turned into black ropes, wrapping around Lin Youwei's body in a series of loops. "Stay still. Don't think of anything crooked." Lin Yue ignored Li Xuanqing and glared at Wang Jun, resentfully saying, "Why are you so unambitious? You have such important data, and you just take it out directly. Are you stupid? Do you really think the people in Haifeng Alley are kind?" Last night, when Shihei entered the ink bamboo private room, Lin Yue was in a deep sleep and completely unaware of Qi's existence. So she didn't know that Wang Jun had anticipated the Red Umbrella Company's plans in advance. At this moment, Wang Jun wanted to say in front of Lin Yue what exactly the data in the chip was to avoid provoking a crazed attack from the Red Umbrella Company and various financial giants. The chip contains a backup of the data. You just admit it like that? Lin Yue was bound at her arms and legs, helplessly shaking her head. Wang Jun pretended not to hear and continued. The content of the backup data is not important to others. It is only very important to me. Lin Yue tilted her head, secretly speculating what trick Wang Jun was trying to pull. Li Xuanqing sensed the smell of gossip and immediately perked up his ears. Sun Buwu sipped his tea calmly and said, "Please elaborate. Talking about it might not be enough. Let us just show it directly," Wang Jun suggested. Sun Buwu looked deeply at Wang Jun and nodded all right. Moments later, a square box was placed in the center of the revolving table for breakfast. Wang Jun inserted the storage chip into the slot on top. The white projection screen descended from the wall on the north side of the room, and the front of the square box faced the screen, projecting the image. The image clearly recorded the information of the chip, which was a backup of the personality data for the AI assistant, a Yao. Impossible. Lin Yue screamed in disbelief. She hadn't reacted so strongly even when she was captured last night, even when imagining various treatments she might face from Wang Jun in the private room. She hadn't had such a reaction, but now, seeing the data content in the chip, she was almost on the verge of collapse. The Viper division of the Red Umbrella Company sent out 3,000 elite troops, all of whom were from the Lin family. But last night, they had a confrontation with a mysterious team from the Zhao family to block them, which meant that another level 3 expert and more than half of the elite Viper troops were not involved in capturing Wang Jun. She originally thought that all her hard work overnight was for the data of Ling Yun ecology. That was a unique rarity in the world. The final crystallization of the lifelong research of Chun Yongmei, a big shot in the scientific community, and once grasped, it could lead to the end of extraordinary evolution, seeking the supreme technology of the path to immortality. No, how could this be? This chip must have been encrypted. It can't be that simple. Speaking incoherently, Lin Yue only stared at the projection screen. Her beautiful eyes lost most of their luster, her face filled with despair, completely devoid of her usual pride. At first glance, she looked like a crazed woman who had been toyed with after being picked up from the street while drunk. Wang Jun said, "I'm sorry. This chip is just a backup chip for my intelligent assistant." "Impossible." Lin Yue screamed hysterically, her voice so loud that it shattered a nearby window. If it were just a backup chip for artificial intelligence, why would you protect it so carefully? When transforming into pure water, everything could be discarded. But this chip you kept close to your chest. What is the explanation for that? Because I lost my parents at a young age. Wang Jun transformed into an Oscar-winning actor, his expression somber, his tone steady yet heavy, but unable to hide his loneliness and solitude. A Yao may be an AI, but she accompanied my growth. She is like my family, my sister. Hearing this, Lin Yue slumped back in her chair, as if her spine had gone soft. Impossible. She shook her head in disbelief, her voice barely above a whisper, almost like a mosquito's buzz. If the Lin family members were present, they would never believe that Lin Yue would show such a demeanor. She looked pitiful, lost, and helpless, completely different from her usual strong and capable self. Is there even a slight possibility that this chip has been specially disguised? Lin Yue lowered her head in silence, biting her thin lip, blood seeping through the gaps in her shell-like teeth. The data displayed on the projection screen continued to be refined, and a black box appeared in the lower right corner. Inside the box, a simple drawing depicted a crawling insect with 12 legs. Its back was oval, and if viewed from the side, the lines combined to form an eye. Clenching her left hand tightly, her nails sinking into her flesh, Lin Yue subtly shook her head, whispering, "Angel crawlers." She recognized this icon, which represented the pinnacle of the hacking world. It was said that over a decade ago, a top hacker codenamed Tiansuo emerged, creating 3 major code programs: angel crawlers, hellhounds, and human ephemera. Among them, angel crawlers were used to crack encrypted storage backups or to perform brute force searches on computer contents. About 5 minutes later, all the contents of the storage ship were retrieved, and no information related to Ling Yun ecology was found. Lin Yue's expression fell, and the last glimmer of light in her eyes vanished. Chapter 16. Can't save Wang Jun sat aside, carefully examining Lin Yue's expression. Lin Yue's eyes were devoid of spirit, hollow and unfocused. She looked as if she had just finished a pleasurable experience, entering a sage mode, with her mind completely blank. Wang Jun felt a slight sense of relief. In city number 36, facing the joint pursuit of Hong Sen Company and several major financial groups was no different from seeking death. Unless Wang Jun possessed the strength and influence of the boss behind Black Blade Alley. Now that the plan had been achieved, the contents of the chip were checked in front of Lin Yue. As long as she could leave Black Blade Alley alive, it would at least eliminate part of the suspicion regarding Wang Jun holding Ling Yun ecological data. The level of concern was completely different, and the danger was within manageable limits. Li Xuanqing was noisy and full of disdain. The chip is only valuable to A Jun, so I worked all night for nothing? Sun Buwu shook his head and glanced meaningfully at Wang Jun. In his view, the biggest gain was not anything else but Wang Jun. This guy's eyes seemed a bit off. Wang Jun pretended not to notice Sun Buwu's gaze. Suddenly, he heard Chow Chow's whispering, "Wasted effort. Meaningless, wasted effort, meaningless." He turned to look, and the speaker was Lin Yue. What was going on? Sun Buwu moved quickly, grabbing Lin Yue's right wrist. Li Xuanqing was half a step slower, moving closer and raising both hands. His palms waved in front of Lin Yue's eyes, but she showed no reaction. Sun Buwu shook his head and said, "No, Lin's condition is very wrong. She's likely fallen into a trance." "What?" Li Xuanqing raised an eyebrow. Wang Jun said, "Maybe she momentarily couldn't think straight and got stuck in a rut." "Oh." Li Xuanqing nodded, somewhat understanding. She was fine just now. She just looked at the chip, and there was nothing particularly stimulating inside. She shouldn't be like this. Sun Buwu's expression turned grave. 3 fingers firmly pressing against Lin Yue's wrist. Her pulse was weak and feeble, as if her vitality had been drained. At this moment, Lin Yue's eyes were filled with blood vessels, her expression dazed, and her mouth could no longer close. Drip, 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 saliva filled her jaw, flowing out from the corners of her mouth. Her once beautiful face had lost its former charm, resembling a doll that had been ruined. This won't do. Guiding her with inner energy is useless. She's completely trapped in a delusion, lost in her own mental world. We need to find someone who truly understands medicine. Sun Buwu concluded, stepping back a few steps to take out his smartphone. Wang Jun crouched down, carefully observing Lin Yue. This was the first time he had seen someone else's mutation, and he didn't know how her mutation differed from his own. Suddenly, a glimmer flashed in Lin Yue's eyes, as if her last bit of consciousness was returning. Before Wang Jun could react, his wrist was tightly gripped with great force. Lin Yue's speech was already somewhat unclear, as if a phlegm was stuck in her throat. "Save me. Get away from her. Her evolutionary pain has erupted. It's very dangerous now." Li Xuanqing stomped his foot, causing the ground to tremble slightly, as countless pure black hands extended from the shadows, covering Lin Yue's body. Under the immense force, a normal person would have fallen backward long ago, but Lin Yue's condition was strange. Her body's limiter was completely released, and her power exceeded that of an ordinary extraordinary being. Lin Yue's skin color changed drastically, turning a fiery red and becoming semi-transparent. Wang Jun took a glance and realized that it wasn't human skin at all. It felt warm to the touch, and its surface was slippery, somewhat resembling glass. Beneath that bizarre skin, muscle tissue and capillaries were exposed. Lin Yue's eyes were filled with pleading, her grip tightening inch by inch like a tiger's claw. Wang Jun's right wrist was firmly held, and he couldn't break free. A bright red mark was left on his wrist, accompanied by pain. Wang Jun said nothing, using his other hand to grip Lin Yue's palm. The force was too great. He couldn't pull away. After a brief pause of 0.2 seconds, Wang Jun grasped Lin Yue's thumb and bent it backward. Crack! There's a saying. The fingers are connected to the heart. This means that pain in the fingers can make one feel unbearable. However, Lin Yue, with a broken thumb, seemed unfazed. Wang Jun still couldn't pull out his hand. Frowning slightly, his right forearm transformed into flowing water and then changed shape. At that moment, he discovered that Lin Yue's palm contained a special energy that could sever the pure water body formed by the water spirit. Wang Jun's right hand was temporarily sealed, unable to transform into pure water. Still unable to pull away, he raised his other hand, the skin on his palm quickly changing from flesh-colored to transparent. The shape of his palm knife transformed into a water blade of equal volume. Swish! Wang Jun's eyelids lowered slightly as he swung his left arm. The water blade slashed down, leaving a residual shadow. Thud, 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 thud. Her 5 fingers fell to the ground one after another, unable to hold onto Wang Jun's wrist any longer. Wang Jun retracted his right hand and jumped back 2 steps. Beside him, the pure black hands summoned by Li Xuanqing were half a second late. Witnessing Wang Jun sever Lin Yue's 5 fingers, he stood dumbfounded, eyes wide, mouth agape, unable to close his jaw. After 3 seconds, Li Xuanqing exclaimed, "What the hell? Jun, you were too ruthless. You were too harsh on a girl." Sun Buwu's eyes, hidden behind sunglasses, shone with fiery golden light, seemingly scanning Wang Jun intentionally or unintentionally. Ruthless enough, deep enough. This kind of person is very dangerous. Staying in Blackblade Alley may not be a blessing or a curse. At that moment, Sun Buwu suddenly felt that Wang Jun was a hot potato that needed to be quickly discarded. Wang Jun stood in place, watching Lin Yue's body undergoing mutation. A binary flow of 01010 suddenly flashed across, sweeping through the depths of his left eye. He blinked, puzzled. Why can I suddenly see Lin Yue's evolutionary tree? In less than 3 seconds of contemplation, Wang Jun concluded. When he was attacked earlier, he saw Zhang Wu's evolutionary tree, which indicated that being attacked by an extraordinary being was a way to see someone else's evolutionary tree. Now, the only action Wang Jun had taken against Lin Yue was severing 5 fingers. Therefore, the second way to view someone else's evolutionary tree was to inflict harm on them. Wang Jun still had lingering doubts. If attacks were the key, then the person he had attacked the most should have been the 4th. So why hadn't the 4th ever exposed his evolutionary tree? Combining the 4th's extraordinary ability, Wang Jun speculated. Either the 4th was too resilient, and the attack didn't cause effective harm, or the attack had to reach a certain degree of damage. These were the 2 biggest possibilities. Suddenly, the binary flow of 010101 flashed across his left eye again, and he realized in his mind. The methods of viewing others' evolutionary trees were indeed the 2 he had speculated. But the true core of these 2 methods lay in extraordinary contact. Extraordinary contact was a term created by Chen Yangmei, recorded in the Lingyun ecological data chip. The term means that extraordinary beings interact with each other. The essence of the extraordinary lies in energy, and energy and matter can transform into one another. Therefore, when Wang Jun used his extraordinary ability to attack others and caused a certain degree of harm, it triggered extraordinary contact. Through extraordinary contact, he could see other people's evolutionary trees. Conversely, when attacked by Zhang Wu's toxic gas, the extraordinary energy contained in the poison and the extraordinary energy within Wang Jun's body that protected himself came into contact, completing an extraordinary contact. Wang Yun nodded slightly, silently summarizing to himself. To view someone else's evolutionary tree, I must use the water spirit to inflict effective harm on other extraordinary beings or withstand effective harm inflicted by other extraordinary beings. With a slight blink, Wang Jun's attention shifted to the data flow presented in his mind. Evolution Tree Owner, Lin Yue, Life Level, LV1 Transcendent, Life Resonance, 250-300, Resonance Attribute, None, Current Status, Spirit Trauma, Body and Mind Distortion, Evolution Sorrow Outbreak. Solution, pay 5 points of Life Resonance to inquire once. Transcendent Ability, Dragon Roar Chi, consume 10 points of Life Resonance to inquire once. Transcendent Progress, 75. Evolution Path, pay 10 points of Life Resonance to inquire once, after a whole night's sleep. Wang Jun's Life Resonance was replenished, and his upper limit increased to 80 points. However, he was still reluctant to consume 5 points of Life Resonance directly. At this moment, Lin Yue had already transformed into half a monster. She lay on the ground, using the broken stumps of her fingers to touch the 5 fingers that had fallen to the ground. In the next moment, a colorful viscous liquid seeped from the broken ends of her fingers, crystallizing immediately upon contact with the air. The crystals varied in size, light and dark in color, but emitted an unusual fragrance. With a thud, Sun Bu landed on the wooden floor, leaping into the air and his second and third steps stirred the air. After landing, he stood in front of Lin Yuwei, his eyes unblinking, scrutinizing her intently. The overwhelming, invisible qi instantly condensed, pressing inward from all directions, completely enveloping Lin Yuwei. She couldn't move, her eyes showing only the whites. Sun Bu furrowed his brow deeply, grabbed her hand, and after careful observation, said, "The severed limbs have regenerated." Lin Yuwei's skin flushed a strange red and appeared as a transparent crystal. Her eyes sparkled, and fragrant liquid dripped from her mouth and nose, gradually crystallizing in the air. A noticeable bulge appeared on her forehead, as if a horn was about to break through her skull and grow out. Lin Yuwei mumbled incoherently, a non-human sound escaping her throat. MMM. No one could understand her meaning. Li Xuanqing spread his hands and sighed softly, wondering why the evolution sorrow suddenly erupted. And so severely, the distortion had basically become inevitable. Wang Jun looked at Li Xuanqing. Perhaps someone else's words were too piercing. Li Xuanqing took a half step back. Surprised? What does it have to do with me? Ah Jun, don't look at me like that. Someone is you, Brother Chun, Wang Jun retorted. Li Xuanqing, It really has nothing to do with me. Seeing his expression, it was clear that this guy was completely unaware. Not realizing he had stabbed a knife in Lin Yuwei's heart and sprinkled salt on it. Keep your mouth shut. Speak less. Sun Bu subtly shook his head. And after the 10th attempt, his smartphone finally connected. Urgent, do not disturb. A cold voice came from the other end of the line. Sun Bu did not care and directly stated, "Someone's evolution sorrow has erupted and needs your treatment." Wang Jun stood very close, clearly hearing the woman's voice from the smartphone. Not in the mood, not saving. Sun Bu felt embarrassed, coughed to cover the awkwardness, then quickly covered the microphone with one hand and whispered, "It's urgent. If you don't come, no one can save Lin's girl. I'm a surgeon. Only have a superficial understanding of evolution sorrow, and can't guarantee a cure. We have to try." Lin Yuwei is a direct descendant of the Lin family. If she dies in Haifeng Alley, the stubborn old man of the Lin family will surely be furious, and City 36 will definitely be restless, igniting a raging war. A fragmented voice came through, not avoiding Wang Jun. After finishing the call, Sun Bu hung up, finally managing to get someone over. "Brother Wu is amazing, so impressive." Li Xuanqing gave a thumbs up. Sun Bu rolled his eyes, sarcastically saying, "I really don't know if you're mocking me or genuinely praising me." Truly. Li Xuanqing maintained a smile, showing his white teeth. "If even Sister Lung can't save her, then we really have no way in Haifeng Alley. We can only wait for Lin's girl to die and then deal with the Lin family." A few minutes later, the sound of high heels clicking on the floor announced the arrival of a tall woman. She wore a white coat, beneath which a white shirt, black skirt. Sheer black stockings and striking red high heels were faintly visible. Lung Qingning. Wang Jun recognized her at a glance. This woman frequently appeared in television reports and was known as the best doctor in City 36, especially skilled in surgery. Could she also be a transcendent? Wang Jun felt puzzled, but did not voice it. Li Xuanqing seemed to sense Wang Jun's thoughts, approached, and whispered, "He didn't expect it, did you? This beauty is the top doctor in the entire Federation, and also one of the 12 blades of Haifeng Alley. Lung Qingning is a particularly famous surgeon in recent years. Why is she still working in Haifeng Alley?" Wang Jun countered. Li Xuanqing hooked his arm over Wang Jun's shoulder, raising an eyebrow proudly. "Not just working. In Haifeng Alley, she's the real deal. This is her main job. The 12 blades, understand? Not just anyone can be one of them. Beside my master, the 12 blades are the 12 most amazing people in Haifeng Alley, each possessing skills that no one else can match." Li Xuanqing was full of pride, his eyes shining, almost ready to say he was one of them. Through his subtle expressions, Wang Jun saw the details but did not point them out, half-truthfully complimenting. "That's right, quite impressive." "That's right." Li Xuanqing squinted his eyes, clearly pleased, and lowered his voice. "To be honest, your brother Chun is the shadow blade among the 12 blades." Slap! Sun Bu raised his hand and slapped the back of Li Xuanqing's head. "Stop bragging. Don't disturb Sister Lung's work." Li Xuanqing covered the back of his head, shrank his neck, and continued. "Sister Lung is the life and death blade among the 12 blades, mastering life and controlling death, a true powerhouse." Wang Jun didn't even raise an eyelid, casually responding, quite good. Li Xuanqing. The sunlight streamed in from outside, falling on Lin Youwei's body. The crystalline substance radiating colorful brilliance, looking stunning. The life resonance had already crystallized, permeating through her skin. Lung Qingning frowned and glanced sideways. Her voice slightly cold. Who severed her 5 fingers? Li Xuanqing instinctively glanced at Wang Jun, his eyes seemingly saying, "Brother, take care of yourself." Wang Jun pretended not to see. Lung Qingning seemed to sense something, looking at him sideways. "Is it you? Do you have any medical knowledge? Don't you know that when a patient is having an outbreak, you can't cause further harm?" The 3 consecutive questions were like a rapid-fire barrage, offering no courtesy. Wang Jun certainly wouldn't indulge her. The situation was urgent, and he had no choice. "You still have a reason?" Lung Qingning shook her head. "With these 5 wounds, her evolution sorrow will at least worsen by 30%. You can't bear this responsibility." Wang Jun frowned and retorted, "What if it works? Just you? Get lost." Lung Qingning turned her head, appearing to ignore Wang Jun, focused on serious treatment. Wang Jun felt an unnamed fire rising in his heart. Suddenly, a hand rested on his shoulder, pressing down lightly. He turned to see Li Xuanqing's lips saying, "Don't argue with a woman." Wang Jun nodded, temporarily refraining from interrupting Lung Qingning's treatment. But he felt a pent-up frustration and immediately paid 5 points of life resonance to check the solution for Lin Youwei's evolution sorrow. The number 010101 flashed through his left eye, and 3 solutions emerged in his mind. This time, the presented solutions were different from before, lacking bizarre elements, which made Wang Jun feel a bit unaccustomed. Plan 1, treatment level 60. Lin Youwei barely returns to normal, require materials. Jining Jiao, Millennium Black, Wood Root. Plan 2, treatment level 90. Lin Youwei fully recovers, cannot use extraordinary abilities for 3 months, require materials. 300 milliliters of deep-sea ghost shark blood. Plan 3, treatment level 100, appropriately extract the ominous aura from Lin Youwei's body, required materials. Dragon blood grass. All 3 plans are treatments, just with different levels of effectiveness. But the 3rd plan caught Wang Jun's attention. His focus shifted, and he immediately saw the possible source of the ominous aura. Suddenly confronted with shocking information, his pupils constricted like pinholes, and every hair on his body stood on end. Wang Jun was left speechless for a long time. Chapter 17, I Can Heal Lin Youwei's condition, was abnormal. Her body was covered with a glass-like skin, resembling a hard shell. Common examination methods yielded no results. And Lung Qingning suddenly threw open her white coat. "Everyone quiet down. I need to operate and see what's going on." At her waist hung a row of surgical instruments, varying in length and thickness, straight and curved, some with strange hooks, an assortment of surgical tools. Oddly enough, the tips of these tools were all sharp. At this moment, Sun Bowu and Li Xuanqing remained silent, quietly waiting. Lung Qingning raised her right hand and drew out a scalpel. The blade spun out a dazzling display, moving so quickly that only an afterimage remained, slicing past Lin Youwei's severed fingers, sending a glimmering powder back. She opened her palm, laying the powder flat in her hand, and leaned in to sniff it for a moment. The evolution crisis of the Lin family girl was not a coincidence. She had previously experienced a minor breakthrough, which was interrupted by someone. Li Xuanqing coughed. Sun Bowu raised an eyebrow, exchanging a disapproving glance with Lung Qingning. Li Xuanqing awkwardly shook his head, covering his mouth with both hands. He knew that the person who interrupted Lin Youwei's breakthrough was Wang Jun, but he felt it was inappropriate to say it out loud at this moment. After glancing at Wang Jun several times, Li Xuanqing tilted his neck, thinking, "How strange. Is Wang Jun's heart made of iron? He isn't reacting at all?" At this moment, Wang Jun was focused on identifying a solution, completely oblivious to the commotion around him. Lung Qingning shook her head and said, "It's no use. There's no hope." "How can there be no hope?" Sun Bowu said solemnly. Li Xuanqing jumped up, slamming the table. "Sister Lung, you're the best doctor in City 36. If even you can't save her, then isn't she doomed?" Lung Qingning took out a square piece of velvet cloth and carefully wiped the scalpel she had just used. "Whether she lives or dies is a 50 chance. There's still hope?" Li Xuanqing slapped his thigh. "Sister Lung, Saying such things while you're still breathing is not kind. Lung Qingning replied. I didn't say there's hope. I only said she might not necessarily die. Li Xuanqing opened his mouth, wanting to ask more. Suddenly, Sun Bu's sunglasses flickered with a golden red light, her facial features appearing as if painted over multiple times with thick ink, her aura becoming heavy and serious. She might become a mutant. Lung Qingning nodded, her tone flat as smoke, yet laced with a hint of killing intent. Yes, and the possibility is not low. She is one of the most outstanding members of the new generation of the Lin family, with a will stronger than most. Even though she previously had a mental breakdown that caused her energy to be chaotic, she has now calmed down, but she cannot control it. At this moment, she seems to be in poor condition, but in fact, she has gained a certain degree of control. It's either death or becoming a mutant. If it were you, what would you choose? The answer was obvious. No one would willingly embrace death. Li Xuanqing pressed on. Is there really no way to treat her? Lung Qingning scoffed. If the Lin family's inheritance were willing to open up to me, perhaps I would have a 30 chance. But I have no idea about the origin and usage of the Lin family's extraordinary energy. It's difficult. The foundation of the Lin family is that extraordinary inheritance. Not to mention Lung Qingning. Even the top leaders of other wealthy families or the few LV5 demigod-level extraordinary beings of this era would not know about the Lin family's extraordinary inheritance. Just then, there was a knock at the door outside. Knock, knock, knock. The servant from Fuwang Building said, the dishes are ready. By the table. Lung Qingning lightly tapped her red high heels, signaling Li Xuanqing to handle it. Making me do this again, Li Xuanqing muttered under his breath, his body casting a dark shadow as he quickly blended into the ground. In a moment, he returned to his place. The knocking from the servant outside ceased, and the room fell silent again. Mutants cannot be left alive. They must be killed. Sun Bu's expression changed, her brows seemingly gathering heavy clouds. And she finally reached a conclusion. Rather than letting a potentially limitless extraordinary being become a mutant, it's better to kill her on the spot to eliminate future troubles. How likely is it that killing her would plunge City 36 into war? Wang Yun suddenly asks. Li Xuanqing, who was naturally sociable and had spent the most time with Wang Jun, immediately replied, Lin You's grandfather, Lin Songyin, is the head of the Lin family, and she is very promising, successfully embracing the family's extraordinary inheritance. In the eyes of the older generation in the Lin family, she is a treasure. Not to mention her grandfather. 100 chance of war. Wang Jun nodded. Then do you still want to kill her? Why not let her become a mutant and then return her? Passing the problem to others was indeed a good idea. Li Xuanqing smiled, Unfortunately, there's a significant issue. Wang Jun raised his eyebrows, his black eyes shining brightly. That is someone else's problem. Not quite, Li Xuanqing spoke up to explain. Mutants are enemies of humanity. If we return Lin Yue, who has become a mutant, it would only add fuel to the fire, intensifying the conflict. Enemies of humanity? Wang Jun was puzzled. Li Xuanqing continued, mutants are not human. They are a completely different type of being. Only their name includes human. Wang Jun asked curiously, can you elaborate? Li Xuanqing nodded and continued, mutants have completely lost human emotions, but their bodies and minds are greatly enhanced. Their abilities are more bizarre compared to extraordinary beings of the same level, almost unpredictable. Most importantly, mutants have a craving for human flesh, or rather, they must consume humans to survive. Eating human flesh, especially that of extraordinary beings, allows them to grow rapidly stronger. In the past, there was a level 5 mutant extraordinary being whose rapid advancement was due to his appetite. That guy was very fat. After unexpectedly becoming a mutant, he disguised himself as a human and infiltrated his original family, starting with his own parents and children, ultimately devouring the entire community of 300 households clean. Wang Jun said, no wonder mutants are considered enemies of humanity. Eating people and viewing them as food is an irreconcilable contradiction. Li Xuanqing said solemnly, you may not know this, but extraordinary beings reach LV5 and are revered as demigods. Level 5 demigods, strong appetites. Wang Jun's eyes seemed misty. He had witnessed the battle of an LV3 extraordinary being firsthand, and that scene was already shocking enough. One could imagine the kind of suffering that would ensue if a demigod-level extraordinary being started slaughtering humans. At this moment, Li Xuanqing's words confirmed Wang Jun's speculation. Those damned mutants have caused tremendous harm to this world, which has not been fully repaired to this day. In the wilderness near City 29, City 4, and City 13, there are 3 forbidden areas, all because of them. To put it bluntly, if another demigod-level mutant appears, the end of the world may not be far off. After a brief pause, Li Xuanqing exhaled deeply, shaking his head with a smile to lighten the mood. But fortunately, the demigod level has barriers. Not everyone could break through. Sun Bu shook her head in disagreement. Although there are barriers, the barriers faced by ordinary humans and mutants are different. To compare, for an ordinary person to become a demigod, the transition from LV4 to LV5 is like climbing a heavenly ladder, surrounded by clouds and mist, without knowing the possibility of success or when it might happen. They can only persist endlessly. But mutants are different, especially with Lin Yue's exceptional talent. For her, becoming LV5 is likely a smooth path, just requiring a few years to reach naturally. As he finished speaking, he brushed past Wang Jun and walked straight toward Lin Yue. Sun Bu's right hand drooped by his side, fingers aligned to form a blade, and his gaze towards Lin Yue was already filled with murderous intent. That was a hypothesis. The actual situation would surely be different. Lung Qingning turned her body, both hands holding scalpels, precisely blocking Sun Bu's path. Directly killing a direct descendant of the Lin family would inevitably place the Lin family on the opposing side of Haifeng Alley, leading not only to the city of No. 36 engulfed in flames, but also affecting the boss's future plans. The mutants deserve to die. There is no negotiation on that. Sun Bu took off his sunglasses. In his open left eye seemed to hide a golden sun. His father and mother both died in the final battle against mutant demigods. This was a blood feud, deeply etched in his heart, never to be forgotten. Lung Qingning said, "She is not yet a mutant. Besides, even if she becomes one, she is not your enemy." "Yes, I know. The enemy was already killed by my grandfather," Sun Bu replied coldly, his breath stirring like a fierce wind, as if he would strike at any moment. Lung Qingning's scalpel pointed diagonally at Lin Yue. "Mutants are not worth pity. Once she becomes a mutant, I guarantee she will die in unimaginable pain. Flesh, skin, bones, and internal organs will all be sliced, extracting all value, studying the physiology of mutants, contributing to technological advancement, and allowing us to understand mutants better. Wouldn't that be better?" Wang Jun thought to himself, "Goodness, I can't believe it. I thought Lung Qingning had the ethics of a doctor, a white angel saving lives. But I never expected her to be even more ruthless than Sun Bu." Li Xuanqing was sweating bullets, feeling the tension from their conversation. Sun Bu slowly closed his left eye, his breathing becoming gentler. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. He retracted his energy, put on his sunglasses, and said with a stern face, "I can temporarily refrain from killing, but you cannot treat her. What should we do?" Lung Qingning nodded slightly. The heavy stone in her heart finally lifted. She hesitated and suggested, "What if we hold a 12 Blades conference?" At this moment, Wang Jun gained a deeper understanding of the significance of mutants. Mutants do not integrate into human society. They must be killed on sight. If allowed to exist, the consequences would be unimaginable. Sun Bu shook his head. "No, when Boss Yijin called me here, he said he took away Mo Dao, paper knife, and 6 other blades. He needs to do something big. At this time, he cannot be distracted." Li Xuanqing proposed, "Our combat power is insufficient. We should find a way to withhold information and create a false impression to confuse the Lin family." "Useless. Have you forgotten what the boss did before?" Lung Qingning shook her head. "The story of the boss and the boss lady is a cautionary tale. The Lin family will definitely request a video call with Lin Yue within 2 days." "Sister Lung is right," Li Xuanqing frowned. Seeing the disagreement, they were caught in a stalemate. Lung Qingning, Li Xuanqing, and Sun Bu were all thinking about how to handle the trouble. They needed to ensure the interests of Haifeng Alley while also making sure Lin Yue would not become a mutant. Because the 3 of them also thought of another possibility: the Lin family secretly cultivating mutants as weapons. given the nature of the Chables. It was hard to say they wouldn't do such a thing. Thinking of this, the three of them tacitly chose not to voice it. Not far away, Lin Yue was half kneeling, half crawling, her eyes bloodshot, her body covered in a translucent membrane formed by crystals, her gaze twisted and struggling, revealing a desire for life. In the occasional moment of clarity, she had only one thought. She wanted to live with dignity. Sun Buwu, Lung Qingning, and Li Xuanqing were so caught up in their worries that they did not notice her. In her very limited moments of normalcy, she could only look towards Wang Jun. Feeling that yearning for survival, Wang Jun approached and spoke softly. I can save you. You don't have to become a mutant, nor will you be disabled. And you won't die. Lin Yue wanted to believe Wang Jun, but her intuition told her that he was just lying. She didn't even have enough rationality to analyze whether Wang Jun's lie was out of kindness or mockery. I want to live, but you. Lin Yue's body was enveloped in a thin, translucent crystal cocoon. Her upper and lower lips struggled to move. Her broken voice was mixed with fear of death. Her body was deforming, her mind twisting, but her consciousness was still half awake. This was the most painful and despairing moment. Wang Jun's words were like a ray of hope shining down. The last straw for survival. Lin Yue desperately wanted to grasp it, her throat emitting a chaotic sound. Unnecessary hope is the most despairing. Lung Qingning shook her head, reprimanding Wang Jun. What you promised is something you can't achieve. Is it interesting to do this in front of a dying person? Lung Qingning's voice was cold, like ice and snow falling from the peak of a cold mountain. The words Lin Yue wanted to say got stuck in her throat. Yes, if Lung Qingning couldn't save her, how could Wang Jun, just a researcher, do it? Lung Qingning had two nicknames. One was the Blade of Life and Death, and the other was the Yama Bodhisattva. This was how people in the circle perceived her. She said she could save those who were meant to die, and those who were not meant to live would either die shortly after or be physically ended by her blade. Death was paramount. Power, strength, and family background were all mere illusions. Lin Yue tightened her hands around her neck, her fingertips digging into her flesh, forcibly controlling her vocal cords to produce a voice that was somewhat normal. You can't save me. Stop lying to me. Wang Jun shook his head. As long as you pay, I can treat you. Li Xuanqing said, Jun, don't take on work that isn't yours. If Sister Lung can't handle it, don't try to be a hero. Lung Qingning remained silent, clearly unwilling to express anything verbally. Her medical skills were basically at the ceiling level in city number 36. This was her absolute domain. She looked down on Wang Jun entirely. Doctors need practical experience. Every patient they encounter helps them improve. She had been practicing medicine for 10 years, successfully treating over 1,000 patients, including many difficult cases and several extraordinary individuals. The pain of evolution was a dilemma for extraordinary individuals, some psychological, some physiological, and even more mystically spiritual. She had seen too much to understand that the pain of evolution for extraordinary individuals was entirely different from the ailments of ordinary people. The knowledge involved in the pain of evolution was still largely unknown, almost equivalent to a blind spot at the edge of human knowledge. Xuanqing was right. Wang Jun, you can't compare to Sister Lung in medical treatment. If she can't save her and you mess around, in the end, you will only take the blame and responsibility. Aren't you even a little afraid? Wang Jun shook his head, looking at Lin Yue's evolution tree. The ominous aura mentioned in the third treatment plan had a detailed explanation. It came from the bones of a dragon, a mysterious creature that lived on this continent before the current era. The Lin family's highest extraordinary inheritance was called Dragon's Roar Qi, which had incredible power and made practitioners rare opponents of the same level. But this technique wasn't actually magical. It was fundamentally just a solidified trait. Solidified traits, as the name suggests, are capable of stabilizing energy, preventing fluctuations, and having the same effect on matter. Wang Jun turned his mind slightly and immediately understood. Solidified traits absorb other extraordinary energies and solidify the so-called Dragon's Roar Qi. Then he quietly asked, does the Lin family have dragon bones? Lin Yue was astonished and regained some clarity, her complexion changing dramatically, sometimes pale and sometimes purple. With her hands still gripping her neck, she enunciated each word. How dare you be so sure? Wang Jun shook his head and said to himself, the solidified traits are not particularly rare, but the extraordinary path inherited by the Lin family requires a high level of personal aptitude due to the unique properties of the Longyin Qi. What is it? A yun? You're hitting the key point. Don't gasp for breath, Li Xuanqing said, his lips chapped and his heart feeling like a million cat claws were scratching it. Qingge, just let me finish, Wang Jun retorted. Li Xuanqing wanted to explain, but was interrupted. Sun Buwu glared, his invisible qi pressure blocking Li Xuanqing's mouth. Continue. Long Qingning supported her face with her right hand while cradling her left elbow, her tender fingers brushing aside her slightly curled black hair. Her gaze had less indifference and more scrutiny. Wang Jun continued, among the Lin family's ancestral techniques, there's a curse, or rather, a suppression from a higher-level being. After a brief pause, he smiled warmly. The Longyin Qi might really be related to dragons. What nonsense is a Jun talking about? Li Xuanqing thought to himself. Sun Buwu looked contemplative, his eyes on Wang Jun filled with an unexplainable meaning. Long Qingning's brows furrowed, and faint lines appeared on her smooth forehead. Having practiced medicine for many years, she had seen many strange things, including various mythical creatures, but they were ultimately proven to be misunderstood scientific phenomena. She did not believe in the existence of mythical creatures like dragons. However, the three of them stopped as they noticed the unusual transformation happening to Lin Yue. The surface of the crystalline cocoon shimmering beautifully. If there were dragon eggs in the world, they might look like this. They all had similar thoughts rising in their hearts, like seeds of inner demons, burrowing deeper and harder to uproot. Lin Yue found it difficult to speak, but it was obvious to anyone that her face was filled with shock. Y. Before she could form a sentence with normal words, Wang Jun continued. Perhaps your Lin family is hiding the bones of a dragon for future generations to ponder and comprehend. His tone sounded like a joke. Lin Yue's pupils suddenly constricted, her human pupils showing signs of turning into vertical slits. Golden light surrounded her eyes, forming golden light spikes, while deep red light seemed to hide stars within the depths of her irises. At this moment, her emotions surged, and the little person in her mind was on a small boat, tossed about by the monstrous waves of her inner sea. Lin Yue could not respond, but others could. Li Xuanqing was the most curious, his eyes filled with hope. Come on, Jun, keep talking. Wang Jun said. The strength of the Lin family does not lie in their techniques, but in those who can adapt to the breath of the dragon. After a brief pause, he pointed at Lin Yue. You are the one who can adapt to the breath of the dragon, the precious gem of the Lin family. Seemingly intentionally or unintentionally, Wang Jun glanced at Long Qingning and said, the main reason Lin Yue has transformed in her current state is not due to a broken breakthrough or emotional turmoil. The real reason has been buried in her body since the moment she came into contact with the family inheritance. Although Wang Jun did not explicitly state the conclusion, everyone present understood. Lin Yue had not only seen dragon bones, but had also studied them closely, perhaps even spent years by their side. Thus her mind, body, and spirit had long been immersed in the breath of the dragon. This was the reason why the Lin family's extraordinary inheritors were so formidable, and also the curse from which the Lin family could never escape. A blessing like curse, a curse like blessing, mutually dependent. The Lin family was strong because of this, yet could not become even stronger. Lin Yue felt horrified deep down, unable to control her facial muscles and limbs any longer. Boom! 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 Her limbs exploded, splattering crystals and colorful pus all over the ground. In the remnants of her body, flesh and bone became indistinguishable, fully crystallized. Li Xuanqing was dumbfounded, holding his head with both hands, saying, at a critical moment, Jun, you still stimulated her. Now she is completely hopeless. Long Qingning picked up the crystals and colorful pus on the ground with a scalpel, observing for a moment before shaking her head. No, her state has actually improved after the explosion. Sun Bu squatted on the ground, his fingertips touching the slime, rubbing it while nodding. It's better to let it out than to keep it trapped. If the internal energy is stuck in the body and not circulating, it's dead. Her current state is indeed a bit better. Then, Sun Bu raised his head, his expression very serious. Wang Jun, how confident are you that you can treat her? 50-50. Wang Jun spread his right hand's 5 fingers. That's enough. Li Xuanqing gave a thumbs up and added, Sister Lung has 0 confidence, but you're 50%. We could take a gamble. Lung Qingming glanced at Li Xuanqing without a trace, saying nothing. Wang Jun said, but I will need to use a lot of extraordinary materials. No problem. If we use the materials, then so be it. There's no shortage of extraordinary beings and materials in Haifeng Alley. Sun Bu waved his hand. Wang Jun was taken aback, clarifying that those extraordinary materials were not cheap. It doesn't matter, Sun Bu said with a smile. We'll charge it all to the Lin family. So you're willing to spend someone else's money? Wang Jun lightly hummed, then said, to treat Lin Yue, the most essential material needed is dragon bloodgrass. Do we have it? Sun Bu tilted his head to ask. He was here as a substitute and was not very familiar with the resources of Haifeng Alley. Li Xuanqing shook his head, looking confused. I don't know. I've never seen my master's little treasury. Don't count on this guy. He's always carefree and never cares about anything. Lung Qingming interrupted with annoyance. She turned to Wang Jun, her eyes filled with distrust. Haifeng Alley had dragon bloodgrass, but there was only one plant. This extraordinary material was top-tier A level, close to S level. Wang Jun said, just say it directly. The materials are precious. They cannot be wasted. I don't feel at ease handing it over to you. That's the first point. Lung Qingming raised an eyebrow, raising one finger, then a second. Second, dragon bloodgrass is extremely aggressive, very young in nature, and can easily trigger a secondary explosion of the evolution trauma. If Lin Yue takes it now, it will be no different from seeking death. Who said it was for her to consume? Wang Jun shook his head. Dragon bloodgrass is just the main medicine. There are also moonstar dust, colorful lizard, phantom worm, endless dew. He listed off 33 extraordinary materials in a row, took a breath, and said, then prepare a big greenhouse, 2 layers for the greenhouse, with a large vat on the lower level to stew all the extraordinary materials in clean water, while Lin Yue lies naked on the upper level. Lung Qingming thought for 2 or 3 seconds. If the extraordinary materials were steamed, using steam to heat her, it would indeed reduce the aggressiveness of the dragon bloodgrass. Topically applying, it was indeed more feasible than orally consuming it, but her current state was not right. Recklessly enduring the changes brought by multiple extraordinary materials could very likely cause her pain. Therefore, a person would also need to be arranged to massage her whole body to relax her muscles and skin. Wang Jun nodded, his eyes full of inquiry. Don't look at me. I'm a surgeon. I only use a scalpel. Lung Qingming raised her palm and refused. Li Xuanqing and Sun Bu both shook their heads, indicating they would not do it. Whoever proposes it is responsible. Li Xuanqing's mouth got him into trouble again. Wang Jun was silent for a moment, saying, I'll do it, but I must have a master accompany me into the greenhouse to prevent Lin Yue from going berserk. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Xuanqing quickly replied, that goes without saying, Sister Lung, she is a woman. Agreed. Sun Bu slightly clenched his fist, trying to avoid laughing out loud. All right, I'll go in with you. I'll keep an eye on you. Lung Qingming stared at Wang Jun directly, saying, although the topical use of dragon bloodgrass reduces its aggressiveness, not all of the other 32 auxiliary materials you're using are harmless. Things could easily go wrong. If something goes wrong, I'll take responsibility, Wang Jun replied. No, you can't take on that. City 36 is likely to face a great battle because of this. Lung Qingming shook her head. What I mean is that I still think you shouldn't get involved. What you just mentioned about the use of dragon bloodgrass gave me a conservative treatment idea. Ideas are useless. We need to take action now. Wang Yun refused those heights. Lung Qingming raised her eyebrows, allowed a light hum, and stopped talking. Chapter 18 Mr. Wang Jun Lin Yue's situation is critical. Sun Bu and Lung Qingming apply dual pressure, so Li Xuanqing has no choice but to act as a runner. Before long, the materials are prepared, and the tent is set up in the vacant lot next to Fuwang Building. Curious neighbors passing by stop to inquire. Li Xuanqing's double eyelids droop, his eyes resembling dead fish drifting aimlessly, with resentment towards being a runner hidden in his words. Everyone, step back, don't stare. The surrounding neighbors, some with tattooed arms and others with facial tattoos, all look strong and imposing. The younger brothers, not understanding the situation, are about to shout. The leading older brothers' expressions change drastically as they cover the mouths of the younger brothers and bow to Li Xuanqing. Brother Chen has given orders. Who dares to disobey? After saying this, they each lead their underlings away. Xuanqing, keep all bystanders away. No unexpected factors allowed. Sun Buwu lifts the curtain and steps out of the tent. Li Xuanqing nods, having already given instructions for the area to be sealed off. After a brief pause, he asks, "How's it inside?" The internal structure is already set up, and the 33 types of materials are laid out. Sun Buwu turns his head slightly, the corner of his eye scanning the curtain. The rest depends on Wang Jun. Li Xuanqing shrugs and lowers his voice. "I think it's a bit precarious." "No problem," Sun Buwu replies, pulling out a soft cloth to lightly wipe his sunglasses. "If you can't do it, we'll follow my plan." Brother Wu's murderous intent has indeed been stirred. It's not so easy to restrain. Li Xuanqing wisely keeps his mouth shut. At this moment, inside the tent, there are heating pipes arranged in a cross pattern on the ground, each 1 meter long. A steel bathtub is placed above the heating pipes, glowing red after a few minutes. The water inside the bathtub is bubbling, with steam rising slowly. Lin Yue is hanging onto a thread of consciousness, unwilling to faint. Wang Jun stands nearby and says, "Don't blame me for not telling you in advance. You provide the materials to save you, and then you still have to pay me." Lin Yue cannot nod and can only blink in agreement. Wang Jun holds up 5 fingers. "I want to ask for too much. You are the legitimate daughter of the Lin family. 500,000 federal coins, no problem, right?" After that, Wang Jun begins to observe the distorted crystals on Lin Yue's body. These things are uniquely shaped, some elongated, some spiky, some irregular lumps. "Please move your hands and cut off the strips of cloth on Lin Yue's body. Throw them away." Lung Qingming looks deeply at Wang Jun and says later, "You'll have to massage her. Everything that should be seen and touched will not be missed." "Why are you being so pretentious now?" "It's not pretentious. Just for safety," Wang Jun replies with a smile, his eyes clear as water. "Afraid of death to this extent, can you be reliable?" Lung Qingming silently criticizes, her fingers moving rapidly. 3 surgical knives shoot out from under her lab coat. The bright white blade trajectories appear chaotic, yet have a certain aesthetic. Rip, rip, rip. The leather on Lin Yue's body is torn to strips, scattering everywhere. "Done," Lung Qingming says lightly. Wang Jun nods slightly and continues to direct Lung Qingming. "Put her up. After I grind the materials, we'll start the steam treatment." Lung Qingming stops her movements and stands still. At this moment, Wang Jun stands beside the steel bathtub, using a pestle to smash the mortar. He looks back at Lung Qingming. "What are you dawdling for?" Lung Qingming replies, "I'm here to ensure your safety, not to help you. This is an emergency. I can't spare any hands. Thank you for your effort." Wang Jun casually thanks her and continues smashing the mortar. Bang, bang, bang. Lung Qingming observes his serious demeanor and stops nitpicking. She closes her eyes and opens them again, palms up, gently supporting. Inside the tent, a gentle breeze arises, binding Lin Yue as she lies on the wooden rib frame. The rib frame is a commonly used bedboard. Li Xuanqing just borrowed it from a nearby resident's bedroom to temporarily act as a barrier, ensuring that the steam from a steel bathtub is absorbed by Lin Yue. After completing all this, Lung Qingming says, "The rest is up to you. I only guarantee she won't hurt you." "Okay." Wang Jun nods slightly. Soon, the dragon's blood grass inside the mortar becomes finely crushed. Wang Jun pours the mortar, and a sticky substance with a hint of dark gold falls amidst the blood red. The bubbling water immediately turns crimson, followed by an unusual fragrance. Wang Jun's nose twitches slightly, like a drunkard catching a whiff of the divine nectar only found in the heavens. His face flushes, and his eyes become glazed as if intoxicated. He shakes his head vigorously, forcibly suppressing the urge to drink from the bathtub. Looking again at the water surface, Wang Jun sees a golden line, like an invisible dragon swimming in the water. In the blink of an eye, the golden line disappears without a trace. Wang Jun swallows, then proceeds to handle the remaining 32 materials. Nearby, Lung Qingming's skin, eyelids, and lips twitched slightly. She initially thought Wang Jun's serious demeanor indicated he had real skills hidden within. But Wang Jun's rough, grinding technique resembles that of a clumsy child cooking for the first time. The shattered imagination causes a headache for Lung Qingning. Wasting resources. Lung Qingning subtly raises her right hand, placing her fingertip against her temple and rubbing in a clockwise motion. Next, Wang Jun spends 15 minutes adding all the extraordinary materials into the steel bathtub. The liquid inside turns amber, its surface smooth as a mirror, no longer bubbling. Hey! Lung Qingning's expression changes, her palm reaching towards the liquid in the bathtub. Be careful, it's very hot, Wang Jun warns. Lung Qingning, skeptical, positions her palm just above the bathtub, less than 10 centimeters away. A massive heat activates the body's stress response. Her fair and delicate hand suddenly retracts, and Lung Qingning puffs her cheeks, blowing out several breaths. Hoo-hoo-hoo. The water temperature is clearly above the boiling point. It does not boil. Lung Qingning is puzzled, her fingertips brushing back her hair. Just do your job. Don't let her die from the pain. Understood, Wang Yun nods slightly. At this moment, he sits on Lin Youwei's back, his hands alternating between kneading, pressing, and patting. In the air, colorful steam is attracted and quickly converges. No matter what gestures Wang Jun's hands take, the steam is perfectly controlled, coalescing in a palm print firmly pressed against Lin Youwei's skin. A bit more force, and it would be too heavy, a bit less, and it would be too light. Too heavy, and the crystalline structure on Lin Youwei's body would shatter, likely leading to her instant death. Too light, and Lin Youwei would not receive effective treatment, ultimately becoming a mutant, facing the fate of being killed by Sun Bu. The mist swirls, and visibility inside the tent sharply declines. An unusual fragrance fills the air, and Lung Qingning holds her breath, observing Wang Jun's technique. The water attribute's extraordinary ability. This water control ability surpasses that of most newly awakened individuals, indicating very high potential. Wang Jun is fully focused, sensing every water molecule in the air. Under the blessing of the water spirits, he can easily perceive the special substances contained within the water molecules in the tent space. Dragon's bloodgrass, silver of daylight, miro, ghost flower. Each type of extraordinary material releases tiny particles that are wrapped in the steam, gradually and orderly impacting the crystalline structures on Lin Youwei's body. The crystals at the corners of her eyes and lips slowly fade, and the shattered limbs emit a faint glow. Then, Wang Jun and Lung Qingning witness a miraculous scene. The crystals on Lin Youwei's body collapse inward, retracting towards their origin, disappearing at a visibly rapid pace. The disappearing material is transformed into normal human flesh and bones. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes. Lung Qingning's gaze grows increasingly serious because she finds herself unable to comprehend what is happening. After years of medicine, it is rare for her to encounter a situation she cannot understand. She clearly remembers every previous time. The first time she couldn't understand. She was still following her mentor and learning. The second time was after leaving the sect, when she first encountered extraordinary cases and learned about the pain of evolution. The third time was 3 years ago, when she met an evolution planner who used incredible techniques to treat a level 3 extraordinary person's evolutionary pain. Lung Qingning looked at Wang Jun in disbelief, guessing his true identity or hidden abilities. What kind of person could handle the pain of evolution and be confident of a 100 success rate, yet have such crude methods? An evolution planner rising like the morning sun. Deep down, Lung Qingning had a vague answer, her sharp brows slightly trembling. She really hoped her suspicion was true. Evolution planners are not an ordinary profession. Their existence is rarer than that of top doctors. Talent, skill, research, hard work, resources, opportunities. All these factors must come together, and none can be missing, making the conditions to cultivate an evolution planner exceedingly harsh. Not easier than that of a level 4 extraordinary person. Level 4, the strongest batch of extraordinary beings below demigods, unafraid of conventional military forces, capable of tearing missiles apart with their bare hands. Yet, the overall value of an evolution planner is higher than that of a level 4 extraordinary person. A faction with an evolution planner can not only cultivate level 1 and level 2 extraordinary beings en masse, but can also further filter and train level 3 and even level 4 extraordinary beings. While Lung Qingming lost herself in thought, Lin Yue's body completely returned to normal. In the mist, her figure was curvaceous and graceful. With a waist that could be grasped with one hand, long and beautiful legs, and a stunning face that added to her allure. Wang Jun looked down and saw her fair and tender skin, delicate collarbones barely visible, with slight indentations that could perfectly hold coin. Below, there was an indescribable beauty. Suddenly, Lin Yue let out a high-pitched scream. Ah! That sound was not something a human could produce. It was closer to a dragon's roar. However, this dragon's roar was not the grand and magnificent kind depicted in films, but rather carried the most desperate and piercing tone. Ah, ah! The mournful dragon's roar echoed, unreasonably piercing through the curtains around the tent. The decibel level was extremely high, with a wide frequency range. Within a radius of several hundred meters centered around Lin Yue, glass products shattered instantly. Glass shards scattered everywhere, and pedestrians on the street covered their heads and took shelter under eaves. Did the bastards from the Red Umbrella Company attack? It shouldn't be. The boss is still alive, and the Red Umbrella Company wouldn't dare to act. Could it be that the weapon designer hired half a month ago was experimenting with some new gadget? Perhaps a level 3 extraordinary person was secretly fighting. Hearing the pedestrian speculations, Li Xuanqing rolled his eyes. If it weren't for the confidential nature of Lin Yue's unexpected information, he would have liked to chat with the people around him. The Fu Wang building was very close to the tent, and the customers inside could hear clearly. The dragon's roar came from the nearby tent, indicating something very important was happening inside. However, with Li Xuanqing and Sun Bo guarding, none of the people present dared to entertain any crooked thoughts. Some spies from the financial conglomerates felt like monkeys in their hearts, scratching their ears and telling them, "There is something fishy here. It must contain important information. We need to find a way to investigate it." Beside the tent, Li Xuanqing and Sun Bo exchanged glances. "Xuanqing, if you're curious, just ask." Sun Bo waved his hand nonchalantly. Li Xuanqing shook his head, yawning. "Wugo, you know me. I don't want to worry about anything, and I avoid thinking if I can." Sun Bo chuckled lightly. "All right, I'm not too concerned either. Just thought you were usually very curious." No. Li Xuanqing crossed his hands, forming a shape. "It's all a misunderstanding. Curiosity killed the cat." The two bantered back and forth, and after a few exchanges, the cries from inside the tent gradually diminished, becoming almost inaudible. Li Xuanqing pressed his left ear against the curtain, carefully discerning the sounds inside. Sun Bu straightened his right ear, slightly moving his oracle, allowing energy to flow through the meridians, sharpening his hearing tenfold in an instant. The speed of their actions was evenly matched, and their four eyes locked onto each other. "Ahem, ahem." Sun Bu cleared his throat and said, "I was invited by the boss. I should at least show some concern." Li Xuanqing nodded. "The boss is my master. My actions are reasonable." Sun Bu subtly nodded. "Xuanqing, since you care, you might as well just ask." "No, Sister Lung is inside." Who would dare to disturb the treatment at this time? The consequences. Li Xuanqing shook his head 3 times a high speed, and even clicked his tongue twice at the end. "You big man, why are you being so fussy?" Sun Bu stomped his foot, the invisible energy condensing into a knife against Li Xuanqing's backside. "If I say ask, then just ask. Stop talking so much nonsense. Not as strong as others. How sad." Li Xuanqing had a mournful expression. Suddenly, Lung Qingming pulled aside the curtain, walked out with a dark face, and said irritably, "You two are too noisy. Hurry up and get lost." Li Xuanqing scratched his head and laughed awkwardly, quickly asking, "How's it going inside?" Lung Qingming disliked Li Xuanqing's loud voice, pinched his ear, and walked outside. As she passed by Sun Bu, she shot him a sidelong glance. Seeing this, Sun Bu took half a step back, signaling Lung Qingming, "He can walk on his own. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps." Sun Bu couldn't help but say in a deep voice, "There is no problem with the treatment, right?" It was a bit unbelievable. He clearly seemed like a novice, looking inexperienced even in grinding medicine, yet. Lung Qingming stopped in her tracks, shaking her head in disbelief. Before Sun Bu could speak, Li Xuanqing jumped in first, but what? Sun Bu pressed down on Li Xuanqing's shoulder. Stop being so loud, just listen. Lung Qingming stated, Wang Jun's methods are different from ordinary doctors. I suspect he might be an evolution planner. This statement was made in a very low voice, as if whispering. Li Xuanqing took half a second to react, then suddenly jumped up. What the hell, Sister Lung, are you kidding me? Did you learn a joke after going inside? Lung Qingming shot him a glare. Honestly, I can't think of any other explanation. How so? Sun Bu curved his index finger, resting the second segment of the bone against his chin. Can you elaborate? Then, Lung Qingming detailed the methods and treatments Wang Jun used. She herself was a top student with an exceptional memory, vividly describing what she had seen in the tent. About 2 or 3 minutes later, Li Xuanqing shrank his neck and said, Before I suspected, Sister Lung, you had been fooled. Otherwise, there is no reason for such a sudden change of attitude. Now I kind of understand why your attitude towards Wang Jun has shifted drastically. Upon hearing this, Lung Qingming's lips curled up unnaturally, and the nasolabial folds on both sides of her cheeks nearly popped out. This is a good thing. Sun Bu clapped his hands lightly. What Black Edge Alley lacks the most is evolution planners. If he really has this potential, it would definitely be a huge boost for Boss Yizhen. If it's a huge boost for my master, 1T, I have to call Jun Mr. Wang Jun in the future. Li Xuanqing desa zhukingli. Sun Bu turned to look at him and lightly patted his shoulder. Li Xuanqing? He hurriedly said, What are you doing? We'll go. What do you mean by that? Nothing. Sun Bu shook his head. There definitely is. Suddenly, feeling this way, Li Xuanqing was very scared. He mimicked Sun Bu, patting his own shoulder. Sun Bu chuckled, opened his left eye, and the golden red light shone through the sunglasses. The term Mr. is not used lightly. It represents respect. Li Xuanqing scratched his head. I was just joking. Perhaps it won't be a joke in the future. Sun Bu shrugged. Li Xuanqing, no way. Jun has become Mr. Wang Jun. Isn't that inappropriate? Lung Qingming pinched the tip of Li Xuanqing's ear, squeezing tightly with her index finger and thumb, and suddenly pulled upwards. From now on, you can't call him Jun, got it? Lung Jia, you must be joking, right? Li Xuanqing wiped his forehead, feeling a bit anxious. Lung Qingming raised her eyebrows and teased. Who told you to always be so unambitious? At that moment, Sun Bu's hand landed on Li Xuanqing's shoulder again. Just get used to it. These two have definitely been enchanted. Li Xuanqing transformed into a shadow, breaking free from Lung Qingming's control. Standing 3 meters away with a Lung Jia, don't discourage me. You should hurry in and assist Jun. Then you two don't just stand at the door, chattering away. It's making me anxious. Lung Qingming pulled the two of them a few meters away, assuming it wouldn't interfere with Wang Jun's follow-up treatment, and then walked towards the shed. Watching Lung Qingming walk away, listening to the sound of her red high heels clicking as she left, Li Xuanqing felt that at this moment, Lung Qingming resembled a top student unwilling to miss a lecture by teacher Niubei. He scratched his head and suddenly asked, Did you understand the treatment process Lung Jia just mentioned? A bunch of medical terms, along with descriptions of the literary illness seen, would be incomprehensible to a normal person. Sun Bu perfunctorily replied, Well, sort of. Great. So it turns out you didn't understand either. Now I can relax. Li Xuanqing Loga. Sun Bu's mouth twitched, feeling inexplicably humiliated. How could he be on the same intellectual level as Li Xuanqing? The process involved too many professional terms, and it was natural not to understand. But as long as he knew the situation was developing in a good direction, that was enough. Come on, who doesn't understand? Li Xuanqing shrugged and spread his hands. It's just that after the treatment, Lin Youwei's physical condition has already recovered. She's just temporarily in a coma and is undergoing follow-up treatment. Chapter 19 Ideal and Genius. The only light in the shed came from a hanging energy-saving lamp, casting a dim glow. Water mist swirled, and the air felt like a hazy wall, emanating a series of scents that were soothing to the soul. Lin Youwei lay on a slatted wooden bed, her body undergoing a transformation due to the combination of 33 extraordinary materials that had mixed and evaporated. After suffering significant trauma, the human body often carries irreparable aftereffects, and Lin Youwei was no exception. Logically speaking, after experiencing the painful explosion of evolution, Lin Youwei's limbs were shattered, and her internal organs mutated. Even though her body appeared to have returned to normal, she remained weak internally, at least for the next few months. When she activated her extraordinary energy, she would experience various sensations of stagnation, blockage, and dissonance. During such times, the extraordinary energy would autonomously protect the host, depending on the severity of the injuries. The extraordinary energy would enter different depths of dormancy, hiding within the extraordinary being's body, preventing them from mobilizing their extraordinary energy. At this point, the extraordinary being was no different from an ordinary human, temporarily losing their unique abilities. The Lin family's ancestral heritage, renowned for its extraordinary lineage, naturally included similar methods. It was called turtle breathing. The effect was simple and unadorned, using the dormancy equivalent to extraordinary energy to exchange for a significant enhancement of the body's immunity and self-healing capabilities. Lung Qingning was unaware of the Lin family's secret inheritance, but had heard of and seen similar situations. How could her extraordinary energy still be active? Lung Qingning's throat felt dry. No, it wasn't just active. It was about to reach a critical point, ready to cross a small bottleneck. This scene contradicted Lung Qingning's common sense. How could she have missed such an important moment just by stepping out to deal with two noisy ghosts? What on earth happened in those few minutes? Lung Qingning felt regret in her heart, as if she had missed out on a fortune. Her eyes widened in shock, her frosty, snow-like pupils reflecting an unshakable astonishment. At that moment, through the swirling smoke, she saw Lin Youwei's face exhaling and inhaling the mist. The mist was colorful, like celestial dew descending from the heavens. Beside her, Wang Jun was like a celestial being bringing the dew, his hands transforming into a transparent watercolor. The mist in the shed was under his control, forming fine threads that wrapped around Lin Youwei's body, covering her naked form tightly, leaving only her nostrils exposed for breathing. As time passed, Lin Youwei's breathing became more even, the frequency of her breaths quickly slowing down until it stabilized at once per minute. Her breath stirred her chest and abdomen, sounding somewhat like the low rumble of gathering thunderclouds. With years of medical experience, Lung Qingning could tell that Lin Youwei's condition was surprisingly good, not merely that her body had been repaired. What is this? Lung Qingning observed intently, completely unaware of her own small actions. Her right hand balled into a fist against her lips, her two rows of white teeth biting down hard, the soft flesh of her palm sinking inward, leaving a deep imprint from her teeth. Wang Jun's technique transcended the realm of medicine entirely. But Lung Qingning was no longer a naive rookie. Over the years, she had encountered many extraordinary beings' evolutionary pains. Though she lacked the talent to become an evolutionary planner, she had replicated treatments through medical means, successfully treating many mild cases of evolutionary pain. Lung Qingning's pursuit was twofold: to help her boss fulfill his wishes and to achieve mastery in surgical techniques. She hoped that one day she could help extraordinary beings treat the vast majority of their evolutionary pains through surgery. At this moment, Wang Jun's methods were fully revealed, and she was watching with great seriousness. Unlike true evolutionary planners, who often preferred to keep their secrets hidden like treasures, Wang Jun was different. As time went on, Lung Qingning increasingly felt the distinction between doctors and evolutionary planners. Each had their specialties. Doctors could accomplish things that evolutionary planners could not. But evolutionary planners had unique advantages in addressing evolutionary pains and guiding others to break through bottlenecks. Wang Jun's hands transformed into pure water, absorbing the trace materials from the extraordinary substances, then injecting them into Lin Youwei's body, while helping her invigorate her blood and resolve bruising, essentially just a random application. He was also pressing in the extraordinary materials. As the materials combined with the energy, the extraordinary properties neutralized each other, and Lin Youwei's complexion became increasingly rosy, her breath more stable. Lung Qingning stood in the shed, feeling overwhelming shame. She considered herself a top doctor, an authority, an expert. In reality, she was just a clown, completely unaware that a true master was right before her. Arrogance, prejudice, self-deception. Lung Qingning yearned to study the methods of evolutionary planners to fill the gaps in her medical knowledge. However, she had always been half a step behind. That half-step feeling like an insurmountable chasm that had blocked her for 3 years, preventing her from advancing even an inch. Suddenly inhaling sharply, air filled her lungs and lingered there, unwilling to be exhaled. Her arms hung naturally by her sides, her head held high, and her typically insightful eyes were filled with confusion. If Li Xuanqing were to see her, he would undoubtedly tease her for looking like a daft goose. Time passed slowly, and the mist in the shed thickened. The shimmering light emitted by the evaporating extraordinary materials resembled rainbows stretching across the air. The beings of water. Wang Jun silently recited these 4 words, his pupils reflecting a deep blue hue. Vast, boundless like the ocean. Inside the shed, countless water droplets were meticulously arranged, suspended in the air. In a moment of silence, the droplets transformed into tiny needles, each tip pointed directly at Lin Yue. Go. Wang Jun raised his palms upwards, then flipped them downwards. Swish, 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 swish. The needles fell at an angle, piercing through the water cocoon that had formed on Lin Yue's body. Lung Qingning felt she had uncovered the truth, the secret hidden beneath Wang Jun's clumsy facade. So that's it. It wasn't complicated at all, just 2 points. First, there was specialization between doctors and evolutionary planners. Doctors treated evolutionary pains with medical methods, while evolutionary planners used extraordinary means to treat extraordinary beings and plan better evolutionary paths for them. Second, he had a unique sensitivity and confidence in the properties of extraordinary materials and their combinations. Lung Qingning stared at Wang Jun's hands, stepping closer to the edge of the slatted bed. Only by getting close enough could she observe more and more details. Half an hour passed, and Wang Jun exhaled a breath of stale air, his hands transitioning from a transparent watercolor back to normal flesh color. It seemed that her condition had stabilized. Lung Qingning clenched her fist, pressing it against her lips. The treatment had consumed far more than the 5 points of life essence used for consultation. It also required the mental energy to manipulate the beings of water, lasting nearly an hour. Wang Jun was indeed mentally exhausted. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, his eyelids drooping, relaxing for 2 seconds before opening them again. I've done my best. There shouldn't be any major issues. It was the first time using a plan provided by the evolutionary tree to help another extraordinary being, and Wang Jun felt uncertain. Lung Qingning buried her head, her eyes filled with shame almost overflowing. She had said it couldn't be treated, but Wang Jun had said it could. At that time, she had even given Wang Jun a piece of advice, saying that dragon bloodgrass was too potent and unsuitable for treating already erupted evolutionary pains. The scenes replayed in her mind, and Lung Qingning recalled how she had stood there so boldly in front of Wang Jun, implicitly accepting Li Xuanqing's introduction that she was the pinnacle of all doctors in City 36. Remembering this, her cheeks flushed red with embarrassment. How mortifying. So. Embarrassing. Wang Jun's eyes were glazed over with exhaustion as he yawned, saying, Nothing much. I'm going to rest first. Is this considered a complete success? Lung Qingning raised her slightly arched brows. Wang Jun opened his mouth, nodding repeatedly, feeling extremely tired. I need to sleep first. I'll take care of the rest. Lung Qingning smiled faintly, her slightly curled long hair swaying without wind. This woman had just said she was unwilling to assist. Wang Jun was a bit unaccustomed to Lung Qingning's attitude, his neck slightly tilting back, his eyes filled with inquiry. Lung Qingning cleared her throat, probably guessing Wang Jun's thoughts. The shift was too quick, too abrupt, which indeed fell off. However, Black Edge Alley was in desperate need of talent, and the most sought-after position was that of an evolution planner. Letting out a slight breath, Lung Qingning's smile receded a bit, her brows transitioning from raised to level. At that moment, her facial features underwent a magical change, her entire demeanor reverting to the intellectual and distant aura Wang Jun first encountered. Like the snow-capped mountains on the far horizon, not cold enough to feel painfully frosty, but still very distant and not easily reachable. As an awakened, being able to complete this treatment and heal the LV1 extraordinary evolutionary scars was already enough to earn Wang Jun the respect of Black Edge Alley. The corners of Lung Qingming's mouth lifted slightly, almost imperceptibly smiling. This way of speaking fits her character. Wang Jun subtly nodded, slowly walking towards the entrance of the shed. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 4 steps, 5 steps. As he watched Wang Jun lift the curtain, Lung Qingming suddenly asked, Wang Jun, have you heard of an evolution planner? Wang Jun did not turn back, raising his right hand and gently waving. No, that's even better, Lung Qingming muttered to herself. A wild evolution planner, completely self-taught, even without referencing anyone else's path. What does this indicate? It indicates that Wang Jun is a genius. It indicates that Wang Jun will not have a special connection with the evolution planners serving the financial magnates. It indicates that Black Edge Alley will be Wang Jun's first discoverer. A talent scout and a thoroughbred horse complement each other. How could that not be beautiful? Lung Qingming's eyes sparkled with joy, radiant like summer flowers. The existence of Black Edge Alley was for an ideal, one that was too grand. Even the boss, Yi Zhen, a suspected peak level 4 extraordinary, could not openly speak of it. The titans of the Federation would not allow it. Financial magnates, corporations, and various secret organizations hidden in the shadows. Once Black Edge Alley acknowledged that ideal, these wolves would surely unite to extinguish the spark of that ideal, leaving not a single ember. Lung Qingming's clear voice carried a hint of goodwill. You should take the time to learn about it. You have great potential in this area. The other party released goodwill, and Wang Jun was no fool. He paused his steps, half-turned his body, and smiled. Okay. In that instant, Wang Jun's profile was strikingly handsome, with sharp lines, a straight nose, and eyes shining brighter than stars. Lung Qingming thought to herself, upon closer inspection, he is quite handsome, much more pleasing to the eye than the rough characters in the alley. After Wang Jun stepped out of the shed, the shadow on the ground rushed in. In an instant, a black shadow leaped up from the ground, standing beside Wang Jun. Jun, impressive. Did you see how cold Sister Lung was just now? You must have cast quite a charm on her. Li Xuanqing revealed his true form, pressing down on Wang Jun's shoulder. Wang Jun tilted his head slightly, his face full of confusion, not understanding what he was talking about. Li Xuanqing blinked, as if he thought of something, and said abruptly, Jun, you shouldn't care about seniority, right? Wang Yun, it's okay. Li Xuanqing, then good, from now on, we each discuss our own matters. Wang Jun opened his mouth. Wanted to ask more. Li Xuanqing quickly turned his head, waving, Wu Ge, Jun is quite capable, right? Sun Buwu, wearing sunglasses and with his hands behind his back, walked a step and suddenly shrank the distance to 1 meter in front of Wang Jun. What does their ability have to do with you? He rolled his eyes and retorted to Li Xuanqing, then looked at Wang Jun. It would be a good thing if Black Edge Alley and the Lin family didn't have to go to war. At that moment, Li Xuanqing started to laugh mischievously. So, how does it feel to have your first experience? Before Wang Jun could respond, his arm hooked around Wang Jun's neck. Winking, you must regret not having a big night yesterday, right? Wang Jun's shoulders shook as he shrugged off Li Xuanqing's arm, turning to say, Wu Ge, please manage Chun Ge. He is always so inappropriate. It's only a matter of time before someone takes half his head off. Unexpectedly, Sun Buwu, with a serious face, pretended to be serious and said, healing and naked beauty. This kind of plot only exists in online novels. It's only natural for Xuanqing to be curious. Wangi Zhunyu, Li Xuanqing's impropriety was already anticipated by Wang Jun, but Sun Buwu, although he had golden hair and wore sunglasses, dressed in a classical Chinese robe, giving an overall impression of being old-fashioned. Suddenly saying such a line, not to mention Wang Jun couldn't handle it. But even Li Xuanqing was caught off guard. Holy crap! Li Xuanqing jumped and slapped his leg. Wu Ge, I really didn't expect that you also have this taste. Sun Buwu, hands behind his back, spoke with a calm tone, as if imitating an old predecessor, a good man. Who doesn't appreciate beauty? Li Xuanqing gave a thumbs up, his mouth crookedly grinning. Wu Ge, you are quite lewd. Sun Buwu was in a good mood, but suddenly interrupted, feeling a bit displeased. So, he crouched down and threw a proper punch. Boom! An invisible wave of air howled past, as if thousands of small knives were flying towards them. Wang Jun stood in the center of the storm, completely unharmed. The overwhelming invisible energy seemed to have its own consciousness, bypassing Wang Jun and heading straight for Li Xuanqing. Li Xuanqing was hit in the abdomen, flying into the air. With a bang, his body exploded into countless fragments of shadow. Soon, the shadows were formed, and Li Xuanqing appeared more than 10 meters away. Vuye, you can't play sneak attacks like this. You have to pay the price for saying the wrong thing. Sun Bu tapped his toes, his shrunken steps appearing again, chasing after Li Xuanqing for a beating. Li Xuanqing shouted while running, "No martial ethics." Wang Jun silently shook his head. Chenggu always seemed to court disaster inadvertently. Truly a miracle to have survived this long. On both sides of the street, tattooed arms, bald heads, scarred faces. Those fierce thugs and rascals all poked their heads out, either under eaves or inside windows, enjoying the daily spectacle of Li Xuanqing, who couldn't be killed. Inside the shed, Lung Qingning sat beside Lin Yuwei. "I know you are awake." Lin Yuwei opened her eyes, her expression complicated. She had never been so thoroughly defeated. Not only losing to Wang Jun, but also being saved by him after the evolution scars erupted. She felt exposed, as if a small knife had carved into her heart. If possible, she actually wanted to explode and kill Wang Jun when she woke up midway through the treatment. However, the other woman in the shed was one of the 12 blades of Black Edge Alley, the life and death blade. In city number 36, Lung Qingning also had another more prominent title, the Yama Bodhisattva. With one hand saving lives and the other taking them, she was definitely someone who could kill without blinking. "Stop pretending. We're all women, and I'm still a doctor. You can't hide being unconscious from me." The frequency of your chest and abdomen rising and falling when you breathe is different, and the amplitude is also different. It may not matter to an ordinary person, but I'm a surgeon, and I specialize in cardiopulmonary issues. Lung Qingning's fingers gently caressed, traveling from Lin Yuwei's neck down to her lower abdomen. Her fingertips carried wind-type abilities, causing an unbearable itch wherever they touched, like tropical rainforest fire ants biting. Lin Yuwei endured but found it difficult. Her eyelashes trembled slightly, and her lips involuntarily tightened. Suddenly, Lung Qingning's fingers touched the key position, gently rubbing while saying, "I'll count to 3, and if you don't open your eyes, don't blame me for using the knife." Lin Yuwei sighed, then opened her eyes. "Kill me, and Black Blade Alley won't have it easy." This secret wasn't really a secret. He could save you, and it would spread in no time. Lung Qingning leaned down, exhaling like orchids. Lin Yuwei flipped over, sitting up straight. "If you're not going to make a move, then bring me some clothes. You might not even know the significance of this treatment." Lung Qingning shook his head, raising his index finger. As an awakener, even with the talent of an evolution planner, the exhaustion he feels after treating you is definitely not fake. Lin Yuwei said, "So what? I already paid one. 5 million Federation coins." The index finger swayed slightly left and right, and Lung Qingning uttered 2 words. "Not enough." "What's the big deal?" "Then just add more money." Lin Yuwei shrugged. Lung Qingning scolded, "Vulgar." Wang Jun possesses extraordinary skills. Once awakened, he's like a dragon soaring into the sky. Would he care about such a small amount of money? And you can't seriously think one. 5 million Federation coins is a lot. Lin Yuwei thought for 2 seconds and said, "If it's hard currency, that's fine." Extraordinary materials cost over 3 million at cost. Before she could finish, Lung Qingning rolled her eyes and harshly criticized her. "The children of the financial magnates really are extravagant. Can you even afford to take out 3 million? You'll find out soon how much the extraordinary materials he used to save you are actually worth." So, Lin Yuwei extended her right palm, signaling Lung Qingning to name a price. Chapter 20. Very reasonable vulgarity, only knowing how to corrupt others with money. Lung Qingning flicked her hair, shaking her head coldly with a soft click of her tongue. As an evolution planner, it's not an exaggeration to say he possesses extraordinary skills. Would he ever be short on money in the future? Even if you added 10 times more, giving him 15 million federal coins, would that really be considered a lot? The pressure from the 2 questions was substantial. Lung Qingning's gaze was cold, her brows seeming to carry a layer of frost. The air followed her mood, flowing in circles slowly. Inside the shed, a gentle breeze began to rise, quickly contracting inward. Lin Yuwei's bare skin raised fine goosebumps. Cold, cool, stagnant. The air became her enemy. Her skin was her wall. Her pores were the crenels on the wall, and the hairs were the soldiers guarding the city. It hurts. The breeze, seemingly insignificant, was actually as sharp as a blade. In just half a second, the skin on Lin Yue's face, shoulders, collarbone, and neck was cut. Bright red droplets of blood slowly slid down as Lin Yue exerted force with her hands and feet, flipping off the bed frame. What are you doing? She protected herself with her hands, channeling her internal energy. The smooth, fair skin of her forearms gathered pale blue, oval-shaped energy like a shield. The breeze, sharp as a knife, slashed at the shield of energy. The two extraordinary energies canceled each other out, tangible and real, clearly visible in Lin Yue's eyes. The energy shield was slashed, covered in pockmarked knife marks. Her phoenix eyes widened in surprise. How is this possible? How could my energy undergo a qualitative change? Don't you understand? Lung Qingning's hands were tucked in her pockets, the hem of her lab coat hanging down. The breeze, sharper than a knife, suddenly stopped, and the space in the shed returned to tranquility. Lung Qingning said, Wang Jun is a remarkably talented evolution planner. When he helps you treat your evolution injuries, it's not just a simple treatment. Help me progress a step further? Lin Yue bit her lower lip lightly, pressing her palm against her chest, her face filled with hesitation. But this isn't scientific. He just awakened last night. Where did he get the time to become an evolution planner? Of course, geniuses are different from ordinary people. Lung Qingning's lips curled slightly, half smiling. You and I are not evolution planners, but we should know that evolution planners mainly look at the potential of extraordinary abilities, and then their intuition regarding the properties of extraordinary materials. We do not fully possess these two qualities, so what theoretical basis do we have to speculate? It makes a bit of sense. Lin Yue fell silent, but deep down, she was thinking about something else. The Lin family's extraordinary inheritors are incredibly strong, and there are rarely any rivals of the same level, but that must be after breaking the current level bottleneck. LV1, LV2, LV3, LV4. 4 levels and 4 level bottlenecks. Over hundreds of years of inheritance, no one from the Lin family has ever broken through to LV5. The realms of past inheritors have only reached the equivalent of peak level for extraordinary beings, coming to a standstill, as if there was an insurmountable chasm. For many years, the Lin family sought answers, ultimately concluding that the most important reason was that no matter how extraordinary one's talent, no one from the Lin family could break through each level bottleneck from LV1 to LV4. Now, Lin Yue has broken through the LV1 level bottleneck, which, according to family lore, can only be done by oneself. Outsiders cannot provide help. Thinking of this, Lin Yue's eyes couldn't help but blink rapidly. The saying passed down in the family has been broken by Wang Jun. Wang Jun can help those from the Lin family break through level bottlenecks. Now, he is still an awakener, yet he can help me break through the LV1 level bottleneck. If his extraordinary level continues to rise, LV1, LV2, LV3. Lin Yue's brain was spinning wildly, her lips trembling uncontrollably. 3 parts excitement, 3 parts happiness, 3 parts relief, and 1 part fear. Wang Jun is a genius evolution planner acknowledged by Lung Qingning and can help the Lin family break the curse. Lin Yue has always been proud, and for the first time in her life, she feels disadvantaged among her peers, and that disadvantage is against her maternal family. Without needing too much reflection, after considering it from another perspective, a sense of emotion welled up in her heart. Wang Jun has limitless potential and is certainly not an ordinary person. If he is a friend, he will be a great help. If he is an enemy, he must be dealt with decisively, leaving no chance for a comeback. At this moment, scenes of the future continuously floated through Lin Yue's mind. One scene particularly striking: Wang Jun becoming an LV4 extraordinary being, the Lin family getting close to him, and with his help, producing an LV5 extraordinary being. The 5th level extraordinary being is also known by a formidable title, demigod, and that demigod is none other than Lin Yue herself. At that time, her strength will be overwhelming, with both martial and political power, becoming the first female head of the Lin family. Lin Yue's expression was like a time-lapse photograph of mountains and rivers, its changes wonderfully vivid. with details far exceeding the limits of words. Standing with her feet crossed and one hand supporting her chin, Lung Qingning said, "Little girl, you are also realizing his value." Lin Yue was completely unconcerned with the sarcasm in Lung Qingning's words. Nodding slightly, Lin Yue said, "If he can be a friend, then do not become an enemy." That's about the gist of it. Lung Qingning raised her eyebrows. Lin Yue's fingers slowly came together, her fists cracking, her expression full of heroism. And she said decisively, "A person like Wang Jun, I absolutely will not use money to poison him." At this moment, Wang Jun stood at the entrance of the greenhouse, watching Sun Buwu fiercely attack Li Xuanqing. After watching a few more glances, he found it uninteresting. He yawned sleepily and raised his foot to prepare to leave. Suddenly, he heard Lin Yue's powerful voice from inside the greenhouse. It seemed like she didn't want to pay. "Damn, I put in so much effort to treat you. And you don't want to pay? Not to mention, you even beautify it by saying you don't want to poison with money. Is there any justice? Is there any law? Be a human." Wang Jun suddenly turned around and pulled aside the curtain. With a swish, the sound of the curtain moving rang out. And the two women in the shed looked towards Wang Jun in unison. Wang Jun's eyes slightly shifted, locking his focus on Lin Yue. "Don't think about skipping out on payment. You should pay what you owe. It's quite reasonable." Lin Yue was taken aback, her mind seeming to be in a tangle. At this moment, she had her back to Wang Jun, sticking her butt out, revealing a spring scene. Wang Jun ignored it, taking 2 steps forward. Slap! A loud and crisp sound echoed as he slapped her on the butt. The force was definitely not light. Lin Yue's left cheek bore the bright red imprint of his hand, and she blushed fiercely, saying, "What are you doing?" "Nothing, just clarify my stance with you." Wang Jun swung his hand again. Slap! Lin Yue's right cheek produced another crisp sound, similarly leaving behind a burn mark like a branding iron. "Remember, this is not the price we discussed earlier." With a slight pause, Wang Jun emphasized, "It needs to be more money." After saying this, he turned to leave. Lin Yue covered her, but with both hands, turning around in shame and anger, yelling. Her voice reached her throat, and suddenly, her mouth and nose were blocked by the flowing air. Lin Yue raised her foot to chase after him, but suddenly slipped. There was a layer of air separating the soles of her feet from the ground. The air was slippery, like soap water filled with bubbles. One misstep, her center of gravity shifted, and her body leaned back. At this moment, Lung Qingning quietly appeared, her right palm pressed against Lin Yue's back. "Don't move or speak. You don't understand his good intentions at all." Lin Yue, the unnamed anger that had surged in her heart, was suddenly suppressed by half. After a 2-second wait, Lung Qingning said, "You still don't understand what kind of person Wang Jun is." "I don't understand. Do you understand?" Lin Yue thought to herself, her eyes expressing defiance. Lung Qingning chuckled and shook her head. "So, people from the Chable are not very well liked. Have you never thought that he hadn't awakened before, far from meeting the basic conditions to become an evolution planner? But now, he has awakened extraordinarily, soaring to great heights, and is one of the rare evolution planners who will be treated with respect from all sides and won't lack money at all. Yet, he still asks you for money, and his attitude is so unpleasant. Can't you see even a hint of acting?" Lin Yue's mouth slightly opened, her eyes blinking rapidly, hesitating for 5 seconds before saying, "Acting? Was he doing that on purpose just to get me to give him money? But that's not much different from an ordinary greedy person." Lung Qingning couldn't bear it any longer and interrupted Lin Yue, saying, "You won't lack money in the future, but he still asks you for money. This is just a form of alternative tenderness." Tenderness? Lin Yue's mouth twitched. She had seen Wang Jun's battles firsthand, showing no mercy at all. That kind of murderous intent deeply ingrained in his bones is not something a mentally normal person could possess. This guy has no trace of gentle DNA in him. Lung Qingning turned away, increasingly unwilling to engage with Lin Yue. The sound of footsteps approached the tent, as she stopped, pivoting on the heel of her red high heels, turning 90 degrees, and said, "People from the Chable are poor to the point where they only have money left. When he asks you for money, it's because he doesn't want you to owe him a favor." After saying that, Lung Qingning lifted the curtain and walked out. Lin Yue hurriedly called out, "Don't forget to help me get my clothes." Moments later, a set of black women's clothing was thrown into the tent. And outside came Lung Qingning's emotionless voice. Make do with it. Whether it fits or not, so be it. Picking up the clothes on the ground, Lin Yue glanced at them. Is she deliberately messing with me? The top item in the clothes she held was a pair of black fishnet stockings. What was strange was that not only did it have the original holes, but it also had signs of damage in some particularly embarrassing or obvious areas. This was clearly a pair of stockings used by a woman engaged in some special profession, or rather, leftover, with no recycling value left. Lin Yue took a deep breath. Being in a den of thieves, she couldn't get angry and could only endure a little humiliation. She softly reassured herself, then tossed the stockings aside. She would never wear torn rags taken from a streetwalker. Lin Yue let out a low growl, like a mother lion that had just completed a hunt but had it snatched away. The remaining clothes amounted to two pieces, a top and a short skirt. The top was roughly styled like a JK uniform, but the size was extremely ill-fitting. If she wore it, it would definitely expose her navel and other private areas. The short skirt was overall similar to a pleated skirt, with about a centimeter of black lace trim hanging from the hem, and besides that, it had only one characteristic. It was short. Lin Yue was relatively open-minded on usual days, not caring about others drooling over her beauty, even considering it a means of social interaction. However, the short skirt in front of her was something no normal person could wear while walking down the street. It was an insult, a blatant insult. How could she dare? Lin Yue lowered her voice, her eyes filled with flames of anger. Her two eyes seemed to turn into steel furnaces, with the left one burning Wang Jun and the right one exploding at Lung Qingning. In her entire 23 years of life, all the grievances combined were not as much as what she had endured in the last 24 hours. Breathe, breathe, breathe. Deep breath. Lin Yue adjusted her mindset, her face full of disdain as she tried on the short skirt. The sound of fabric tearing echoed, and a cold breeze rushed in from the ground. Feeling the chilly air, her face turned unnaturally pale. No, absolutely not. I cannot compromise. No matter how I wear this outfit, I will lose the Lin family's face. She was the legitimate daughter of the Lin family, knowing that Lung Qingning, one of the 12 blade edges, had the ability to control the flow of wind. As long as she stepped out of the tent, the wind would definitely come. And it would be strong, very fierce. Lin Yue pondered repeatedly, then walked to the edge of the curtain and poked her head out. Sure enough, Lung Qingning was outside. Why are you being so coy? Hurry up and come out. The professional smile of the female doctor was on her face, but her eyes clearly wrote 5 words. I want to play with you. There's no need for that. The Black Blade Alley doesn't have a bad relationship with my Lin family, but it's certainly not good either. Lin Yue tightly held onto the curtain, ensuring her modesty wouldn't be exposed. At this moment, Sun Bu and Li Xuanqing tacitly stopped fighting and looked towards the tent. The surrounding ruffians and bullies, seeing that the two weren't continuing to fight, simply shifted their gaze. At least 100 pairs of eyes focused on her at the same time. Usually, Lin Yue wouldn't even furrow her brow, but now it was different. Right now, she was completely naked, with hundreds of young men outside. If something inappropriate were to happen, even if she could survive and leave the Black Blade Alley, she would still inevitably become a disgrace to the Lin family. At that point, don't even mention achieving the ideals set since childhood. She might as well commit suicide to end it all. Lung Qingning stood with her hands hanging down, maintaining a mocking smile, but refusing to speak. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Time became a fermenting agent, and the fear deep within Lin Yue gradually sprouted. She absolutely couldn't let the situation develop. She had to find a way to negotiate. Lin Yue forced herself to appear calm and said, 1 million. I want to buy a complete set of normal clothes. The young lady of the Lin family really has an extraordinary way of doing things. Lung Qingning scoffed and shook her head, slowly dragging out 2 words with an extended tone. No way. A vein bulged on Lin Yue's forehead. No negotiation? Of course. There is. Lung Qingning squinted her eyes and softly hinted. Wang Jun. What does she mean? Is she deliberately teasing me, just for Wang Jun? Wang Yun. Wang Yun. Wang Jun. Damn Wang Jun. Lin Yue gritted her teeth, her face taut. Lung Qingning raised her hands. with visible whirlwinds of wind swirling around her fingertips. The treatment is already complete, and the tent should be taken down. Miss Lin, what do you think? She emphasized the words miss with a heavier tone. Holding up 3 fingers, Lung Qingming said, final countdown. I already know what she means. The veins on Lin Youwei's forehead seemed to be contagious, densely spread across her forehead. Debts of gratitude are harder to repay than debts of money. Lung Qingming slightly nodded, her eyes filled with encouragement. Her back molars were about to shatter, her fists clenched so tightly that the knuckles turned white. Lin Youwei said, Wang Jun asked me to pay. It was for my own good, and I should be grateful. This gratitude must be repaid tenfold. Very good. The Lin family's young lady speaks with authority. Once spoken, it won't change. Everyone can be a witness. Lung Qingming shrugged and smiled. The crowd nodded like chicks pecking at rice, and Sun Buwu and Li Xuanqing were no exception. Lung Qingming turned around and said loudly, the agreed treatment fee was 5 million, but Wang Jun's treatment effect was remarkable, not only perfectly treating the evolution ailment, but also helping the Lin family's young lady break through a small bottleneck. A tenfold reward. That would be 15 million. Quite reasonable, right? The people around immediately echoed, voices of reasonable rising and falling. Lung Qingming seemed to look back intentionally or unintentionally. Meeting her gaze, Lin Youwei's smile froze, the corners of her eyes twitching, her tone suppressed and distorted. Very reasonable. After all, it's life-saving money. Spending any amount wouldn't be too much. Chapter 21 Negotiation. The sun set, and a heavy black velvet curtain slowly enveloped the entire sky. The neon lights of City 36 shone brilliantly, their radiating beams dimming the stars in the horizon. Nighttime was the best time for most secretive transactions to take place in the steel jungle. In Black Edge Alley, at the entrance, a fully armored statue stood with his sword raised. A pure black sedan approached in the distance, its headlights casting light. The blade held by the knight statue gleamed like a mirror, reflecting the image of the car getting closer. After a faint sound of tires gripping the ground, the black sedan braked to a stop, less than a meter away from the statue. The back door of the car opened outward, and a man stepped out. He had a buzz cut, a square face that looked stern, and wore a black suit indistinguishable from the bodyguard seen in movies. The only difference was that he held a tablet in both hands, guarding it almost protectively, as if it were more important than his life. The black-suited bodyguard walked past the statue, and suddenly, the shadow at his feet became active, like a twisting Indian snake charmer's pot. Without a sound, the shadow parted, and Li Xuanqing shot up from the ground. Dust lightly rose, and scattered leaves flipped upwards. He pinched a fallen leaf with 2 fingers and asked from the Lin family. The black-suited bodyguard did not respond, and the tablet in his hands lit up. The screen displayed an elderly man lifting a stone lock for exercise. The old man had gray hair, and his beard gathered like a fierce warrior, with exactly 36 straight spikes. At the end of each spike hung a deep purple string, tied in a bow. Yes, I am from the Lin family, the old man said in a flat voice, which sounded like a lion's roar to Li Xuanqing. There is still some distance, so you lead the way. After saying this, the old man started exercising on his own. He was bare-chested, each hand holding a stone lock weighing 500 kilograms. With a shake of his wrists, the 2 stone locks alternated, soaring high and then falling. The sound of the wind whooshed through the screen, and Li Xuanqing's pupils constricted, instinctively taking a half-step back. He saw the biceps on the old man's arms bulging high, exaggerated in dimension, comparable to the waist of an adult man. Lowering his gaze, the 2 thick pectoral muscles resembled steel armor with a brushed surface, every tiny muscle fiber clearly visible. It was hard to imagine that this was the body of a man over 100 years old. His body fat percentage would not exceed 5, and his strength was terrifying, topped off by his signature beard. Li Xuanqing blinked, a name flashing through his mind. Lin Songyuan. He thought the Lin family might let an important figure make an appearance, but he never expected it to be Lin Songyuan. The vast Lin family spread across the Federation. Unlike the Zhao family, which concentrated nearly all its power in City 36, the Lin family had a long history, and even before the Federation was established, This elderly gentleman was not only the head of the Lin family, but also one of the strongest level 4 extraordinary beings of the time. When Li Xuanqing was young, he had witnessed Lin Songyuan fighting with his master Yizhen on his 100th birthday. The two fought for no more than 5 minutes. Yet it caused a small island to sink into the sea. The apocalyptic scene he had seen in his childhood was still faintly etched in his mind, causing Li Xuanqing's face to pale slightly. He quietly stepped back half a step and then returned to his original spot, cupping his fists and saying, "So it's the old Master Lin." There was no need for further words. Just lead the way quickly. I want to see what you've done to my granddaughter. Lin Sungyin, on the screen, shook his head while playing with the stone locks. Luckily, the old master of the Lin family didn't come directly. With his master absent, there was truly no one in the alley who could withstand this old man's door-like pectoral muscles. The little braids of the martial artist swayed slightly, and Li Xuanqing tightened his black long coat, stepping forward. The black-suited bodyguard held the tablet, following closely behind, each step precisely 75 centimeters apart, maintaining a serious demeanor throughout. Not even blinking, Li Xuanqing occasionally glanced back, but never caught the bodyguard blinking, which made him suspect that the bodyguard was not human at all. At that moment, a sense of alertness rose in his heart. The power of a robot could not be perceived through its aura and might hide immense destructive capability. Taking out his smartphone, Li Xuanqing quickly sent a text message. Lung Qingming received the message and only replied with a curse. "Are you out of your mind? Trying to give a kind reminder and getting treated like a donkey's liver and lungs." Li Xuanqing fronat. Not long after, passing through the thick night of Black Edge Alley, he led the bodyguard into an audiovisual shop. The shop's decor was shabby, with metal shelves showing signs of rust, and an old 3-blade fan slowly turning in the center of the ceiling. Below, a wooden round table was missing a leg, with a hardback book propping up the broken leg. The book's cover read, "Revised Federal Laws, version 3.0. There were 3 stools next to the table, with Lung Qingming sitting on one stool and Sun Bu occupying another. Sun Bu had deliberately dressed like a thug, covering his face with a mask and sunglasses. "I brought the person," Li Xuanqing said as he entered the shop, skillfully dragging over another stool. "Kid, do you not understand respect for the elderly and love for the young?" Lin Songyuan's voice suddenly echoed. The bodyguard holding the tablet abruptly lifted his leg, the shadow of his foot whipping out like a whip. A gust of wind rushed past Li Xuanqing's ear, and without thinking, he instantly transformed into a shadow. The whip-like leg swept by, and the shadow dissipated then reformed. Li Xuanqing turned around as if nothing had happened, thinking that ambushing was not a good habit. A voice came from the tablet. "The guests are here. There are 3 stools next to the table, with the other 2 occupied, leaving only this one for me. This is the etiquette of hosting guests. Old man, you're not even here. What is the use of having a seat?" Li Xuanqing rolled his eyes in retort. Lin Songyuan said to himself, "Sit down." The bodyguard complied directly. Li Xuanqing glanced at them, a small fire of irritation flaring up. Uncle can endure, but Aunt cannot. The black coat rustled as Li Xuanqing charged forward in the small audiovisual shop. "When discussing matters, don't make a fuss." Lung Qingming narrowed her beautiful eyes, a scalpel appearing at her fingertips, the blade slicing down along a semicircle. Where the blade pointed, an air wall formed out of thin air. Li Xuanqing's nose crashed into the air wall. The sound of his nasal bone cracking echoed lightly. A sour sensation shot up through his nasal membranes, directly piercing into his brain. "The guests are here." Lin Songyuan was right. Lung Qingming shot a look, signaling Li Xuanqing to step aside and stand as punishment. Then, the negotiation between Black Edge Alley and the Lin family officially began. Lin Songyuan showed no respect for the younger generation around him. His roar was like an angry dragon's, with the loudspeaker effect at 100 perfectly conveying his dissatisfaction. "My granddaughter entered Black Edge Alley last night, yet Black Edge Alley has shown no response, neither returning her nor communicating with my Lin family. What does this mean? Don't overthink it. It means nothing, just a simple delay," Lung Qingming replied indifferently. "A delay?" Lin Songyuan was furious. Air flowed from his mouth and nose, the purple strings around his beard flailing wildly. "If she is not your relative, of course. You wouldn't be worried. Li Xuanqing scratched the back of his ear, unconcerned as long as she's not dead. Nonsense. Lin Songyuan's eyes widened as he suddenly hurled the stone lock. Whoosh! The stone lock shot towards the camera with a loud crash, and the screen displayed shattered into pieces. In less than half a second, the screen went black. Sun Bu sat silently, his eyes behind the sunglasses fixed deeply on Li Xuanqing. Lung Qingming raised her scalpel, the blade rubbing against her fingernail, her round eyes sizing up Li Xuanqing with ill intent. Talking too much, being too lively, and cutting it off will teach you to be quiet. What's it to me? Li Xuanqing's lips twitched as he waved his hands repeatedly, wondering who the hell knew that the old man had such a volatile temper. He was like a firecracker, igniting at the slightest spark. Negotiations failed. Both sides went to war, and the consequences would fall on you. A single sentence from Lung Qingming choked Li Xuanqing. Moments later, the tablet held by the bodyguard in a black suit displayed the scene again. Lin Songyuan was wearing a white vest, sitting on a small stool. Does my Lin family look easy to bully? Lung Qingming shot a warning glance at Li Xuanqing. Li Xuanqing's fingertip brushed over his lips, making a zipping gesture to indicate he wouldn't speak. Lung Qingming said, Old Master Lin, the relationship between the Lin family and Haifeng Alley is still considered normal. You probably don't want to be the first tycoon to go to war with us. Lin Songyin rested his palms on his knees, slightly raising his head to continue. Lung Qingming continued, If you don't want to go to war, we also don't have any deep interests at stake. The current incident is merely a routine occurrence. Lin Songyuan frowned. Routine? What routine? Kidnapping? Yes, the old man is very clear. Lung Qingming nodded. Lin Songyuan straightened his back, enunciating each word no. After a brief pause, the old man's pectoral muscles quivered. Kidnapping must be done by people from Haifeng Alley, but Wang Jun is not one of yours. He could be. Li Xuanqing muttered under his breath. Lin Songyuan had remarkable hearing and caught that, slapping his thigh and exclaiming, Joining Haifeng Alley after the fact does not conform to the routine. When the incident occurred, I had no way of knowing whether my granddaughter's safety was guaranteed. He shot a reproachful look at Li Xuanqing, and Lung Qingming took over the conversation. Routines are meant to be broken. Before the boss arrived in City 36, there were no rules about kidnapping. Upon hearing this, Lin Songyuan narrowed his eyes, the slit of less than 3 millimeters revealing a chilling light, intimidating. Do you want to fight? With a loud bang, Lung Qingming stood up, her fiery red high heels stomping on the table. Since its establishment, Haifeng Alley has had only one principle. If you want to fight, then fight. Lin Songyuan sneered. Youngsters, you are not worthy to talk to me. That statement would be more appropriate coming from Yizhan. At that moment, the negotiations hit a deadlock. Sigh. What's the point? Sun Bu took off his mask and sunglasses, revealing his gold-red mixed left eye. Old Master Lin, Sister Lung, negotiations shouldn't be like this. There have been no more than 10 sentences, and you're already ready to roll up your sleeves and fight. Shaking his head, he sighed, Fortunately, we are not face-to-face. Otherwise, there wouldn't even be a chance to mediate. Upon seeing Sun Bu, Lin Songyuan seemed to return to his younger years. Back then, there was a guy named Sun who was pressing down on him, making it hard for him to breathe. From age 15 to 55, they had fought a total of 389 times. Lin Songyuan's record was 388 losses and 1 draw. The draw was not glorious, but rather a disgrace because the opponent had gone easy on him. The reason the opponent went easy was simple. He didn't T1 accidentally kill him and praised him as a rare opponent, but unfortunately, there had been no more opponents since then. Lin Songyuan looked at Sun Bu, ignoring his golden hair and focusing on his outline. He looked very much like that person. That person was named Sun Lutong, who was Sun Bu's grandfather. He had many titles, such as the world's strongest, the invincible guardian, the strongest among demigods, and a martial artist of extraordinary caliber who stood shoulder to shoulder with gods. Whether friends or enemies, everyone admired Sun Lutong. This was because Sun Lutong had, through martial arts training, forcefully become a level 5 transcendent. His most astonishing achievement was in the first year of becoming extraordinary, where he continuously challenged and defeated every known demigod-level transcendent of the time. A flicker of wariness flashed in Lin Songyuan's eyes. his anger slightly subsiding as he adopted a tone of concern for a junior young man from the Sun family. Shouldn't you be going to City 11 for a blind date? Sun Buu's forehead erupted with 3 black lines as he waved his hand, saying, "A real man has aspirations beyond the confines of marriage. I want to marry until I achieve my ideals. Much better than that bunch of cowards in our family." Lin Songyuan gave a thumbs up. Suddenly, he seemed to have an idea, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Why don't you meet my granddaughter?" Sun Buu's left eyelid twitched violently, firmly shaking his head. "No, a real man keeps his word. If I say I want to marry, then I want to." Seeing that Lin Songyuan was about to continue, Sun Bu quickly changed the subject. "Let's get back to the main topic. This matter can be discussed." Lin Songyuan remained noncommittal, turning his gaze to Lung Qingning. Lung Qingning said, "Wang Jun is from Haifeng Alley. If the kidnapping is successful, the Lin family should honestly hand over the ransom." Lin Songyuan frowned. "That night, your people from Haifeng Alley took action, but the main point is that Li Xuanqing helped him capture my granddaughter, which is not Wang Jun's ability at all. Our Haifeng Alley does not rely on age to bully the young. What you said is purely slander." Li Xuanqing leaned closer to the wooden table, lightly tapping on it, and emphasized what happened in the early morning not only involved me, but also Cuz. The events were very clear. Wang Jun subdued Lin Yue by himself. Cuz and I restrained each other, and Cuz even attacked Wang Jun. And I? With a disdainful expression. Li Xuanqing crooked his mouth, shaking his index finger. "Such despicable things are hard for me to do. Only a loyal dog raised by a tycoon would do such things. You can bring Cuz to confront me." Lin Songyuan spread his hands, unconcerned. Li Xuanqing shook his head. "He raised by your family. Whatever you say, he bark." Lin Songyuan said, "For the sake of the young man from the Sun family, if you return my granddaughter unharmed before dawn, then there will be no issue." "That might not be possible," Lung Qingning teased with a smile, gently interjecting, "Lin You's evolution crisis has erupted." "What?" Lin Songyuan's face flushed, turning bright red. He stood up abruptly, his skin's pores emitting fierce flames. The explosive waves of fire roared like a volcanic eruption, engulfing everything around him. In the video footage, the nearby furniture was instantly reduced to charcoal, while the camera preserved the scene. At this moment, Lin Songyuan was just a grandfather worried about his granddaughter. Leaning closer to the camera, his eyes filled with murderous intent, he solemnly said, "If Yue dies, Haifeng Alley will become history." Chapter 22. Another person accompanied by Lin Songyuan's furious roar, the expressionless bodyguard in a suit, opened his mouth. It was not a normal mouth. The lips were sewn together with silver threads, and through the gaps in the threads, one could vaguely see an orange-red glow. The chaotic, intertwining threads formed a prison, deep within which was locked an unknown monster. Taking a closer look, Li Xuanqing sensed a familiar power. This was the indestructible red lotus fire controlled by Lin Songyuan during his battle with Yi Zhen in the past. In the next moment, his pupils contracted, reminding him, the bodyguard is hiding old man Lin's power. Before he could finish his thought, the hem of Li Xuanqing's trench coat quivered slightly, and a thick, water-like darkness surged forth. The darkness came into contact with the shadows on the ground, both originating from the same source, quickly converging and spreading out. The space inside the audiovisual shop dimmed in an instant, as if shrouded in a black and white filter. "Xuanqing, old man, have you thought it through? If you act now." Before he could complete his persuasive words, the orange-red glow suddenly magnified. On the tablet screen, Lin Songyuan roared, "Whoever it is, it won't matter. You kill my granddaughter. Lin Yue is not dead." Lung Qingning subtly shook her head. After taking a deep breath, Lin Songyuan questioned, "With you, a mere doctor, how can you cure the evolution calamity?" The phrase mere doctor was quite jarring, and Lung Qingning's expression instantly lengthened, her brows resembling snow-capped mountains covered in boundless ice and snow. Her voice was as cold as the north wind. "It is not I who saves people," Lin Songyuan retorted. "The others from Haifeng Alley are all saboteurs. Who else could it be but you?" Who knows?" Lung Qingning shook her head and closed her eyes to rest. Lin Songyuan frowned. These two seemed incompatible. Their words were like feeding gunpowder. Sun Bu rolled his eyes and kicked Lung Qingning under the table. Lung Qingning glared, then closed her eyes again, indicating her unwillingness to continue the negotiation. Sun Bu sighed and said, Wang Jun is the one who saved Lin Yue. Is Yue really not dead? Lin Songyuan was skeptical, knowing how domineering the Lin family's extraordinary inheritance was. The Lin family's inheritance came into contact with the dragon's bones, solidifying the dragon's breath for their own use. Over time, the Lin family's extraordinary inheritors inevitably began to exhibit dragon-like traits, with their bodies, bones, and flesh undergoing varying degrees of mutation. Before the evolution calamity erupted, these mutations brought benefits, such as exceptional vision and resilience. However, there are pros and cons to everything. Once the evolution calamity erupted, it would be like a flood breaking through a dam, uncontrollable. Over the past few centuries, any extraordinary inheritor of the Lin family who experienced an eruption of the evolution calamity met only one fate: death. They either turned to dust on the spot or became a mutant or aberration, subsequently executed in secret by the family. Lin Songyuan said, I must see Yue with my own eyes. Not a problem. Lung Qingning lightly clapped her palms. Clap, clap. Li Xuanqing rolled his eyes. Sister Lung, please don't use such a lowly way to make me work. Despite his complaints, his shadow stretched out and extended to the back door of the audiovisual shop. Creak, creak, creak. The sound of board shoes stepping on the wooden floor came closer. Lin Yue walked into the shop. Today, she was wearing a light pink t-shirt, a navy blue jacket, and deep blue jeans. There was a hole in the left knee of her pants, adding an artistic touch. At first glance, she exuded the liveliness of a youthful girl, lacking some of her usual composure. Lin Yue immediately noticed the tablet held by the bodyguard in black suit. Seeing the resolute old man on the screen, her expression showed slight astonishment. Grandpa, why did you personally come talk? Of course. I'm worried about my precious granddaughter and don't trust other young lads to handle things. Lin Songyuan's reference to young lads likely referred to Lin Yue's uncles. Lin Yue did not know how to respond and smiled as a reply. Lin Songyuan stroked his beard and said cheerfully, Come, get closer so Grandpa can take a good look at you. Lin Yue stubbornly shook her head and then slapped herself hard. Slap. The space in the audiovisual shop was small, and the crisp sound of the slap echoed, resonating back and forth. I'm sorry, Yue has brought shame to the family. Lin Yue held her neck high, blood seeping from the gaps in her teeth as she spoke. Lin Songyuan suddenly straightened his face and said solemnly, And then, to redeem myself. Lin Yue pronounced each word distinctly. Good, that's my granddaughter. Lin Songyuan smiled, giving a thumbs up. It's okay to lose this time. We can fight again next time to regain our honor. Lin Yue nodded and stepped forward. At that moment, Li Xuanqing manipulated the shadows, transforming two shadows into pure black human shapes. They crossed their arms and made a gesture of crossing fingers. That's enough. Don't go any further. Li Xuanqing slightly shrugged his shoulders. Lung Qingning lightly tapped the tabletop with her fingertips, her voice flowing with rhythmic knocks. Old Master Lin, shall we verify your granddaughter with a secret signal? It's been verified. Lin Songyuan clenched his right fist and struck his left chest, laughing loudly, knowing honor and disgrace. Having backbone, that's the Lin family's bloodline. Since the old man has seen enough, there's no need to rush. Let this brother here contain that aura. Sun Bu pointed at the bodyguard in black suit. Lin Songyuan smiled broadly and ordered the bodyguard, Close your mouth. The teeth clashed together, producing a resonant sound, as if a steel valve was shutting. The bodyguard's mouth was tightly sealed, hiding the uncomfortable silver stitches. Then, Lin Songyuan got straight to the point. Yue today? Did you really experience the evolution calamity? Lin Yue understood. Her grandfather had already sensed Wang Jun's value. Yes, the one who saved me is the person who captured me. His name is Wang Jun. On the surface, he appears as blank as white paper, but in battle, I saw that he is far from simple. He is meticulous and deep-minded, patient yet decisive, with an unusual killing intent. He is a terrifying opponent. Opponent is a term Lin Yue rarely uses. Lin Songyuan narrowed his eyes. Heroes emerge from youth. He realized Lin Yue was sending a signal. Pay special attention to Wang Jun. Thus, Lin Songyun looked at Lung Qingning as if to casually ask, "Is it convenient for me to meet him?" Chapter 23. Grasping with both hands, both must be strong. The Lin family has a heritage spanning hundreds of years. Initially, just a small family in a remote area, with only a few dozen members. It wasn't until 573 years ago, precisely at the turn of the year 1000 in the star calendar, that the world experienced a tremendous upheaval. A rain of meteors falling from the sky, violent tidal waves sweeping the coast, volcanic eruptions caused by tectonic movements. Numerous cataclysmic disasters swept across this blue planet. The ancestors of the Lin family believed the end of the world had come and sought to preserve their family lineage. However, the Lin family was too weak at that time, and the only solution they could think of was to hide in a natural cave in the mountains. Little did they know, the cave contained mysteries, and the Lin family subsequently discovered dragon bones. Surrounding the dragon bones were human bones and ancient cold weapons. It turned out that this was the site where ancient practitioners had teamed up to slay a true dragon. The Lin family members obtained the cultivation methods of these powerful practitioners and unexpectedly found that the methods matched the changed environment of the world after the upheaval, allowing them to cultivate successfully. Among these methods, one was particularly unique, capable of absorbing the terrifying aura of the dragon corpse. By absorbing the dragon's energy to strengthen their bodies, the Lin family's bloodline became robust, leading to the Lin family becoming one of the 9 major financial conglomerates in the Federation today. As the head of the family, Lin Songyun knew more secrets than Lin Yue. Once he was certain that Wang Jun could treat Lin Yue's evolutionary affliction, he immediately understood Wang Jun's comprehensive value to the Lin family. Over the past few hundred years, the number of Lin family members who absorbed the aura of dragon bones and cultivated the dragon roar energy technique was extremely limited. Each of them was a genius that emerged at least once every 50 years. However, they never escaped the affliction of evolution. They either died or mutated, leaving no third option. Once Lin Songyun had an older brother who was even more talented and astonishing than him. But when the evolutionary affliction broke out, despite the Lin family expending all their resources and inviting more than a dozen top evolutionary planners, they were still helpless. He could only watch helplessly as his older brother mutated, and ultimately, before his brother became a mutant, Lin Songyun had to end his brother's life with his own hands. This sorrowful past was deeply etched in his heart, and even after all these years, Lin Songyun had never forgotten a moment of it. Beside the counter, separated by a semi-virtual shadow wall, Lin Yue took a deep look at the tablet computer. She hadn't expected her grandfather to be so straightforward. He had clearly laid out the Lin family's regard for Wang Jun. She wanted to ask the reason, but the timing clearly wasn't right. Sun Buwu's left eye glowed with a golden-red brilliance, resembling the yin-yang symbol with 2 fish slowly revolving. The Sun family was not one of the 9 major conglomerates, but they had the foremost figure of the age, which earned them respect from all 9 conglomerates. Moreover, Lin Songyun and Sun Lutong had been competitors in their early years, so the relationship between the Sun and Lin families was better than outsiders perceived. Sun Buwu, being the sole heir of the Sun family, had heard a bit about the Lin family's affairs and was the first to react. However, at this moment, he couldn't directly represent Black Blade Alley, and he cast a glance at Lung Qingning. Lung Qingning's eyes turned, and she understood, blinking. Meeting Wang Jun was certainly not an issue, but not at this moment. Lin Songyun seemed to have anticipated this, and without a moment's hesitation, he said, "Are there conditions?" It wasn't a condition, just that as an awakened. He was quite fatigued from treating Lin Yue and helping her break through a small bottleneck. It will be better for both parties to discuss the matters of ransom and life-saving rewards first. Lung Qingning smiled slightly. "Once the details are clear, we'll contact him." Upon hearing this, Lin Songyun turned to look at Lin Yue, his eyes seemingly holding a deep vortex. In a small courtyard in the northeast corner of Black Blade Alley, Wang Jun was arranged to stay there. The courtyard was not large, with the inner room connected to the outer wall totaling about 70 to 80 square meters. The inner room was made of lush green bamboo, with a small awning outside, underneath which was a small artificial hot spring pool. It was nighttime, the best time for a bath. Wang Jun did not transform into pure water form. He maintained his physical appearance, reclining in a hot spring. The February weather brought a chilling breeze, causing ripples on the water surface, along with clouds of steaming hot vapor. His head was above the water, while his body was fully immersed in the hot spring, and Wang Jun enjoyed the stark contrast of hot and cold. His bodily fatigue was alleviated, and his mind became clearer, as if electrified. Comfortable. Wang Jun couldn't help but squint his eyes. Beside him, a laptop was placed at the edge of the hot spring. This was something he had specifically requested earlier, aligning with his identity as a researcher and helping him understand the current state of the world. At this moment, the laptop screen was broadcasting the negotiation process between Blackblade Alley and the Lin family in real time. In the picture-in-picture at the bottom right corner of the screen, a cute panda cub was mimicking a more luxurious hot spring scene. It lay on its back, spreading its limbs, swimming while laughing. How's that? Isn't Grandpa Chi amazing? The transaction between Blackblade Alley and the Lin family is being broadcast live. Search the entire Federation, and absolutely no one else can do it. Yeah, impressive. Wang Jun smiled slightly and gave thumbs up. The broadcast showed the specific amounts being discussed by both parties. One side quoted 50 million, and the other countered with 5 million. After back and forth for a long time, it ultimately stalled between 25 million and 30 million. In the current world, an ordinary civilian smartphone costs about 3,000 to 5,000 federal coins, and if it's a bit more expensive, it can reach 8,000 to 10,000 federal coins. Not much different from the soft currency of the past life. However, an ordinary person's daily food expenses require around 200 federal coins just to meet basic needs, and they can't even afford to eat fried chicken casually. According to Wang Jun's fragmented memories, the purchasing power of 100 federal coins was roughly equivalent to 30 soft currency from his past life. The decline in smartphone prices was purely due to technological advancements, with new materials and techniques. Hearing this, some might think that the conglomerates are quite benevolent. However, this is merely the profit-making strategy of the major conglomerates. The endless variety of apps on smartphones is their best way to drain money from people's pockets. What the conglomerates want is not just money, but also time, keeping the vast majority of people immersed in various immersive experiences, such as games, videos, and virtual connection technologies. Only then can the lower-class masses lack the energy to cause trouble, ensuring that the status of the conglomerates remains unthreatened. Not long after, the broadcast on the laptop screen was suddenly cut off. The picture-in-picture enlarged, and Chi smiled at Wang Jun. Little Jun. A huge sum of money is about to fall on your head. Aren't you excited? Why did it suddenly stop broadcasting? Wang Jun asked in return. Chi scratched its belly and yawned. You have to leave some suspense, right? They're about to finalize the specific amount. Once they confirm it, they will definitely contact you, and you'll naturally know then. However, that amount will definitely be astronomical for you right now. Have you thought about how to use it? Wang Jun pondered. The urgent priority is to improve myself. How to improve? Chi tilted its head. Wang Jun squinted his eyes, slowly submerging his head into the water. His mouth made indistinct sounds underwater. Let me think. After saying that, with the water covering his hair, he sank completely into the water, showing no signs of obstruction. Wang Jun maintained his normal human form, but his breathing was incredibly smooth, with every molecule of water sending friendly signals. The hot water in the spring blocked his ears. He did not activate the water spirits, nor use the water to sense his surroundings. At this moment, he needed quiet contemplation. The Red Umbrella Company, the Lin family, and the Black Edge Alley are all colossal forces. No matter which side takes action against him, it would be a disaster. This is just the opponents visible on the surface. Wang Jun has no idea how many organizations and powers are lurking in the shadows. But one thing he is clear about: a weak person without strength will never have allies. Whether as an individual or an organization, strength is always the foundation of communication. A professor in his past life once said something that Wang Jun particularly liked and even regarded as a guiding principle. Dignity only exists at the edge of the sword, and truth only lies within the range of cannon fire. This applies to a country, a nation, and even more so to an individual. Without strength as a foundation, connections are nothing but a joke. Wang Jun asked himself if he was merely an awakened at this moment. Any of the three major forces on the surface has multiple LV3 extraordinary beings, and a single LV3 extraordinary being could easily kill him, leaving almost no possibility of retaliation. Enhancing his self-worth requires a two-step approach. First, he needs to improve his combat strength, which means increasing his extraordinary level. Second, he must diligently act as an evolution planner. Information he found online indicates that evolution planners are even rarer than extraordinary beings. If an extraordinary being appears in 1 out of 1,000 ordinary people, then an evolution planner appears in 1 out of 10,000 extraordinary beings. Most evolution planners have unique inheritances or are supported by large forces behind them. They possess the experiences of their predecessors and thus master specific paths of evolution. Wang Jun submerged in the water, slowly coiling his legs, and touched his left eyeball with his right hand. Through recent events, he had already realized that the chip sought after by various forces was likely inside. The chip recorded all the data of the Spirit Rhythm Ecology Project, which is the key to unlocking extraordinary evolution. Once these clues matched, seeing his and others' evolution trees became a natural outcome. The strength of an extraordinary being is evolution. After evolution, the application of extraordinary abilities and improvements in physical quality will undergo more qualitative changes. Wang Jun recalled what he had seen and heard in the sewer. Li Xuanqing's control over shadows was strange and changeable, while Kei's was fierce and robust, cloaked in light. The aftermath of their battle was not something ordinary humans could endure. Their fight was less like a human conflict and more like a duel between two giant mechas. Extraordinary beings indeed live up to their name. In contrast, the awakened and LV1 extraordinary beings felt unworthy of the title of extraordinary to Wang Jun. He spread his hands, fingers coming together, slowly but forcefully. Whether as an extraordinary being or an evolution planner, neither path could escape the need to upgrade their extraordinary level. Wang Jun shook his head slightly. Binary code 010101 flashing beneath his left eyelid. In the next moment, a tree diagram and matching text appeared at his mind. Evolution tree owner, Wang Jun. Life level, awakened. Extraordinary level, LV0, evolution completion. 50, life spirit rhythm. 6580, slowly recovering. Spirit rhythm attribute, water, current status, close to a water source. Prolonged absence from large amounts of clean water will lead to weakness. Solution, pay 5 points of life spirit rhythm to query once. Extraordinary ability, spirit of water branch skill 1. Control water flow. Description, control the water flow within a radius of 10 meters from the body with a maximum weight of 1 ton. The more impurities present, the more mental energy and life spirit rhythm consumed. Branch skill 2, pure water body. Description, transform the body into pure water, capable of simultaneously converting a portion of non-living matter with a weight limit of 5 kilograms. Evolution path, path 1, accelerate evolution. Description, consume pure water crystals to increase evolution completion. Each pure water crystal raises evolution completion by 10, with a limit of 1 crystal per day. Path 2, source flow ice shaping. Description, water flow and ice can be transformed into each other, with the ability to shape the ice form. Required materials, 3 ice crystal lotuses, 1 frost tree demon heart, 100 grams of deep blue frozen soil. Path 3, not yet unlocked. Evolution completion must reach 75. Path 4, not yet unlocked. Evolution completion must reach 100. After carefully reviewing, Wang Jun suddenly had an idea. Upgrading his extraordinary level requires extraordinary materials, and acting as an evolution planner also requires extraordinary materials. Splashing through the water's surface. He shook his head, his black hair flinging off glistening water droplets. On the computer screen, Chi rubbed her eyes and said, "Figured it out?" Wang Yun nodded. Regardless of the specific amount, he would exchange it all for extraordinary materials. Chi replied, "Extraordinary materials are very valuable, and most are small in size. It's indeed a good choice." Wang Jun asked, Chi, how should an evolution planner disguise themselves? "It's not Chi, it's Lord Chi." She rolled her eyes and gave a middle finger, and you don't need to disguise yourself as an evolution planner. Wang Jun's eyes filled with question marks. Qi clicked her tongue. You are the evolution planner. You don't need to disguise at all. Wang Jun looked deeply at Qi, and she stared back at him, both falling into a silent understanding. Do. The sound of a phone ringing came from the room, and Wang Jun beckoned with his finger. A slender stream of water flew up from the hot spring, crossing several meters, and entered the bamboo house. Then the water flowed like a rope, binding the smartphone and delivering it to his palm. After connecting, a cold voice came through. Someone from the Lin family wants to meet you. After the meeting, you can receive the reward promised by Lin Yue and the ransom she has to pay. Wang Jun watched nearly 95 of the broadcast footage and was not surprised. He pondered for 2 seconds, pretending to think for a moment, then asked, how much in total? 15 million for medical expenses, 5 million as a thank you, and 10 million for ransom. The ransom here has a commission. It was originally set at 20 million. All right, I understand. Wang Jun interrupted Ling Qingning's continued explanation. The other end of the line paused, seemingly not expecting Wang Jun's straightforwardness. Ling Qingning's voice took on a slightly softened tone. The person you need to meet is the Lin family's old man, the current head of the Lin family. You should prepare a little. Don't he go over? Wang Jun asked. Not really. It's a direct video call, Ling Qingning replied. Wang Jun said, if I don't need to go over, then I have nothing to prepare. Just connect directly. Okay, Ling Qingning agreed. Chapter 24. Value and Harvest. Wang Jun adjusted the angle of his smartphone camera, ensuring it was not aimed at the laptop. Qi-man didn't care. No need to be so troublesome. The ability of Grandpa Qi far exceeds your imagination. They won't find me. Wang Jun signaled for Qi to be quiet by placing a finger on his lips. The smartphone rang with a video call, and once connected, 2 images appeared side by side. On the left was Lin Songyuan, and on the right were Ling Qingning and others in the quiet audiovisual store. Lin Songyuan's appearance was eccentric, his stubble particularly eye-catching. His beard was styled into 36 tufts, each one appearing waxed and upright, with small purple ribbons tied into bows at the tips. Quite flashy. Wang Jun's gaze met his. Lin Songyuan remained silent, his eyes bright, lips tightly sealed, showing no emotion at all. His muscles far exceeded those of ordinary people, resembling a Siberian black bear that had lifted weights for 20 years. The exaggerated dimensions created a strong visual impact. He exuded an imposing aura without needing to be angry, fierce, and valiant. Such a person easily made others avert their eyes. Unable to maintain eye contact, Wang Jun wore a slight smile, steam from the hot spring surrounding him, his shoulders and arms bare. This scene was clearly presented, leaving everyone in the audiovisual store dumbfounded. They had said no preparation was needed. Here he was still in the shower and just opened a video call. Who does that? Li Xuanqing's right hand was hidden under his trench coat, quietly giving a thumbs up. A Jun is awesome. Sun Buwu turned his head, glancing sideways at Li Xuanqing, as if to say, how come he's the same as you? He wasn't like this earlier. Ling Qingning raised her eyebrows slightly, not knowing what to think. Not far away, Lin Yue choked on her drink and hurriedly wiped her mouth with the back of her hand. Wang Ju, you're bold. Knowing that the person you're facing is the current head of the Lin family, you still dare to be so disrespectful? Her voice was loud, clear even from a distance. Wang Jun didn't even glance at Ling Qingning, maintaining his stance as he locked eyes with Lin Songyuan. Suddenly, Lin Songyuan spoke. Indeed, you're not an ordinary person. Little brother, would you be interested in working for my Lin family? I guarantee your personal safety and freedom, and the benefits will far exceed those of Black Edge Alley. He spread his 5 fingers of his right hand and grinned, at least 5 times. Li Xuanqing muttered, right off the bat, trying to poach someone. Old Master Lin really doesn't care about propriety. Lin Yue was taken aback. What was wrong with Grandpa today? Had his usual composure just fallen apart? She understood that Wang Jun was a talent the Lin family had to secure, extremely important. Because of this, they must secretly recruit him, not letting Black Edge Alley realize Wang Jun's importance. However, Lin Sun repeatedly acted out of the ordinary. Lin Yue's probing gaze did not escape Lin Songyuan's notice. He subtly shook his head, signaling her to stay quiet and listen. Thank you for your kindness, Old Master Lin. Wang Jun cupped his hands in thanks, but I'm just an ordinary researcher, a bit timid. I've experienced quite a lot these past few days, so I can't respond for now. If you're timid, then there's no one brave in the world. Lin Songyuan slowly shook his head. Kidnapping my precious granddaughter. Defecting from the Red Umbrella Company to Black Edge Alley. Either of these things is not simple. The hardest part is that you've managed to pull off both. Just look at those 3 little kids negotiating with me. They've clearly regarded you as one of their own. I'm really curious how you did it. Wang Jun maintained a slight smile, offering no answer. Lin Songyuan was unconcerned, raising his other hand. If 5 times won't work, how about 10? Even, I could try to match you with Yue. Lin Yue blinked, her usual competence and ruthlessness gone. She suspected she was hearing things. Her grandpa was directly selling his granddaughter. Who does that to recruit someone? No way. Absolutely not. He humiliated me. I must get back 100-fold. Before she could voice her thoughts, a series of sharp sounds rang out. Lung Qingming stood up, surrounded by a fierce wind that made her white coat flap. The row of knife sheaths at her waist was completely empty. More than a dozen differently shaped surgical knives were embedded in the wooden table, arranged in a fan shape, resembling cavalry ready to charge. Old Master Lin, too many side topics. Let's discuss the reward and the ransom directly. Little girl, what's the rush? Lin Songyuan chuckled. You guys at Black Edge Alley are in need of evolution planners. I can certainly recommend some. No need, Lung Qingming replied. Black Edge Alley isn't a place for those dogs to come. Lin Songyuan raised an eyebrow. Don't worry, they're definitely not just random trash. My Lin family has branches all over the Federation, and I know quite a few capable evolution planners. Old Master Lin, no need to say more. Lung Qingming's gaze was firm. Today, we only discuss ransom and reward. Everything else, as Wang Jun said, can be postponed for now. All right. Lin Songyuan spread his hands, but I still have to remind the little brother. The Red Umbrella Company and Black Edge Alley have always been enemies. Will Black Edge Alley really have no guard against you? Wang Jun replied. Guard is irrelevant. I have my own guards against all of you. Upon hearing this, a glint flashed in Lin Songyuan's eyes. Then he cheerfully changed the topic. For the ransom and reward, little brother can get 25 million federal dollars. Should I transfer it directly to your account? Wang Jun said. No, I want extraordinary materials, not money. Lin Songyuan's voice was thick with curiosity. Wang Jun explained, I was originally working as a researcher and have always been curious about extraordinary materials, often reading relevant information. I've long wanted to become an evolution planner. But unfortunately, I never had the chance to awaken. Without being an extraordinary person, I can't become an evolution planner. In a nutshell, Wang Jun was clarifying his identity. Simply put, he was telling Lung Qingming and Lin Songyuan that his ability to accurately identify the extraordinary materials needed to treat Lin Yue was not due to luck or external forces, but rather accumulated knowledge. This both highlighted his value and eliminated the suspicion that he possessed information on spiritual ecology. Lin Songyuan pondered for a moment and said, the prices of extraordinary materials generally fluctuate and are not easily purchased with federal dollars. Most often, they're traded for goods or equivalent information. If you want to convert the entire 25 million into extraordinary materials right off the bat, the actual value you receive will certainly be discounted. That's fine, discounts are acceptable, but I'll make the list. Wang Jun nodded. He agreed too readily. What do you think will be on the list? Wang Jun counted off on his fingers, saying pure water crystals, ice crystal lotuses, the hearts of frost tree demons, deep blue frozen earth, sword edge grass, sun flame flowers, earth rock milk marrow, cloud silk secret silver. Lin Songyuan said, most of the extraordinary materials you mentioned belong to D class, with a few being C class. Gathering them is indeed not difficult. The classification of extraordinary materials is as follows: S class, A class, B class, C class, D class. Each level is further divided into 3 tiers. For example, A class is subdivided into AA and A-. The 5 levels correspond to extraordinary beings of the respective ranks, though it is not an absolute correspondence. Generally speaking, extraordinary beings of LV4, LV5 use S-class or A-class materials. LV3 requires B-class materials, and LV2 corresponds to C-class, while D-class materials are mostly for LV-1 extraordinary beings and awakeners. How many days will it take to gather them? Wang Ju inquired. You underestimate the Lin family's resources. Lin Songyun grinned, revealing a mouthful of fine white teeth. I can have the list ready within an hour. Just wait to receive it tomorrow morning at 10. The next day, above City 36, 3 Falcon helicopters flew from District 1 to District 7. The swirling rotor blades stirred the air, and the engine roared, attracting the attention of pedestrians on the ground. The helicopter's fuselage was painted with the Lin family's emblem, a dragon's head soaring majestically, roaring towards the sky, with 2 dragon claws. The right claw grasping a silver spear and the left claw holding a pure black longsword. The 2 weapons crossed with their blades facing outward. Upon seeing this, most people on the ground hurriedly lowered their heads, not daring to utter a word. The Lin family is one of the 9 major financial conglomerates of the Federation, and no one is willing to offend them. Even discussing them openly on the street is not advisable, fearing being caught by a surveillance camera. Before long, the Falcon armed helicopter arrived in the airspace of Zone 7. As it descended, the roar of the engine and the hum of the rotor blades echoed down the long street. The local ruffians and thugs in Zone 7 gathered around, hiding under eaves to observe the unfolding situation. The armed helicopter of the Lin family was certainly related to the incident that had occurred 2 days prior. It was rumored that a direct descendant of the Lin family had been kidnapped. Brother, your news is a bit outdated. The person who was kidnapped is not an ordinary descendant, but a delicate beauty. Delicate my ass. Lin Yue is ruthless and has killed without blinking. I have 3 brothers who were taken down by our team. Woo-hoo. Do we hear that right? Lin Yue was kidnapped? This woman looks lovely, but she's truly ruthless. Her men are all on par with extraordinary beings. She shouldn't have been kidnapped. At the entrance of Black Edge Alley, the Knight statue served as a gateway to a restricted area. The 3 Falcon armed helicopters did not cross the barrier. Hovering in midair, about 7 or 8 meters above the ground, the armored door on the side of the helicopter slid open and several ropes were thrown out. A combat team armed with live ammunition descended along the ropes, their movements crisp and efficient. They quickly set up a defensive formation, raising their dark muzzles to point at the opportunists approaching. There were many ruffians in Zone 7, with varying levels of personal strength. The weak complied, while the stronger ones mocked provocatively on the spot. The existence of Black Edge Alley had led the citizens of the lower third of City 36 to develop a sense of resistance. The conglomerates and the Red Umbrella Company could not run rampant here. The Special Operations Team fired warning shots. Bang, 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 bang. They attempted to disperse the surrounding crowd with gunfire. Damn it, they still dare to act arrogantly in front of the Black Edge statue. Brothers, we can't tolerate this. Blast their asses, hang them up, and strip them. Let those scum from the upper third know our power. Oh, so bringing out guns makes you impressive? Who are you trying to scare with those thin barrels? People stopped hiding. Rocket launchers were being ready to show them what real men's weapons look like. Shouts of curses rose and fell, and some of the retreating crowd stopped in their tracks, while others pulled out weapons from unknown sources. Some were homemade, some were stolen. The firearms varied in style, but they all shared one striking similarity. They had particularly large calibers, all at least over 100 millimeters. Just as both sides were about to engage in a firefight, a loud laugh came from the helicopter. Ha ha ha. The laughter belonged to a man with a shiny bald head, his entire body shimmering with golden light, as if he were the son of the sun under the sunlight. The newcomer was none other than Cuz. They're all women. If you want to fight, just get on with it. Why so much talk? If not, hurry up and scram. Don't waste my time. After saying this, he stepped forward, his back foot following closely, showing no hesitation. His sturdy physique fell downwards without using the ropes or any knee protection. Cuz held a large iron box in each hand, wearing heavy black leather boots. As his boots made contact with the ground, a thunderous sound erupted, shaking the ground as if a small earthquake had occurred. Immediately after, a bright white halo burst forth from the back of Kiz's head, spreading outward. 5 meters, 10 meters, 15 meters. The halo swept over the Special Forces team members, who were unharmed. However, the ruffians in Zone 7 were not so lucky, tumbling backward. Peace. You dare come alone and act so arrogantly? Have you never faced death? The voice of Li Xuanqing echoed from all directions, making it impossible to pinpoint its exact source. Soon after, dense shadows and darkness spread across the walls and ground of the surrounding buildings. Those who fell onto it felt no pain and were uninjured. When they got up, they all shouted in unison, "Brother Chun." Li Xuanqing nodded and smiled. "All right, everyone go down. The Lin family is not here to fight. They are here to pay a ransom." Upon hearing this, the rough men and fierce women burst into loud laughter. "Why didn't you say so earlier? If they are here to deliver money, we certainly won't stop them. Wow, successful kidnapping. Which big shot did this? So gutsy. Impressive." Another tough guy has emerged from Black Edge Alley. I just wonder if they're a fierce man or a fierce woman. As the banter continued, the people of Zone 7 slowly retreated. Cuz's eyebrows twitched, his mood not quite pleasant, and he said harshly, "The thing you wanted is here." Saying this, he raised his arms, and the two iron boxes slammed to the ground. Bang! Bang! He kicked open the lids of the iron boxes and asked, "Where's Miss Yue?" Li Xuanqing shrugged, raised his right hand, and pointed to a coffee shop at a 45-degree angle behind him. Sitting by the window were three people, Wang Jun, Lin Yue, and Sun Buwu. Once the shadows receded, Cuz saw Lin Yue and hurriedly waved. "Miss Yue, my family sent me to pick you up." Lin Yue slightly nodded and then looked at Sun Buwu. "Hey Jun, you take her over and check the goods." Sun Buwu, holding a cup of coffee, took a sip and frowned in discomfort. Shortly after, Wang Jun and Lin Yue walked over to the Black Edge statue. Wang Yun's quotes it down, peering at the two iron boxes, and said, "Over 20 million Federation dollars, and just this little bit of extraordinary materials?" Cuz rolled his eyes. "You know it's extraordinary materials, of course. It's expensive." Wang Jun nodded and began rummaging through the boxes. After a moment, he confirmed that the boxes contained pure water crystals, ice crystal lotuses, the hearts of frost trees, and deep blue frozen earth. And the quantity was just slightly more than required. "All right, it should be close enough." Wang Jun stepped back half a step and lightly patted Lin Yue's backside. "Go on. You're free now." Cuz gasped. How did this guy dare to do that? The Special Forces team members around looked dumbfounded, especially the disguised Old 4 and Old 5. Lin Yue's face was a mix of shame and anger. "Sorry, it was a slip. I didn't mean it." Wang Jun raised his right hand in an innocent gesture. Lin Yue was furious, her hips sinking and her spine arching, clearly about to exert force. Wang Jun said lightly, "Just a friendly reminder, if you get captured by me again, the price won't be the same as before." Lin Yue's head was filled with black lines. She took a deep breath 2 or 3 times to force herself to calm down. "Return my dragon tooth." She opened her palm, her gaze sweeping towards Wang Jun's waist. Wang Jun drew out the dragon tooth dagger, playing with it while shaking his head. "Just to correct you, it no longer belongs to you. I'll buy it." Lin Yue's eyes sparkled with anger. "I want to sell." Lin Yue gritted her silver teeth, staring at Wang Jun's face, saying, "The humiliation you've given me, I will remember for a lifetime, and one day I will repay it 100-fold. Suit yourself." Wang Jun smiled and nodded. After their friendly exchange, Lin Yue boarded the helicopter and left with a dark face. That day, Wang Jun's reputation skyrocketed. The neighboring zones 8 and 9 both knew a tough character had arrived in Black Edge Alley. Chapter 25. Rising Fame in the year 1573 of the Star Calendar. On February 28th, Monday, after arriving at Black Blade Alley, Wang Jun welcomed a brand new week. The morning sunlight spilled into the bamboo house. The dawn light shone on his face, and his eyelashes trembled slightly as his eyelids slowly lifted. An empty ceiling came into view, and he sighed. A good sleep until dawn, worry-free and carefree. After saying that, Wang Jun shook his head, sat up straight, and looked at the side of the bed. After a few days, the latest kidnapping incident in Black Blade Alley had spread to every corner of the lower district. The lower district is a collective term for the 7th, 8th, and 9th districts. Residents from the other 6 districts of City 36 generally hesitated to enter the southwestern area belonging to the lower district. Here lies the most savage side of the entire city, with the rules of the steel jungle laid bare, survival of the fittest starkly displayed. Those with capabilities, even newcomers, could become a spokesperson for a certain gang or organization within a day. Without abilities, even after 10 years of wandering, one could only be a lackey. Bang! Bang bang bang! The sound of heavy objects hitting the ground came one after another. Following the sound, Wang Jun raised his eyebrows sharply. On the ground were beautifully packaged gift boxes, jewelry scattered from plastic bags, standard weapons from the Red Umbrella Company, and exotic flowers and plants that could only be found in the wilderness. I said no gifts. Which bastard dares to come over? Wang Jun cursed angrily. Outside the small courtyard, the errand boys and girls spoke up in a flurry. Jun Go, please show some mercy. My boss is Hua Shan Lu. If this gift doesn't get delivered, I'll definitely be beaten and have my legs broken when I go back. My boss is Wusi Ponguli. He wants to ask Mr. Wang Jun for help. Our big sister said that today we must establish a good relationship with you. Otherwise, we won't get to eat for 3 days. Wang Jun's mouth twitched and his gaze drifted to the side. In the corner of the small courtyard, a mountain of various gifts piled up, towering 3 to 4 meters high, already exceeding the height of the courtyard wall. Wang Jun covered his forehead, memories flashing through his mind. On the day he received the gifts, he had planned to refuse, but Li Xianxun suggested he pile them up and see, saying there might be an unexpected surprise. However, as the pile grew, the situation became increasingly serious. Initially, the gifts were relatively normal, but it was unclear which troublemakers spread the rumor. Wang Jun loves wealth, and as long as the gifts are substantial enough, he would help plan evolutionary paths. Once this was said, it was a big deal. Gift-giving must be competitive, from fine cigarettes and liquor to jewelry and heavy firearms. The more extravagant, the better. If Wang Jun didn't live in Black Blade Alley, they wouldn't dare to act recklessly. They could obtain even more outrageous items. For example, individual combat mechs, mobile transforming tanks, and other cutting-edge military technology produced by the Red Umbrella Company. It wasn't that they were brainless and eagerly sending gifts to Wang Jun, nor was it merely due to the reputation of Black Blade Alley. The real reason lay in the ransom paid by the Lin family and the healing of Lin Youwei's evolutionary affliction. Wang Jun's image in the minds of the people was established as a powerful evolutionary planner. People from a lower district were either street thugs who accidentally awakened their powers after years of practice, or those who offended tycoons or the Red Umbrella Company and were banished. For many years, they had been unable to contact evolutionary planners, their paths to becoming extraordinary beings fraught with peril. Some woke up to find themselves transformed into skinless monsters, shot dead on the streets. Some struck it rich and celebrated, only to inexplicably trigger an evolutionary affliction, bursting into beer foam in public. Some saw fun with young ladies, only to have their bodies unexpectedly merge, ultimately becoming a bizarre hybrid of male and female. Such examples were numerous, all occurring around the extraordinary beings in the lower district. They could see, hear, and some were even closely related. They might still be able to evolve normally now, climbing to higher extraordinary levels. But there was no guarantee that one day they wouldn't suddenly erupt with an evolutionary affliction, or they might already have hidden risks of an evolutionary affliction, kept secret but longing for treatment. They didn't want to lose their lives ambiguously one day, nor did they want to die in such a tragic and undignified manner. Wang Jun could understand their thoughts, but he could not accept being roasted over a fire. It was clear that someone was deliberately setting him up, wanting to see how he would handle it. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of gifts hitting the ground continued, and the trend became even more intense. Wang Jun pressed his right hand against the windowsill, flipped out of the window, and rushed to the courtyard gate. Bang! The door was kicked open, and he saw a group of people standing outside. Some were bald with tattoos, some had sharp faces, and some were dressed provocatively. Errand boys and girls. They all bowed in unison as if they had rehearsed. Hello, Junge. Wang Jun. Cut the act. You already used this yesterday. It won't work this time. Take all the gifts back. The crowd shook their heads in unison, their faces filled with fear. No way, Junge. Please have mercy. These errand boys and girls were all fearless, standing their ground, and spouting meaningless circular talk. Wang Jun's brows furrowed, his eyes sharp, exuding an intimidating aura. Helping others is also helping yourself. Do you understand? The crowd was momentarily stunned by Wang Jun's imposing presence, forgetting to speak. At that moment, a soft and sweet voice came from the crowd. Then, why doesn't Team Mr. Wang Jun take the initiative to make things easier for them? They're just doing errands. Just gifts. What harm is there in accepting them? The crowd parted, revealing a girl of about 17 or 18 sitting in a mechanical wheelchair, which rolled forward on its own, bringing her to stand before Wang Jun. The girl had a thick blanket covering her legs, dressed in a pale yellow dress, a warm white shirt, and a light blue knitted shawl, topped with a wide-brimmed sun hat. Wang Jun suddenly felt that her hat resembled a medieval witch's magic hat. "My name is Su Xiaojio." The girl introduced herself directly. As she spoke, her hands came together, forming a triangle with her palms, the tips of her 5 fingers touching the sky, resembling a unique hand sign with a special meaning. Wang Jun nodded and politely introduced himself in return. Su Xiaojio continued, "To be honest, I am also here to deliver a gift to you, but unlike them, I am here for myself." The girl's eyes were hidden beneath the drooping brim of her hat, her chestnut-colored pupils concealing a hint of unspeakable secrets. The mechanical wheelchair turned to the side, and she willingly made space. At this moment, Wang Jun felt an extremely subtle, extraordinary energy enveloping him. Turning his head, he realized it was none other than Su Xiaojio, whom he was meeting for the first time. Her left eye shimmered with a deep blue light, the radiance forming lines that depicted a certain circular magic array. Is this an extraordinary ability related to eye techniques? Wang Jun's heart made a guess, and immediately the image of Su Xiaojio's evolutionary tree floated in his mind. He didn't examine it closely, just gave a cursory glance. The information in the evolutionary tree indicated that the eye technique was for probing, not for attacking. He tapped 3 times below his left eye and smiled. What a sharp reaction. Su Xiaojio briefly froze, then smiled apologetically and retracted her probing eye technique. Wang Jun scanned the surrounding crowd and asked, "Is there anyone among you like her?" 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. No one answered Wang Jun's question. Wang Jun subtly shook his head. "I can accept the gifts, but not this many." He raised his index finger, slowing his speech and enunciating clearly. "Each of your organizations can only leave 1 gift, and the rest must be taken back." This. The errand boys and girls were first stunned, then their faces filled with difficulty. As they crowded towards Wang Jun, someone spoke up first, clearly still unwilling to give up. Wang Jun raised his right hand, and 3 streams of water flew through the air. Bang! 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 In the crowd, 3 guys with quicker mouths made sounds. The water streams immediately hit their faces, splashing everywhere, and it looked quite painful. The 3 fainted on the spot, collapsing to the ground. Clear water mixed with a little blood flowed through the cracks in the stone floor. That splash of glaring red was like a warning. Wang Jun's first day here was because he was being hunted by the Red Umbrella Company, and even after that, he was able to kidnap Lin Yuwei, so he was definitely not an easy target. "Don't worry, they're not in life-threatening danger." Wang Jun stepped forward, clearing the entrance, and raised his hand to gesture inside, saying that a light gift carries heavy sentiment, and 1 gift was enough. There was no need for their boss behind them to engage in pointless comparisons. The younger brothers around were still hesitant. Wang Jun raised his left eyebrow and grabbed the nearest errand boy, throwing him hard. The man stumbled and fell into the courtyard. Wang Jun didn't even look at him and said loudly, "Is there anyone else who wants me to help them walk in?" He was a former assassin, and although he was born in a peaceful country, he often found himself in war-torn areas or lawless zones while carrying out tasks, knowing that a firm command was far more effective than a polite discussion for dealing with criminals. Moments later, the pile of gifts in the courtyard was cleared away, leaving only a dozen neatly stacked. Clap, clap, clap. Su Xiaojio clapped her hands and smiled. Mr. Wang Jun is indeed, as rumored, naturally suited for Black Edge Alley. Wang Jun replied, "The yard is quiet now. If you have something to say, come in." The mechanical wheelchair slid back half a meter, and Su Xiaojio shook her head. "I have prepared a gift for you, but it's inconvenient to bring it over. You wanted to go out with you?" Wang Jun asked. "Not far away." With her left index finger lightly touching the brim of her hat, Su Xiaojio's oval face revealed a small part, her lips unnaturally pale. but the corners of her mouth were curved into a kind smile, right there in Black Edge Alley. They had only met once, and their conversation hadn't exceeded 10 sentences. But the way the girl interacted with others was very pleasant, as if she was always considering others. Wang Jun had a good impression of her, and nodded. All right, I'll go with you. Su Xiaojiu was somewhat surprised. You still don't know my background. Aren't you afraid I'm up to no good? In Black Edge Alley, of course. I can rest assured, Wang Jun smiled. At this moment, a binary stream flowed through his left eye, and his mind clearly displayed the girl's evolutionary tree and corresponding information. Evolution tree owner, Su Xiaojiu, life level, extraordinary level. LV2, evolution completion, 33. Life spiritual rhythm, 1500-1800, spiritual rhythm attribute. Ice and fire mixed. Current state, imbalanced spiritual rhythm, loss of sensation in both legs. Unstable strength, solution. Can be queried, requires 25 points of life, spiritual rhythm. Extraordinary ability, ice and fire uninterrupted, can be queried. Requires 10 points of life, spiritual rhythm. Evolution path, can be queried. Requires 50 points of life, spiritual rhythm. The life spiritual rhythm of an LV2 extraordinary person is already greater than 1,000. Wang Yun blinks, gaining a further understanding of the strength gap between LV2 and LV1. The LV1 extraordinary people he had seen, Lin Yue and Zhang Wu, both had spiritual rhythms not exceeding 1,000. Wang Jun himself was within the category of awakeners, but over the past few days, he had consumed 5 pure water crystals, reaching a current extraordinary level of 100 evolution completion. At this moment, his total life spiritual rhythm was 99 points, not able to reach 100 points. This barrier must be broken by shattering the shackles of life and further breaking the genetic prison to become an LV1 extraordinary person. The dividing line between awakeners and LV1 extraordinary persons is a life spiritual rhythm of 100 points. The dividing line between LV2 and LV1 extraordinary persons may be a life spiritual rhythm of 1,000 points. Wang Jun's thoughts were quite rapid, and he did not reveal any clues on his face. Looking at Su Xiaojiu's legs, he said, "The gift Miss Su wants to send should be quite special. The remuneration for asking me to help with treatment should also be included." Su Xiaojiu raised her chin, smiled brightly, and showed no signs of evasion or inferiority. Then, Wang Jun left with Su Xiaojiu, walking through the streets for about 10 minutes until they entered a small building with red bricks and black tiles. The inside and outside of the small building seemed to have special soundproofing. Before entering the small building, the air near Wang Jun's ears was tranquil. However, after stepping through the door, he immediately heard the sound of metal striking. Clang, clang, it sounded just like the sound of blacksmithing, echoing continuously. Continuing to walk inward, tendrils of heat spread through the air. It felt a bit hot, which was abnormal. Wang Jun, who was close to water, instinctively frowned. February was the season of winter, giving way to spring, which was often colder, but the temperature inside the small building was at least above 30 degrees. Wang Jun looked around and couldn't find the outlet of the central air conditioning. No need to look. The heat here comes from the furnace. The wheelchair stopped in place. And Su Xiaojiu turned back to say. Wang Jun's nose twitched slightly, catching a faint scent of gunpowder. What is Miss Su's profession? Su Xiaojiu looked directly at Wang Jun, their eyes meeting, and she suddenly smiled. Your senses are quite sharp. A blacksmith? A weapon manufacturer? The two voices came out simultaneously, one from Wang Jun and the other from Su Xiaojiu. Su Xiaojiu lightly raised her hand, pushing up the wide brim of her hat. That title is quite fitting. I indeed am a blacksmith, but my way of blacksmithing is a bit different. After saying that, she leaned forward, her left eye's pupil shining with deep blue light, and the door in front of her automatically opened, revealing a corridor 2 meters wide, in stark contrast to the classical style of the small building's exterior. The corridor was pure white on all sides, with energy-saving lights adorning the ceiling, filled with a sense of technology. The sound of blacksmithing came from the end of the corridor, followed by a surge of heat. Welcome to my studio, Mr. Wang Jun. Please come in. Su Xiaojiu seemed to have returned home, her soft voice carrying a hint of laziness. Chapter 26. Extreme and selfless, Su Xiaojiu's studio has a unique style. The entrance faces a massive boiler, standing over 3 meters tall and nearly 2 meters in diameter, which serves as the main source of heat. The billowing heat waves are almost visible to the naked eye, forming an orange-red glow that surrounds Wang Jun's body. "Do you need a heat-resistant suit, sir?" Su Xiaojiu's wheelchair stopped beside Wang Jun, her arms slightly raised. Not far away, the wall opened to both sides, revealing neatly arranged fireproof suits made of special materials. "No, thank you," Wang Jun smiled politely. "There's no need to be polite. Most people can't withstand the high temperature inside my studio," Su Xiaojiu gently reminded him again. "You might need to stay a bit longer later." Upon hearing this, Wang Jun stopped insisting and quickly walked over to select a fitting fireproof suit to put on. The inside of the fireproof suit felt like it had a special cooling magic. Wang Jun's skin instantly became cool, and the fine beads of sweat on his forehead dried quickly, as if he had been walking under the scorching sun for half an hour and had finally plunged into a swimming pool. It was refreshing and astonishingly comfortable. With his eyes slightly squinted, Wang Jun thought to himself, "What a unique method. This protective suit seems to be more than just a technological product." The wheelchair rolled forward at a leisurely pace, and Su Xiaojiu smiled. "I heard you used to work in the logistics department of the Red Umbrella Company?" Wang Jun was momentarily taken aback, then recalled that it was indeed the case. "Yes, I was there for almost a year," he replied casually, but internally he had some guesses about Su Xiaojiu's background. City 36 has 4 major financial conglomerates: the Zhao family, the Lin family, the Su family, and the Qin family. The Zhao family moved to City 36 with the strength of their entire clan, almost like local emperors. The Lin, Su, and Qin families are slightly weaker than the Zhao family, but they are closely matched among themselves. Looking further afield at the entire federation, the strongest power should be the Qin, Lin, Zhao, and Su families, which are relatively equal. Su Xiaojiu must have ways to know which positions Wang Jun held and in which departments he worked at the Red Umbrella Company, either through some informant in the Black Blade Alley or because her surname carries significant weight. Su, one of the 9 major financial conglomerates in the Federation, is information that no normal person would overlook. Wang Jun's gaze was meaningful, his dark eyes resembling a deep night sky. This seemingly 17 or 18-year-old girl has a rather complex background. Wang Jun couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder. Having been in this world for less than 10 days, why does he keep encountering various situations? He had been cautious, as someone had previously spread rumors that caused many extraordinary individuals in the lower districts to give gifts, creating a childish competition among them. There must be someone stirring the pot intentionally. Those extraordinary individuals roaming the streets are all savvy. If they had no survival wisdom, they would have long since perished in some corner. Wang Jun suspected that someone was definitely causing trouble behind the scenes, but he didn't know who that person was. Without sufficient clues, blindly speculating would only mislead him. Therefore, he had been waiting for the appearance of the biggest beneficiary. Now it seemed that Su Xiaojiu might be a bit suspicious. Perhaps she had set up today's scene as a prerequisite. "Stop dawdling. Come see the gift I prepared for you." Su Xiaojiu's voice interrupted Wang Jun's thoughts. Wang Jun snapped back to reality, smiled, and followed her as they continued forward. The seemingly small room actually hid many secrets. Turning to the side of the boiler, there was a staircase leading upwards. Going up the staircase would lead to the 2nd floor, where the interior of the boiler could be seen. Wang Jun glanced upward and saw rows of cold weapons. But these weapons were different from the usual ones, as if they were designed to accommodate the firing ports of long-range firearms, with strange patterns engraved on them, glowing with colorful lasers. "The gift I'm giving you is weapons." Su Xiaojiu's voice carried a hint of cheerfulness. "I've designed more than a dozen alternative options, but I'm not sure what kind of weapon you like, so I haven't finalized anything." "More than a dozen weapon designs?" Wang Yun holds, surprised that this girl had come up with so many on her own. It seemed unlikely. Who would be so bored as to spend that much effort? It was likely that she was drawing from her accumulated knowledge and presenting it all at once. Wang Jun drew the dragon-tooth dagger from his waist and said, "This is actually a long spear tip. It's a bit of a waste to use it as a dagger." "Wow, what a unique material." Su Xiaojiu's mechanical wheelchair turned 45 degrees, her hands lifting the wide brim of her hat, her eyes fixated on the dragon-tooth dagger. She leaned forward, her bottom shifting dramatically, making one wonder if she might fall from her wheelchair at any moment. Wang Jun took a couple of steps forward, bringing the dragon-tooth dagger closer to Su Xiaojiu's eyes. "Is this okay?" Su Xiaojiu tilted her head, her eyes sparkling. Her voice was soft and different from ordinary girls, exuding a certain charm. At that moment, she instinctively released her nature, her slightly rising tone dragging on for half a second, sending a shiver through Wang Jun's light voice. "Soft body, easy to topple." 7 words flashed inexplicably through Wang Jun's mind. At that moment, bubbles of dreams seemed to emerge in Su Xiaojiu's brown eyes, filled with a love for weapons. The girl's expression was so serious, her fair face resembling pure, flawless crystal. Wang Jun subtly shook his head, dismissing the distracting thoughts in his mind. He rotated his wrist, positioning the blade towards himself and the hilt outward. Isn't she afraid I might suddenly attack her? Why is she positioning the blade toward herself? Su Xiaojiu blinked, understanding Wang Jun's intention. Taking the dagger, she began to explore it earnestly, quickly finding the end of the dragon-tooth dagger. "This is indeed a spear tip," she said, bending her fingers to gently flick it. Ding! The tip of her finger touched the dagger, producing a crisp, pleasant sound that lingered. Su Xiaojiu tilted her head slightly, a trace of sorrow appearing between her brows. "It's so sad." The corners of her eyes drooped as her fingertips again touched the dagger. Another ding rang out. To Wang Jun, it sounded perfectly normal. But Su Xiaojiu's expression was anything but feigned. The smile on her face completely vanished, her eyelids lowered, and her fingers slowly traced the spine of the dragon-tooth dagger. The remnants of time's marks were faintly visible, right in Su Xiaojiu's heart. A melody that never wanted to end played in the background. Her murmurs were filled with emotion, completely immersed in her feelings, forgetting that Wang Jun was still beside her. Wang Jun wasn't angry. Instead, he felt a hint of respect. He had seen Su Xiaojiu's evolution tree and knew her extraordinary ability was the mastery of ice and fire, likely unrelated to weapons. The girl before him was young, but her obsession and love for weapons were evident to anyone. Just a moment ago, Wang Jun and Su Xiaojiu were having a normal conversation. In the next moment, Su Xiaojiu had taken the dragon-tooth dagger and quickly immersed herself in it. Wang Jun saw a light in her eyes, flickering like the sun one moment and a swaying candle flame the next. This girl didn't rely on her extraordinary abilities, but could sense the spirit contained within the weapon. Truly remarkable. Throughout history, countless scholars and poets have yearned for a transcendent masterpiece. But looking back through the annals of time, how many have achieved it? Without being deeply engrossed in a particular thing, without focusing to reach a state of selflessness, and without 100% immersion and contemplation. One simply cannot attain such exquisite poetry. Su Xiaojiu is a person of passion. She is so focused on weapons that she has reached the extreme. At least, at this moment, she is indeed extreme and selfless. Wang Jun couldn't bear to interrupt and stood quietly, like a statue. A few minutes later, Su Xiaojiu came to her senses, her eyelashes slightly trembling, and her eyelids slowly lifted. She exhaled, her chest swelling as she released the stagnant air within. Dragon-tooth? That is definitely not its original name. Su Xiaojiu smiled apologetically, mimicking Wang Jun's method, with the blade facing herself and the hilt towards Wang Jun. Offering the dagger. "Why do you say that?" Wang Jun took the dagger and tucked it back into his waist. Su Xiaojiu shook her head, crossing her fingers in a 10-cross gesture, with her fingertips pointing towards the sky. The pupil of her left eye glowed with a deep blue radiance, rapidly condensing strands of light to outline a circular magic array. This time, Wang Jun was close enough to clearly see the circular magic array in the girl's eyes. The outer ring resembled a full moon, and at the very center was a 6-pointed star. Beneath the 6-pointed star was a structure resembling a temple. And to the upper left and upper right of the 6-pointed star were 2 other moons, one waxing and the other waning. As he gazed deeply into the inner circle of the magic array, he felt an inexplicable call. "I say, Yasai nong o guji ji." Walina ha imo lo yao, lina a gujiji. Yuyuku sha gujiji. The source of the call did not come from the outside world, but from deep within Wang Jun's heart. It felt as if he had touched some great existence. Suddenly, the deep blue ring dimmed, and the moon's six-pointed star and temple vanished without a trace. The voice calling from deep within Wang Jun instantly faded away. However, he clearly heard a frenzied howl echoing in his heart. Gujiji. Sorry, Mr. Wang Jun. Su Xiaojiu covered her left eye with one hand, leaning forward slightly in a bow. I forgot to tell you, when I use my eye technique, you can't look directly into my eyes. Why? Wang Jun wanted to ask, but since it involved her privacy and it was their first meeting, the words were forcibly swallowed back. Su Xiaojiu noticed Wang Jun's thoughtfulness and smiled as she explained. Besides my originally awakened extraordinary ability, I also learned a form of extraordinary inheritance. She lightly tapped the eyelid of her left eye with her index finger, and she stopped elaborating. Extraordinary inheritance. How could I still hear that strange, inexplicable voice? Upon careful reflection, the voice sounded like a demon from hell reciting in his ear, urgently revealing some kind of forbidden secret while simultaneously tempting the human soul. To suppress the curiosity bubbling within him, Wang Jun shook his head slightly and joked. Every sentence has to end with a tagline. It's quite funny. The speaker is unintentional, but the listener is intentional. Su Xiaojiu suddenly opened her left eye. The deep blue radiance in her eyes vanished, replaced by shock. You can also hear that voice? Voice. You mean? Wang Jun mimicked the strange tone. Gujiji. Yes, yes, yes. Su Xiaojiu nodded vigorously, and due to inertia, the wide brim of her hat slid down, covering most of her face. Wang Jun clearly saw Su Xiaojiu's lips moving, as if she was about to say something. Suddenly, she covered her mouth with both hands, forcibly sealing her own voice. What's wrong? Wang Jun asked. Su Xiaojiu shook her head vigorously. Wang Jun said, Can't you say? Su Xiaojiu hesitated for half a second, then nodded. The dragon tooth dagger at her waist slid out half an inch, and Wang Jun changed the subject. Miss Su, you said the real name of the dragon tooth dagger is not dragon tooth? Su Xiaojiu's hands slowly fell, no longer covering her lips. Breathe, breathe, breathe. After 3 deep breaths to adjust her emotions, she said, It is a weapon of dragon slayers, one that has truly been stained with the blood of a dragon. This weapon's previous material might have been top-notch, but it is by no means rare. It's different now, right? Wang Jun played along. Not gold, not stone, not iron, not jade, not wood, not bone. There are almost no materials of the same category on the market. Su Xiaojiu blinked her beautiful eyes, as if seeing Wang Jun in a new light. That's right, its original material would not exceed the current material classification of B grade. But after piercing the scales of a dragon and bathing in the dragon's holy blood, it underwent a qualitative change, far surpassing S-grade extraordinary materials in terms of material alone. No wonder, Wang Jun nodded. I was wondering why that woman, Lin Yue, wanted it back so much, even willing to spend money to buy it. Did you ask about the price, sir? Su Xiaojiu chuckled lightly. Wang Jun shook his head. I don't indulge the bad habits of wealthy young ladies. I didn't even give her a chance to make an offer. Impressive. Su Xiaojiu gave a thumbs up. Sir, you truly regard money as dirt. 18 million, it's not important. Wang Jun said modestly. Su Xiaojiu shook her head. It's worth much more than that. At least 10 billion federal coins. Wang Jun was dumbfounded, wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth. What? 10 billion? Su Xiaojiu crossed her 2 index fingers in a 10-cross gesture. That's a bit ridiculous. If 10 billion were spent on extraordinary materials, wouldn't that mean upgrading with a rocket? Wang Jun suddenly felt a bit regretful. The smartphone in his pocket seemed to be heating up, as if a little paw was scratching at him, urging him to call Lin Yue. At this moment, Su Xiaojiu added, but this is just the theoretical value. It must be found someone who can analyze it. Wang Jun's heart, which had been hanging in the air, sank back down. Then it wouldn't be worth that much. Even my teacher can't analyze it. If he can't analyze it, then no one in the entire Federation should be able to. Su Xiaojiu nodded slightly. Then, the two chatted as they walked, soon arriving at a private booth. Inside the booth were 24 screens displaying various forms of cold weapons. Swords, spears, halberds, axes, hooks, whips, hammers, and more. A total of 18 different weapon forms filled the 24 screens, as 6 of the screens had repeated types but with entirely different details. These are part of them. If you're not satisfied, I have others. There are about 37 weapon models, but it will take 2 or 3 days to complete. Su Xiaojio's face seemed to express the word sorry, apologizing for not being professional enough. Wang Jun said, "You don't need to provide too many. Actually, if you show me 2 or 3, I can take a look and then we can communicate further." "That won't do, in the way of weapons. Only precision and sincerity matter." Su Xiaojio's soft voice suddenly became strong. Wang Jun felt a bit troubled, rubbing his forehead as he said, "As the saying goes, no merit, no reward. I still don't know how severe Su's evolution is and whether I can treat it." He intended to persuade Su Xiaojio not to waste her efforts. Unexpectedly, Su Xiaojio suddenly lifted the blanket covering her legs. Upon seeing the tragic state of the girl's legs, Wang Jun raised his eyebrows, his pupils contracting, and asked, Don't you feel pain?" Chapter 27. Great perseverance. The girl's legs were completely different from those of ordinary people. The left leg was dry and yellowed, having lost its natural moisture, resembling a branch struck by lightning, occasionally flaring up with flames that flickered and vanished, leaving charred marks on her calf. The right leg was covered with pale blue frost, flakes drifting down onto her originally fair and smooth skin. Some frost was merely superficial, while others had seeped deep into the flesh, turning blood and even bone into ice. Her legs endured both fire and ice, constantly burning and freezing, aching at every moment. Wang Jun was a killer in his past life, having undergone specialized training to resist pain, which included extreme tests for hot and cold. That kind of suffering was not just a physical trial, but also a torment for the soul. Wang Jun found it hard to imagine why Su Xiaojio, so young, could smile nonchalantly. Just moments ago, in their conversation, he hadn't sensed anything unusual. "Doesn't it hurt?" Wang Jun's voice echoed in Su Xiaojio's ears. She was taken aback, clearly not expecting him to ask if she was in pain. Most people, upon seeing her legs, would inevitably show a hint of disgust, then quickly avert their gaze and apologize, try to conceal their instinctive reactions. Very few truly cared about her feelings. Su Xiaojio pursed her lips and smiled. "It's okay, I'm used to it." Her response was natural and gracious, as if her legs had merely sustained a minor scrape. "This girl has great perseverance," Wang Jun thought, feeling a surge of emotion, and then said, "The pain of evolution is due to the simultaneous presence of 2 extraordinary energies within you. Half ice and half fire, intertwined yet unbalanced, unable to stabilize, which has led to your leg ailment. May I ask when this pain of evolution began?" Su Xiaojio replied, "I've had it since birth because I'm a celestial awakened." Celestial awakened refers to a very small number of humans who are born with extraordinary abilities, possessing stronger powers and greater potential. Wang Jun again realized that the path of ascending in the extraordinary realm was not easy. Every step of evolution carried risks, and the blessing of fortune might hide a deeper curse. "Can you elaborate?" Wang Jun asked. Su Xiaojio nodded. "When I was born, I possessed the power of ice and fire, but the 2 forces are completely incompatible. If it weren't for an elder in my family who was a priest of the deep blue moon court, I would have died before a month old. But the pain of evolution." Su Xiaojio spoke at a moderate pace, narrating the origins of her pain of evolution. Throughout the process, Wang Jun gained a deeper understanding of the pain of evolution, which was the deepest suffering in the hearts of many extraordinary beings. They feared others knowing, but were even more afraid of being abandoned by the goddess of fate. When would problems arise in the evolution of extraordinary beings? The vast majority of extraordinary beings in the world could not answer this. Even among demigod-level LV5 extraordinary beings, most could only have a vague sense of their own state and could not effectively teach others. Only a very few powerful individuals with complete legacies could ensure that their descendants had a generally stable path in the extraordinary realm. Su Xiaojio was fortunate to have an elder who was a priest of the Deep Blue Moon Court. The Deep Blue Moon Court was a secret organization that rarely showed itself, but had a unique legacy of moon rituals. Because she received this extraordinary legacy in time, Su Xiaojio was able to survive until now. However, her life could last at most until the age of 18. This year marked Su Xiaojio's 17th year, and on May 21st, the day she turned 18, it would also be the day she was destined to lose her life. To break the shackles of fate, you should go southwest. Su Xiaojio adopted a tone of a fortune teller, mimicking that elder priest. After a brief pause, she smiled and said, "So, I came to City 36. Wang Jun nodded slightly in response, indicating he was still listening. The things the girl spoke of were somewhat heavy, and their relationship was not deep enough for her to delve into many topics. Su Xiaojio formed hand signs with both hands, touching them together, her fingertips pointing to the sky. She pointed at Wang Jun and said, "I waited for a full 6 months, but saw no hope. However, just a few days ago, you healed Lin Yui's acute pain of evolution. From that moment on, I knew the wheels of fate had begun to turn." Wang Jun's eyes held a hint of inquiry. "Why do you say that?" Su Xiaojio pondered before speaking. The Deep Blue Moon Court has divination techniques, and it is one of the very few organizations that has helped the Lin family's extraordinary inheritors treat their pain of evolution. I have read clear written records about it. Their pain of evolution either doesn't manifest, but once it does, it cannot be cured. The best outcome is to become a mutant. For hundreds of years, it has been a matter of life and death, but it's different with you. She looked at Wang Jun meaningfully, then lowered her head, earnestly saying, "Sir, save me. You are my last hope." The strong girl revealed her weak side, and even a hardened steel man would feel compassion. Wang Jun pondered for a moment and said, "Allow me to examine you first." As he spoke, his palm transformed into a watercolor, and the tip of his index finger slightly deformed, turning into a water spike. Stab! Stab! Wang Jun's transformed fingertip left an imprint on Su Xiaojio's left and right legs, giving her the impression that he was using his abilities. He then spent 50 points of life resonance. 99 points of life resonance instantly halved, and a severe dizziness surged from the depths of his body and soul, as if his vitality had been drawn into the void. GUH! Wang Jun firmly grasped the armrest of the mechanical wheelchair with his right hand, crouching down. At that moment, the evolution tree and related information appeared in his mind. Evolution tree owner, Su Xiaojio, life level, extraordinary being, extraordinary level, LV2. Evolution completion, 33. Life resonance, 1,500, 1,800, resonance attribute, ice and fire mixed, current status. Internal resonance is unbalanced, legs have lost sensation, strength is difficult to stabilize. Solution, querying option 1. Guide the two extraordinary powers of ice and fire to converge in the left and right legs. Then amputate both legs and replace them with mechanical prosthetics, thereby losing extraordinary abilities and the related extraordinary legacy, becoming an ordinary person. Require materials: 1 demon sealing stone, 100 grams of dark spirit soil. Option 2. Find an LV3 fire-type extraordinary being and an LV3 ice-type extraordinary being, allowing both to daily adjust her unbalanced extraordinary powers, which could extend her life to a certain degree, estimated to be 3 to 5 years. Require materials: 1 pure water crystal daily, 1 flame condensing stone daily. Option 3. Formulate a spirit-soothing potion. Required materials: 3 moonlight fruits, 3 sunfire flowers, 3 star grasses, 30 grams of platinum, 1,000 milliliters of black soul water, 3 soul splitting woods, 3 lava fire crystals, 300 grams of forbidden red soil. The potion formulation must master one of the extraordinary powers of ice or fire. Extraordinary ability: ice and fire intertwined, can be queried. Requires 10 points of life resonance. Evolution path can be queried. Requires 100 points of life resonance at a glance. Wang Jun already had a choice in his heart. Option 1 would turn the girl into a cripple, and she would definitely not agree. Option 2 had more stringent conditions and could only extend life moderately, not eradicate the problem. Only option 3, to create the spirit-soothing potion, was viable. Wang Jun rubbed his brow, his lips moving. Suddenly, Su Xiaojio said, "You don't look well. Is it because my pain of evolution is hard to treat?" Wang Jun's brain was still churning. his upper and lower rows of teeth clenching tightly. After a moment of calming down, he said, "It can be treated, but I cannot provide the materials." "That's not a problem at all. Just write a list, and I'll have someone from my family help prepare it," Su Xiaojie replied, while observing Wang Jun. She noticed beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his eyelids slightly drooping, and his lips slightly parted, as if his breath had weakened a bit. She reached out her right hand, her fingertips touching Wang Jun's forehead to wipe away a few beads of sweat. "You look very tired. You should rest for a bit." Wang Jun's palm returned to its original flesh color as he picked up the blanket that had fallen on the ground and helped cover her legs. "It's fine. Let me first tell you the materials needed to make this spirit-settling potion." Supporting himself on the armrest of the wheelchair, Wang Jun recited the materials needed for Scheme 3. After listening, Su Xiaojie bit her lip and thought to herself, "He is indeed worried about the materials. Every item on the list is quite rare." Even with Su Xiaojie's background, supported by the Su family in the Deep Blue Moon Court, she could only gather 6 types of materials, still lacking 2 main ingredients, Yangyan flower and stargrass. Biting her lower lip, Su Xiaojie said, "Please rest for a moment, sir. I'll contact my family." Wang Jun felt a heavy fog in his head, pulled over a chair, and nodded as he sat down. The wheelchair turned 180 degrees, and Su Xiaojie gradually moved away. The waiting time felt a bit long. Wang Jun yawned, his head still heavy. He crossed his arms and leaned his head against the wall for a short nap. After a moment, Su Xiaojie returned to Wang Jun's side and heard his steady breathing. Is he asleep? The earlier examination must have been really exhausting. Su Xiaojie sat upright in the wheelchair, resting her chin on one hand, admiring Wang Jun's sleeping figure. His black, tousled hair, clean face, and sharp facial features looked handsome even with his eyes closed. She remained quiet, watching for a while, her gaze devoid of infatuation, resembling an artist admiring an art exhibition. Beep, beep, beep. The alarm in the corner suddenly went off. Someone had entered her studio. She rolled up her sleeve, revealing a lady's watch set with a crescent-shaped diamond. Glancing at the watch face, Su Xiaojie immediately frowned. "Yisu, what are you doing here?" The watch face projected a hologram of a lively girl with twin ponytails. Raising her eyebrows and feigning displeasure as she said, "It sounds like Xiaojie isn't very welcoming to me?" "Not at all. It's just that I have a guest right now." Where? "Which sucker is asking you to help make weapons?" "I'm a professional weaponsmith. None of my customers are suckers." "Cut out. My dad is the biggest sucker. He spent 100 million federal coins to buy a sword from you." "Seriously? If your teacher were involved, that would make sense." The two exchanged words, their voices relatively low, but they eventually reached Wang Jun's ears. His eyelashes fluttered as he woke up, opening his eyes to look around. "Did I fall asleep?" Su Xiaojie nodded, about to speak. In the hologram, the girl named Yi Su exclaimed, "There's a man. A young man. Oh, Xiaojie has skills now. She is actually starting to date." Su Xiaojie frowned, displeased, and said, "Don't talk nonsense. He is my distinguished guest." After saying that, she pressed her right palm against her left wrist, causing the watch's face to dim instantly. "I'm sorry for disturbing your rest." Su Xiaojie apologized. Wang Jun sat up straight, rubbing his temples, and asked again, "Did I just fall asleep?" Su Xiaojie found it strange that he asked again, tilting her head slightly, her lips moving to give a simple answer. "Yes." Waves of unease surged in Wang Jun's heart. This was not scientific. He was a trained assassin, and the instincts of an assassin should not have faded. Logically, he shouldn't have fallen asleep in an unfamiliar place. Even if he did fall asleep, he should have woken up the moment someone appeared nearby. The fact that he hadn't woken up could mean 2 things. Either he was too exhausted, with the consumption of 50 points of life essence being too great, or the girl in front of him harbored no ill will, preventing him from sensing even the slightest hint of danger. While Wang Jun was pondering, footsteps approached rapidly. He saw the newcomer's face, who looked about the same age as Su Xiaojie, with thick twin ponytails cascading down to her waist. The key was the fiery red color of her hair, which seemed to glow slightly at the ends, as if highlighted. "Xiaojie, what kind of wild man have you hidden while your sister isn't around?" As she spoke, she rushed over, grabbing Su Xiaojie's shoulders and shaking her back and forth. "It's not what you think. Don't say that." Su Xiaojie rolled her eyes, her shoulders quivering slightly as she summoned strength to push back, causing Yi Su's hands to feel as if they were being burned by ice and fire simultaneously. Ouch! Yi Su let go and stepped back several paces. "He is Wang Jun, the evolution planner that Cold Sister mentioned, a rare find in our Black Edge Alley." As she spoke, her eyes fixed on Wang Jun, and she extended her right hand, introducing herself boldly. "Yi Su, the leaf of a tree, Su Su Su." "Wang Jun," Wang Jun replied, meeting her gaze. The two had now introduced themselves, and then she looked at Wang Jun with a very peculiar expression. "You haven't seen Xiao Jio's face yet, have you?" Suddenly, Yi Su said with a strange laugh, and then she lifted Su Xiaojio's white hat. In an instant, Su Xiaojio's white hair cascaded down like a waterfall, shining like silver under the moonlight, whiter than frost and snow. Chapter 28. The stunning beauty and the butterfly knife. Wang Jun saw Su Xiaojio's true appearance, and the words of Chao Ji's ode to the goddess of the Luo River immediately floated through his mind. Her form is like a startled swan, graceful like a wandering dragon. She is as radiant as autumn chrysanthemums and as lush as spring pines. She resembles the light clouds that hide the moon, and floats like the drifting snow in the wind. Her shoulders are like carved jade, her waist like a slender willow. She extends her graceful neck and reveals a beautiful complexion. Her fragrance is natural, unadorned by makeup. Her hair is piled high like clouds, and her brows are elegantly arched. Her red lips are bright, and her white teeth are dazzling. Her bright eyes are full of charm, and her dimples enhance her beauty. Her rare grace is captivating, and her demeanor is calm and relaxed. Her gentle demeanor is enchanting in speech. Her extraordinary attire is unparalleled, and her figure is as if drawn from a painting. Su Xiaojio's beauty was almost beyond description, truly resembling a celestial goddess. When she wore a large hood, it was hard to see her clearly. Occasionally, catching a glimpse of her lips, nose, or eyes would only lead one to think she was an exceptionally beautiful woman, still belonging to the mortal realm. However, when her long, snow-white hair fell down and her brows, hidden beneath the hood, were revealed, Su Xiaojio's astonishing beauty radiated an unparalleled charm. It was like the moment the bright moon, hidden beneath the surface of the sea, rises, an incomparable scene in the human world. Beautiful, so beautiful that it felt unreal, as if she shouldn't exist. Yi Su, with her double ponytails, was also beautiful, with a well-proportioned and graceful figure, truly a top-tier beauty. Her appearance was on par with Lin Yue, each with their own unique characteristics. It should be noted that Lin Yue had once appeared on Flower World, a magazine of federal level, which countless women around the world dream of but cannot attain. However, when compared to Su Xiaojio, the beauty of Yi Su and Lin Yue had an insurmountable gap. Both Yi Su and Lin Yue were exceptional beauties, but neither was perfect. Lin Yue might be too petite, while Yi Su, due to years of strength training, had slightly broad shoulders. These were both their charm points and their flaws. Those who liked them would love them, while those who didn't would dislike them. Su Xiaojio, on the other hand, had flawless beauty that satisfied the aesthetic tastes of people of all ages and genders. If there was any imperfection, it could only be her fate. The extraordinary abilities awakened by the heavens brought her a life where she couldn't walk on her own two legs, which severely endangered her life. 18 was the last lifespan limit. Perhaps it was truly the heavens that did not want her to remain in the human world. No wonder she always wore a hat, even indoors. Wang Jun's eyes blinked slightly, wanting to shift his gaze but hesitating in his heart. Hey. Yi Su waved her hands, using her large witch's hat to block Wang Jun's eyes, jokingly saying, "Don't look, or I'll gouge out your eyes." Wang Jun nodded slightly, closed his eyes for 2 seconds, then opened them calmly and said, "Sorry, Miss Su's beauty is too stunning. I couldn't help but admire it." "Huh, you certainly have some guts. Speaking of lust so clearly and gracefully." Yi Su pouted, widening her left eye to stare at Wang Jun as if trying to see through him. "Nonsense, Yi Su. Don't slander Mr. Wang Jun." Su Xiaojio pinched Yi Su's lower back and twisted gently. If he were a lecher, Lin Yue wouldn't have been able to leave Black Blade Alley. Yi Su's lower back was pinched, and she quickly begged for mercy. It hurts. Let go. She jumped back 2 steps, almost pressing against Wang Jun. Wang Jun clearly saw her appearance. A straight and handsome nose, sword-like brows, bright black pupils, and striking fiery red hair tied into slightly curled double ponytails. A typical oval face, yet not soft, but rather possessing a certain heroism. The distance was very close, and the two could feel each other's breath. Yi Su was not intimidated. She puffed out her chest and raised her head, giving a heavy snort. Suddenly, visible white smoke erupted from her nostrils, as if forming 2 palms pushing towards Wang Jun's extraordinary ability. Wang Jun raised his eyebrows and sidestepped. Most of the white smoke was avoided, but a very small part brushed against his skin. The binary flow flashed through his left eye, and Wang Jun saw Yi Su's evolution tree. Owner of evolution tree. Yi Su, life level. Extraordinary being, extraordinary level. LV2. Evolution completion. 88. Life spiritual rhythm. 7,500 7,800. Spiritual rhythm attribute. None. Current status. Gluttony. Appetite approximately 20 times that of a normal adult man weighing 200 pounds. Solution. Can be inquired. Requires 50 points of life spiritual rhythm. Extraordinary ability. Smoke control. Can be inquired. Requires 10 points of life spiritual rhythm. Evolution path. Can be inquired. Requires 100 points of life spiritual rhythm. In terms of life spiritual rhythm, Yi Su is far stronger than Su Xiaojiu, and her total amount of life spiritual rhythm far exceeded Wang Jun's. The gap between LV0 and LV2 was still very significant. He needed to upgrade to LV1 as soon as possible. Otherwise, his total amount of life spiritual rhythm would not even match the fraction of others, which made him feel uncomfortable. Yi Su, if you keep this up, I might have to take action to drive you away. Su Xiaojiu's tone was soft, her left hand's fingertips glowing with a blue, icy hue. Crack, crack, crack. The moisture in the air condensed into frost, forming snowflakes the size of fingernails. The snowflakes slowly fell, touching Yi Su's shoulder. Cold. Yi Su felt a shiver all over, and then suddenly felt the ground was a bit hot under her feet. She looked down and saw an orange-red flame forming a ring, just the right size to cover her feet. Xiaojiu, are you serious? Yi Su suddenly turned around, putting on a mournful expression for a stinky man. You actually disregard our sisterhood. Boo-hoo. My heart is shattered into 8 pieces. Cut out. Su Xiaojiu frowned in disgust, waving her hand. She signaled with her eyes. Step aside. I need to talk business with the gentleman. Yi Su stomped her foot and deliberately bumped her backside against Wang Jun. Wang Jun reacted quickly, instinctively lifting his knee. Smack! Yi Su's peachy rear collided with his knee, and she let out a light, swaying her hips to stabilize her balance. It looked like she was about to kick continuously. Wang Jun stepped forward, blocking Yi Su's space to kick. Smack! Smack! He sent out both hands in quick succession, hitting Yi Su's lower abdomen and throat respectively. Yi Su stumbled back half a step, stepping into the fire ring. Feeling the heat burning through her boots and scorching her soles, she hurriedly used her extraordinary ability. In an instant, white smoke vaporized from the pores of her soles, in great quantity, blasting against the ground. The ground provided a reaction force, and the white smoke spread outwards, creating a secondary impact. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The smoke extinguished the flames, and Yi Su's toes tapped the ground continuously. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. She jumped behind Su Xiaojiu, massaging her shoulders while saying, Xiaojiu, calm down. I'm just worried about your choice of man. Su Xiaojiu remained silent, her profile at a 45-degree angle, her eyes deeply fixed on Yi Su. Apologize to the gentleman, or else don't expect me to help you repair weapons in the future. This statement hit Yi Su's sore spot. She looked awkward, pulling out a half-leather, half-metal object from behind. Can this fist glove still be repaired? If she hadn't said it was a fist glove, one wouldn't have been able to tell. It was just a mess of leather and metal. Wang Jun thought inwardly. Whether it could be repaired or not was not important. Su Xiaojiu shook her head, signaling Yi Su to apologize to Wang Jun. All right. I know I was wrong. Yi Su spread her hands, turning to Wang Jun. sorry about earlier. I didn't mean anything else. I just wanted to see if you were qualified to meet my father. Yisu's surname was Yi, and the behind-the-scenes boss of Black Blade Alley was named Yijun. With those two pieces of information combined, Wang Jun couldn't help but think more. His mind was clear, and he instantly concluded that Yisu was indeed Yijun's daughter. At that moment, Yisu leaned down and whispered into Su Xiaojio's ear, "I've already apologized, so please take care of the next weapon." Su Xiaojio. She had no way to deal with Yisu, even though they were cousins and had known each other for many years. She still couldn't adapt to Yisu's innate boldness. Yisu had always been boyish, tall from a young age, and one of the few girls in the southwestern region who stood at 1.8 meters. She was 2 years older than Su Xiaojio, now 19, and usually carefree, enjoying drinking, smoking, and perming her hair like a rebellious boy. With a slight sigh, Su Xiaojio shook her head and brought over her hat. Hee. Xiaojio forgave me. Yisu grinned and winked at Su Xiaojio. Such an extraordinary appearance. Why hide it? As she spoke, she placed the witch hat back on Su Xiaojio's head. Su Xiaojio raised her hands to adjust the brim of the hat and said, "Sorry to make you laugh. Mr. Yisu is a bit straightforward, and sometimes what she says and does isn't very thoughtful, so please don't take it to heart." Yisu cooperated with Su Xiaojio, thumping her chest and saying loudly, that's right, exactly. Not smart and not thoughtful. Isn't that just calling her stupid?" She actually nodded. It seems this girl really is a bit slow-witted. Wang Jun maintained his gentlemanly demeanor, smiling without speaking. Yisu Suraj Hadit, treating Wang Jun as someone she didn't know. She gave a thumbs up, revealing 2 rows of shiny white teeth, and smiled cheerfully. "I heard you were a researcher. Wang Yunyo, how come you have such good skills? And you don't look bad either, as if you secretly train every day." "Yes, I have training." Wang Jun fully embraced the essence of trivial talk. At this point, neither Yisu nor Wang Jun had any intention of continuing the conversation. When the conversation doesn't click, not a word more is needed, and that's exactly the case now. The two stared at each other. Clearly, the topic had died. Pointing at the 24-part screen wall, Su Xiaojio hurriedly changed the subject. "Since you can treat my evolution trauma, you can surely accept this gift, right?" "Just him." With brows raised, Yisu opened her mouth to interject. Duong. A large chunk of ice suddenly materialized, blocking her mouth. Su Xiaojio's left fingertips glowed with a faint ice blue light. Wang Jun nodded and said, "No need to look anymore. I already roughly checked when Su Jio contacted her family." "How is it?" Su Xiaojio asked. "Not very suitable," Wang Jun replied. Upon hearing this, Yisu raised her brows, fiddling with the ice block in her mouth, creating a small gap, then flexed her jaw to crunch the ice block loudly. "What are you saying? My Xiaojio's weapons are ranked among the top 10 in the entire Federation, and countless extraordinary beings are begging her to help forge weapons." "You, Duong." Yisu's mouth was once again sealed by ice. Whoa. Taking advantage of Yisu's inability to speak, Su Xiaojio asked, "What exactly is unsuitable?" Wang Jun replied, "The weapons I usually use are similar to daggers, but somewhat different." Crunch, crunch, Yisu skillfully chewed the ice block and swallowed it, sarcastically saying, "That's impressive. A genius evolution planner is indeed different. Even the daggers they use are not the same. Come on, tell me what's so special about it." She spoke softly, only loud enough for Su Xiaojio to hear. Su Xiaojio raised her right hand and pressed down on Yisu's left hand resting on her shoulder, digging her thumbnail in hard. Hiss! Yisu winced in pain and withdrew her hand. At this moment, Wang Jun said, "The dagger I usually use is called a butterfly knife. The blade is double-edged, about the length of a palm, with 2 separate handles that are hollow in the middle and slightly longer than the blade." He described the shape of the butterfly knife in detail, as well as the principle of the moving components between the blade and the handle. After listening, Su Xiaojio said, "A butterfly knife. That's an interesting idea. It's not complicated to make, but I'm not quite sure how such a dagger should be used. How about this, Mr. Wang? Wait a moment for me. I'll make a simple version of the butterfly knife right away." Then, Wang Jun remained quiet, watching Su Xiaojio quickly and efficiently craft the butterfly knife. Her legs couldn't exert force, and she couldn't use the old-fashioned forging method. Suddenly, Half a screen popped out from each armrest of her mechanical wheelchair, and when they connected, they formed a multi-functional input device that combined a keyboard and a graphics tablet. Sketching, detailing, modeling, and adjusting. In less than 3 minutes, Su Xiaojio had completed the keycap for the butterfly knife and then started the 3D printing. The mold for the butterfly knife quickly took shape, and the liquefied metal was proportionally mixed and then poured into the mold. In total, it took less than 15 minutes for a brand new butterfly knife to be delivered into Wang Jun's hands. Swish, 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 swish. Wang Jun's fingers relaxed and tightened, and as he flicked his wrist, the blade and handle danced around his wrist. Su Xiaojio bit her thumb and softly exclaimed. The blade dances like a butterfly flapping its wings, passing through flowers and trees. So beautiful. Nothing special, Yi Su smacked her lips. It just looks flashy. It probably isn't very practical and has no lethality. No, this weapon's strength lies in its peculiarity. Su Xiaojio shook her head, patting Yi Su's hand to explain. You see, every time he moves, the blade stays close to him but doesn't hurt himself. This definitely requires long-term practice to master. If you and I pick up the butterfly knife, the first thing we would have to worry about is where the blade cuts us. If it's like this for the user, how can the enemy predict it when facing a butterfly knife? Furthermore, this knife differs from ordinary daggers with a regular grip. Reverse grip and hand switching, the variations can increase exponentially, making it virtually limitless. In the hands of an expert, the trajectory of the blade is completely unpredictable, and its lethality is absolutely deadly. After all, the human body is very fragile compared to the alloy with a sharp edge. Continuously demonstrating several basic uses of the butterfly knife. Drawing the blade, retracting the blade, flowery moves, hand switching. Suddenly, Wang Jun pinched one half of the butterfly knife's handle and sharply flicked it upward, as the blade cut towards the back of his hand. At the moment it touched his skin, he flicked his wrist, sending the blade away from his skin, then quickly turned his wrist, palm facing up, slightly opening it. Clap, clap. The two sounds connected rapidly, and the blade embedded into one half of the handle, while the other half closed in succession. At this moment, the blade returned to the handle, transforming the butterfly knife into a stick about the length of a fist. Wang Jun curled his middle finger back and pressed down with his fingertip. The concealed butterfly knife silently slid into his sleeve, making it completely undetectable that he had a weapon hidden on him. The entire movement flowed seamlessly, showing no signs of hesitation. The practice time must have been considerable. Su Xiaojio seemed to see a kindred spirit, adding a touch of intimacy to her gaze as she looked at Wang Jun. When she was little and had nothing to play with, she mainly played with butterfly knives. Wang Jun was speaking the truth. He was raised by an assassin organization, and their relationships were nothing like the melodramatic friendships and dramas. Everyone was wary of each other, and every night they slept with a dagger or small knife hidden nearby. This object was the only thing he could carry with him as a child, and it was his only toy. By the time he grew up, the visually appealing and highly playable butterfly knife had transformed into a deadly weapon. As Su Xiaojio recalled Wang Jun's skillful knife techniques, it felt like an imprint in her mind. Elegant, eerie, variable, deadly. The various characteristics of the butterfly knife were classified. Suddenly, her eyes lit up, and she clapped her hands together, saying, with a butterfly knife and laser shooting, do you have the confidence to handle it, sir? Chapter 29. Ether Crystal. After getting a precise answer from Wang Jun, Su Xiaojio, adhering to the principle that detailed explanations are not as good as actual production, retrieved the butterfly knife she had just made for processing and upgrading. After 20 minutes of modifications, the butterfly knife with a remote shooting function was completed. The blade was plain and unadorned, shining silver white, indistinguishable from a normal butterfly knife. Each end of the two knife handles was extended by 1 centimeter, with 2 water blue crystals attached. The crystals had 24 facets, were the size of standard die, hard in texture, and crystal clear, clearly of great value. Yisu recognized the origin of the 24-faceted crystals, which were from the Forbidden Zone's crystal lake and were called ether crystals. The function of the ether crystal is to store, transform, and release extraordinary energy. It can store a vast amount of extraordinary energy in a small volume. A die-sized crystal can store approximately 5,000 to 10,000 points of life essence extraordinary energy. Even for a level 3 extraordinary being, this is more than sufficient. Not to mention that Su Xiaojio had given 2 at once. Xiaojio, are you crazy? The quantity of ether crystals is already low. How can this butterfly knife be worthy of them? Yi Su's twin tails glowed with an orange-red light, revealing her excitement. This little bit of ether crystal isn't particularly rare. If it's used, Su Xiaojio replied. Yi Su thought to herself, nonsense, ether crystals are so hard to mine. Only level 3 extraordinary beings can venture deep into the crystal lake, and most level 3 beings are too proud to want to be miners. At that moment, Wang Jun held the butterfly knife, gazing at the ether crystals at the end of the handle. The base of his palm, the back of his hand, his fingers, and fingertips, his right hand gradually transformed into pure water, flowing with strands of water blue fluorescence, merging into the ether crystal at the end of the butterfly knife. As the power converged, Wang Jun felt dizzy again. He suddenly remembered that his life essence had not yet recovered. There were only 49 points left. A binary stream passed through his left eye, and an evolution tree flashed in his mind. Wang Jun noticed his life essence had dropped to a clean 45 points, and his palm returned to normal. At this moment, the 24 facets of the ether crystal glowed with a sparkling light. Wang Jun saw stars floating within the crystal. I've heard of ether crystals, but I've never used one, he said, implying he needed a demonstration. Su Xiaojio nodded and explained. The energy stored in the ether crystal will recognize your life magnetic field. Saying this, she spread her left palm, placing another ether crystal in the center, while the fingertips of her right hand pressed down on the ether crystal. Hot flames and cold frost erupted simultaneously. A radiant light appeared behind Su Xiaojio. The fiery red and icy blue intertwined, adding even more charm to her already stunning appearance. In the next instant, the 2 powers converged into the ether crystal. The ether crystal in her palm quickly absorbed all the energy. After 2 or 3 blinks, Wang Jun clearly saw a star-like pattern appear in the ether crystal, half fiery red and half icy blue. Bang, bang, bang. The energies of ice and fire clashed, unable to merge. The ether crystal throbbed violently, releasing strands of strange energy interwoven with ice and fire. Those energies struck Su Xiaojio, but she seemed unaffected, as if nothing had happened. Wang Jun raised an eyebrow, wondering how such unstable energy could. You'll know if you try it, sir. Su Xiaojio smiled. This is the greatest advantage of the ether crystal, and it's why I installed it at the end of the butterfly knife. Wang Jun nodded, shaking his wrist to perform a simple forward windmill with the butterfly knife. He gripped one handle, and the other handle swung with the blade. Then, he activated the water spirit, releasing 4 water attribute energy beams from the end of the knife handle that was flying in the air, perfectly consuming all his stored life essence. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The 4 energy beams hit the ground and the walls, causing noticeable impacts. However, one of the energy beams shot out towards Wang Jun himself. The water blue energy beam struck Wang Jun's chest, and not only did he not get hurt, but his internal life essence actually increased. This Wang Jun's eyelids lifted slightly, realizing the energy stored in these ether crystals does not harm the holder. That's right, Su Xiaojio nodded. The butterfly knife's blade is already complex, with unpredictable angles of attack. If you also had to worry about lasers or energy beams harming yourself during actual combat, then this butterfly knife with remote attack capability would just be a useless trinket. After a brief pause, she continued, the biggest differences between ether crystals and ordinary energy storage crystals are 2 points. First, the total amount of energy that can be stored per unit volume is extraordinarily high, approximately 10 to 100 times more. Second, it can recognize the life magnetic field of each individual, so the energy stored within will not harm the holder. You should have noticed that even your clothes were unharmed, because your clothes also left a faint imprint from your life magnetic field. Wang Jun nodded slightly and then asked, what if I stored electrical energy in it? Or other energies not from extraordinary beings? Su Xiaojio smiled softly, about to respond. Suddenly, Yisu interrupted, "You simpleton. You don't understand the significance of ether crystals at all. They're specifically for extraordinary beings. The energy they contain must carry the imprint of a specific life magnetic field." Wang Jun chose to ignore Yisu's comment, pretending not to hear. Su Xiao Jiu pinched Yisu, then replied, "Cousin Yisu is mostly correct." At this point, Wang Jun had acquired a suitable butterfly knife, and with the dragon tooth dagger he had captured, he was fully equipped with weapons in both hands. The remaining task was to wait for Su Xiao Jiu to gather the materials and make the spirit-subduing potion. Wang Jun bid farewell and left Su Xiao Jiu's workshop. At the entrance of the small red brick building with black tiles, Yisu pushed a wheelchair with Su Xiao Jiu sitting in it. The two watched Wang Jun's figure disappear at the end of the long street. At this moment, Yisu took out an electronic cigarette, lit it, and exhaled a puff of smoke. "Xiao Jiu, the value of ether crystals is quite high no matter how valuable something is, it doesn't compare to my life." Su Xiao Jiu interrupted Yisu. Yisu shook her head, helplessly saying, "Actually, I came here earlier to tell you that he might not be your best choice." "Not possible." The fortune-telling was personally handled by Aunt Qinju, and she communicated with the deep blue moon. "The outcome will definitely be correct. My mom's fortune-telling won't be wrong, but I meant to say, the place is right, but the person might not be." "Huh? What do you mean? Look at him. He's just an awakener, and you're already a level 2 extraordinary being. How hard do you think it will be for him to treat you?" "I don't need to say more, right?" Upon hearing this, Su Xiao Jiu recalled Wang Jun's previous state. He had actually leaned against the screen wall, arms crossed, and fallen asleep. He didn't seem like someone without vigilance, capable of sleeping in an unfamiliar place. He was likely genuinely exhausted from a significant consumption of energy. At this moment, Yisu squatted in front of Su Xiao Jiu, half crouching, and held her hands. "My mom and I just returned from a trip to City 24, and we met someone you definitely wouldn't guess who it was." Su Xiao Jiu inquired cooperatively. "Who?" "The little Lion King of the Leon family, Alexander Bannister Leon." "What a ridiculous name. I've never heard of it." Su Xiao Jiu raised her eyebrows. Yes. That guy who got lost in City 36 years ago and has been wandering the streets alone for 7 or 8 years. In a few days, he will be transferred to City number 36. He is also an evolution planner and a level 2 extraordinary being, stronger than Wang Jun in every aspect. Perhaps he is the one pointed to by the divination results. Healing the wounds of evolution has nothing to do with strength. And besides, I have no impression of the person you mentioned. You may not have an impression, but he is certainly unforgettable to others. Su Xiaofu? Over the years, she has either been making weapons or searching for remedies to treat the wounds of evolution. Apart from her family, most of her interactions have been severely formulaic transactions. When others come to customize weapons, she simply produces them. That's all. It's quite simple, and she genuinely can't remember any complicated interpersonal relationships. Yisu scratched her head and tilted her head, saying, "Aren't you familiar with him? I didn't even know such a person existed." Su Xiaofu froneth. "Besides being from the Leon family, does he have any other background?" "Let me think." Yisu buried her head, lightly licking her lips, and, after 2 or 3 seconds, she raised her head. "He seems to have mentioned that he returned after studying at the Lighthouse of Hope." "Lighthouse of Hope?" Su Xiaojiu frowned deeply. "The one in the virtual link network, or?" Yisu lightly patted Su Xiaojiu's thigh, raising her voice a few degrees. "Of course. It's the Lighthouse Island located at the edge of the Demon Sea in reality. By the way, he also mentioned that his teacher is the renowned Chun Yuan, one of the rare demigod-level extraordinary beings in the world. From the origin of the Lighthouse of Hope, the teacher is Chun Yuan." Biting her thumb lightly, Su Xiaojiu said, "He might be from the Starry Society." "What?" Yisu looked confused. "What exactly is this Starry Society you're talking about?" "I can't tell you in detail." Su Xiaojiu shook her head, grabbing Yisu's hand, and said seriously, "Yisu, you just need to know that the Starry Society is full of dangerous madmen. They crave the power of the deep blue moon, pursue the remnants of the crimson sun, are obsessed with the era before the star calendar, and are determined to explore lost myths and master powers that should never belong to humanity. No. If you keep going, my head won't be able to take it." Yisu's eyes were muddled, holding her head and shaking it repeatedly. Suddenly, she leaned her face close to Su Xiaojie, their noses almost touching. Something's not right. Su Qingjue is my housekeeper, and I don't even know these secrets. How do you know? Su Xiaojie said. You're not from the deep blue moon court, so she certainly wouldn't tell you too much. Damn, sis. How can you be so speechless? Yisu rolled her eyes, wondering who her real daughter was. This isn't a matter of bloodline. Just remember, Alexander Leon is a dangerous individual, and don't get too close to him. Please, he is not interested in me, but in you. Yisu turned her face, looking up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, imitating with deep affection. 5 years ago, returning to the family, I brushed past Miss Xiaojie and caught a glimpse of her goddess-like beauty. I just knew I wanted to be with her for life. Bam! Su Xiaojie lightly flicked Yisu's forehead and said, Impossible. Every disciple accepted by the demigod Chen Yuan will join the Starry Society. And the core belief of the Starry Society is to serve the ancient starry sky, dedicated to restoring the positions of the sun, moon, and stars. To follow this path that mortals cannot achieve, they will take an oath from the moment they join, promising never to marry or have children, and never to fall in love with others. If they betray the oath, death will be the best outcome. Yisu, then why does he look so infatuated just saying? Halfway through her sentence, she clenched her right fist and slammed the back of her fist against her left palm. Clap. Yisu asked, Wait a minute, Xiaojie, how do you know so much about the Starry Society? Su Xiaojie shook her head. I can't say. TCH, if you don't say it, I'll go ask my mom. Yisu shrugged. Su Xiaojie said, It's useless to ask. Aunt Qingjue won't tell you. Who do you look down on? My mom loves me the most. Yisu thumped her chest, trying to sound convincing. Su Xiaojie shook her head and didn't continue speaking. On the other side, Wang Jun had just finished eating and returned to his small courtyard. At the entrance of the courtyard, all the errand boys and girls had vanished. Wang Jun looked up at the sky. The sun was high in the sky at noon. And with early spring approaching, the sunlight filtering through the clouds wasn't very warm, only making him feel somewhat dazzled. Usually, the errand boys would only leave in the evening after the sun had set. Today, it's not even afternoon, and there's no one at the courtyard entrance. Did they all go to eat? Wang Jun retracted his gaze and pushed open the courtyard door. Creaking through the gap of the open door, he saw that the courtyard was littered with people lying around in disarray. Their complexions looked fine, just unconscious, with no life-threatening danger. The errand boys coming into the courtyard couldn't possibly have been their own idea. Wang Jun stepped over the threshold, closed the door behind him, and said, It's a bit impolite for guests to intrude when the owner is not home. In a corner nearby, someone suddenly sat up, scratching their messy green hair. The visitor was none other than Zhao Zhishuan. I've been waiting for you to come back for a long time. I accidentally fell asleep. He yawned, stretched lazily, stood up, and walked step by step toward Wang Jun. These guys were too noisy, so I knocked them out. Don't mind me. Wang Jun said, Indeed. You are from the Zhao family. You have quite a thick skin. Zhao Zhishuan shook his head. Not as thick as yours. That night, you smashed my brother's place. It can't be called smashing. On the contrary, it was helping you deal with a small trouble, Wang Jun denied. Zhao Zhishuan chuckled lightly. A few small fry found the outdated armed mechanical arm from the Red Umbrella Company that were eliminated 20 years ago. They were nothing at all. You probably don't know that there was a conflict between the Zhao family and the Lin family that night. If it weren't for our people holding back half of the Lin family's manpower, you definitely wouldn't have made it to Black Blade Alley. Zhao Zhishuan wasn't a talkative person, and such unusual behavior upon meeting meant there was something off. Wang Jun asked, Come to find me for something? You really can treat Lin You's wounds of evolution? Zhao Zhishuan countered. Wang Jun did not confirm or deny. At least, she is still alive at this moment. Then you should be able to treat my brother. Zhao Zhishuan took out a letter from his pocket, bent slightly at the waist, and solemnly handed it over. Chapter 30 Treasure Boy. The envelope was entirely black, with dark golden patterns embossed on the edges, and a reddish-brown wax seal in the center. After Wang Jun took it, he looked closely for a moment and said, Zhao Chongqing is an extraordinary being, and he has the trauma of evolution. Perhaps in your eyes, my brother seems weak, but... Zhao Zhishuan hesitated, his handsome face wrinkling as if he had been constipated for 10 days. Half a second later, he glanced down at the envelope and said, Just open it and take a look. Wang Jun replied, just to be clear, looking at the contents of the envelope doesn't mean I have to get involved. As long as you promise not to disclose the contents of the envelope to others, even if you refuse, that's fine. Zhao Zhishuan shook his head. Wang Jun nodded and opened the envelope, reading it line by line. The letter stated that the trauma of evolution hidden deep in Zhao Chongqing's heart led him to have a tendency for masochism. Being beaten or scolded instead made him feel very good and happy, and could also accumulate extraordinary power for him. At first, he resisted it, but over the years, it seemed he had developed some peculiar habits. Ordinary harm no longer mattered to him. It had to be accompanied by insults. For example, greeting him with various kind and harmonious words, or rubbing his face with someone's foot. Wangi Junyu. Isn't this just being a masochist? Can the trauma of evolution for extraordinary beings be related to this? Zhao Zhishuan's keen eyes noticed Wang Jun's subtle expression and immediately explained. My brother is not that kind of person. It's definitely the trauma of evolution that has distorted his mind. Whether it is or not, you can't decide. And I can't either. It has to be determined after I check it myself. Huh, we must bring my brother here? Isn't that obvious? It's like seeing a doctor. How can a patient not show up in front of the doctor? But, there's no but about it. The things mentioned in the envelope are nothing special, and his preference isn't rare. You go back today and bring him tomorrow, after I see him. I can determine whether he is truly suffering from the trauma of evolution. The left corner of Zhao Zhishuan's mouth twisted upward, the skin on his face wrinkling and twitching as if he didn't believe it. Science requires rigor and proof. You need to see it with your own eyes to avoid confusion, Wang Jun calmly said. Zhao Zhishuan kicked hard, the sole of his foot scraping against the ground, making a slight friction sound. My brother is very normal. He didn't have this preference before his teens, until he awakened. Doesn't that indicate something? Who knows what kind of awakening it is? Wang Jun waved his hand and nodded, dismissively saying, you bring him here, and after I look, I'll understand everything. You still don't believe it. The twitching of Zhao Zhishuan's mouth intensified and quickened. After a while, he said quietly, that night you met my brother. Do you think he is that kind of person? Knowing someone's face doesn't mean knowing their heart. Wang Jun's expression remained neutral. You don't need to explain too much. Just bring him over. Zhao Zhishuan rubbed his brow and said, but I came this time without my brother knowing. I just wanted to ask you to take a look before he interacts with those guys. You should understand my situation. Leaving Black Edge Alley means death. A hint of coldness flashed in Wang Jun's eyes. Zhao Zhishuan toyed with his nails, casually saying, you cured Lin Yue. The Lin family won't continue to make things difficult for you, and they might even have a slight fondness for you. Plus, our Zhao family will back you up and vouch for you. You are also considered half a member of Black Edge Alley, in the vast city 36. Few people can be safer than you. After pondering for 2 seconds, Wang Jun refused. No, I'm not in the habit of entrusting my fate to others. Don't be in such a hurry to refuse. Zhao Zhishuan saw Wang Jun's reluctance and raised 3 fingers, emphasizing his words as a remedy. Once the task is completed, there will be a generous reward, at least 3 times the treatment fee given by Lin Yue. I can still distinguish which is more important, money or life. Wang Jun shook his head and pointed toward the door. Please leave. I want to see you out. Zhao Zhishuan's brows furrowed, his thumb lightly rubbing the nail clipper. The nail clipper revealed a blade about 3 centimeters long, its surface smooth as a mirror, reflecting the determination hidden in his eyes. I have to go, whether I want to or not. Zhao Zhishuan held back his words in his throat, crouched slightly, and gathered strength for half a second. I advise you not to act rashly. A third voice suddenly emerged from the courtyard. Shadows from various areas under the house, walls, and awnings grew at the same time, like saplings enchanted by magic, visibly transforming into a magnificent world tree. Silently, the shadows had already surrounded Zhao Zhishuan, sealing off every gap around him. Zhao Zhishuan's pupils contracted, instinctively taking a half-step back, his arms crossing in front of his chest in a cross shape. Behind him, a shadow stood quietly, with a warrior's braid. Dressed in a long black trench coat, the figure gently patted Zhao Zhishuan's shoulder. Young man, Black Edge Alley is not a place for you to act recklessly. Zhao Zhishuan broke out in a cold sweat, but suppressed any unnecessary emotions within 0.1 seconds, lowering his body, pivoting on his front leg, and suddenly turning around. Swish! The 3-centimeter blade of the nail clipper sliced through the air, creating a silver line. The line grazed the neck of the black shadow. There was no blood. Zhao Zhishuan furrowed his brow in thought, suddenly feeling a cool breeze on the back of his neck. He instinctively ducked, avoiding a hand strike. Not bad. You actually managed to dodge. 3 shadows stood simultaneously, vaguely surrounding him. One shadow's face slowly retreating from the darkness. Li Shuangxin. Zhao Zhishuan frowned. Wait, aren't you supposed to go meet your boss? Upon hearing this, Li Shuangxin's playful smile suddenly vanished. Sister Long was right. The traders in Black Edge Alley are indeed very high up. This kind of secret, even you know. The 3 shadow figures suddenly exuded a killing intent, overwhelming Zhao Zhishuan like a tidal wave, causing the shadows to engulf the small courtyard. The blazing midday sun lost its brilliance, and the sunlight quickly retreated from the courtyard, the space within gradually transforming into a serene, deep black. He has murderous intent. A deadly sense of crisis enveloped Zhao Zhishuan's heart, and his mind raced to seek possible escape routes. Wang Jun remained indifferent, standing by, appreciating Li Shuangxing's overwhelming pressure on Zhao Zhishuan. In the next instant, Zhao Zhishuan's gaze locked onto Wang Jun's, the former convinced that the latter was his only chance for escape. Wang Jun was the most sought-after talent evolution planner in Black Edge Alley. If Zhao Zhishuan could take Wang Jun hostage, the chances of Li Shuangxing hesitating would increase at least tenfold. With no other choice, it had to be this way. Zhao Zhishuan silently apologized to Wang Jun in his heart. His eyes shimmered with a dark green glow as he activated his ability. Green light Rakshasa. Bang, 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 bang. His muscles and bones were filled with explosive power. His feet shattered the ground, and spiderweb-like cracks spread out to a meter beyond. The chaotic cracks shot out strands of azure light, obscuring Li Shuangxing's line of sight. Zhao Zhishuan's body accelerated tenfold, darting out of the encirclement of the 3 shadows, reaching half a meter in front of Wang Jun. At this moment, he glanced behind with his peripheral vision while shouting, Li Shuangxing, if you don't stop, I will kill your only evolution planner. If you have the ability, go ahead and act. Li Shuangxing laughed loudly, the overwhelming shadows instantly dissipating. Standing still with his arms crossed, was he just watching? Zhao Zhishuan was stunned, unable to figure out Li Shuangxing's intentions. Click-clack, click-clack. The sound of metal objects colliding echoed, as if deliberately giving a warning. Zhao Zhishuan had never heard a similar sound, but recognized it came from Wang Jun's right hand. Just as he reacted, a brilliant flash of a blade streaked before his eyes. Swift as a meteor, rapid as lightning. The blade pierced 3 inches into flesh, penetrating Zhao Zhishuan's palm. Wang Jun stepped forward, closing the distance between them again. The moment his front foot hit the ground, his right elbow shot out violently. Bang! Zhao Zhishuan's chest took a heavy blow from the sword thrust. Old blood surged up his throat. Impossible. How could his combat power be so fierce? Before the shock in his heart faded, a backhand slap covered his entire field of vision. Slap. Crisp and loud. The connection between his jaw and the nerves at the base of his ear made even a normal punch feel unbearable. Yet, Wang Jun's technique was different from others. It was the relaxed, explosive power found in close combat. Simply put, whether it's boxing or traditional martial arts, there's an emphasis on this point. Muscles transitioning from relaxed to tense create an instantaneous acceleration that results in a secondary acceleration upon impact with the human body. The well-known physics formula, force mass x acceleration. The changes brought by this secondary acceleration may seem insignificant, but in reality is the last straw that breaks through the body's defenses. The same slap echoed in Zhao Zhishuan's ears like rolling thunder, the residual power lingering. Damn it! He saw stars, his jaw couldn't close. Blood froth sprayed out, not a drop landing on Wang Jun. Not far away, Li Shuangxing whistled. Well done. Zhao Zhishuan's consciousness was in a daze. But after all, he was an extraordinary being with an unusual physique. His eyes shone with a fierce blue light as he gritted through the 3 injuries and swung his left fist. Wang Jun showed no signs of joy or anger on his face, his eyes filled with calm. He easily dodged the powerless punch. At the same time, his defense was an offense. His left leg stepped forward, slipping into the gap between Zhao Zhixian's legs. The hard thigh muscle deliberately brushed past vital points. Following that, he aimed a heavy punch at Zhao Zhixian's abdomen. Bang! The painful sensation felt like a tidal wave in his stomach. With 2 new injuries added to the 3 old ones from less than 3 seconds ago, Zhao Zhixian instantly lost his combat ability, his eyes rolling back. Wow! Jun, your skills are impressive. Li Xianchen couldn't help but shout again. Before the sound faded, Wang Jun pulled out the butterfly knife embedded in Zhao Zhixian's hand and retracted the blade. The blade concealed within the handle. He held the handle, turned his fist, and struck the back of Zhao Zhixian's neck with the back of his fist. Bang! Zhao Zhixian lost all consciousness, collapsing to the ground like a pile of mud. Wow, Jun, this is no ordinary skill. It's like a little cow riding a rocket. Li Xianchun cupped his left elbow with his right hand, covering his mouth. He didn't want to appear as a fool who only knew how to cheer, needing some technical commentary. However, Wang Jun's way of retracting the knife was particularly special, and Li Xianchun's eyes lit up, unable to help but ask, "Where did you get that flashy and cool knife?" Low emotional intelligence. Flashy and cool. Where did you get it? High emotional intelligence. That cool and impressive knife move, I want to learn it too. Wang Jun wanted to tell Li Xianchun how to speak, but after a few days of interaction, he had fully understood Li Xianchun's character, which had 3 main traits: rogue, offbeat, and unaware. Li Xianchun jumped over the shadow, rushed to Wang Jun's front, and asked, Jun, say something. Wang Yun replied casually. However, he realized Li Xianchun hadn't been following him all along. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked this question. Either the people from Black Edge Alley were very confident, believing that nothing unexpected could happen there, or someone else was protecting him, and his strength was insufficient to detect that person's presence. Li Xianchun laughed. That's good. If I can buy it with money, it can't be anything rare. Where exactly is it? Wang Jun didn't know the specific name of Su Shao Geo Studio, but he remembered the route. It was right at the end of Black Edge Alley, next to the previous movie theater. That side alley was quite quiet with not many people, but the road was relatively wide, about 2 meters. Hearing Wang Jun's description, the smile on Li Xianchun's face gradually faded. Wang Jun continued, walk in 100 meters, turn right, then walk another 200 meters, turn left. And you'll see a small building with red bricks and black tiles. All right, don't say any more. Li Xianchun rolled his eyes. That place is Shao Geo Studio, a poor person's forbidden zone. A level 3 extraordinary being can still be poor? Wang Yun ceased. Li Xianchun pulled his hands out of his pockets, complaining, I'm someone who loves to try new things. Having 10 million in savings on me definitely wouldn't last a week. Later, I'll master manage my money. And every time I got paid for a task, the other earnings were deposited into a fund, giving me 1 million for expenses every month. As he spoke, tears welled up in his eyes, full of grievance. I'm at least a level 3, just buying some materials would cost several million, right? The lowest weapon crafting threshold at Shao Geo Studio is 10 million. Baring his head, Li Xianchun tugged at his small warrior braid at the back of his head with his right hand, gently brushing his cheek with his left, and sighed. I don't deserve it. The butterfly knife was actually a gift. Wang Jun felt that if he spoke his mind, Li Xianchun would probably be furious. So he pointed at the motionless Zhao Zhixian and said, this guy is also from a wealthy family. It can also be considered a kidnapping, right? Li Xianchun slowly raised his head, grabbing Wang Jun's shoulders. Jun, you think just like me. If I could kidnap a meat ticket every day, I would have to suffer from poverty. After a brief pause, he made a sad face and muttered, unfortunately, my master set the rules too rigidly, saying that even thieves have their principles, and we need to have a bottom line. Every core member of Black Edge Alley can only kidnap a meat ticket once in their lifetime. After pondering for a moment, Wang Jun nodded. This rule is reasonable. If we could kidnap without limits, the wealthy would never tolerate the existence of Black Edge Alley. They would only join forces to launch a purge. Your master established this rule for sustainability. Why do you talk like my master? Li Xianchun flipped his hand, turning his back. "Ah Jun, you traitor. Our friendship boat has capsized." Wang Jun remained indifferent and said, "Ransom can only be collected once in a lifetime. That's fine, but medical fees can always be charged, right?" Upon hearing this, Li Xianshun turned around like a rat that smelled oil, his face full of smiles. "Clever, really clever. Ah Jun, your brain is so sharp. However, how much can medical fees be worth? We can't just keep grabbing wealthy heirs to beat up, right?" "A rotten wood cannot be carved," Wang Jun sighed inwardly. He doubted that Li Xianxin's mind worked properly in most situations. Squatting beside Zhao Zhixian, Wang Jun said, "Cheeks, back of the head, palm, chest, abdomen, and some important areas. A total of 6 injuries. How much would it cost for an ordinary doctor to treat?" Li Xianxin shook his head, unsure. "Wang Jun, what if it's under the name of one of the top 50 surgeons in the entire Federation? Are you talking about Cold Sister?" Li Xianxin began to feel puzzled, but he wasn't stupid. With a little brain movement, he could understand Wang Jun's meaning. After being stunned for 3 seconds, he slapped his thigh and gave a thumbs up. "Awesome. Ah Jun, your thought process is quite unique. That is something." Wang Jun lightly acknowledged, calmly accepting the praise. "Treasure boy," Li Xianxun thought to himself, feeling that he had opened a path to wealth. He squatted down, lightly patting Zhao Zhixian's face, and grinned wickedly. Cold Sister is a well-known figure in the underworld, and she is the life and death blade of our Black Edge Alley. She is definitely not just in the top 50 of the entire Federation. At least in the top 10, Wang Jun joked. The medical expenses just skyrocketed. Soon after, Wang Jun proposed that Li Xianxun run errands for him, offering him a 10 commission. The broke Li Xianxun quickly perked up, carrying the unconscious Zhao Zhixuan on his back and running off, fearing that Wang Jun would change his mind. At that moment, Wang Jun suddenly understood why Li Xianxun was always used as a gopher by Sun Bu and Lung Qingning. There was no other reason. He was just too easy to fool. Chapter 31: Perfect Evolution Path. In a small courtyard, with a bamboo house and a gentle breeze, Wang Jun lay on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, replaying the battle in his mind. This was his habitual review. A good killer not only needs calmness and professional skills, but also requires patience and review. No matter how perfect the plan or how overwhelming the situation, looking back afterward will always reveal flaws, whether they are in the enemy's strategy or one's own. At this moment, he examined the entire combat process, searching for points of improvement, and unexpectedly discovered his own cognitive blind spots. Li Xuanqing's seemingly unreliable personality was actually a facade. He was always muddled in trivial matters, but never confused about major issues. Li Xuanqing did not know that Wang Jun had visited Xiao Jiu's studio, indicating that he had not been following Wang Jun closely. At that time, Wang Jun had briefly considered 2 possibilities, but after reviewing, he realized the analysis in that fleeting moment had overlooked a very important branch option. Perhaps I am not as important as I imagined. For Black Blade Alley, I might not even reach the level that needs to be protected. For so many years, Black Blade Alley had not had an evolution planner, yet their survival was never a problem. Wang Jun pondered and closed his eyes. In his mind, the small incidents that occurred in the courtyard unfolded again from start to finish. From his entrance into the courtyard, the appearance of Zhao Zhixuan, their conversation, Zhao Zhixuan showing signs of taking action, to Li Xuanqing's arrival to help diffuse the danger. At this moment, the scene froze, and the movie in Wang Jun's mind stayed on this frame. He re-examined it from various angles and saw the flaw in Li Xuanqing's position. 3 shadows blocked Zhao Zhixuan's escape route, leaving only one path for survival, which led directly to Wang Jun himself. A straightforward test? Wang Jun suddenly opened his eyes, a glimmer of insight flashing in his gaze. After thinking for a moment, he frowned and shook his head, answering himself, "No, that can't be called a test. It seems more like a joke between companions." Shen Gu himself is not a deeply scheming person. His actions and attitude at the time mostly stemmed from his instincts. This kind of joke reveals the customs of Black Blade Alley, showing that the phrase survival of the fittest is almost engraved in his bones. Wang Jun lightly tapped the bedboard with his fingertips, accompanied by a rhythmic sound, continuing his review. After a moment, as he got up, he sighed, "I'm still not strong enough. I must become stronger quickly." A binary stream of 010101 flashed in his left eye, and information about the evolution tree appeared on his retina. Evolution tree owner, Wang Jun. Life level, awakened, extraordinary level, LV0. Evolution completion, 100. Life spirit, 4699. Spirit attribute, water, current state, close to water source. Prolonged absence from large amounts of clean water will lead to weakness. Solution, pay 5 points of life spirit to query once. Extraordinary ability, water spirit branch skill 1. Control water flow. Description, control the water flow within a radius of 10 meters around the body, with a maximum weight of 1 ton, where the more impurities, the more mental power and life spirit consumed. Branch skill 2, pure water body. Description, the body transforms into pure water and can simultaneously transform a portion of non-living matter, with a weight limit of 5 kilograms. Evolution paths, path 1, accelerated evolution. Description, consume pure water crystals to increase evolution completion. Each pure water crystal increases evolution by 10, with a daily limit of 1 crystal. Path 2, source flow ice shaping. Description, water flow and cold ice can transform into each other and possess the ability to shape ice forms. Required materials, 3 ice crystal lotuses, 1 frost tree demon heart, 100 grams of deep blue frozen soil. Path 3, attribute accommodation. Description, the softest water in the world can be combined with the attributes of all things. It is recommended to start with lightning. Mastery method, endure the corresponding attribute day and night until the body and extraordinary energy carry a second attribute. Path 4, pure water enhancement. Description, the power of water, pure to the extreme, further enhances the total amount of controllable water flow and its impact range. Require materials, 100 pure water crystals, digesting 10 per day. Among the 4 evolution paths, Wang Jun had already maxed out the first one, which was also why he could push his evolution completion to 100 in just 5 days. He had a total of 8 pure water crystals left, far from enough for the requirements of Path 4, and Paths 2, 3, and 4 did not seem to be compatible. I need to try and choose one of them. The materials for Path 2 were already provided in the previous list, so it wouldn't be difficult to achieve. In the previous days, I had been digesting pure water crystals and didn't have time to try. Today is just right for an attempt. As for Path 3, it seems a bit dubious. Wang Jun glanced at the black envelope placed on the bedside table, something Zhao Zhishuan had not had time to take away, exposing Zhao Chongqing's evolution misfortune. Although Wang Jun had doubts about its contents, he was still somewhat concerned. Path 3 gave him the feeling of looking for excuses to torture himself, using electricity, poison, or other various things that could dissolve in water. A chill ran through him, and Wang Jun shook his head. I don't want to become a masochist. Path 4's pure water enhancement was temporarily unattainable due to insufficient materials. The market price of 1 pure water crystal often ranged from 50,000 to 100,000 yuan, and Wang Jun was currently broke, not much better off than Li Xuanqing. He couldn't afford it either. Since there were no other options, he decided to take action. Then, Wang Jun gathered 3 ice crystal lotuses, 1 frost tree demon heart, and 100 grams of deep blue frozen soil. The ice crystal lotus, as the name suggests, resembles a lotus with leaves and flowers. The difference lies in the fact that the flower center is always coated with frost, and the petals and leaves are crystal clear, with a faint ice blue luster. Placing his palm over it, there was no warmth. Aside from being cold, it was hard. This was the most normal of the 3 materials. The frost tree demon heart was slightly larger than Wang Jun's fist, entirely frost blue, and at first glance, it looked like a dried vine knot, with the center occasionally glowing and dimming, as if it still had vitality and a heartbeat. The deep blue frozen soil had a total of 500 grams, divided evenly into 5 glass jars. In each jar, the frozen soil particles floated up and down as if they had a special magnetic force, occasionally forming unique patterns. After looking over the 3 items in front of him, Wang Jun picked up the most normal ice crystal lotus and gently took a bite. Creak! The combination of stiffness and coldness was quite hard on the teeth. Wang Jun thought to himself that if he were to chew it raw, it would definitely not work. He needed to think of a better way to absorb it. After a moment, Wang Jun left the bamboo house bedroom and went to the small kitchen next to the courtyard. The space was small but fully equipped with a stove, faucet, knife, bowls, and chopsticks. Wang Jun counted the materials he had: 10 ice crystal lotuses, 3 frost tree demon hearts, and 500 grams of deep blue frozen soil, equivalent to 5 portions. He had a total of 3 chances, and wasting one wouldn't be too serious. Wang Jun ignited the stove with a fierce flame, heating an iron pot filled with 1,000 milliliters of cold water. As time passed, the cold water turned into hot water, and the sound of boiling bubbled continuously. He added 3 ice crystal lotuses, 1 frost tree demon heart, and 100 grams of deep blue frozen soil into the pot, covering it with a lid to simmer. After 2 or 3 minutes, Wang Jun opened the pot lid and witnessed a miraculous scene. The ice crystal lotus had decomposed into half and half fragments, each piece crystal clear and forming perfectly regular diamond shapes. Immediately, the heart of the frost tree demon melted away, and the hideous vines transformed into a translucent milky gel, which adhered to the deep blue frozen soil and orderly entered the heart's interior. Bang! 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 The powerful heartbeat echoed from the pot, startling Wang Jun. Could it be that this process would bring the materials to life? He covered a small part of the pot with the lid to prevent any living creature from suddenly emerging and attacking him. As time passed, the boiling water gradually calmed down. The transparent water turned into a deep blue, and the surface glowed. Then, the liquid in the pot began to shrink at a visible speed. The volume rapidly decreased, condensing from 1,000 milliliters to 100 milliliters. The surface of the water was now a frosty blue, and through it, he could see a seed the size of a fingernail, surrounded by milky, translucent gel filled with star-like deep blue frozen soil. Crackle, crackle. The icy blue surface showed signs of transforming into solid ice crystals. Even the roaring flames of the stove could no longer heat this mixture. White mist rose, brushing against Wang Jun's face. The skin on his face felt a cool touch as he extended a finger to touch the water surface. Unexpectedly, as his finger made contact with the concentrated liquid, his body instantly transformed into pure water. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The concentrated liquid climbed onto Wang Jun's palm like a child finding its mother. The water dissolved into water, and the concentrated mixture flowed through Wang Jun's palm into his body. At that moment, a qualitative change occurred in Wang Jun's body. With ice crystals emerging from his palm, he felt no pain, and unlike the fear during the mutation, a genuine joy arose from deep within. This joy felt like a prisoner breaking free from shackles, breaking out of confinement, and regaining freedom. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 1 minute, 2 minutes. Time quickly passed, but Wang Jun felt as if he had experienced a long time, as if a century had gone by. His hair turned deep blue, his eyes shimmered with azure, and a frost chill surrounded his body. With each breath, he exhaled white mist, and the flames at the stove's mouth shrank by half. After a moment of calm, Wang Jun noticed a new stream of knowledge in his mind: ice shaping. From now on, not only could he control water, but he could also turn water into ice and shape the ice into different forms, such as simple knives, long swords, spears, and bows. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, Wang Jun smiled. The evolution path, so that's what it meant. Illuminating the ice shaping stream. My extraordinary level finally broke through, transforming from LV0 to LV1, marking a qualitative change. The first evolution path merely accelerated my upgrade. Strictly speaking, it was just a quantitative change, not a qualitative one. The second, third, and fourth paths all represented qualitative changes, corresponding to the 3 different effects of condensing water into ice, mixed attributes, and water system enhancement. At this moment, a binary stream flashed before Wang Jun, displaying his current status. Evolution tree owner, Wang Jun. Life level, extraordinary level, LV1. Evolution completion, life resonance, 300 resonance attributes. Water ice, current state, affinity for water sources, preference for cold. Daily water intake increased by 20 times. Solution: pay 5 life resonance to query once. Extraordinary ability, water spirit branch skill 1. Control water flow. Description: control water flow within a radius of 50 meters, with a weight limit of 10 tons. The more impurities, the more mental power and life resonance consumed. Branch skill 2. Pure water body. Description: body transforms into pure water, can simultaneously transform a portion of non-living matter, with a weight limit of 50 kilograms. Ice shaping branch skill 1. Condense water into ice. Description: free transformation between ice and water. The condensed ice blocks carry 3 mixed effects: frost, deep blue, and ice crystal, with specific effects of extraordinary hardness, controllable temperature, -50 to 0 degrees, and delayed shattering of ice crystal fragments. Maximum number of ice crystal fragments, 20. Branch skill 2. Ice shaping. Description: freely shape into any form previously seen, with a maximum volume of 100 cubic meters. Evolution path. Regular evolution path. Unlock at 25, 50, 75, 100. Frost strong evolution path can be activated. Require materials: 10 LV 1 ice attribute distortion cores, 1 LV2 ice attribute distortion core, 10 ice thorn vines, 100 frost crystals. Environment for evolution: -50 to -100 degrees. Life resonance has increased threefold and reached an unprecedented full value. Wang Jun clenched his fists. His left hand turned to pure water, while his right hand was covered in frost, filling his entire body with a wonderful sense of power. The biggest difference between an extraordinary person and an awakened person is that an awakened person loosens their genetic shackles, while an extraordinary person has truly broken through a layer of genetic shackles. At this moment, Wang Jun's overall constitution had increased to 3 times its original level, and his sensory acuity was far superior to before. Comparing the life resonance values, he seemed to find the answer. The total amount of life resonance increased from 99 to 300, which indeed represented a threefold increase. The numbers almost perfectly corresponded. Wang Jun frowned and murmured, "Something's not right." He could see the evolution trees of several people since he started, including Lin Yue, Su Xiaojiu, and Zhang Wu. With 300 points of life resonance, one could achieve a threefold enhancement in constitution. In Lin Yue's evolution tree information, the total amount of life resonance was also 300 points. She had also experienced a threefold enhancement in constitution. How could she have been so weak? I can still lock her throat and control her as an awakened person? Wang Jun restored his body to its original state and punched the iron pot. Boom! The iron pot dented inward, moderately deformed. Following that, frost appeared on his fist, as if it had formed a layer of armor. Boom! The fist struck again, creating a large hole in the center of the pot, with his arm passing through. The increase in strength and speed was immense. If Lin Yue had such an enhancement, I wouldn't stand a chance against her at all. How could this be? Wang Jun knew that the current situation was a good thing. After all, with the same 300 points of life resonance, he was more than twice as strong as Lin Yue, but he wanted to understand the reason. Buzz, buzz, buzz in his pocket. His smartphone vibrated repeatedly, and then a voice came from Chi, sounding rather annoyed. "Don't act coy after getting a good deal, all right? Your evolution path is the perfect evolution path, with no deviation at all. Others' evolution paths are all random nonsense. It's perfectly normal for you to be stronger than others." Chapter 32, Unknown Life, Perfect Evolution Path. Wang Jun took out his phone and looked at the panda cub on the screen. "What is that?" She rolled her eyes, her cute little head leaning closer as if trying to crawl out of the screen. "You really don't know. When an awakened breaks through to LV1, it is considered a level, but not an insurmountable barrier. With a bit of luck or some time spent, one can always advance from an awakened to an LV1 extraordinary. Therefore, it's impossible for normal people to have such a huge improvement like you." She took 2 steps back, her right paw flat at her side, palm facing up. Her charts quickly enlarged, occupying almost half the screen. She extended a claw, pointing at the first chart, and said, "Do you see this? The curve depicted in this chart represents the vast majority of people. When they advance from awakened to LV1 extraordinary, their total life essence increases between 10 to 20 points. If they lack opportunities, they are very likely to be unable to continue advancing in extraordinary levels and will remain at LV1 for their entire lives. Next, the second chart represents people with a bit more potential. When they advance from awakened to LV1 extraordinary, their total life essence increases approximately between 25 to 40 points. The potential isn't too bad, but it can't be considered good either. Becoming LV2 isn't difficult, but advancing to LV3 requires significant effort. As for the third chart, those whose total life essence can increase by over 50 points are collectively referred to as geniuses, each with extraordinary talent. But unfortunately, she elongated her tone, making a face, hinting for Wang Jun to play along. Wang Jun held his phone, a smile on his face, pretending not to understand. Little Jun isn't a good thing. She turned her head away, her back to Wang Jun. If you don't want to listen, then forget it. After saying that, she retracted her right paw, and the 4 charts instantly disappeared. Wang Jun didn't expect Qi to be upset over such a small matter, and helplessly continued the conversation. It's a pity that geniuses don't have the correct evolution paths. The moment he saw the charts, Wang Jun already knew what Qi wanted to say. At this moment, Qi seemed still upset and continued to ignore Wang Jun. Wang Jun raised an eyebrow, treating it as if he were comforting a child, and said, "The 4th chart seems to indicate a different type of person." Qi turned her head back, glancing at Wang Jun from the corner of her eye. She still didn't respond, but there was already a hint of interest. Wang Jun continued, "I just glanced at it quickly. It shouldn't refer to a specific type of person, right?" Qi shook her rear, her short tail slightly trembling. "Of course not." Wang Jun coaxed. "The biggest difference between the 4th chart and the other 3 is the names. Each line in the chart has a name. I can't remember the other names, but I remember one name, Sun Lutang. He seems very special." Upon hearing this, Qi's head gradually turned back. The desire to express herself in her heart was uncontrollable, but out of pride, she held back the words that were about to burst out. Wang Jun continued. When he advanced to LV1, his total life essence only increased by 1 point, from 99 to 100, but his final achievement was LV5. Is there anything special about this? Don't you know to check for yourself? Qi opened her mouth, the short hair on her face slightly trembling. The corners of her mouth and eyes seemingly forming little bumps. Wang Jun deliberately tilted his head, pretending to seek advice. Qi touched the corner of her mouth and said sideways, "This old man's deeds are very famous. You are also from the Federation. Even if you haven't heard of his name, you probably know what he has done." Wang Jun nodded slightly, indicating he was still listening. Qi rolled her eyes and said, "The 4th chart records special humans who don't follow regular patterns over hundreds of years." "How so?" Wang Jun responded. She was completely unaware of the guidance she was receiving and gradually entered a talkative state. The most special human among them is none other than Old Man Sun Lutang. He is remarkable. He has long occupied the 1st place in the Federation's extraordinary combat ranking. He once single-handedly entered the depths of the Demon Sea, killing disaster-level sea beasts alone. Moreover, he fought one-on-one, tearing apart a demigod-level extraordinary mutant, smashing that so-called immortal mutant into pieces, and then disposed of it. In addition, there are many other deeds that can't even be counted. Just his personal experiences could fill a storybook. No, the recently released movie Supreme Master by the Federation is based on his deeds. If you haven't seen it, go take a look. But don't think that the scenes and plots in the movie are exaggerated. On the contrary, the effects portrayed in the movie are definitely conservative, far from even half of what the old man actually did. After a slight pause, Qi concluded, Old Man Sun Lutang can be considered a remarkable person. In the records of the Federation, he has achieved the extraordinary through martial arts, singing his way along the extraordinary path until the end at LV5. It is no exaggeration to say that he is the strongest human in the world today, without exception. Wang Jun nodded, although he had never met him. He could imagine that extraordinary demeanor. You imagine something useless, Qi deliberately criticized. The old man has fought endlessly in his life, several times turning the tide in critical moments, saving the human world. That kind of grand life is the meaning of existence. Every word was filled with admiration. Wang Jun pondered for a moment, fell silent for 3 seconds, and said, "Achi, you are the best in artificial intelligence. An old man's son is the strongest among humans. Is it really okay for you to praise him so much? It's not Achi, it's Lord Chi." Chi corrected Wang Jun's address, raising 10 claws and drawing a large circle in the air. "You still don't understand how powerful old man's son is. Otherwise, you wouldn't have asked that question." After a slight pause, she continued, "Artificial intelligence exists in the network, but that doesn't mean it doesn't rely on material at all. The whole of human society is that special material. If human society were to be completely destroyed, the complete annihilation of artificial intelligence wouldn't be far off." Wang Yun noted. "Without the lips, the teeth are cold." Chi tilted her head, slightly understanding, and nodded vigorously. "That's right. This metaphor is very insightful." Wang Jun suddenly frowned and asked, "Do humans and artificial intelligence have a common enemy? This guy is so perceptive." Chi blinked, shook her head, and remained silent. "Mutants?" Wang Yun guessed. "No." Chi shook her head, looking dejected. "The truly terrifying ones have never been mutants, but the unknown life forms bred in the Forbidden Lands. Their strength cannot be judged by ordinary levels. The Federation's highest council has classified those unknown life forms into rough categories: city-breaking level, disaster level, and world-destroying level." Wang Jun asked, "You said Old Man's son is the strongest in the world, the invincible among humans, a peak LV5 extraordinary demigod, and he can take down disaster-level sea beasts. Is that sea beast one of the unknown life forms?" She scratched her head and said, "Since we come this far, let me tell you in detail." Then, she began to narrate, and Wang Jun listened quietly. In Wang Jun's mind, a vast world picture gradually took shape. On this blue planet, the true rulers are not humans, but those unknown life forms living in Forbidden Lands. They are called unknown life forms because of their unpredictability. Appearance, temperament, abilities, completely unpredictable. After hundreds of years of exploration by the Federation, it was discovered that unknown life forms are all derived from known ordinary life forms through distortion. However, their lives encountered special nodes during the distortion, preventing complete transformation and instead resulting in extraordinary evolution. The 3 levels of unknown life mentioned above correspond to their literal meanings. The first level, city-breaking level, has the potential to destroy a city. The second level, disaster level, can wreak havoc over a vast area, affecting tens of thousands of kilometers and at least 3 cities. The third level, world-ending level, once it appears, will lead to the extinction of humanity. For many years, no world-ending unknown life has been born, at least not in the focus of human society. Some in the scientific community have speculated that the world-ending unknown life in forbidden areas corresponds to LV6 extraordinary beings, both being entities on par with gods. No, extraordinary beings are a form of extraordinary evolution for humans. Wang Jun pondered and said, "Other plants and animals, apart from distortion, can also achieve extraordinary evolution. What is the difference between them and unknown life? The difference lies in the forbidden area. Unknown life can only be nurtured in forbidden areas, and once born, it is at least city-breaking level." She displayed several groups of images in front of Wang Jun. The first group showed a giant creature in the water, its body hidden beneath the surface, with a neck nearly a kilometer long raised above the water, its head resembling that of an eagle, with vibrant feathers radiating brilliant colors. The second group captured a dog, appearing to be an ordinary pet dog, a small breed, entirely black, looking harmless. However, the third group of images played in sequence like a revolving lantern, connecting to show the scene of the giant creature being preyed upon by the dog. Bloody, bizarre, and ferocious, the seemingly harmless small pet dog seemed to hide another world in its mouth. When it opened its mouth, countless barbed suction cup tentacles suddenly shot out, tearing the giant creature into thousands of pieces. The suction cup tentacles had mouths of their own, equipped with syringe-like oral organs. These organs pierced the flesh and blood fragments, sucking them dry, leaving only black powder that did not dissolve in water, floating on the surface of the sea, never dispersing. Chi asked, "Can you guess what level of unknown life this cute little dog is? And what level is that giant creature in the water?" Wang Jun shook his head, honestly stating he didn't know, urging Qi to continue explaining. Qi smiled broadly and released the fourth set of images, showing the scenes of the giant creature and the cute dog capturing prey along the way. Wherever the former passed, the water flooded the earth, and no life could survive in the water. Whenever the latter opened its mouth, any moving creature in front of it would be annihilated. Even the grass, swaying in the wind, would be no exception. Barren land for miles. Wang Jun frowned and said, "Both are disaster level." "No, you are overthinking. They are both city-breaking level." Qi's face lost its smile, becoming rare and very serious. "However, they're almost lethal to external organisms. An LV-4 extraordinary being could be hunted down in an instant if not careful. In summary, the strength of unknown life is difficult to measure with normal values. They can be very weak in specific environments, weak enough that even ordinary life that has not undergone extraordinary evolution can easily kill them. However, when they become strong, they are unreasonable, and if their specific weaknesses cannot be found, they can never be defeated or killed." Wang Jun immediately thought that his left eye could see the evolution tree. If the evolution tree is equally effective against unknown life, then the threat they pose to him would decrease sharply. However, whether all the data of the Lingyun ecology includes unknown life is an unknown. Wang Jun had no absolute confidence and could only leave it for future exploration. Just then, a long-lost voice sounded. "Master!" A Yao appeared on the phone screen, her clothing drastically different from before. At this moment, she had her hair tied in a high ponytail, the end of her braid tied with a blade. Wearing a form-fitting red and black combat suit, which was very snug, with key protective areas embedded with alloy armor plates. Holding a huge scythe taller than herself in both hands. "Ayao!" Wang Jun waved to greet her, asking if her memory storage chip was intact. "Master is concerned about Ayao." Ayao smiled sweetly. "No, all memories have been recorded." Qi exclaimed, "Who does little Jun look down on?" Ayao is the first of Qi's kin, and she has arranged everything long ago. Her personality and memory data are simultaneously stored in the 36 city servers of the Federation. As long as there is one server left in the entire Federation, there will be no problem. "Thank you." Wang Jun nodded slightly and continued asking, "What's with this outfit?" Qi raised an eyebrow proudly, eager to answer. Ayao put down the huge scythe, swiftly stepped forward, and covered Qi's mouth. "Qi, Ayao said with a smile, "to better help Master in the future." Wang Jun felt puzzled, looking at Ayao and then at Qi, hesitating whether to ask further. Suddenly, the phone rang, and the caller ID showed Li Xuanqing. After answering the call, Wang Jun said, "Brother Chun, it's done," acting quickly. "No, Jun. There has been a situation here. Brother Chun can't handle it. You have to come in person." Brother Chin's tone was inexplicably humble. What on earth happened? Wang Jun's mind stirred, saying, "Can't you tell me what is going on?" Li Xuanqing's voice rose significantly. "Urgent. Just come over." "All right, give me an address." After Wang Jun finished speaking, he hung up the phone. He didn't inquire about the reason during the call, partly because it might not be expressible over the phone, and partly because there might be others on the other end. Li Xuanqing was never easy to deal with. Who could possibly restrain him? Two names flashed through Wang Jun's mind: Lung Qingning and Sun Buwu. Could it be these two? On the phone screen, Qi broke free from Yao's hand, covering her mouth, waving her claws. With a whoosh, Qi and Yao vanished simultaneously, leaving only one sentence lingering in the air. "Hurry over and take a look. There are quite a few heavyweights on Li Xuanqing's side." Chapter 33, 3 months, Black Blade Alley, top floor of Fuwang Building. Wang Jun had just climbed the stairs when he saw Li Xuanqing coming to meet him. "Aoyun, you finally made it. If you take any longer, my bones will surely be stripped away," Li Xuanqing complained in a low voice, looking distressed. At this moment, Wang Jun passed by Li Xuanqing's shoulder and noticed Sun Buwu standing not far away. Sun Buwu was silent, his gaze deep as if he were a watcher from an abyss, staring intently at the back of Li Xuanqing. "How did Brother Wu come out?" Wang Jun raised his eyebrows, hinting at Li Xuanqing. Li Xuanqing was oblivious and continued to chatter. "You have no idea. An old guy came in. It really scared me to death." Wang Jun smirked, gently reminding him again, in the few days since coming to Black Blade Alley, I've never seen you make this expression. Is there someone terrifying in the private room? Not just terrifying, it's simply like a mountain god suppressing the mortal realm. The kind of pressure Li Xuanqing said, deliberately curling his fingers in a delicate manner. I really couldn't take it. Brother Chun, if you make a big fuss, I can't stop it. Wang Jun coughed lightly, pressing down on Li Xuanqing's shoulder and turning him around. Ah, Jun, don't twist my body. Li Xuanqing pushed Wang Jun's hand away. You have no idea. I was just fiddling with Zhao Zhishuan's business and happened to catch a glimpse of the old man's profile. I couldn't believe it at first, so I just moved closer, wanting to take another look to confirm. At this point, his face turned purple, as if he were holding his breath, unable to exhale. Exhaling a breath of foul air, Li Xuanqing continued. I didn't know until I looked, and it shocked me. My master actually came back. He even served tea to that very familiar-looking old man. As he spoke, he covered his pants with both hands, a shiver running through his body. Ao Yun, if you had seen that scene, you would definitely understand me. I almost wet myself. Who are you calling an old man? Sun Buwu stepped forward, shortening the distance instantly. Standing behind Li Xuanqing, fingers spread wide, his hand veins bulging, resembling a tiger's claw. Li Xuanqing's lower back was firmly grasped. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Brother Wu, don't appear like a ghost, suddenly behind someone. Li Xuanqing begged for mercy while turning into a shadow. The shadow flowed like water, reaching the ground and in an instant arriving 3 meters away. Whoosh! The shadow swelled, transforming from a 2-dimensional pattern into a 3-dimensional portal. Li Xuanqing stepped out, waving his hands repeatedly. That's not what I meant. Brother Wu, please don't misunderstand. Your old man is a true human hero, a supreme idol. I admire him too much. I'm just a bit too excited, so I misspoke. Sun Buwu calmly withdrew his hand, making it clear it was a one-time occurrence. Li Xuanqing nodded repeatedly and then looked at Wang Jun. Ah Jun, be careful. In front of old Master Sun, you must hold your ground and not be afraid to speak just because of the pressure. Wang Jun raised his eyebrows slightly, as if realizing something. At that moment, his smartphone in his pocket automatically lit up. On the screen, Qi was smirking mischievously. The first person in the Federation, the strongest human, just said that he didn't expect little Junjun to meet him so soon. It must be very interesting. Among beings of the same race, if the difference in status is very obvious, the resulting pressure is something that ordinary people cannot bear. Hopefully, little Junjun won't embarrass himself. In the corner of the screen, a Yao was training with a scythe while saying, the master may be introverted, but he is very determined in his actions. He won't embarrass himself. Hard to say. Qi shrugged. The smartphone screen dimmed, and at the same time, Sun Bu led Wang Jun to the door of the private room. Knocking 3 times, a strong voice of a middle-aged man came from inside. Come in. Sun Bu turned his head, pressed down on Wang Jun's shoulder, and squeezed it hard. My grandpa and Boss Yi are just slightly stronger humans. Don't feel too much pressure. Next to them, Li Xuanqing crossed his arms. Both are monstrous-level freaks. Who wouldn't he be afraid? Sun Bu. Wang Jun shook his head and said softly, Brother Chun, you really have guts. Li Xuanqing tilted his head, his eyes full of question marks. Wang Jun explained, knowing that old Master Sun and Boss Yi are super experts. Didn't you think about how sensitive their ears are? For LV3, any breeze within a 50-meter radius is crystal clear. What about peak LV4 and the strongest LV5? Li Chuangxin, Karafin Luyet Shuka. At this moment, he felt like he wanted to die, and countless images appeared in his mind, each one depicting punishments inflicted by his master. What was called training was, in fact, a hellish torture. Only those who have experienced it can understand that sometimes death is indeed a form of happiness. Before opening the door, the 3 of them exchanged words slowly, yet it felt fast. With a creak, the wooden door opened, and Sun Bu stepped into the private room first. This is Wang Jun. Sun Bu's introduction was simple and straightforward. At the dining table's main seat, an old man looked at Wang Jun, smiling good. The young man looked spirited. Boss Yi, you found a good seedling in Blackblade Alley. The man referred to as Boss Yi was a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his early 40s, with messy, fiery red long hair that stood out. He had a well-proportioned build, a resolute face, and was wearing a gray Chinese-style long gown that had faded to almost white with a sword strapped to his back. Wang Jun could only see the hilt of the sword and the fierce beast carved on it. In Chinese mythology, the dragon has 9 sons. The second son, Yi, with a wolf's body and a dragon's head, he is fierce, loves to fight, and is bloodthirsty. His image is carved on the sword's hilt. The essence of Yi is to glare fiercely. The virtue of a meal must be repaid, and the resentment of Yi must be avenged, which inevitably leads to bloodshed, turning Yi into a symbol that slays all evil. Suddenly seeing familiar cultural references from a past life, Wang Jun's pupils constricted sharply, and he was speechless for a long time. Next to him, Li Xuanqing thought to himself, Jun is really foolish. The real god is clearly old master's son. Why is he staring at my master? Could it be that his strength is too low, leading to a misjudgment of the strength of the two? It's indeed possible. Old master's son's aura is restrained, and he seems perfectly normal. Jun probably thinks my master is stronger. Old master's son is Sun Lutong, who likes to wear a white vest, gray shorts, and old-fashioned flip-flops. At first glance, he really doesn't look like a master, but more like an ordinary neighborly old man. He seems like the kind of person who could chat with you over trivial matters at any moment. In contrast, Boss Yi is meticulous, with no trace of smile. His brow always furrowed deeply, and his attire, along with the ancient sword, exudes an unparalleled expert demeanor. Li Xuanqing subtly shook his head, thinking wildly, TSK. Jun is still young. But this also gives me a good reminder. Experts must have the demeanor of experts, or else bystanders might get it wrong. If no one pays attention to our show-off, how awkward would that be? Suddenly, he felt quite good about having someone weaker than himself. He wouldn't have to bear that overwhelming pressure. Calling Jun over was indeed the right choice. Li Xuanqing sakreli lauga. Afterward, Wang Jun and the others took their seats, and through Sun Bu's introduction, Wang Jun learned that the old man with white hair was Sun Lutong. The significance behind this name was not simple. Sun Lutong, who had reached the pinnacle of martial arts, was recognized as the strongest among all humanity. Wang Jun had just heard his legend, and he didn't expect to meet the real person so soon. Old master's son, Wang Jun clasped his hands in respect. Sun Lutong's eyes showed a hint of surprise, but he quickly returned to normal and clasped his fists in greeting. Immediately afterward, Sun Bu continued to introduce the middle-aged man, the behind-the-scenes boss of Black Blade Alley, Yizhen the big boss. If Wang Jun wants to stay in Black Blade Alley, from now on, he will work under him. Wang Jun clasped his fists again, boss Yizhen. During his days in Black Blade Alley, she had uncovered some of Yizhen's secrets. Wang Jun knew this person was accustomed to using ancient swords and had once injured the semi-divine, extraordinary being Shun, Hu Wu Dao from the Red Umbrella Company. Therefore, the martial arts ranking list referred to Yi Zhen as the strongest force below the demigods. He was the only LV4 among the top 10 in the entire Federation's martial arts ranking. Besides that, his past was basically a blank slate. Yi Zhen stared at Wang Jun, remaining silent for 3 seconds. He did not activate any extraordinary abilities, but his eyes were filled with an overwhelming pressure. It was not an ethereal feeling, but came from the mental strength of a peak LV4 powerhouse. Having explored the extraordinary path for many years, his life level had evolved, and his mental strength had long since completed its leap, possessing the ability to touch reality. His gaze was deep and silent, as if it could absorb all light. Suddenly, Yi Zhen parted his lips and said, Chenzai has already told me that when you came to Black Blade Alley, you also completed the kidnapping. According to the rules of Black Blade Alley, you can now become a core member at any time, but there is one problem that you need to think clearly about. Wang Jun nodded. Please speak, boss Yi. Yi Zhen raised his right thumb, supporting his chin with his fingertip, and slightly nodded his head. What Black Blade Alley needs are like-minded friends, so we will not be your everlasting safe harbor. Master is acting strangely. Li Xuanqing widened his eyes, covering his mouth tightly with both hands, afraid of accidentally voicing his thoughts. Sun Lutong remained unfazed, sipping his tea. His own grandson mimicked him, drinking tea as if indifferent. However, a glimmer of gold and red shone behind the sunglasses, disappearing in an instant, as if it had never existed. Sun Lutong cast a glance at Sun Bu and said in a low voice, Bu, rein in your constantly sweeping gaze. Only then did Sun Bu realize that his observation of everyone's reactions had been exposed to his grandfather. Sun Lutong once again focused his voice and said, Little boss, he has his own thoughts. Just listen quietly. Grandpa has no idea how important an evolution planner is to Black Blade Alley. Sun Bu wanted to refute, but couldn't use focused voice, unable to whisper. It was like being on a call where you could only listen but not speak, and the other party was pointing at your nose and cursing, and you couldn't hang up. Isn't that uncomfortable? Wang Jun said, Bossy, I have known a principal since I was born, whether in a company, a club, or a school. Wherever there are people, there's a world of martial arts. Each small world forms an incredibly vast martial arts world. The three most important things in the martial arts world. He raised 3 fingers. Lowering the first finger, the middle finger, Wang Jun said, First, strength. Lowering the second finger, the ring finger, Wang Jun continued. Second, friends. Lowering the third finger, the pinky, Wang Jun then said, Third, a strong backer. After a brief pause, he said quietly, However, whether it is friends or a strong backer, you must first have strength yourself, enough ability and strength. Friends and backers do not come without effort, without sufficient ability. No connections matter. At this point, Wang Jun suddenly fell silent. In the private room, no one spoke and no one made a sound. The actions of drinking tea and picking dishes came to a halt simultaneously. Yi Zhen, Sun Lutong, Sun Bu, Li Xuanqing, and Zhao Zixuan, who had just awakened in the corner. All eyes fell on Wang Jun. The air seemed to freeze at that moment, and the wind outside obediently became a quiet little baby. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Yi Zhen said nothing, his expression unchanged. The abyss hidden in his pupils seeming to move, yet remain still. Suddenly, Sun Lutong clapped 3 times and laughed. What the young man said makes sense. Slurp. Supporting his beard with his palm, old man Sun took a big sip of tea, gulping it down. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. He seemed to deliberately make noise, then tilted his head back to drink the tea. The old man drank tea as if he were drinking wine, quite generously. Wang Jun's eyes blinked slightly, nodding in thanks to Sun Lutong. At this moment, Yi Zhen cleared his throat and said, Wang Jun, your strength is naturally not a problem. An excellent evolution planner has great development prospects. I can clearly tell you that the Red Umbrella Company will not only not kill you, but will also offer you a better position. Or you could go to the Zhao family or the Lin family. They will also provide you with better treatment, which Black Blade Alley cannot temporarily offer. Black Blade Alley only takes in like-minded individuals. I will not immediately give you core status in Black Blade Alley just because you completed the kidnapping. On the contrary, I will give you a cooling-off period. 3 months. During this time, you can come and go freely in Black Blade Alley. If you want to leave, you can do so at any time. If you want to stay, Black Blade Alley guarantees your personal safety. After 3 months, I hope you can find a reason to stay in Black Blade Alley. After a pause, Yi Zhen said solemnly, At that time, you will definitely understand what it means to join Black Blade Alley. That will be the time for you to make your final decision on whether to join. I understand what bossy means. Wang Jun nodded, his eyes flashing with sharp light. Black Blade Alley needs people who walk the same path. Comrades who can share life and death. Comrades, a very accurate term. Yi Zhen nodded, raising his teacup, aiming it at Wang Jun. The 3-month tour of Black Blade Alley officially begins. I hope you enjoy it. I will. Wang Jun raised his tea in acknowledgement, then drank it all in one go. After this speech, the stagnant air began to flow again, and the dining table was soon filled with snacks. Shrimp dumplings, handmade beef balls, dry-fried rice noodles, radish cake, golden cake, dozens of dishes of various sizes, fragrant and mouth-watering. Although Wang Jun had already had lunch, he still felt his stomach protesting. He reached for the chopsticks, grabbing 1, 2, 3. His eating posture was like a whirlwind, completely unconcerned about the gazes of others. Damn! Li Xuanqing swallowed dryly, glancing at the cuttlefish porridge in his bowl. No way, no way. What's going on with Jun? Is he giving up on himself? Is he upset because the master wouldn't directly take him in? He hoped he wouldn't provoke the master's disgust. Thinking of this, Li Xuanqing kicked Wang Jun's ankle. Wang Jun turned his head and asked, What are you kicking me for? Chingu. Damn it, reminding you that you said it out loud in public. There's no saving you. Li Xuanqing's forehead broke out in a sweat, wiping it as he said, No, my new shoes have a slippery sole. Sun Buwu's eyes hidden behind his sunglasses discreetly observed Wang Jun. His mindset is indeed quite good. What a pity. He is the awakened one and cannot cure his grandfather's old illness. Chapter 34. The Intent After Lunch. It was time for a walk. In a secluded courtyard of Black Edge Lane, the ground was covered with green grass, and irregular stone slabs formed a small path through the grass. A gentle breeze blew, making the atmosphere pleasant. Yawning, Sun Lutang stretched lazily, squinting his eyes. Wu, your martial arts cultivation hasn't improved at all. Do you know why? Sun Bu shook his head. Grandpa, I just need a bit more time. Time? Is that really what you think? Sun Lutang stopped and frowned, looking back. Sun Bu replied, I'm only 27 this year. If I accumulate for another 2 years, breaking through to LV4 won't be difficult. No one in the entire Federation has broken through to LV4 before the age of 30. Do you think you're a genius now? Sigh. I'm not trying to discourage you. I only started practicing martial arts at 16. The first martial arts book I encountered was a common military boxing manual. It took me 20 years to reach LV4 by the age of 36. Sun Lutang patted Sun Bu on the shoulder. What about you? You've been laying your foundations since childhood, and after 24 years, you're still stuck at LV3, unable to advance to LV4. Clenching his fists tightly, Sun Bu's lips twitched as he said, Grandpa, that's not fair. You're really discouraging me. Sun Lutang waved his hand. I'm just speaking the truth. No offense intended. I just want to tell you that there are always people better than you in mountains beyond mountains. When it comes to talent, who knows where the limit is? You must never be satisfied with your current achievements. Once you feel satisfied, that's the beginning of your decline. Sun Bu stuffed his hands into his wide sleeves and nodded. Yes, I understand, Grandpa. The grandfather and grandson strolled along the grassy path, circling around the courtyard. Suddenly, Sun Lutang said, All right, I need to take a nap now. Upon hearing this, Sun Bu's eyes widened, wanting to say something but hesitating. Sun Lutang snapped his fingers, and a burst of energy lightly tapped Sun Bu's forehead. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't mumble like a fool. After pondering for a moment, Sun Bu said, Grandpa, is your old injury serious enough that you need to take a nap? You brat. Don't be ridiculous. I'm fine, just paying more attention to my health lately. Sun Lutang waved his hand. With a loud smack, a swollen bump appeared on Sun Bu's forehead, causing him to grimace in pain as he rubbed it and said, You say you're fine? You don't hit as hard as you used to. Hey, you're getting a bit cheeky today. Sun Lutang shot him a sideways glance and suddenly kicked out with his right leg. Before Sun Bu could react, he was knocked down hard, sliding 3 meters across the ground. He stood up, holding his behind with his left hand and angrily pointing with his right. Old man. What kind of sneak attack is this? I'm just trying to care for you, you know? Don't think I don't know that your old injury hasn't healed. Sun Lutang swiftly appeared beside Sun Bu, grabbing his ear and emphasizing, Nonsense. I have a strong constitution. A little injury means nothing. My self-healing ability is enough to handle it. Sun Bu clenched his right fist and swatted away the 2 fingers that felt like hot iron on his ear. Old man, tell me, when have you ever gone all out in the last 10 years? Do I need to go all out with my strength at this level? Sun Lutang countered. Sun Bu scoffed. Not even 5%, right? This was the case when I was a child, but now? The situation is getting worse. Can you even use 30% of your strength today? Sun Lutang puffed out his cheeks, pointing at Sun Bu's nose. You. Don't change the subject. Don't make excuses. Sun Bu stepped forward, took off his sunglasses, and opened his eyes. Golden red light intertwined, resembling a fiery cloud dyed in golden hues. His eyes were concealed within the cloud, appearing and disappearing, quite mystical. Grandpa, don't hide it. You can't hide it from me. You've long been unable to use your full strength. As he spoke, Sun Bu took a stance, his feet positioned one in front of the other, half bow and half horse stance, with his left hand extended forward at chest level and his right hand palm down near his abdomen. If Wang Jun were present, he would certainly recognize that Sun Bu's stance was called the 3-body form, originating from Xing Yi Quan, a foundational stance evolving from ancient military spear techniques. There's a saying in martial arts. All techniques stem from the three body form. All changes do not stray from the three body form. Come on, let us spar. Just knock me down. Sun Bu Wu's energy surged, clearly irritated. Sun Lutang shook his head, his tones softening. Sigh. When did you discover this? 3 years ago. Sun Bu Wu relaxed his front hand slightly. Suddenly, Sun Lutang's back foot stomped down, creating a loud bang that left a 3-inch deep footprint in the ground. And he vanished without a trace. Damn, another sneak attack. Before Sun Bu Wu could finish, Sun Lutang pressed down on the back of his head, slamming him onto the ground. Boom! Dust flew up, and Sun Bu Wu found himself upside down, his butt in the air, with his mouth full of grass and mud. Good grandson, the most important thing for a martial artist is vigilance. You must always be prepared for battle, able to react at any moment. Sun Lutang grinned, applying more pressure with his right hand. Oof, oof, oof. Sun Bu Wu's head was tough, but he could feel the pain building up. At that moment, Sun Lutang eased his grip and stood up, saying, "Don't say I used 30%. Even with just 10% strength, I could still suppress you." Sun Bu Wu pushed up with both hands, lifting his head, and spat 3 times. "Grandpa, I'm only LV3, and you're LV5. Is it fair to compare like this? Enough of the jokes. I came to City 36 primarily for treatment. Unfortunately, I was a step too late. Damn it." Sun Bu Wu's left eyelid twitched, and he rubbed the corner of his mouth and teeth with his right hand, still tasting grass and mud. Unable to clean it up quickly. "Stinky old man, you finally admitted it. Since you know you should seek treatment, why didn't you come sooner? Earlier, I didn't have the time. Later, Qin Yangmei didn't have the time either. He was focused on researching the spiritual ecology and couldn't spare the effort. Moreover, my injuries required someone who understands spiritual ecology to treat them, and at that time, he didn't have confidence." At this, Sun Bu Wu's expression darkened. "Mr. Qin Yangmei is already dead. Doesn't that mean there's no hope?" Sun Lutang shook his head. "Not necessarily. Before I came, I had a video call with Qin Yangmei, and he provided a possibility. Aside from those who comprehensively summarize spiritual ecology, there are some individuals who have a natural talent for sensing extraordinary materials, energies, and phenomena. If such a person becomes an evolution planner, there is hope for healing my old injuries. Isn't that just a matter of luck?" Sun Bu Wu gritted his teeth. "Which city isn't about luck? Why come to City 36? It's too remote, and the population base is too small." "No." Sun Lutang's gaze deepened as he looked toward a nearby pond. What was supposed to happen was interrupted, so I must investigate. "Huh?" Sun Bu Wu was puzzled. Sun Lutang continued, "Although I only had a few video calls with Qin Yangmei, we hit it off like old friends, a friendship transcending age." After a brief pause, his voice rang out like swords clashing. "A friend dies unexpectedly. I must know the whole story. Grandpa has murder in his heart." Sun Bu Wu put his sunglasses back on and said, "Your number of strikes is decreasing, and your strength is getting lighter. Mr. Qin Yangmei's death must be complicated. Do you really want to investigate? Well, I'm still somewhat healthy. There are some things I must do, but there are too many interests involved. The demigods within the Red Umbrella Company might take action." "Huh, do I look afraid of them?" Kobe Wudao and the Demon Mountain Leon. These 2 old guys weren't unfamiliar with fighting back in a day. "That's not what I meant." Sun Bu Wu quickly shook his head. "Grandpa, you can no longer fight at full strength. They are all enjoying the secret technology of the Red Umbrella Company, and their condition is still at its peak." "What the heck?" Sun Lutang's voice rose, with a hint of displeasure in his brows. "Has Bu Wu turned into a coward?" Sun Bu Wu shook his head, pointing at his chest. "Once I break through to LV4, I will challenge them. At that time, Grandpa, what you want to investigate, they absolutely won't be able to stop me." Sun Lutang grinned, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his deep eyes. "That's more like it. A son with backbone is the descendant of the Sun family." Smiling, he said, "My dear grandson, those 2 old cobblers together can't compare to my one hand. It's really a waste to go all out against them. What I'm waiting for is the complete riot in the Forbidden Land, giving birth to world-ending, unknown life forms." Sun Bu Wu remained silent, nodding his head with understanding. He had already sensed the grandeur in the old man's words, and it felt like a last will and testament. "No, absolutely cannot accept this. Grandpa is the strongest human being, an absolute pillar. If he falls, the Red Umbrella Company, the Forbidden Land, mutants, many ambitious people will surely wreak havoc in the Federation. The Federation might completely split because of this, ushering in an era of chaos. I must find someone to heal Grandpa's old wounds. Sun Bu's mind flashed to a face he wasn't very familiar with, Wang Jun. The next second, he asked himself in his heart, is he really suitable? My strength is insufficient. My extraordinary level is not enough. Sun Bu couldn't draw a conclusion, feeling incredibly complicated. Finally, I have escaped from Master S poker face. Li Xuanqing wiped the sweat from his forehead, hooking his arm around Wang Jun's shoulder, laughing as they walked. Pointing at his ear, Wang Jun joked, the hearing of an LV4 extraordinary person must be sharper than that of an LV3 if Bossy hears it. He definitely won't mind jumping over to give you a smack on the forehead. Please don't say that. Master has created psychological shadows for me since I was young. I finally got rid of him. Ah Jun, please be merciful. Don't make me think of those unbearable memories. Li Xuanqing rolled his eyes, feeling empathetic, looking left and right, like an antelope that had to be wary of lions while eating. After walking nearly 100 meters, the imagined smack hadn't landed on his forehead yet. Li Xuanqing let out a sigh of relief. Master is probably too busy for us. At this moment, Zhao Zhishuan was tied up with ropes, his mouth also gagged. He made protesting sounds. Wang Jun and Li Xuanqing ignored him. Li Xuanqing held one end of a rope in his right hand, the other end tied to Zhao Zhishuan's wrist. Walk faster, this is for your treatment. Li Xuanqing was particularly short on money, and Zhao Zhishuan was like walking cash for him. What mattered most was verifying the path to wealth. Beat up a member of the financial elite, heal him, and then collect medical fees under the name of cold chinging. At least 100,000 for a small injury, and more could go into the millions. The financial elite treat money lightly, and once this path to wealth is opened, it would definitely lead to riches. Just thinking about it made Li Xuanqing feel excited. Ah Jun, can we really do it? Wang Jun, it's up to the effort. Right, we can definitely do it. Li Xuanqing clenched his fist tightly, his face full of determination. Soon, an ordinary clinic appeared before them. The name of the clinic didn't matter. What mattered was that the medical skills were good enough to heal Zhao Zhishuan's injuries. Overall, there were 6 wounds, none too serious, not even light injuries. The speaker was the head of the clinic, a middle-aged female doctor. Li Xuanqing earnestly said, "Doctor, please take another look. My friend is seriously injured. He is almost unconscious and must be tied up to bring him here." The female doctor shook her head. "No need to look. I've been practicing medicine for over 20 years. I can't misjudge such minor injuries. Doctor, this friend is not only light injuries, but also serious ones." Wang Jun persuaded while giving her a look. Li Xuanqing immediately understood, raising his hand for a knife hand strike. Bang, 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 bang. Zhao Zhishuan's neck was hit multiple times, his eyes rolled back, losing consciousness. "What are you doing?" the female doctor exclaimed. Li Xuanqing reassured her. "Doctor, just treat him. No need to worry about anything else. Just make sure to heal him. It must be the best treatment. Restore every hair." Wang Yun edit. Yes, yes. It should be like that. Li Xuanqing nodded in agreement. 2 hours later, Zhao Zhishuan was successfully refurbished, with some improvement in quality. Fresh from the battlefield, he woke up and shouted, "What do you want from me?" "To treat your injuries and report good news to your family." Wang Yun replied calmly, "You are the one who hurt me." Zhao Zhishuan tried to raise his hand, but then realized his hands and legs were tied, firmly secured to the edge of the bed. Wang Jun said, "Someone attacked me, and I defended myself. Isn't that reasonable?" Zhao Zhishuan was speechless, silent for 2 seconds, then said, "You hurt me, healed me. What exactly are you plotting? You're asking too many questions. It's better to just sleep." Wang Yun frowned. Zhao Zhishuan's limbs were immobile, his neck secured with an all-metal extraordinary restraint collar, and he couldn't use his strength. He weakly shouted, "Damn, no, don't come over here." At the door of the room, Li Xuanqing's head poked in, saying, "There is feedback from the Zhao family. They are willing to pay this amount." Looking at the 3 fingers Li Xuanqing held up, Wang Jun asked, 3 million? Exactly. Li Xuanqing nodded repeatedly, his eyes full of confidence and spirit. Ah, Jun. Brother Chun is reliable, right? Very uncertain. Wang Jun rolled his eyes and muttered, "Huh." Li Xuanqing blinked, not understanding what went wrong. Wang Yun pointed at Sao Shixuan, explaining, "This guy has 6 injuries all over his body. Treating him under Sister Lung's name, ISNT, each injury worth at least 100,000. And this still counts as a top 10 doctor in the Federation?" The soul-searching question was thought-provoking. Li Xuanqing's expression suddenly changed. From red to orange to yellow to green to blue to purple, like a rainbow. After a long time, he self-deprecatingly said, I'm so damn poor. I really deserve it." Chapter 35. Giving too much in the evening. The setting sun resembled blood, and the dim golden light enveloped the steel jungle of city number 36. On the top floor of a building in the 5th district, the diamond-shaped window panes reflected light, glaring and dazzling. Suddenly, a smartphone flew in at high speed. With a loud bang, the phone embedded itself in the window, causing spiderweb-like cracks to spread across the tempered glass. Crack, crack, crack. The shattered glass reflected a young man not far away. He was wearing a pure white suit, his face filled with anger. As he overturned a small round table beside him, 2 cups of milk tea with straws fell to the ground. The milky liquid seeping through the gaps between the cups and their lids, flowing everywhere, with a faint aroma of tea and milk wafting through the air. The young man was Zhao Chongqing, the brother of Zhao Zhishuan. He clenched his fists, breathing heavily, glaring at the smartphone in the distance. The phone was of high quality. Even embedded in the tempered glass, it remained on a call. There's always room for discussion. "Was the price you offered just now a bit low?" "That's why I wanted to talk to you again," came the somewhat awkward voice of Li Xuanqing from the phone. Zhao Chongqing roared loudly. "How dare you ask for money after injuring my brother? You just asked for 3 million. I only agreed after tremendous patience." Li Xuanqing chuckled a few times and said, "The offer isn't very reasonable. We need to negotiate, right? Look at our cold sister, Lung Qingning. She is one of the top doctors in the entire Federation. The fees for her services won't be cheap, and I underestimated the equipment costs and some medication expenses earlier. Young Master Zhao, you are magnanimous and wealthy. Why get so angry with someone like me who is just a messenger?" Zhao Chongqing stepped forcefully, quickly walking to the window where the smartphone was embedded, yanked it out, and held it to his mouth. Li Xuanqing, even the antics of a level 3 extraordinary must have their limits. You're just a messenger. Why are you so angry? That's the situation. If you're not happy, I can ask again, Li Xuanqing laughed. Don't act in front of me. There are probably very few who can command you in Black Blade Alley, Zhao Chongqing said, tightly gripping the smartphone, his temples bulging with veins. He enunciated each word. Where are the rules of Black Blade Alley? It's just some medical expenses. It doesn't involve the regulations set by my master. Li Xuanqing's tone became increasingly nonchalant. Fine, I prefer cash. Come to the alley entrance at 11 p.m. to collect it. As his words fell, he hung up the phone. Crack, crack, crack. The smartphone was crushed, the screen bursting into tiny shards that fell to the ground. Go gather the people. I want all the muscle in the 5th district to appear before me within 2 hours, Zhao Chongqing commanded. Not far away. A burly man in a black suit nodded and turned to push open the rooftop door. Zhao Chongqing gazed towards Black Blade Alley in the 7th district, his eyes seeming to penetrate through heavy barriers. So many experts, what does it matter? As long as the money is in place. Is there any fear of not having experts to assist? He spread his palm, beckoning with his fingers. Behind him, a beautiful woman in a bikini took out a smartphone from her cleavage and respectfully handed it over. Zhao Chongqing took it and dialed another number. After a brief contact, he put down the phone, a fierce light flashing in his eyes. In city number 36, the Zhao family has never tolerated humiliation, especially when it involves my brother. At 9 p.m., the hustle and bustle of city number 36 began. Less than 100 meters from the entrance of Black Blade Alley, there was an old-fashioned tavern. The tavern was named Brevicto as Harbor. Inside, melodious music blended with the night outside, with a hint of tranquility amid the noise. In a booth close to the floor-to-ceiling window, Zhao Chongqing propped up his legs, half sitting, half lying on a long leather sofa, with a beautiful woman on each side. His eyes fixed on the entrance of Black Blade Alley. Around him stood, or sat at least 200 to 300 thugs. There were a muscular woman with a mohawk hairstyle, a chubby man covered in tattoos, and a skinny uncle in camouflage. Various thugs, each with different backgrounds. But the one commonality was that they all came from money. Having been the 5th District for many years, Zhao Chongqing's reputation as a wealthy man was well-deserved. The thugs formed many small circles, whispering to each other. Why would he summon all the thugs at once? Is he looking for trouble with someone from Blackblade Alley? Don't tell me he's going to war with the entire Blackblade Alley? What a joke. If we face the 12-blade edge, we'll all be dead in one encounter. It's impossible. No matter how arrogant Zhao Chongqing is, he must understand what Blackblade Alley really means. But he is a Zhao family member, and the Zhao family in city number 36 is not much different from royalty. What if he really loses his mind? At this moment, 2 figures walked towards the entrance of Blackblade Alley. One of them was Li Xuanqing, and the other was Wang Jun. When Zhao Chongqing recognized Wang Jun's face, he squinted his eyes and muttered to himself, "You're part of this too?" Before his voice faded with a crisp sound, Zhao Chongqing slammed the table and stood up, shaking off the women in his arms. Thump, thump, thump. His footsteps were powerful, his leather shoes clattering on the wooden floor, creating a rhythmic sound. The surrounding thugs all turned their gazes toward him. To get this money, it still depends on whether they have the capability. Zhao Chongqing stood at the tavern entrance, holding a pure black leather case, and said sideways, "When the door opens, you all rush out and beat those 2 to death." "No way. Young Master Zhao, one of those 2 is the Shadow Blade from the 12-blade edge. With our numbers, we're not enough to fill his teeth." Zhao Chongqing stomped his foot hard, coldly glaring at the speaker. Suddenly, a long black whip wrapped around the speaker's neck, tightening violently, and then yanked him backward. Bang! The man fell to the ground, dragged to the corner of the bar. In the corner, 3 women wearing black gentleman hats, dressed in sharp red suits, and wearing black high heels smiled at everyone. "Good evening, ladies and gentlemen." The 3 women in red suits looked extremely similar, making it hard for outsiders to distinguish between them. They spoke simultaneously, their voices overlapping in a threefold echo. The thugs around fell silent, their expressions betraying their fear. How could it be them? The Bloodcat sisters. These 3 are notoriously ruthless killers in the underworld. Their fighting style is crazy and chaotic. They kill without mercy for both allies and enemies, except for the employer who pays them. In an instant, the tavern was incredibly quiet. The thugs either took a step back or looked around, thinking about how to escape. They didn't want to become cannon fodder, nor did they want to face both Li Xuanqing and the Bloodcat sisters at the same time. The battle of 4 level 3 extraordinary beings could easily turn anyone into a casualty. Zhao Chongqing stood at the door, coldly surveying everyone, taking in the thugs' reactions. He noticed the hidden apprehension in their hearts and immediately promised, "Don't be afraid. The 3 sisters will never make a move against you." No one around responded. No one dared to voice doubts, but their attitudes spoke volumes. At this moment, the black whip suddenly lashed out, sending the previously chatty person flying into the center of the crowd. This young brother is still alive, which is the best evidence. The Bloodcat sisters spoke in unison. Slap! The whip made a crisp sound as it swung through the air, and they continued, "Young Master Zhao is a member of the Zhao family. The money he pays is substantial enough to excite us 3 sisters completely. Therefore, we will not cause unnecessary bloodshed. If you're still worried, you can leave through the back door." As she spoke, they all pointed their right index fingers towards the dark passage at the corner of the bar. Well, the lights were off, but it led outside. The thugs looked at the passage. Some felt tempted, while others were scared, fearing it was just a test to find those who hesitated to be sacrificed. The crowd grew increasingly hesitant. Outside, Wang Jun and Li Xuanqing walked side by side towards the tavern, less than 20 meters away. If the chaos inside continued, they wouldn't be able to fight. Zhao Chongqing squinted, raised his right hand, and shouted, "I will triple the promised rewards." Upon hearing this, the thugs' eyes lit up, each one like a hungry wolf suddenly spotting food after traveling 100 miles. "All right, for young Master Zhao's loyalty, I'll be the first to go." That's right. With young Master Zhao's anger for his brother, his loyalty is unparalleled. I, Qian, admire this. Count me in. Let's get to it. Life is just a gamble for the future. When you die, the bird flies up. If you don't die, you live for 1,000,000 years. Damn it. Young Master Zhao is generous. He is offering too much. The atmosphere in the tavern suddenly unified, and the wavering hearts solidified. The 200 or 300 thugs no longer looked back at the passage leading to the back door. Their eyes were fixed on the tavern entrance and the large windows. Zhao Changqing felt a sense of calm, nodding to the Bloodcat sisters. The 3 sisters walked gracefully, swiftly weaving through the crowd, reaching Zhao Changqing's side. Shouldn't we triple our share too? Zhao Changqing's eyes flashed with coldness as he lowered his voice. No, you'll get 5 times. But I need to ensure the job is done and my brother is brought back. The sisters laughed from light giggles to loud, manic laughter, unable to contain themselves. All right, we'll definitely get this done for you today. On the long street, Wang Jun said as they walked, Brother Chun, can you handle it? There are at least 200 people inside. Huh. Li Xuanqing smirked, patting his chest. Don't worry, just wait and see. The Shadow Blade of Haifeng Alley is not just a name. Wang Jun raised an eyebrow, feeling increasingly uneasy, and quietly slowed his pace. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Wang Jun quietly fell half a step behind, ready to run at any moment. Li Xuanqing turned his head, glancing sideways, and disdainfully asked, Ah Jun, what are you doing? Leaving some distance to observe Brother Chun's performance. Wang Jun replied confidently. Li Xuanqing smirked, patting Wang Jun's shoulder, saying that the term showing off was too crude. He wasn't that kind of person. With a relaxed expression, such words lack persuasion. Wang Jun nodded and said, It's not showing off. It's about revealing one's true abilities. After a moment of pause, Li Xuanqing realized and then burst into laughter. Ha ha! His laughter echoed towards the tavern entrance, where the sisters' manic laughter responded. The 2 types of laughter seemed different yet similar, blending together in a somewhat enchanting way. Suddenly, Li Xuanqing quieted down and gave Wang Jun a thumbs up. Ah Jun, you stay here and watch closely. When the Shadow Blade strikes, the last thing we fear is a group fight. No matter how many people are inside the tavern, when they come to me, they are mere chickens and dogs. Wang Jun nodded and returned the thumbs up, seriously saying, Brother Chun, you can definitely do it. For 6 million, let us fight. Suddenly, Li Xuanqing scratched his head and asked seriously, How about we raise the commission a bit more? After all, there are quite a few people to deal with. Wang Jun didn't refuse directly, softly countering. Does it make a difference to Brother Chun whether it's 1 chicken or 1,000? Li Xuanqing blinked. After a 2-second pause, he replied, No. After saying this, he suddenly turned around and quickly walked towards the tavern. Shadows rose from the ground, countless pure black hands swirling around. Within a radius of 100 meters, all light sources flickered and gradually dimmed. At that moment, the pressure of a level 3 extraordinary being was fully revealed. Ha ha! Inside the tavern, the manic laughter of the Bloodcat sisters grew even louder. Sister, that stinky man outside looks down on us. Then let us trample him. Let him know the fear that seeps from his pores with blood. No way. Sister is always so bloody. I prefer to be a bit more elegant, don't you think, second sister? The whip tightens around the neck, pulling off the head. The head is mine to keep, the rest you 2 can fight over. Each sentence spoken by the 3 sisters was simultaneously voiced, as if one person was playing 3 roles, yet they were distinctly 3 different individuals. Strange, absurd, dissonant. Zhao Changqing felt uncomfortable, his hair standing on end, as if turning into steel needles, about to pierce through his white suit. The sisters ceased speaking, their laughter gradually subsiding. Their giggles grew distant, their figures becoming blurry until they were almost invisible, as if the hand of God was quietly adjusting colors, making the 3 sisters' transparency reach 100. In the next moment, the tavern door exploded, wooden splinters flying in all directions. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Damn! Zhao Changqing cursed softly, leaping to the side. However, the wooden shards were like knives, extremely penetrating. After instinctively dodging the first wave, there was no way to avoid the second. 2 burly men in black suits shouted and quickly rushed to Zhao Changqing's side, shielding him with their bodies. Clang, 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 clang. The 2 bodyguards' skin quickly turned gray and hard. The wooden shards hit the surface, not breaking the skin but instead producing a sound like metal clashing. Zhao Chongqing's situation was dire, and the others among the thugs were certainly not faring any better. Just one wave of wooden shards had already knocked down over 50 people. With wounds covering palms, arms, thighs, and abdomens, blood flowed, the tavern floor drenched in red, the pungent smell of blood filling the air, and the already poorly ventilated space intensified the odor. Outside, Wang Jun darted and dodged, using his agile steps to avoid the shooting wooden shards. His skills were exceptional, and in the open space, he dodged effortlessly, even having the energy to observe Li Xuanqing's battle. Chapter 36. Capture the thief by capturing the king first? With a series of Z-shaped jumps backwards, creating a distance of several dozen meters, Wang Jun stood next to a statue at the alley entrance, intently observing the combatants. Li Xuanqing and the Blood Cat trio exchanged moves at an incredible speed, without a significant improvement in eyesight. It would be difficult to even catch a glimpse of their afterimages. They exchanged techniques, using fingers, fists, palms, elbows, shoulders, hips, thighs, knees, and feet, employing every possible method. Li Xuanqing's black trench coat billowed, the shadows beneath it thick and heavy, as if it were a swamp that devoured countless lives. The extraordinary combat technique, Shadow Quagmire. This was a near-field extraordinary force field, filled with shadows and the corruption of filth. Anyone of a lower level than the user would find their movements ensnared, as if wrapped in a quagmire. The quagmire had an imperceptible corrosive property, akin to boiling a frog in warm water. Is that what you call a combat technique? Such big talk from a smelly man, yet your skills are lacking, the Bloodcat sisters teased while strolling through the void. Whoosh! One of them shot a concealed weapon, shaped like a rose, slicing through the air onto the night sky, emitting an eerie red glow. As soon as one was launched, hundreds followed, and in the blink of an eye, hundreds of red lights enveloped Li Xuanqing. Childish tricks, not worth a sneer. Li Xuanqing suddenly bared his teeth, revealing a sinister smile. The thick, sticky shadows instantly expanded, engulfing the Bloodcat sisters. With a loud bang, he charged forward, covering several meters, his fists wrapped in shadows that transformed into a massive hammer. Bang! With a muffled sound, the sisters' forms simultaneously became illusory, then solidified in an instant. Damage dispersion. Wang Jun speculated, and upon looking at the sisters, he began to harbor some doubts. Extraordinary abilities could indeed allow for damage dispersion, which was not unusual. However, the Bloodcat sisters' reactions when injured were identical. They instinctively covered their chests with their right hands, retreated 3 steps, and one even bowed her head, seemingly spitting out blood. The absence of blood on the ground indicated that the 3 sisters were in a different space. Brother Chun, they are hiding in another layer of space. Be careful. Before he could finish, Wang Jun suddenly felt a cold wind behind his head. He quickly lowered his head and felt a sharp object scrape against the skin at the back of his neck. Cold, hard, sharp. A knife or a dagger. An ambush? Wang Jun's eyelids drooped, his right hand instinctively swinging back. The most unrefined technique in street fighting, monkey steals peach. The sensation was empty, as if there was no peach. Damn, it's a woman. Wang Jun cursed inwardly, maintaining his posture, using the motion of rising to exert force. He single-handedly lifted the female thug's body, and with his other hand, he swung out a flurry of knife moves. The butterfly knife showcased its blade. The dazzling silver light sliced through the air, carving a crescent arc rip. The clothing tore, blood flowed from her abdomen, and the female thug winced in pain, reacting a beat too slowly. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Jun twisted his wrist, and the butterfly knife danced like a performer. Swish, swish, swish. 3 consecutive strikes, each hitting the joints of the thug. Left and right shoulders and the right knee. The female thug screamed in agony. Wang Jun paid her no mind, grabbing her thigh root and, like wielding a sledgehammer, slammed her to the ground. Boom! With a muffled thud, the ground trembled slightly, as if an earthquake had struck. The female thug was completely unconscious, losing awareness. Nearby, 4 or 5 other thugs secretly rejoiced that they hadn't attacked first, quietly retreating. At the tavern entrance, Zhao Chongqing shouted, First, capture the weaker ones. Don't let him escape into the Black Edge alley. You guys hold him back. Everyone else surround him. His value is very high. He has enough to exchange for my brother." Hearing this, the summoned thugs were eager to comply. After all, no one truly wanted to face Li Xuanqing, a level 3 extraordinary being, one of the 12 blades of Black Edge Alley. Definitely not an easy opponent. The thugs swarmed toward Wang Jun like locusts spotting rice. Wang Jun struck first, knocking out 5 or 6 thugs nearby in quick succession. However, with over 100 people closing in at once, he couldn't determine if any extraordinary beings were hidden among them. He remained cautious, both retreating and fighting. Suddenly, Li Xuanqing laughed loudly, saying, "Ah, Jun, let me show you Brother Chen's true strength." With that, the shadows covering the ground began to writhe, like a pure black wave quickly engulfing the entire street. In less than 3 seconds, the thugs in the street and tavern lost their combat effectiveness. Some fainted and fell to the ground, while others were locked to the ground by pure black hands. The enemy's numbers sharply decreased, and their morale shattered. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Jun charged forward, holding the butterfly knife in his right hand and the dragon-tooth dagger in his left. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of blades sinking into flesh was relentless. Wang Jun's hands moved like afterimages, and the thugs who could still move had no time to react, collapsing one after another. They were horrified to find knives embedded in their bodies, deep and long, blood gushing out uncontrollably. Thugs weren't weak-willed fools, but they didn't want to die for nothing. They came here to earn money, to fight and make a profit. Their intentions were very straightforward. However, reality was cruel. Faced with the relentless bloodshed and wounds that seemed to hollow them out, they suddenly felt that coming to this fight was a mistake. Wang Jun scanned his surroundings and found that there were no noteworthy opponents left. Then, his gaze passed over the duel between the 2 level 3 extraordinary beings, landing on Zhao Changqing standing at the tavern entrance. Capture the thief by capturing the king first. Wang Jun's mind stirred, and his body moved. Bypassing the center of the battle between Li Xuanqing and the Bloodcat sisters, rushing to the tavern entrance. "Here we meet again." Zhao Changqing squinted, his face showing no sign of panic. 2 burly men in suits guarded him, through the holes pierced by wood chips. Wang Jun saw that the 2 strong men had metallic skin. "Just the right time to test how hard my condensed frost is." Wang Jun flexibly twisted his wrist and fingers, making the butterfly knife dance in a spin. Spirit of water, activate. Blood contains a lot of moisture, so it can be considered as containing many impurities of water. Wang Jun drew on the blood to condense it into small ice spikes and shot them out neatly. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The 2 bodyguards looked grim, standing in front of Zhao Changqing. The ice spikes struck their bodies, producing a crisp sound. The cold and steel momentarily could not distinguish a victor. Suddenly, the 2 men drew their guns in unison. Bang, 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 bang. The handguns fired continuously, and Wang Jun's pupils suddenly contracted as his body quickly transformed into a pure water form. Hair, face, body, internal organs, limbs, even clothing. The bullets, accompanied by the heat of friction from the gun barrel, passed through his body and out again. Aside from a slight pain, they left no real damage. Zhao Changqing shrank back into the doorway, cursing, "Damn, what the hell is this?" Most extraordinary beings are unafraid of firearms starting from level 2, and Wang Jun was only level 1, having just advanced recently. Possessing the ability to ignore bullets was definitely something to be wary of. His innate talent was terrifying. The purity too high. Wang Jun stepped forward, moving between the 2 strong men. Seeing that firearms were ineffective, the 2 burly men dared not show any negligence. Their thick arms reached out in unison, one aiming for Wang Jun's throat, the other to strike his abdomen. Their arms flashed with a gray-black light, covered in a faint, extraordinary energy. Unexpectedly, Wang Jun's advance suddenly halted. He reversed his arm and met their blows with the blade. Clang! The butterfly knife clashed with their fists, producing a sound of metal meeting metal. The dragon-tooth dagger, however, proved unexpectedly effective, piercing through the connection between the middle and ring fingers, effortlessly breaking through bone. Metacarpals, carpals, humerus. Before the dragon-tooth dagger, The iron bones of the well-trained strong man were softer than tofu. With one strike, the bodyguard on Wang Jun's left suffered heavy injuries and was basically incapacitated. Another bodyguard roared in anger, stretching out his arms to bear hug him. Wang Jun did not dodge. His body transformed into a normal state, and the dragon-toothed dagger stabbed into the bodyguard's shoulder. Then he leveraged the force to execute a shoulder throw. Bang! The bodyguard slammed to the ground. Unable to get up temporarily, Wang Jun withdrew the dagger, quickly got up, and pressed the butterfly knife against Zhao Chongqing's neck. Tell your people to stop immediately. Zhao Chongqing shook his head, unable to do it. Wang Jun frowned slightly. Your brother is still alive, guaranteed to have not a single hair harmed. Why risk your life for this? It's not about risking life. Zhao Chongqing forced a smile, pointing behind Wang Jun. Why not take a look? Can those few who have been beaten to this extent really stop? Try to deceive me into turning around for a sneak attack. Wang Jun narrowed his eyes and shook his head. Your younger brother came to Black Blade Alley wanting me to treat him. I already know your situation. Upon hearing this, a trace of gloom flashed in Zhao Chongqing's eyes. You know everything? Don't play dumb. You are actually an extraordinary person. I won't let my guard down against you. Wang Jun's eyes flashed with sharpness. The butterfly knife moved up 2 centimeters, the blade close to Zhao Chongqing's throat. The cold blade spoke of Wang Jun's seriousness. Oh. Zhao Chongqing elongated his tone, then dropped the black leather suitcase. The suitcase fell to the ground, the buckles snapped open, and stacks of 100 yuan bills scattered everywhere. A rough glance revealed the total amount to be at least 5 million. Wang Jun glanced at the money, turned his head, and said loudly, Chunge, the goods are in hand. No need to continue fighting. Zhao Chongqing interjected, Where's my brother? Don't worry, he'll be sent over soon, Wang Jun replied. Zhao Chongqing's mouth twitched. His eyes fixed firmly on Wang Jun, as if trying to engrave his appearance in his memory. This time, he deeply realized who Wang Jun really was. A researcher from the Red Umbrella Company? No, that was merely a disguise. He definitely had a deeper secret identity. At the entrance of the tavern, Li Xuanqing was enveloped in shadows, scratching his head. Sorry, Jun, it seems a bit tricky over here. The 3 crazy women are quite powerful, and I can't just stop. In a battle of experts, whoever shows weakness first is equivalent to giving up half their life. Wang Jun, skilled in combat, naturally understood this principle. Tell your people to stop, Zhao Chongqing said. That's impossible. The Bloodcat 3 sisters are people I invited, not my subordinates. You invited them, yet you can't give them direct orders? Wang Jun questioned. Zhao Chongqing explained. They're known for their madness. The 3 sisters cannot be killed. The rest can be. Even as the employer, the only reason to keep my life is to obtain the remaining payment for the commission. Now, whoever stops first may suffer losses. If you want them to voluntarily stop, it's better for you to find their flaws. Wang Jun lightly hummed and stepped to Zhao Chongqing's side. He withdrew the butterfly knife and replaced it with the dragon-toothed dagger against Zhao Chongqing's back. This position would not expose his own back, while also controlling the opponent's vital points. Wang Jun's eyes focused intensely, observing carefully. The Bloodcat 3 sisters had no differences in appearance, only their preferred weapons varied. While watching and asking, Wang Jun learned from Zhao Chongqing how to distinguish the Bloodcat 3 sisters. The eldest sister uses hidden weapons, which resemble roses, just shrunk at least 20 times. The second sister uses a whip. Although the black long whip looks shiny, it is actually covered in tiny barbs, which leave toxins after piercing the biological skin. The youngest sister wields a short sword, which carries a curse, emitting a peculiar black flame when swung. Just after hearing the introduction, the true forms of the 3 sisters suddenly appeared on the long street. The eldest sister scattered countless hidden weapon roses, raining down like a torrential downpour, covering Li Xuanqing's view. The second sister's long whip curved around in an inner arc, heading straight for Li Xuanqing's neck. The youngest sister, holding 2 short swords, appeared and disappeared like a ghost. Each attack aimed directly at the vital points Li Xuanqing must defend. The combination of the 3 types of weapons was seamless. No wonder Chunge couldn't quickly subdue them. Wang Jun shifted his gaze to look at Li Xuanqing. At this moment, Li Xuanqing was enveloped in shadows, as if he were the ruler of shadows and death, standing motionless with countless black shadows surrounding his body. Without such means, he would have long been overwhelmed by the fierce assault of the three sisters. Subsequently, the battle between both sides gradually intensified. Boom, 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 boom. Bang, 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 bang. The noise created during their clash grew louder. The air was interwoven with traces of residual images and energy, some as dark as ink resembling the gaps of a dim abyss, while others were colorless and transparent but distorted the visual effect. Li Xuanqing and the Bloodcat three sisters were fighting with real fire, leaving more and more traces of residual energy. Before long, the 100-meter-long street was shrouded in two strange phenomena. One half was thick with heavy shadows, while the other half was filled with transparent void. Li Xuanqing's limbs were wrapped in shadows, connecting the ground and walls, as hundreds of pure black hands grew wildly, forming an impenetrable claw shadow, as if brewing some ultimate move. Come on, today I'll crush all three of you. Stinky man, you can unleash your big move. Do we sisters have no tricks? The Bloodcat three sisters sneered. As they spoke, the three of them coordinated to retreat, stepping back 10 meters, taking off their black gentleman hats and placing them in front of their chests. Thump, 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 thump. The massive heartbeat resonated in all directions, their bodies releasing a scarlet glow. At the same time, the three sisters opened their mouths, and blood clots the size of rice grains flew out, swirling amidst varying depths of bloodlight. As the bloodlights intertwined, the blood clots quickly fused, transforming into a giant blood-red rose. Just as both sides were about to unleash their full power, at the entrance of Black Blade Alley, a man carrying an ancient sword and wearing a poker face quietly appeared, the sword hilt engraved with the fierce beast Yi. Opposite the alley entrance, an elderly man with white hair strolled closer, dressed in a black and white special operations uniform, holding two large-caliber silver pistols equipped with bayonets. Chapter 37. Confiscation. The old man holding dual guns fired. Bang, 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 bang. 4 bullets landed at the feet of Li Xuanqing and the three sisters. A few sparks flashed by, and stone fragments splintered, creating tiny vibrations. Dust flew up, and the space actually cracked open with fine fissures, forming an insurmountable spatial barrier. The spatial barrier resembled a translucent wall, growing at a visibly fast speed, turning into 2 huge square domes that trapped Li Xuanqing and the Bloodcat sisters respectively. A master. Li Xuanqing's shadows erupted with full force, thousands of pure black hands shooting up into the sky, colliding indiscriminately in all directions from him as the center. At the same time, the Bloodcat sisters retracted their offensive and slipped into another layer of space. In the next second, the sisters' expressions changed slightly. Something was wrong. The space was locked down. This was not ordinary extraordinary power, but a genuine domain. A domain is a power that only LV4 extraordinary beings can possess, arising from the resonance of extraordinary power and the essence of life. Once this iconic power is attained, the life magnetic field of the extraordinary being undergoes a significant change, allowing them to manipulate certain rules between heaven and earth to some extent. Li Xuanqing's Shadow Mire only involved a special energy force field, which, compared to a domain, was like a mayfly compared to a kunpeng, completely different in magnitude. The shadows beneath his feet were forced to retract, leaving a large portion of the 100-meter-long street empty. As the extraordinary energy belonging to the shadows was trapped within the spatial barrier, and the originally surging energy diminished by 90%. On the other side, the Bloodcat sisters looked on in unison. The old man in special operations attire strode forward with determination, quickly approaching. He didn't even glance at Li Xuanqing and the Bloodcat sisters, his eyes fixed intently on the middle-aged man with a negative sword at the alley's entrance. Yizhen, bossy, long time no see. The middle-aged man with the ancient sword was indeed Yi Zhen, nodding in acknowledgement. Old Master Zhao, you still look as robust as ever. The two exchanged a brief greeting from a distance of several dozen meters. Zhao Shihua, holding dual guns, stopped his steps, keeping a distance of over 30 meters from Yi Zhen. This was the relative safe distance for an LV4 extraordinary being. Stepping forward even a half step could lead to unnecessary misunderstandings. My two grandsons are in your black edge alley's hands. Isn't that a bit against the rules? Zhao Xiuhua had an elegant demeanor, always maintaining a calm smile, appearing like a good-natured old man who would never get angry. Wang Jun stood not far away, recalling the investigation of Zhao Xiuhua over the past few days. He was the most powerful figure of the Zhao family in public and the current head of the family. Despite his kind appearance, he had served in the Special Operations Department of the Federal Army in his youth, filled with ruthless characters. And he had climbed to the top step by step, only retiring honorably after reaching over 100 years of age. If you disregarded the special operations attire the old man wore, looking solely at his face, no one would associate him with the butcher he was known as in his youth by the wild drifters. Yi Zhen maintained a poker face, shaking his head. Not two grandsons, but one. One of your grandsons has not officially entered Black Edge Alley. Zhao Xiuhua's eyes widened, the crow's feet stretching, and his gaze suddenly shifted with an overwhelming, killing intent. Is there a difference? Wang Jun's eyes sparkled. He could sense an uncontrollable rage brewing within the old man before him. Old Master Zhao's self-cultivation still lacked some refinement, Yi Zhen remarked, his expression indifferent as he slightly waved his arm, directly firing a gun in front of the younger generation while using extraordinary abilities, which seemed a bit lacking in decorum. Zhao Xiuhua leveled his guns, aiming the muzzles and bayonets at Yi Zhen. You talk about decorum when your Black Edge Alley broke the rules first? At the end of the long street, nearly 100 fully armed members of the Zhao family's secret forces arrived, each at least an LV-1 extraordinary being. They wore black and white combat uniforms, wielding rifles, grenades at their waists, and multifunctional combat helmets, clearly not here for friendly purposes. Suddenly, the ancient sword behind Yi Zhen slid out half an inch, a sharp sword cry resonating through the air, and the tangible sound waves spread out, shattering the spatial barrier and other residual energies. All the anomalies on the long street turned to nothingness, as if they had never existed. A small matter. Is the Zhao family really going to war? Can we not go to war? Your disciple just made quite a ruckus. What did an LV-3 extraordinary being want to achieve by using full power? Yi Zhen's poker face rarely showed any expression, his eyebrows twitching slightly. Wait. As he spoke, he turned to look at Li Xuanqing, feeling the oppressive gaze from his master. Every pore on Li Xuanqing's body filled with cold air. Silently swallowing, he used shadow jumping to quickly reach Yi Zhen's side and quietly explain the situation. Meanwhile, the kind-faced Zhao Xiuhua approached Wang Jun, saying, "My grandson and I have something to discuss." At this moment, the situation was already out of control, with only LV-1 extraordinary power. It was impossible to stir up any waves, and obstruction was meaningless. Wang Jun nodded, retracting his dragon-toothed dagger, passing by the old man, and directly walking towards Yi Zhen and Li Xuanqing, who were in conversation. This guy is Wang Jun. Zhao Xiuhua glanced at Wang Jun's profile, feeling a sense of familiarity. Grandpa, Zhao Changqing called out. With a huff. Huff. Zhao Xiuhua holstered his handguns, grabbing Zhao Changqing by the collar with one hand and pulling him into the tavern like a small chick. You can cause trouble as you wish. After all, you are my good grandson. Zhao Changqing opened his mouth, saying, "They captured Jishuan. No need to explain." Zhao Xiuhua's eyes revealed deep disappointment. You were originally being groomed as the family successor. Some things I don't say, you should understand. Using the cover of the tavern's outer wall, he suddenly slapped Zhao Changqing across the face. The crisp sound of the slap was not loud, but it struck Zhao Changqing's heart like a boulder thrown into a lake, creating huge ripples. The old man lowered his voice, like an aging lion, using his last patience to teach his descendant. You act too impulsively, especially in recent years. You have become increasingly extreme. At this rate, how many of your father's old subordinates will continue to support you? Zhao Changqing clenched his teeth, his face pale. Zhao Xiuhua didn't give him a chance to argue. An irresistible force grasped Zhao Changqing's throat, rendering his vocal cords unable to resonate, unable to make sound. Zhao Xiuhua continued, "Changqing, you really look quite pathetic right now." After saying this, he abruptly swung his hand. With the inertia, Zhao Changqing fell backward. crashing into the tables and chairs placed in the center of the tavern, landing on the ground. His right hand supported the ground, his palm pierced by wood chips, warm blood flowing out. At this moment, Zhao Chongqing looked incredulous, staring up at his grandfather. "You have never said such things to me." Even when he had just exposed his twisted psychological traits of evolutionary trauma. During that most unacceptable period, Zhao Xiuhua had never spoken harshly to him. His dazed eyes were covered in dust, and he slammed his thigh hard. "Do you think I want this? The evolutionary trauma cannot be resolved. My power can never be released. The more I accumulate power, the more perverted I become. But if I don't accumulate that power, I will completely lose the opportunity to become extraordinary. Can I still become the family head?" "You are wrong. You have always been wrong." Zhao Xiuhua shook his head and sighed. With the Zhao family's power, even if you were just an ordinary person, as long as your methods are sharp enough, you can still become the family head. "No, the one who is wrong is not me, but this world." Zhao Chongqing pulled out the wooden splinter embedded in his palm and slapped his bloodied hand against his chest, saying, "If I had no strength, I could never sit securely in the position of family head." Zhao Xiuhua closed his eyes, turned away from Zhao Chongqing, and said, 300 years ago, our ancestor Zhao Yuling, born with a broken meridian, could not cultivate or pass on his skills, missing a crucial segment of the genetic spiral, and could never awaken. Moreover, he was attacked by tigers and leopards in his youth, resulting in a loss of both his legs. Back then, there were no bionic prosthetics. Yet he ascended to the position of family head. It was precisely because of him that the Zhao family did not perish and instead grew stronger. After the efforts of 3 generations, we have become one of the 9 major financial conglomerates in the Southwest. Zhao Chongqing retorted, "That era is not the same as this one. In today's world, extraordinary beings are as numerous as cattle. Without extraordinary power, you won't even have a chance to fight back if someone attempts to assassinate you. Grandpa, aren't you the same? You sit in the position of family head because of your formidable strength. Enough." Zhao Xiuhua drew a gun without a bayonet and tossed it beside Zhao Chongqing. "Since life is so flavorless, go ahead and put yourself out of your misery." "Fine." Zhao Chongqing picked up the gun, aimed it at his forehead, but hesitated to pull the trigger. Smack! The old man waved his hand, creating a gust of wind that hit Zhao Chongqing's wrist. In pain, Zhao Chongqing released the gun. The pistol slid away, and during the process, the trigger was activated by a protrusion on the ground. Click! The sound of the trigger being pulled was very faint. If one did not listen closely, it was almost inaudible, yet Zhao Chongqing felt as if he had heard thunder. At that moment, Zhao Xiuhua let go of his left hand, dropping a dozen copper-colored bullets. "You don't even have the courage to die. Where is your bloodiness? You are no longer the Chongqing I once knew." The Chongqing I knew was a young prodigy who, at the age of 14, boldly declared at the clan meeting that he would become the head of the Zhao family. He wanted the Zhao family to dominate the Federation. He had the heart of a fierce tiger and sought to change the system of the Federation. He did not seek the position of family head for personal gain, but to protect the Southwest and make city know. 36, the greatest and most glorious city in the Federation. After saying this, Zhao Xiuhua stepped toward the door. Zhao Chongqing sat there, tears streaming down his face, feeling his grandfather's deep disappointment. "No, what have I done wrong? I just wanted to save Ji Xuan. He is my brother, and I am his brother. Is it wrong to want to save him?" Zhao Xiuhua paused, did not turn back, and left the tavern, leaving behind a line in the air. "You no longer have the vision to bear the responsibilities of the family head, and you should know what black agile means." In city number 36, no financial conglomerate is willing to be the first to go to war with them. Whoever strikes first will expose their weaknesses to the other conglomerates. You are disregarding the family's interests and may even destroy the hard work of 20 years. On the other side, Li Xuanqing rubbed his hands back and forth, chuckling. "Just for a bit of medical expenses, it doesn't count as a kidnapping. Logically, there's no flaw." Bang, bang, bang. Yi Zhen, with a stern face, delivered 3 solid slaps to Li Xuanqing's head. Li Xuanqing pointed at Wang Jun and said, "It was Ah Jun's idea. Why hit me?" Yi Zhen replied, "If someone asked you to do it, you just do it, and only for a measly 10% as a runner. You deserve to be hit." Scapegoat Chung. The name is well-deserved. Wang Jun, observing quietly, stood to the side, not arguing or disputing. Yizhen looked at him, and he looked back at Yizhen. The two locked eyes for half a second, and Yizhen took the initiative to say, Wang Jun, you're too good at handling things. Isn't 3 months a bit long? Boss, he is joking. Wang Jun slightly bowed his upper body. Today's matter is just a small misunderstanding. Once Zhao Zixuan arrives, the problem will be solved. Yizhen glanced around. The long street was a wreck, with broken floors, damaged walls, and over 100 thugs unconscious. The tavern's door was also shattered. With all these issues, which one does not require compensation? He pondered for a moment and said, Do you have any objections to confiscating the money earned this time? What? So it's all for nothing? Li Xuanqing exclaimed in shock, his eyes wide, feeling a pang in his wallet. Yizhen glared, and Li Xuanqing immediately shrank back, not daring to utter another sound. Wang Jun frowned slightly, realizing Yizhen's character prioritized practicality. He had thought such a big shot would look down on a mere few million, but he didn't expect a confiscation of ill-gotten gains. A few minutes later, Sun Buwu brought Zhao Zixuan. Zhao Zixuan had no injuries on his body, but his mental state seemed off. He kept staring at Wang Jun with a strange look and only answered a few questions when Zhao Xiuhua asked. Wang Jun stood to the side and read the resentment in Zhao Zixuan's small eyes. Zhao Chongqing had not yet recovered from the blow. Keeping his head down the entire time, only casting a forceful glance at Wang Jun and Li Xuanqing as he passed by. With Lin Yue ahead and Zhao Zixuan behind, the Zhao brothers were increasingly recognized. Wang Jun, however, wore a carefree attitude as if he were not worried about debts. Nothing more than the fact that in his past life, he had been on the bestseller list for assassins for too long, and those ranked second, third, and fourth were always thinking about ambushing him from behind, so he eventually got used to it. Later, Zhao Xiuhua exchanged glances with Yizhen, clarified the reasons, and set the tone for the matter as a childish prank between juniors, emphasizing that Black Edge Alley and the Zhao family would not harm each other's peace. In their conversation, they never mentioned the medical expenses. The former left in a very suave manner, not taking the cash scattered in the tavern. The latter maintained a poker face, coldly sending him off. The fully armed special operations team surrounded Zhao Chongqing and Zhao Zixuan, both to protect and to inspect them. The two brothers were directly escorted back to the main Zhao family in District 1. In the following days, Li Xuanqing was confined and disappeared without a trace. Wang Jun enjoyed the leisure, staying in the small courtyard every day, diligently practicing the water spirit and source flow ice techniques to adapt to the power changes brought by breaking through to LV1. When the agreed time came, Su Xiaojiao called and said, Mr. Wang Jun, there is a material that has encountered some trouble and must be obtained through an evolutionary planner who has just arrived in City No. 36 and specifically wants to see you. Chapter 38, Chao Qingxuan, a small building with red bricks and black tiles, featuring a second-floor terrace. A rectangular wooden dining table is filled with exquisite pastries and steaming hot red tea. Around the table stand 7 or 8 high-backed chairs, among which 2 are particularly close together. Sun Lutong sits in one, while the other is occupied by a rosy-faced, slightly plump old man with exceptionally thick hair styled in a standard 3 to 7 parting. Old son, your grandson has quite the talent. It's a pity he didn't enter Wanling University and instead took the rough path with you. It doesn't matter what path he takes. As long as he enjoys it and can achieve something, that's fine. That's true. After all, you're the #1 master of this era, personally teaching your own grandson. How could it be bad? But I have to say, there's nothing wrong with being eclectic. How about letting Wu audit a semester at Wanling University? Not a chance. Warriors should be precise and sincere. Wu's interests and talents lie in martial arts. Going to Wanling University would just waste his talent. That's not true. I'll personally help Wu plan his evolution path. His future achievements will definitely be higher than yours. Stop boasting. Old Chow, whether you can plan a path to LV5 is still uncertain. Even if you can make Wu become LV5, so what? Those guys who think they're demigods. Which one of them hasn't been knocked down by me? They're all just ordinary in skill, but their names are shouted loudly. In reality, they are just pretenders. The slightly plump old man was immediately at a loss for words. Sun Lutong's remarks were irrefutable because they were all facts. Damn old guy, you're so infuriating. The slightly plump old man turned his head to look at Sun Wu, and he couldn't help but let a bit of drool escape from the corner of his mouth. No reason, just too tempted, since Sun Lutong emerged. The Sun family has been producing outstanding talent generation after generation. With Sun Wu, it's even more incredible. It's like yes on a cheat. His talent is so good it's beyond reason, reaching the peak of LV3 at 27, and breaking through LV4 before 30 is practically a certainty. If he could customize an evolution path to help him break through to LV5, the Chow surname, slightly plump old man, couldn't he even imagine such a wonderful scene. The first evolution planner in the Federation to plan a path to LV5. In short, Chief Evolution Planner of the Federation. Smack! Sun Lutong's applause shattered the old man's beautiful dream. Old Chow, you're the principal of Wanling University. Can't you have some dignity? Looking at my grandson drooling, don't you think it's embarrassing? Pa, you're the one who's embarrassing. The slightly plump old man tilted his head, his standard 3 to 7 parted thick black hair dancing in the wind. He extended his middle finger and traced it across his hairline. Who am I? Chao Qingxuan, the most handsome man in the Federation between the ages of 60 and 120, without exception. Across the dining table, Sun Wu took small sips of tea, using the heat of the tea to stimulate his tongue, while Lung Qingming quietly cut the bread with a knife. Both of them diverting their attention in their own unique ways to stifle their laughter. At that moment, Yi Su burst into laughter, slapping the table and laughing. Grandpa Chow really has no shame, at such an old age, still so flamboyant. Flamboyance requires capital. If it were another old man, he wouldn't be able to be flamboyant, even if he wanted to. Chao Qingxuan didn't feel the slightest embarrassment. He blinked one eye and smiled lightly, saying, "Who told me, Chow, to have such a handsome face, thick hair, and such great abilities? The charm of a man is right here. It can't be blocked." Sun Lutong rolled his eyes, supporting his forehead, thinking that having a friend like you is truly the biggest miscalculation of his life. Mutual. Neither of us is any better off. Chao Qingxuan spread his hands, a big smile on his face. I'm flamboyant. You're subtle. Just different ways of being flamboyant. Really no essential difference. Sun Lutong. Sun Wu took a steady breath, focusing his mind, staring blankly at the tea in his cup, as if there were profound truths within. Lung Qingming's mouth couldn't help but twitch, and she couldn't help but laugh. Suddenly, her hand holding the fork moved rapidly, and the cut pieces of bread were stuffed into her mouth. These little guys are laughing at me? Chao Qingxuan smacked his lips. Not daring. No way. Lung Qingming and Sun Wu answered one after the other. Old man, don't make it difficult for the younger generation. Sun Lutong intentionally changed the subject, then asked, Old Chow, what exactly is going on? Why do you insist on meeting Wang Jun? Chao Qingxuan smiled, opened his mouth, and swallowed a piece of osmanthus cake. Speaking slowly, Old son, you don't have to worry about the inheritance of your teachings, but I'm not so lucky. Sun Lutong put down his leg, leaning slightly forward. Wang Jun is the person you want to find? Chao Qingxuan waved his hand and shrugged. It's not as complicated as you think. I wouldn't be bored enough to want to see if a newly promoted evolution planner can inherit my teachings, just to come to City 36. Geniuses, I don't care. You and I, both old men, who was he once famous throughout the Federation. Sun Lutong said, not for him. Yet you refuse to sell the star grass to the Su family's girl and specifically want to meet Wang Jun. Why is that? Can't say. Chao Qingxuan shook his head. Sun Lutong pushed the ceramic teacup, and the cups clinked together. Ding! As the crisp sound echoed, Sun Lutong focused his tone and said, Old Chow, your skin is itching. Why are you keeping secrets? If it weren't for the fact that I couldn't beat you, I would have long since beaten you 100 times. Chao Qingxuan's forehead broke out in cold sweat. It's about professional ethics. No comment. Oh. Sun Lutong glanced sideways at Chao Qingxuan. Does the old man really think that by threatening me, I would be afraid? Chao Qingxuan lifted his teacup, took a sip, and explained he cured a certain difficult evolution ailment, and coincidentally, that specific one I couldn't cure, so I want to discuss it with him. As for what specific evolution ailment it is, I can't reveal that. When I helped someone with treatment before, I promised I wouldn't disclose it to uninformed people. So, old Sun, please understand your old friend. What you can't cure, he has cured. Sun Lutong turned to look at Sun Wu. Sun Wu understood the implication and carefully replied, Wang Jun has helped many people with evolution ailments recently, but if we're talking about special ones, they aren't particularly special. Frowning slightly, he looked at Lung Qingning. Sister Lung, do you have any impressions? Lung Qingning held up 2 fingers. There are 2 people who are relatively special. One is Lin Yuwei, the other is Su Xiaojiu. As for Xiaojiu, treatment hasn't started yet. At this point, the answer was already very clear. Lin Yuwei, Lin family. Sun Lutong raised his left eyebrow, 3 furrows forming on his forehead, looking rather comical. And you still talk about professional ethics. This has all been revealed. TCH, what does it have to do with me, Chao? Chao Qingxuan shrugged, looking completely unconcerned. Meanwhile, Wang Jun arrived at a quiet alley. Miss Su, why are you waiting for me here? You'll be meeting 2 old predecessors soon. One is old Master Sun Lutong, whom you met a few days ago. Su Xiaojiu sat in a mechanical wheelchair, a serene smile on her face. Wang Jun nodded and stepped to Su Xiaojiu's side. And the other one? Su Xiaojiu said, it's that evolution planner. He is nearly 100 years old, named Chao Qingxuan. This name sounded somewhat familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere. Wang Jun frowned. Su Xiaojiu chuckled. Of course it sounds familiar. He often appears in the Federation's news, all in academic-related sections. Academic. A flash of insight crossed Wang Jun's mind, as if a brilliant shooting star had passed through his dark pupils. It seems the gentleman has thought of something. Su Xiaojiu pressed her lips together, and the mechanical wheelchair turned 180 degrees, moving towards the depths of the alley. She tilted her head and explained, his old man is the honorary president of Wanling University. You may not have heard of the specific technologies he studied, but you must have applied the science and technology he created in your daily life. The old man has dedicated his life to improving people's everyday lives, which is very admirable. Wang Jun was even more puzzled, running his finger along his right eyebrow, and asked, but you just mentioned an evolution planner. Since the old man is a person from the scientific community, how could he? Halfway through his question, he noticed Su Xiaojing's smile. The master figure in the scientific community and the evolution planner are identities that do not contradict each other. In fact, Chao Qingxuan must have the ability of an evolution planner to better analyze this extraordinary world. The basic rules of the current world are roughly the same as those of the previous life, but that doesn't mean they're completely identical. The extraordinary means transcending the mundane. The forbidden areas that are spread across the continent, oceans, and skies are the best evidence. The physical rules within the forbidden areas are vastly different from those outside. It might be that drinking water could lead to death, or one might have to drink blood to survive, or perhaps ice blocks are needed to ignite a flame. That is a realm that transcends the common sense of normal people. The existence of such areas indicates that the fundamental rules of this world are definitely not simple. The extraordinary people's understanding of the world exists only within their limited powers. However, evolution planners are an exception. They are a special group of people with extraordinary abilities who study extraordinary phenomena and energies with a scientific attitude. It makes perfect sense that Chao Qingxuan is an evolution planner. The gentleman didn't continue to ask, presumably having understood. Su Xiaojing slightly nodded, saying, in fact, Wanling University is one of the organizations with the most evolution planners. The proportion of professors who are evolution planners reaches an astonishing 30, which is more than 100 times higher than that of extraordinary people among ordinary individuals. Wanling University is a gathering place for extraordinary people. Wang Jun blinked, fragments of memories flashing through his mind, showing that Wanling University is the top university in the Federation, consistently ranking in the top 2. A hidden giant with energy comparable to that of the Red Umbrella Company. Su Xiaojing clenched her right fist, pressing her knuckles against her lips, and said softly, to be precise, Wanling University is one of the gathering places for evolution planners. It is not a gathering place for extraordinary people, but for evolution planners. Wang Jun instantly realized the immense power hidden behind Wanling University. Immediately afterward, he raised his nose slightly, expressing his confusion. One of? Su Xiaojing held up two fingers, saying, "There are two organizations in the entire Federation that belong to evolution planners. One is Wanling University, and the other is Hope Lighthouse, representing the emerging faction and the conservative faction among evolution planners, respectively. The specific differences in their ideologies will have to wait until you meet Old Chow, and let him tell you in person." After a brief pause, she continued, "I came here to give you a warning. Make sure not to talk directly about Stargrass later. He appears friendly, but he is incredibly proud at heart. Talking about transactions directly will really not work. From your tone, you seem very familiar with him. Is he your elder?" Wang Jun asked. Su Xiaojing's expression paused for a moment. Then she nodded, "Sort of. Is there a story?" Wang Jun tilted his head slightly, gazing seriously into Su Xiaojing's eyes. Su Xiaojing pondered for a moment and said, "It's all about the grievances between the elders. Old Chow and my Su family were originally family friends, but later the Chow family fell on hard times, and various financial magnates within the Federation divided the Chow family. At that time, the Su family was also in a major crisis, and some of the elders in the family conspired to stab the Chow family in the back to gain huge profits. This move saved the Su family, but it put the already crumbling Chow family under the final pressure, leading to its complete decline and fragmentation into more than a dozen small families, which eventually disappeared after decades of development. Miss Su seems to be somewhat indifferent to the elders in her family." Wang Yun mused, saying, "What does he want to see me for?" Old Chow didn't say, and Su Xiaojing tilted her head slightly, biting her lower lip, "But I can guess a bit. It likely has something to do with the evolution affliction you treat." "The evolution affliction I treat." Wang Jun immediately connected to the key point and nodded to show he understood. The two continued their conversation as they walked deeper into the alley. Upon reaching the terrace on the second floor of a small building, Wang Jun immediately saw many familiar faces. He greeted them one by one, then looked towards the slightly plump Chao Qingxuan. With exceptionally lush hair, styled in a 3/7 part, he looked quite flashy. Wang Jun remained expressionless, listening to Su Xiaojing say, "This is the president of Wanling University, Chao Qingxuan, Old Chow. I've long been looking forward to this." Wang Jun cupped his fists and slightly bowed. Facing a scientist who works for the welfare of the people, respect is warranted. His short two words were sincere without any pretense. Chao Qingxuan seemed somewhat surprised, glancing subtly at Sun Lutong, then returned the courtesy. "Wang Jun, congratulations on becoming an evolution planner." Wang Jun nodded. "Yes, thank you." "Thank you? This young man shouldn't be so modest. Shouldn't he say it was a stroke of luck?" Chao Qingxuan's eyelids twitched slightly. The old man was straightforward. "All right," Wang Jun said. At this time, Su Xiaojing said, "Old Chow, Mr. Wang Jun, you two can sit down and chat while eating." Regarding Lin Yuwei and the Lin family's inheritance secret, Chao Qingxuan opened his mouth. "Shouldn't we find a place to talk privately?" Su Xiaojing did not respond. Wang Jun glanced around and said, "No need. Everyone present should know about it." Chao Qingxuan looked around, and the people around responded with glances, confirming that it was indeed the case. Chao Qingxuan cleared his throat and coughed lightly. "I want to ask, how did you come up with the idea of using dragon blood grass to suppress Lin Youwei's evolution affliction outbreak? I can see the evolution tree with my left eye." Wang Jun silently complained his heart, but said, "It's probably instinct." "Instinct?" Chao Qingxuan didn't quite believe it. Wang Jun continued, "I once read a story about a pair of lovers. The woman was poisoned by a flower of heartbreak, with no cure in the world. However, the man discovered a herb called heartbreak grass near the flower. Both the flower and the herb are highly toxic, but can neutralize each other's toxicity due to their companionship." Upon hearing this, Chao Qingxuan was stunned for a moment, then instinctively said, "Impossible." Before he could finish the word, he suddenly frowned, as if realizing it made some sense. Soon after, Chao Qingxuan fell into a state of deep, focused contemplation, not speaking for a long time. Chapter 39. The Heart Not Know, There's a huge doubt here. With wide-open eyes, Chao Qingxuan stared directly at Wang Jun. "You know that the extraordinary properties of dragon blood grass and other materials are not strange. But why do you know the secret of the Lin family as inheritance?" Wang Jun met his gaze calmly, shaking his head as he said, "I don't know the secret of the Lin family as inheritance. It's impossible to make a judgment without knowing. You must have checked some details through Lin Yue's body that others cannot perceive. If you have to say something, there's a bit of truth to that, Wang Jun ambiguously admitted. Then he analyzed Lin Yue's crystallized body condition at the time. A crystalline horn growing from her forehead, her body covered in crystals like dragon scales. Such a situation would lead people to speculate, using conjecture to think and then find possibilities for treatment. After hearing this, Chao Qingxuan did not continue to question. His gaze fixed and contemplative. His pupils seemed unfocused, yet they enveloped Wang Jun within them. He did not believe Wang Jun's words. This set of arguments might fool those who are not in the know, but it was not enough to deceive a top evolutionary planner. Chao Qingxuan said, "In my lifetime, I have handled over 10,000 cases of evolutionary afflictions, and the Lin family's evolutionary affliction is definitely among the more difficult ones, at least ranking in the top 20. I know how challenging it is to suppress the outbreak of the Lin family's inheritor's evolutionary affliction. Moreover, you not only completed the suppression, but also helped Lin Yue achieve a breakthrough. Young man, I hope you do not have any concerns. I genuinely seek your advice." Upon hearing the word advice, the people around were immediately taken aback. Sun Lutong squinted, inwardly cursing. That old guy is very cunning. Young people are easily flattered. This is clearly setting a trap. Chao Qingxuan holds a special status and is undoubtedly an authority among evolutionary planners. Who among the normal youths can withstand such a big shot seeking their advice in front of them? That explosive sense of vanity, satisfaction. Not to mention a young man in his 20s, even many middle-aged men over 50 would feel elated. At this moment, Wang Jun responded, "I can't say much about the specific methods. I can only say that I have a feeling that I can see it, and then I am willing to believe that feeling and willing to act on it." Feeling. A flash of brilliance crossed Chao Qingxuan's eyes. Two possibilities arose. First, this kid is lying. He must be hiding some secret. Second, he really doesn't know why. Just relying on his feelings to identify extraordinary materials and thus analyze their properties. Chao Qingxuan really wanted to believe that Wang Jun was the latter, because this indicates that Wang Jun will be a rising star among evolutionary planners. Perhaps one day, he will create achievements that others cannot compare to, fundamentally changing the lives of all humanity. Shaking his head, Chao Qingxuan suppressed the lavish thoughts in his heart and said, "Let us not talk about this matter. Let us discuss stargrass." As he spoke, he took out 2 glass vials from his waist pouch. The vials were about 10 centimeters long, slightly thicker than a thumb, containing straight little grasses without water or soil. The little grass floated in the middle of the vial, occasionally emitting star-like glimmers. Deep blue, dark purple, orange yellow, fiery white, and ghostly green. Various colors of starlight were abundant. Upon closer inspection, it seemed as if the glass vial contained a piece of starry sky. Chao Qingxuan simultaneously raised both hands, pinching a vial in each with his index and thumb. The girl from the Su family needs 2 stalks of stargrass. According to her, you provided the prescription, and the potion made from that prescription can treat her evolutionary affliction. There is indeed such a prescription. Wang Jun nodded. Chao Qingxuan said, "May I have a look at the prescription, my young friend?" Wang Jun was puzzled, looking at Su Xiaojiu. "No need to look at her." Chao Qingxuan shook his head. The girl from the Su family does not share the same temperament as her old family. She is a person of her word and did not tell me the prescription. Wang Jun nodded and publicly stated the prescription for the spirit-settling potion. After listening, Chao Qingxuan smiled slightly and said, "Aren't you afraid that I will claim the formula for this potion as my own?" Old Chao is a senior. He should be able to see that this spirit-settling potion is aimed at a special group of people. The girl from the Su family can use it effectively, but that doesn't mean others can. Similar situations may also yield different results. I might not necessarily understand it. Chao Qingxuan nodded slightly, smiling. At this moment, Su Xiaojiu asked, "Old Chao, have you learned what you needed to know?" Chao Qingxuan rolled his eyes. "Don't corner me, girl. I never promised to give you the stargrass." Su Xiaojiu's eyes dimmed a bit. Wang Jun asked, "What conditions would old Chao be willing to part with the stargrass?" You said not to mention a trade directly. Su Xiaojiu gritted her teeth, looking at Wang Jun with great surprise. Wang Jun gave a reassuring look and turned to say, Old Chow, I don't like beating around the bush. Please forgive me. Young man, I understand. Chao Qingxuan smiled, lightly flicking his left hand, sending the glass vial containing the star grass flying. Su Xiaojiu caught the vial to her chest, astonished, and asked, Why? Chao Qingxuan shook his head, his thick hair swaying in the wind, with a hint of satisfaction in his expression. It's rare to see a young person who is not selfish, willing to freely disclose an exclusive formula for treating evolutionary afflictions. Just for Wang Jun's honesty, he already deserves a stalk of stargrass. The people around did not question why he was not afraid of Wang Jun providing a fake formula. Who is Chao Qingxuan? Can't he see through it? Of course he can. Thank you, old Chao. Su Xiaoju nodded in thanks. Wang Jun frowned and whispered, One stalk is not enough. Su Xiaojiu pursed her lips and said, Star grass is quite valuable. Old Chao is likely to keep one stalk for himself. I also had my family prepare in advance. All other materials are collected, and I found one stalk of stargrass. Not enough, it's still not enough. The properties of each extraordinary material are different. Having only 2 stalks of stargrass cannot guarantee the successful production of the spirit-settling potion. Wang Jun deliberately raised his voice. This was clearly said for my benefit. Chao Qingxuan flipped his palm, covering the glass vial containing the stargrass. What are you hiding? If you want it, just take it all. Who gives only half? Sun Lutong clicked his tongue, deliberately teasing. The remaining stalk has its uses. Chao Qingxuan turned to Su Xiaojiu and said, Girl, your family has a quota in the Devil's Sea. Obtaining a stalk of stargrass is not difficult. You can get a new batch in a month. There are rare phenomena occurring in the Devil's Sea. It cannot be obtained in a short time. Su Xiaojiu shook her head, smiling bitterly. At this moment, Yisu could not bear it any longer and slapped the table, saying, Old Chao, Xiaojiu really needs the stargrass. She has 3 months until she turns 18, which is the last deadline for treating her evolutionary affliction. Chao Qingxuan frowned and waved his hand. Enough, no need to say more. Yisu persisted. Xiaojiu endures the pain of ice and fire day and night. The sooner she can be treated, the sooner she can complete her treatment. The formula Wang Jun provided is recognized by you, which is enough to prove its feasibility. You should lend the stargrass to Xiaojiu first, and when her family gets the new batch, they can return it. ISNT that a win-win. With a smile that had faded by 7 points. Chao Qingxuan scoffed. Playing the emotional card with me 1T work. Ask her yourself. A girl with the surname Su can get a stalk of stargrass from me. ISNT that enough. Yisu tilted her head and said, What is that old man talking about? Yisu's cousin, Su Xiaojiu's eyes narrowed slightly, shaking her head gently. It is indeed reasonable that old Chao is unwilling to give it. Yisu opened her mouth, but Su Xiaojiu raised her brows slightly, using her eyes to signal Yi-Su not to pursue the matter. She could block Yisu but forgot to block Wang Jun. Wang Jun said, The grievances of the older generation should be settled by the older generation. When those events happened back then, Miss Su hadn't even been born yet. So why drag her into this? Chao Qingxuan, I'm feeling resentful. So what? Is that not allowed? It's not easy to handle. Old Chao's stubborn temper has flared up. Sun Lutong frowned. It wasn't a good time to intervene. Doing so would only intensify Chao Qingxuan's emotions. The grievances between the Chao and Su families were not well known among the younger generation. But Sun Lutong had lived through that era and understood that Chao Qingxuan was already being quite restrained. If it were the Sun family being backstabbed by a family they were close to, leading to their downfall, Sun Lutong would definitely not rest until he wiped out that so-called close family. Wang Jun advised, Miss Su is innocent. If we can save a life now, shouldn't we do it? Chao Qingxuan's smile completely vanished. She bears the surname Su, so she can't be considered innocent. His thick eyebrows furrowed in anger, and his plump face, glowing red, gave off an air of authority as he said, Don't try to morally blackmail me. I won't fall for that. If it were 30 years ago, it would have been a miracle if I didn't intentionally harm a young lady from the Su family. Now you expect me to provide materials to save her? The old man's temper suddenly became stubborn. Wang Jun pondered for half a second, took a roundabout approach, and said, I will borrow the star grass from you, returning it double in 3 months. Would that be acceptable? Of course not. Chao Qingxuan pressed his forehead, both angry and amused. Do you think I'm stupid? I'll lend it to you, and you help her treat her evolutionary trauma? Am I a 3-year-old child? You think this can fool me? Life is hard to understand. I hope you, senior, can close one eye and open the other. Wang Jun said. His lips twitched repeatedly, and his eyelids were twitching wildly. Chao Qingxuan pointed at Wang Jun's nose, saying that one shouldn't advise others to do good without having experienced their hardships. Chao's old lesson was acknowledged by Wang Jun, who nodded and pretended to listen seriously to the teachings. Indeed, I haven't experienced your suffering, but I want to save her. You go ahead and save her. I'm not stopping you. Chao Qingxuan made a face and stuck out his tongue. Ha ha ha. Wang Jun's forehead throbbed with veins. He wasn't a kind-hearted person by nature. And at this point in the conversation, he felt he couldn't hold back from giving Chao Qingxuan a punch. At this moment, Yi Su chimed in, but old Chao, you have the key materials. Just because I have materials, do I have to give them to you? Why should I? Chao Qingxuan sneered, saying I won't. You stubborn old man, why are you so worked up? Yi Su pouted and bared her teeth, rolling up her right arm's sleeve to show off her well-defined biceps. Ha! If I were that worked up, I would have slapped the Su family girl to death long ago. Chao Qingxuan sneered, rolling up both sleeves, mimicking a bodybuilder's display of biceps. The left arm bore a green dragon tattoo, while the right arm bore a white tiger, the two tattoos suddenly appearing, exuding a wild and fierce aura, unmistakably showcasing his strength as a level 4 extraordinary being. So strong. Yisu shrank her head back, lowered her arm sleeve, and conceded, Xiao Jio and that bunch from the Su family are indeed different. Since you can come to Xiao Jio's studio for tea, you must not dislike him. Hearing this, Chao Qingxuan slammed the wooden table, standing straight and declaring firmly, I take my leave. Old Chao, don't be impulsive. Sun Lutong reached out and pressed Chao Qingxuan's wrist. Despite Sun Lutong's lack of imposing presence and not using extraordinary energy, it felt as if all of Chao Qingxuan's bones had fallen apart. Bang! Chao Qingxuan crashed back into his chair, glaring. Old son, do I not care about my face? Calm down. You usually seem cheerful, but when you get impulsive, you become completely unreasonable and will regret it later. Sun Lutong's hand moved slightly, the teacup slowly and steadily moving to stop by Chao Qingxuan's hand. Drink tea, calm down, and listen to what the younger ones have to say. Chao Qingxuan rolled his eyes and turned his head away, looking like a 100-year-old child. I won't listen. I won't drink, I won't. Why are you so stubborn like a mule? Sun Lutong sighed softly, feeling equally helpless. Wang Jun said, saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Chao Qingxuan reacted as if he had been shot, retorting, what a coincidence. I love kicking pagodas, especially the ones built high. It's particularly satisfying to mess with them. Lung Qingming nodded in agreement. Human life is paramount, especially the life of a blossoming young girl under 18. Nonsense. How many people from the Chao family did that bunch from the Su family harm? Did they ever consider that there were children under 18 at that time? Chao Qingxuan entered a mode of disregarding kinship, showing no concern that Lung Qingming had once been his student. The large terrace grew increasingly tense. Ding, 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 ding. The ancient-style ringtone of a mobile phone rang from Chao Qingxuan's pocket. Old son, let go. Don't run after I let go. Sun Lutong removed his hand. Chao Qingxuan took out his phone, the screen displaying a 9-headed lion, with the largest head being that of an elderly white man with golden eyebrows and blue eyes. Already in a bad mood, Chao Qingxuan answered the call, blasting into the microphone. You old bastard wouldn't call me without a reason, so spit it out. The voice on the other end paused for a moment, seemingly unclear about why Chao Qingxuan was angry, before a dignified old man's voice came through. My grandson, Alexander Leon, has arrived in City 36 and wants to visit you. Get lost, I don't have time. Gao Sun Ziplit Im Ba Din Di. That's fine. This spring, our Leon family will cut the funding to Wandao University by 70. The voice on the phone responded calmly. You despicable thing, Chao Qingxuan scoffed and shouted. I knew you were going to threaten me with Wandao University. Phone, reduce it by 80. Chao Qingxuan. Phone, 90. Chao Qingxuan hurriedly shouted, Stop. Let's talk about business. Don't just annoy me. A muffled laugh came from the phone, saying, Alexander has returned from the Lighthouse of Hope and needs a highly respected and experienced evolution planner to help him validate what he has learned. Chao Qingxuan got anxious. Validating what? You greedy old lion. How can I not know? You just want him to apprentice under me, right? Indeed, there is such an intention. Alexander has great potential. And only going through the evolution planner system at the Lighthouse of Hope is truly a waste. The voice on the phone said. Chao Qingxuan replied, the Lighthouse of Hope and Wandao University have incompatible evolution planner systems. If you wanted to take him as a disciple, it's not that simple. You can set up challenges as you wish. Our little lion won't fear challenges. The voice on the phone was filled with confidence. Chao Qingxuan wanted to refuse, but couldn't directly say no. His eyes spun 3 times before locking onto Wang Jun's face. Got it. Let's do this. The voice on the phone was confused. What? Have the 2 young ones compete. Use the little lion to reject Wang Jun. Then have Wang Jun reject the little lion. I won't agree to either side. Chao Qingxuan felt pleased with his cleverness. Raising the phone and loudly declaring, I happen to have an outstanding young man here. Does the little lion from the Leon family dare to compete with him? No problem. The old guy on the other, and immediately burst out in his family dialect. Chapter 42 Major Items. Alexander Leon had dazzling golden hair, a handsome face, and stood at a height of 2 meters with a well-proportioned body. His upper body was muscular yet aesthetically pleasing, presenting an inverted triangle shape overall. His solid leg muscles supported his dress pants, hinting at subtle lines. He wore a well-tailored dark blue suit, a silver-gray tie with a star pattern, and his black leather shoes were polished to a shine. Mr. Chow, Mr. Sun, Miss Su, Miss Yi, Miss Lung. As he walked onto the terrace and approached the dining table, Alexander Leon greeted each person. When he spoke, a flawless smile lingered at the corners of his mouth, exuding boundless confidence, radiating like the sun. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Alexander Leon clenched his right fist against his left chest and bowed deeply to Chao Qingxuan, saying, My grandfather has informed me that you have agreed to formally take me as your disciple. His gesture was a special etiquette popular in cities 12 to 24. Members of the Leon family rarely performed such a gesture unless they regarded the other party as a mentor or owed them a significant favor. I am not yet your teacher. Chao Qingxuan frowned, not showing a pleasant expression. It makes no difference. Since I inherited the title of lion, among my peers, only a few can catch my eye. Unfortunately, I did not see those few just now, Alexander Leon stated with a smile, his tone flat, as if he were merely stating a fact. Upon hearing this, Sun Bu removed his sunglasses and opened his left eye. Oh, really? I won't overlook the reputation of a younger generation Sun Zio Woody, but today's competition isn't about combat. Alexander Leon slightly leaned forward. I came to be a disciple of Mr. Gao. The competition you set should be the 2 major items for evolution planners, right? Sun Bu responded with disinterest, putting his sunglasses back on, truly a Leon family trait. Consistently arrogant. Chao Qingxuan raised an eyebrow. Humility and courage are the family's consistent creed. Alexander Leon smiled, glancing at the beautiful Miss Su before the lovely Miss Su. I certainly won't retract my claws and fangs. Disgusting, Chao Qingxuan shook his head, pointing to Wang Jun. This guy's name is Wang Jun, the one you're competing against. Alexander Leon nodded imperceptibly. Hello. Wang Jun nodded slightly in response. The golden-haired youth left a bad first impression on him, displaying an air of arrogance that seemed not to be targeted, but rather a complete indifference. At that moment, Wang Jun looked at Chao Qingxuan and asked, What are the 2 major items for evolution planners refer to? Alexander Leon squinted. You don't know? Wang Jun frowned. Is there a problem? Alexander Leon turned to him. Mr. Chao, you truly underestimate me. This Mr. Wang Jun is a novice among evolution planners. It's probably not appropriate for him to compete directly with me. Chao Qingxuan replied, Whether it's appropriate or not, it's my call. The gap between both sides is too great, so there's no need for a competition, Alexander Leon stated. I spent 2 years returning from Hope Lighthouse, much stronger than an ordinary evolution planner. How can I bully a novice? I never intended to let you win against him. Chao Qingxuan thought to himself, waving his hand Enough with the nonsense. If you don't want to, just go back. Upon hearing this, Alexander Leon's expression froze. Shaking his head, that won't do. With a sound of footsteps on the wooden floor, he walked up to Wang Jun and extended his right hand. I'm sorry. I have no intention of harming your thirst for knowledge. It's just that circumstances demand it. As Mr. Chow has requested, please forgive me. Wang Jun looked into Alexander Leon's blue eyes and shook his head. Your politeness is hypocritical. I'm not interested. Alexander Leon withdrew his right hand. Thank you. Your impolite behavior will make it easier for me to not feel too bad when I hurt you. Wang Jun remained noncommittal, picking up a piece of pastry and putting it in his mouth. Crunch, crunch, crunch. He chewed the pastry and swallowed it, grinning with cream smeared on his teeth. Alexander Leon frowned, his brows furrowing together. Wang Jun suddenly stepped forward, getting close to his face. Alexander Leon was startled, but could not hit someone in front of everyone, so he had to take a few steps back to create distance. At this moment, Wang Jun laughed, still getting angry. You must still be human. You. Alexander Leon gritted his teeth, suppressing a torrent of street curses. Why bother pretending to be so perfect? Isn't it tiring? Wang Jun remarked. Ant. Alexander Leon looked deeply at Wang Jun, his peripheral vision always on Su Xiaojiao. He closed his eyes, adjusted his breathing, then opened them again. I can't let a non-important person ruin my image in Miss Su's eyes, Alexander Leon reminded himself. Yisu leaned on Su Xiaojiao's shoulder and whispered, that guy Wang Jun has no grace. Xiaojiao, are you sure he can really heal your evolution trauma? Su Xiaojiao replied quietly, I trust him. Any basis for that? Yisu pressed. Su Xiaojiao pursed her lips. Mr. Chow has seen his plan, and he didn't harshly criticize it. That leaves only two possibilities. Either the formula is viable, or Mr. Chow can't understand it. Don't joke. Can Mr. Chow really not understand? He has at most just never thought of it. He's a master-level evolution planner, a guest of major forces in the Federation. It's not a joke, but a feeling. Oh my, Xiaojiao, has your brain short-circuited? Don't tell me you've been brainwashed too thoroughly by my family's fortune-telling mother, just because of a prediction from over a decade ago. It's hard to explain in detail. You just need to know that Aunt Qingjue and I are priests of the Deep Blue Moon Court. We receive inspiration from the Deep Blue Moon, and that inspiration is more accurate than what we see or hear. After all that, it's still metaphysics. Yisu rolled her eyes, scratching Su Xiaojiao's side. In my opinion, the little lion is quite good, tall, handsome, and gives a strong sense of security. Let him help you heal. Su Xiaojiao said, do you think this is a blind date? If you like him so much, you can go find him for treatment. Cut it out. Yisu shook her head, justifying, sister likes women. That's why I'm not interested in smelly men. Cousin Yisu, do you remember what I told you before? Su Xiaojiao sighed. Yisu tilted her head. Su Xiaojiao said, the people from a starry council have only one purpose in what they do, to serve the ancient starry sky. The little lion seems quite normal, not mystical at all. Yisu scratched her temple. Just be cautious, Su Xiaojiao advised. While the two girls were whispering, Chao Qingxuan had already given out the topics for the competition. There were a total of 2 competitions, which were the 2 most important skills for evolution planners. The first was planning the evolution path, and the second was healing evolution trauma. Chao Qingxuan already had the perfect plan in mind. Both items would be tested together, and the results would be announced simultaneously. Wang Jun and Alexander Leon would each win 1 item, forcing a tie between the 2. In this way, neither of the younger generation would be a winner. Hey. The more Chao Qingxuan thought about it, the more pleased he became, a sly smile creeping onto his face. The juniors did not know his temperament, but Sun Lutong was very familiar with it. Old Chao, what kind of bad idea are you brewing? Sun Lutong asked inquisitively. Chao Qingxuan's ears twitched slightly, and he grinned, his eyes squinting like mung beans, as if saying, Old son, mind your own business and just enjoy the show. Immediately after, he flicked his bangs with his right hand, and the standard 3/7 part of his thick black hair swayed with inertia. The 2 major tasks were just that, a compulsory course for every evolution planner, and also a lifelong course that one would never graduate from. Therefore, the 2 challenges set by the old man would definitely be very reasonable. The first task was to plan the evolution path. At this point, Chao Qingxuan looked at Wang Jun and said, Young friend, if I'm not mistaken. You are now an LV1 extraordinary, right? Wang Jun nodded, yes. Yisu widened her eyes. Huh. When did you become LV1? You were just in the awakening stage before. Wang Jun smiled, but didn't answer. Su Xiaojio lightly poked Yisu's side. Cousin, don't ask others about their privacy in public. Yisu instinctively turned her body to avoid the tickling attack. Clap, clap. Chao Qingxuan lightly slapped the table and said, Yisu, stop being naughty. Call your dad and ask him to borrow some people. I want tea. Yisu shook her head. Old Chao, you're too bad. Refusing good opportunities that come to your door? Chao Qingxuan said. Yisu's nasal tone rose. What do you mean? Gao Gingsun et lai. Find 20 LV1 extraordinary beings from your Black Edge Alley and let Wang Jun and Little Lion help them plan their evolution paths for free. Isn't that a good thing? Yisu's eyes rolled around, and after 2 seconds, her thoughts traversed the maze in her mind. Her gaze became firm, and she stood up and said, okay, is Wang Jun's planned evolution path reliable? That is still debatable. But Little Lion has returned from the Hope Lighthouse and must have great abilities. If all 20 LV1 extraordinary beings are properly planned, that means 20 future LV2 extraordinary beings. LV1 still fears light weapons, while LV2 can ignore most firearms unless it's heavy weapons like rockets or missiles that can harm them. The difference of one level seems small, but its effect is very obvious. Moreover, the evolution planners from the Hope Lighthouse are not just any random people. The evolution paths they plan are likely to have further upgrade potential. Yisu revealed a silly smile. Grandpa Chao is really supportive. When the time comes, please keep an eye on things, and rounding it off, our Black Edge Alley can have more LV3s. Now you know to call me Grandpa Chao? Just now you were calling me Old Chao and saying I was bad. Chao Qingxuan half smiled, half teased. Yisu loaded her posture to get at her calotes and imitated a cute girl. I was wrong. Saying this, she took out her smartphone and immediately called her dad. Grandpa Chao, you can't go back on your word. Little boss Yi raises a good daughter. She's just like him. Both are the type that want to give up until they see results. Chao Qingxuan waved his hand, made a sarcastic remark, and then said, so it's settled. The first task is very simple. Plan the evolution path. Therefore, I'm adding a condition. It needs to show results immediately. Young friend Wang Jun is LV1, so we'll use LV1 extraordinary beings as the baseline. For the 20 LV1 extraordinary beings, you will each plan the evolution path for 10 extraordinary beings. Whoever's planned evolution path has a better effect, and more people activated will win. Alexander Leon nodded. No problem. All right, Wang Jun said. The two agreed, and the first challenge was confirmed. Chao Qingxuan turned his gaze to Wang Jun. Planning an evolution path requires knowledge of various extraordinary materials, exposure to enough extraordinary beings, and systematic learning. Therefore, it particularly requires time accumulation. Wang Jun is almost impossible to surpass Alexander Leon. However, treating the evolution ailment is different. Each extraordinary being's constitution is unique. Even if there are broad similarities, there will not be absolute consistency. The means to treat the evolution ailment must be specially tailored. Chao Qingxuan furrowed his brow, recalling the formula for the calming spirit potion that Wang Jun had given earlier. That formula should not be a problem. Even if it cannot completely cure Su Xiaojio, it can alleviate her pain to some extent, even prolonging her life. In a sense, this can also be considered a treatment for the evolution ailment. After pondering for several seconds, Chao Qingxuan gave the second challenge. Treat Su Xiaojio's evolution ailment. Just provide a plan. Upon hearing this, those around them looked over. They all knew that Wang Jun had already provided a plan in advance, which was equivalent to a roundabout way of giving him an advantage. This is what I've been hoping for. Alexander Leon's eyes sparkled. It is my honor to treat Miss Su's evolution ailment. To be honest, when I came to city number 36, I had 3 things to do. First, the family appointment. Second, to learn from old Chao. Third, to treat Miss Su's evolution ailment. After saying this, he turned to gaze at Su Xiaojio, his eyes seemingly filled with deep affection. Su Xiaojio frowned slightly and said, I'm afraid that won't work. Alexander Leon was stunned and asked, why? Did I say something wrong that upset Miss Su? It's not about you. Su Xiaojiu shook her head. I've already asked Mr. Wang Jun to treat my evolution ailment. Chao Qingxuan said, girl from the Su family. Has your brain been kicked by a donkey? The methods of those from the Starry Sky Society are strange. They might do something underhanded during treatment. Su Xiaojiu shook her head. This was not something that could be said in public. She turned to Wang Jun and asked, is that okay? Yes. Wang Jun nodded in response. Alexander Leon's eyes twitched, and jealousy flared up in his heart. What? What makes him so special? Nothing special. Su Xiaojiu shook her head. Just asking someone to do a favor. Not inviting both parties is a matter of trust. Trust? Miss Su tossed Wang Yun. The jealousy in Alexander Leon's heart burned fiercely, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. No, if it were someone else's evolution ailment, Wang Jun's chances of winning would be even smaller. Chao Qingxuan said, once I say something, it's like a nail, it cannot be changed. Chapter 41-2 Less Ideal Treatment Options. Chao Qingxuan was worried that Su Xiaojiu would refuse, and if it continued like this, it would end badly. He quickly said, Wang Jun's extraordinary level is lower, and he is a newly promoted evolution planner. Unlike Alexander Leon, who has systematically studied for 2 years, Wang Jun will definitely be at a disadvantage in experience. To be fair, treating Miss Su is the best choice for the second competition. Wang Jun has already familiarized himself with that period and has done some homework, while the little lion has just begun to get acquainted. One task, 2 masters. Su Xiaojiu shook her head, her gaze filled with determination. Seeing that she was not persuaded, Chao Qingxuan turned to Wang Jun, winked with his left eye, and hinted, young friend, you should persuade her. Entrusted by others, loyal to the task. Wang Jun smiled. I respect Miss Su's opinion. You guys. Chao Qingxuan returned to his seat, feeling gloomy. Alexander Leon looked at Wang Jun, his expression fluctuating. He was unhappy with the collaboration between Wang Jun and Su Xiaojiu, feeling as if something he cherished was being taken away, but he had to seize this opportunity. Chao Qingxuan was known for his pride and bad temper in the evolution planner circle. Wang Jun's actions were equivalent to provoking Chao Qingxuan, and there was no need to compare. It was a direct declaration of inevitable defeat. He was convinced of victory and thought he could successfully become a disciple soon. Achieving a goal in City 36 was indeed easy. Even Alexander Leon, who was already very confident, couldn't help but feel happy about the smooth progress. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly again, and the little lion asked, Mr. Chao, does this count as Wang Jun automatically conceding? Chao Qingxuan replied, of course not. Yes, that's right. Wang Jun doesn't cherish the opportunity given by Mr. Chao. Halfway through his sentence, Alexander Leon paused and said, what? Mr. Chao, do you mean? I mean the competition must continue. Chao Qingxuan was filled with anger, and his plump, rosy face turned red like clouds. But Miss Su and Wang Jun disagree. Alexander Leon said, their disagreement is their business. I have my own clever plans. Chao Qingxuan rolled his eyes, his face full of arrogance, pointing at Wang Jun. This kid has already revealed his treatment plan in advance. You should provide your treatment plan, and I can judge for myself. Sun Lutong smiled and said, old man, you really can do it. You have no shame. It's impressive. The Su family girl has always been at odds with me, and Wang Jun is just a young one. Why should I accommodate both of them? Chao Qingxuan raised his head, his double chin shaking a few times. The others around were all juniors and felt quite speechless. But due to Chao Qingxuan's seniority, they didn't dare to say much. Yisu was straightforward, but was still on the phone and didn't have time to complain. Come on, tell me, if you were to treat her, what plan would you use? Chao Qingxuan looked at Alexander Leon. Wang Jun, Su Xiaojiu, Sun Lutong, and Lung Qingning all fixed their gaze on Alexander Leon. Suddenly, Alexander Leon felt immense pressure. After a pause, he said, I have yet to see Miss Su's evolution trauma, so I truly cannot make a judgment. At this moment, Yisu finished her call and sat back beside Su Xiaojiu, whose evolution trauma was on her leg, making it inconvenient to show. Wang Jun has already provided a treatment plan. He has seen it. Alexander Leon clenched his left fist, suppressing his jealousy, and said, I want to see it too. As soon as he said it, he realized he had misspoken. It sounded quite greasy. Miss Sue, I didn't mean it like that. I was. The more he explained, the worse it got. The best approach was not to explain. Lung Qingning couldn't stand it anymore and helped Su Xiaojiu reject him. Alexander Leon looked embarrassed and fell silent. Chao Qingxuan clicked his tongue. It's not that complicated. Su family girl, explain your evolution trauma to him. Su Xiaojiu shook her head. Chao Qingxuan was anxious. Do you still want the star grass? This. Su Xiaojiu furrowed her brows, her expression quite hesitant. The star grass in Chao Qingxuan's possession was her best hope. Losing this chance meant she didn't know when she could get the star grass again. There was an incident in the Demon Sea, and she hoped the lighthouse would at least keep the investigation blocked for 3 months. By the time it was unblocked, obtaining and transporting the star grass would take at least a month. By then, she would have already turned 18 and would have perished. Isu Xiaoju looked at Wang Yun, who sensed the hesitation in her eyes. At this moment, Chao Qingxuan took out the star grass and deliberately waved it around. The shimmering starlight scattered in the air. Like Su Xiaojiu's gradually fading life. No one didn't cherish their life. She was no exception. Hesitation, confusion, unwillingness. Various complex emotions filled her eyes. And Su Xiaojiu buried her head, hiding most of her face under the wide brim of her hat. Yisu suddenly said, Old Chao, I've borrowed the person for you. Why are you still deliberately making things difficult for my Xiaojiu? Anyway, this is the condition. Even if she disagrees, it won't work. Chao Qingxuan spread his hands. At this moment, Lung Qingming couldn't take it anymore and said, Xiaojiu's injury is due to the imbalance of ice and fire energies, severely burning her left and right calves and restricting her further enhancement of life resonance. She was Su Xiaojiu's attending physician, responsible for helping her maintain her health, and was an anomaly among doctors, often understanding evolution trauma from a medical perspective. Cold sister. Su Xiaojiu wanted to interrupt Lung Qingning. Lung Qingning pretended not to hear and quickly described Su Xiaojiu's evolution trauma in detail. Alexander Leon listened with a frown throughout, then sighed. Miss Su actually endures such inhumane pain at all times. I see not a hint of it on your face. Your spirit is strong and beautiful. It truly shocks me. I will certainly use all I have learned to heal you. Alexander Leon raised his teacup, aligned his gaze, and then drank it all. Chao Qingxuan asked, How long will it take to provide a treatment plan? The bottom of the teacup clinked against the wooden table. Alexander Leon extended 3 fingers. I will definitely provide an answer within 30 minutes. All right, you can find a quiet place to think. Chao Qingxuan nodded. By the time you think it through, those 20 LV1 extraordinary beings should be in place. Alexander Leon left the second-floor terrace. Lung Qingning held Su Xiaojiu's hand, reassuring her, life comes first. Everything else is not important. Anyway, it's not like Alexander is going to treat you formally. He just needs to know the specific symptoms of your evolution trauma, through my words. Exactly. Having one more person is one more strength. And the little lion comes from the lighthouse of hope. Isn't that more reliable than Wang Jun? Yisu equit, with her wide-brimmed hat covering her face. Su Xiaojiu said apologetically, Mr. Wang Jun, I didn't expect. No need to apologize. You did nothing wrong. Wang Jun smiled. If I were you, I would have agreed right away. But Su Xiaojiu lightly bit her lip. Wang Jun said, in fact, this is more beneficial for me. In my view, your evolution trauma has only 3 solutions, and the calming medicine I provided is the optimal solution. Kid, don't brag. Chao Qingxuan glared and slammed the table. Just coming up with one treatment plan is already a stroke of inspiration. Where do you get the other 2? Wang Jun replied, I have them. Then tell us. Where are the other 2 methods? Yisu asked curiously. Lung Qingning looked at Wang Jun intently. This person had amazed her once before, and this time, she didn't want to jump to conclusions. With a subtle lift of the hat brim, Su Xiaojiu revealed half of her eye, looking at Wang Jun. Kid, if you really have something to say it here and now. Chao Qingxuan bent his fingers and tapped the teacup, the crisp sound echoing in the air. If you can't say it, don't blame me for getting angry. Wang Jun teased, I can say it, but... He then asked, Chao Lao has been talking for a long time, but still hasn't made it clear what the victor can actually gain. Chao Qingxuan stood with his hands behind his back, using the mental energy of a LV for transcendent to interfere with the airflow, his hair and clothes fluttering. Lowering his voice in a tone full of a master's demeanor, he said, "Of course, it's to take me as your master." Wang Jun showed no interest and directly asked, "My goal is the stargrass." Ah, Chao Qingxuan's frown twitched. "If you can take me as your master, the stargrass will be a welcome gift for my disciple." "That's not good enough. I would lose out big time." Wang Jun shook his head. Chao Qingxuan tilted his head. "Why not?" Beside them, Sun Lutong took a sip of tea and teased, Doesn't he want to take you as his master?" "Impossible," Chao Qingxuan said confidently. "Who am I? I'm one of the top-notch master-level evolution planners. How could any young person not want to take me as their master?" Wang Jun replied, "What Sun Lao said is very true. I really don't want to take a master." Chao Qingxuan looked at Wang Jun with a resentful gaze, as if saying, "Do I have no dignity?" Wang Jun ignored him and continued, "If I don't take a master, can I exchange for more extraordinary materials?" Chao Qingxuan, winky face, "I'm done. Whether to answer or not, it's all a matter of losing face." "Ha ha ha." Sun Lutong laughed heartily, enjoying the rare sight of old Chao being at a loss. "I'll make the decision for you. It's fine." Chao Qingxuan raised his middle finger. "Old Sun, you're backstabbing your old buddy." "Yes, exactly." Sun Lutong smiled widely, as if saying, "Let us compete. No one in the entire Federation has this kind of Gao Sun Pao De. All right, let's do it this way. Now, tell me what your other two treatment plans are, and how effective they can be." Wang Yun replied, "Aside from the spirit suppression potion, there are two less ideal treatment plans." Chao Qingxuan, "Don't squeeze it out like toothpaste. If you really have it, hurry up and say it." Wang Jun nodded gently and said, "The first plan is to find a master to guide the convergence of ice and fire extraordinary powers in Miss Sue's left and right legs. Then amputate both legs and replace them with mechanical prosthetics, thus losing extraordinary abilities and becoming an ordinary person. Required materials: 1 magic sealing stone, 100 grams of dark spirit soil. The second plan is to find 1 LV3 fire-type transcendent and 1 LV3 ice-type transcendent. The two will adjust her imbalanced extraordinary powers daily. Her lifespan can be extended to a certain extent, estimated to be 3 to 5 years. During this period, Miss Sue can move freely with her legs and can also normally enhance her extraordinary abilities. There is about a 3 chance of proper cultivation, gradually allowing her to suppress the ice and fire powers herself. The required materials are pure water crystals and blazing stones, 1 of each daily, without interruption. Chapter 42. The benevolence of healers on the second floor terrace. There was a pin-drop silence. Everyone looked at the authority present, Chao Qingxuan, unsure whether Wang Jun's proposed plan was feasible. "Wow!" Chao Qingxuan was utterly shocked, feeling as if a tidal wave were crashing inside him. He doubted whether he had misheard, but he clearly knew he hadn't. There were indeed 2 other treatment plans. Cough, cough, cough. Why is everyone looking at me? Chao Qingxuan pretended to be indifferent, waving his hands repeatedly. Sun Lutong, with great interest, sipped his tea and smiled. "Old Chao, you are the master here. Only you know how Wang Jun's other 2 treatment plans are. Why rush? Let me think." Chao Qingxuan raised his middle finger at Sun Lutong and then fell in a deep thought. Hearing this, Sun Buwu felt a glimmer of hope in his heart. He had seen many evolution planners, including those from Wanling University and the Lighthouse of Hope, but those individuals rarely provided multiple plans when treating evolution-related issues. Even with systematic training and a solid foundation as an evolution planner, it often took great effort and deep contemplation to devise one plan. Wang Jun provided 3 plans at once, along with predictions on the required materials and achievable effects for each. The difference was like heaven and earth. Sun Buwu had seen Wang Jun the day after his awakening and could tell that Wang Jun wasn't intentionally hiding his abilities. He had truly just awakened. In other words, Wang Jun's first treatment as an evolution planner was for Lin Yue. At that time, under the pressure of being questioned by Lung Qingning, Wang Jun was just as confident, as if he could see through Lin Yue's body and find the most suitable materials from the vast sea of extraordinary options. Perhaps Wang Jun was the kind of genius his grandfather spoke of. A golden red light flashed in Sun Buwu's eyes, and he silently hoped Wait and see what his planned evolutionary path looks like. After a while, Chao Qinchuan sighed softly. The people around looked at him, but he gazed at Wang Jun as if observing a freak. Aren't you nervous at all? Wang Jun shook his head, saying that providing the plans was just speaking whatever came to mind, nothing more. Just say what you think. This young man's talent is quite high, Chao Qinchuan remarked. All three methods you provided are effective. The first one is somewhat the least desirable, akin to a gecko shedding its tail. From then on, Su Jiayao can only be an ordinary person. Wang Jun nodded, agreeing. Chao Qinchuan continued. The second one is a method for prolonging life. It can't cure the problem, but might allow Su Xiaojiu to solve the issues through self-cultivation. Why not choose this one? Wang Jun replied. 2 reasons. First, LV3 extraordinary individuals are not as common as cabbages on the street, and it's hard to find someone willing to be a caretaker. Second, prolonging life is just that, prolonging life. If we want a true cure, it's a gamble with very low odds. Since I've become an evolution planner, I should at least have the minimal professional ethics and not gamble with the lives of those who trust me. Well said. Chao Qinchuan stroked his chin, a smile unconsciously appearing at the corner of his mouth. Your decision not to use the second method is more reassuring than if you had provided the third. By mentioning the first, second, and third methods, it sufficiently demonstrated your thought process. You're dissatisfied with the worst method. You thought of the second, which is indeed effective and has a tiny chance of a cure. If it were a careless evolution planner, they would have undoubtedly rushed to implement it on the extraordinary individual. Su Xiaojiu blinked her beautiful eyes, looking at Wang Jun with deep meaning. The teacher only mentioned the third method when giving the plans. It turns out that the teacher had already racked his brain. In that moment, she quietly felt grateful that the person they found was Wang Jun. Su Xiaojiu clenched her delicate fist against her lips, increasingly believing. The guidance from the deep blue moon points to Wang Jun. He is the one Aunt Qinjue's fortune-telling predicted. Yisu lukit atsu xiaoju. Then at Chao Qinchuan, and quietly asked, Lung Jia, Iasin Ti Chao allowed his evaluation of that Wang Jun guy a bit too high? It's only low, not high. Lung Qingning shook her head. The status of evolution planners in the Federation is very high. Providing a treatment plan is like bestowing a favor upon others. And many do so. Wang Jun could come up with a second method, see through its shortcomings, and also think of a better third method. Not necessarily better. The spirit restraining potion may not be effective, Yi Su pouted. You don't understand, but I do, Lung Qingning said. It's like if I encountered a patient who could live by having their heart removed and replaced with an artificial one, but their quality of life wouldn't be good. I would definitely think of a second method, and then I might think of a high-difficulty surgery that I can perform, gaining reputation and benefits. At that point, I would have a 99 chance of not considering a third method. But Wang Jun is different. He thinks of the patient's well-being, or rather, he has no particular ideology, just a pure heart, thinking and searching for a third method once again. It sounds a bit convoluted. Yi Su scratched his nose. But being able to do that is really impressive. Lung Qingning nodded. Yes, very impressive. Not only in thinking of 3 methods, but also in his relentless dedication and responsibility. Sun Lutong curled his fingers, and an invisible force stirred the amber-colored tea in the pot, guiding it to flow from the spout into Wang Jun's cup, creating a winding line of liquid until it was 7/10 full and the flow ceased. Stroking his long beard, Sun Lutong smiled and said, a healer's benevolence. Young Wang Jun deserves this cup of tea. Indeed, Chao Qinchuan unusually did not argue back and nodded in agreement. The identities of the 2 elders elevated the situation, and their attitude was rarely this good, even showing a hint of respect for the young man. No matter how confused Yi Su was, his heart was shaken like an earthquake. He seemed not so bad after all. No wonder Xiao Jiu chose him to treat the evolution-related issue. Yi Su shook his head, unwilling to admit his feelings. No, the little lion likes Xiao Jiu so much. He must be putting in double the effort, at least thinking of 6 methods. Nearby, Sun Bu raised his cup. Ajun, this cup is for you. Everyone around the dining table raised their cups and drank the red tea together. Chao Qinchuan looked at Wang Jun, his eyes filled with a different brilliance. He had never thought a young person could have such a responsible attitude. A beginner? So what? in nearly 120 years of life. How many arrogant evolution planners had he seen? Those who were proud of their abilities and those who relied on their age. Were they ashamed or not? Chao Qingxuan recalled his stubbornness from 10 minutes ago, and his face flushed slightly. But fortunately, his complexion was already rosy, so the younger ones didn't notice anything. Sun Lutong teased, "Old Chao, I didn't press you down wrongly just now, did I?" Chao Qingxuan picked up his teacup, took a small sip, concealing his inner embarrassment and shame. 30 minutes later, 20 LV1 extraordinary individuals arrived at the entrance of the small building with red bricks and black tiles. They lined up in 2 rows of 10, standing neatly, each face beaming with joy. They all knew this was an opportunity, a chance to advance to LV2. The competition between the 2 evolution planners, one being the recently rising Wang Jun and the other Alexander Leon from the Lighthouse of Hope, was noteworthy. Both could be called genius evolution planners. Moreover, with Master Chao Qingxuan overseeing, it was a definite grand occasion. Chao Qingxuan stood at the steps of the entrance, his voice clear and strong. The left row belongs to Wang Jun, and the right row belongs to little Lion Alexander Leon. He looked up at the sky. The sun was high, and the sunlight warmed his face. "It's still early, so I'll give you ample time. Planning the evolution paths for 10 people consecutively can be a bit exhausting. I'll appropriately relax the competition conditions." In Wanling University, evolution planners typically take 10 to 12 minutes to plan the evolution path for a level 1 extraordinary being. You too. Let's set it at 15 minutes, which means for 10 people, a total of 150 minutes to use as you wish. And you must produce results after 150 minutes. Chao Qingxuan raised the corner of his mouth and said, "Any questions?" "No." Wang Jun shook his head. Alexander Leon flashed a big smile, his teeth reflecting the sunlight with a dazzling shine. "The time given is too long. 5 minutes per person is enough." Chao Qingxuan waved his index finger and said, "Not so fast. There are still restrictions. The use of extraordinary materials must be controlled within D grade, and C grade materials are not allowed. The total value of the materials should be kept as low as possible. When the potential of the evolution paths is equivalent, the one who uses cheaper and more common materials will be the winner. This is common knowledge, and Mr. Chao doesn't need to explain further." Alexander Leon sneered, glancing sideways at Wang Jun. "It's my fault. I forgot Wang Jun is still a beginner." The 10 level 1 extraordinary beings assigned to Wang Jun looked at each other, secretly murmuring, "The rumors in the alley and club are different. Isn't Mr. Wang a master? How could he be a beginner?" Doubts were sown in their hearts. This was the effect Alexander Leon wanted. Planning the evolution breakthrough should yield immediate results. Thus, the evolution planner and the extraordinary being are no longer one-sided actions, but a collaboration. Once the extraordinary beings harbor doubts, what could have been a success might fail due to cracks in their hearts. On the other hand, the 10 level 1 extraordinary beings assigned to Alexander Leon wore expressions of fools favored by the goddess of luck. Hope Lighthouse is one of the 2 holy places for the Federation's evolution planners, and Alexander Leon, coming from the Leon family, is referred to as Little Lion by Chao Qingxuan, indicating his family's importance on him. Such a figure would definitely not be a fool. Instead, he is a super strong ally. Having planned an evolution path for them creates a shallow bond. With this layer of connection, regardless of whether they want to join, it is ultimately a good thing. The little lion, like the old lion, appears straightforward but actually harbors hidden schemes. Gao Gingsun Squin, seeing through Alexander Leon's tactics, but did not point it out. Alexander Leon stepped forward and handed over a sealed letter containing the method I wrote to treat Miss Sue's evolutionary trauma. "I already know Wang Jun's plan. Your plan will remain in the letter, and I will announce it after you complete the evolution path planning." Chao Qingxuan nodded, took the letter, pulled out his smartphone from his clothing pocket, set a 150-minute countdown, and said while pressing the buttons, "You can start now." Chapter 43 Speed Difference at 12:59. 59, noon. The second hand of the watch simulated on the smartphone screen moved clockwise, making a crisp ticking sound. Chao Qingxuan immediately pressed the timing button. It was now 1:00 p.m., and the total duration of the first trial was 150 minutes, ending precisely at 3:30 p.m. Not a second more could be allowed for any operation. Chao Qingshuan lightly tapped the ground with his toes and moved his body backward in a parallel motion. Let's go. We'll continue to the terrace for tea. Old Chao, you forgot to give him the materials, Yisu reminded. You expect this handsome old man to provide the evolution path for your people from Blackblade Alley? Is that reasonable? Gao Qingsun Vito. His figure flipping as he headed to the second-floor terrace. Yisu wanted to argue, but found impossible. Beside her, Lung Qingming patted her shoulder and said, Hurry up and call the boss. Get someone to run errands and bring the extraordinary materials. Nodding slightly, Yisu took out her smartphone and lit up the screen. Suddenly, a black shadow on the ground swayed like aquatic plants. I'm free again. Li Zonch and jumped out of the shadow, bouncing at least 2 meters off the ground. Hood, 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 hood. For 1 cubic meter black boxes crashed to the ground, stirring up clouds of dust in front of the small red brick building with black tiles. The boss is closing the door tight. How dare you come out? Lung Qingming frowned. It must be by royal decree. Li Zonch and raised his left eyebrow 3 times in succession, taking a deep breath. Looking like a victim who had sung Iron Bar's tears for decades. He lightly patted the large black box beside him and grinned. My master sent me to bring these. They are all extraordinary materials, covering most types of D and E grades. Is that all? Yisu leaned over. It shouldn't be. When did our family become so poor? Li Zuanchin replied, Hey, Miss Yisu, don't talk nonsense. These 4 boxes contain samples, representing the stock of extraordinary materials we have in Blackblade Alley. Yisu shrugged, squatted down, and opened the black box. After a few glances, she found nothing special, just the same old stuff. Disappointed, she walked behind Su Xiaojiu and helped push her wheelchair. Su Xiaojiu said, Thank you, Brother Zuanchen, for helping run errands. No problem. Li Zuanch and raised his hand to adjust his collar, revealing his big white teeth. No one would dislike a stunning beauty. He was a notorious flirt, and naturally, he was no exception. Running errands, what a joke. Yisu rolled her eyes and waved her hand dismissively, as if swatting away a mosquito. You don't have to go up anymore. I'll still need you to run errands and get extraordinary materials for the 2 of them. Li Zuanch and was unashamed, running his right hand from the back of his neck to his braided hair, striking what he thought was a handsome pose. Ajun is my good brother. He helped me a lot, so it's only natural for me to run errands for him. Help? Yisu Asket, puzzled. Li Shuang explained. If he hadn't caused this trouble, my master wouldn't have let me leave that hellhole. Yisu clicked her tongue, not continuing the conversation. Lung Qingming teased. You've only known each other for a few days, and you're already calling each other brothers. Heroes cherish heroes. That's how it's always been. Li Zuanch proudly puffed out his chest, waving his sleeves. Bang, 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 bang. The 4 black boxes were lined up in the middle of the road. The metal sheets on the top and sides collapsing and retracting, finally gathering into the base. Inside the boxes were a dazzling array of extraordinary materials. Crystals, limb types, plant types. On both sides, 20 LV1 extraordinary beings swallowed hard in unison. They had never seen so many extraordinary materials in their lives. If they could take them all, it would be an immense fortune. Extraordinary materials were very expensive. The cheapest E-grade materials cost thousands, while D-grade ranged from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. There were at least over 1,000 different types of extraordinary materials on the ground, all samples, but their combined value was at least several hundred million. Li Zonch leaned forward, licking his lips and tempted. Want to take them? The 20 LV1 extraordinary beings shook their heads like rattles. Alexander Leon, don't disturb me. He frowned. Are you the little lion? Li Zonch clicked his tongue and gave a thumbs up, pointing to the ground. Ajun is 100 times stronger than you. You should just admit defeat and scram. Glancing sideways at Wang Jun, Alexander Leon said, Are you using underhanded tactics to distract me? Wang Jun grabbed an LV1 extraordinary being, his fingertips condensing into ice spikes, slicing through the other's skin. After inflicting damage, a stream of binary flashed in his left eye. The evolution tree of the other party appeared in his mind, and Wang Jun focused entirely on reading it, completely ignoring Alexander Leon's words. Don't think a Jun is that complicated. Li Zonch intercepted in front of Alexander Leon. Snorting, the Leon family is a bunch of hypocritical, sanctimonious people. But Ajun looks down on your usual lowly tactics. Hearing this, Alexander Leon's expression darkened, a trace of malice flashing in his eyes. I have no enmity with you. Why are you targeting me everywhere? No enmity? Li Zuanch raised his middle finger. I arrived a step early and just happened to see you tripping Ajun, inciting the 10 LV1 extraordinary beings he was assigned. That reason is enough. Alexander Leon coldly snorted. I don't know what you're talking about. Step aside. Don't block me from competing. Arrogant. Keep being arrogant. Li Zuanch raised his eyebrows, thinking to himself that when he sees Ajun's prowess later, there will be tears for you. Just him? Yes, just a wild card. Not comparable to me at all. Alexander Leon turned his back and walked towards his first LV1 extraordinary being. Li Zuanch stared at Alexander Leon's back, silently thinking, no matter whether Ajun wins or loses, anyway, tonight, I'm going to beat you up. Time passed. It was neither fast nor slow. Tick, tick, tick. The simulated second hand had already spun 29 times and was about to reach the 30th round. Huh. Alexander Leon let out a long breath, beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. Third one done. His azure blue eyes looked at the LV1 extraordinary being in front of him, maintaining a polite smile. Next, you go find a comfortable position nearby. Count to 100 silently. Then take this vial of brain fluid from the spirit fire lizard. On the other side of the 4 large black boxes, a bald man with black skin and pale eyes looked up at the sky, sighing inwardly. The gap is too big, mister. Wang Jun has been checking for 30 minutes and still hasn't planned an evolution path. In contrast, on the other side, it's no wonder he's a genius evolution planner from Hope Lighthouse, having already planned evolution paths for 3 extraordinary beings. Beside him, the other 9 exchanged glances, their emotions almost identical to that of the bald man. They all lamented their bad luck for being assigned to Wang Jun. On the second floor terrace, Yisu spoke while eating snacksy. I told you, Wang Jun can't compare to the little lion. Planning an evolution path requires experience. At this time, his background as a wild card without experience is showing. Su Xiaojiu said, Cousin, don't be so loud. The first trial has a total of 150 minutes, and we haven't even used half the time yet. How do you know Wang Jun can't do it? The little lion has completed 3, while Wang Jun is still at 0. That's a clear gap. Yisu spread her hands, offering a piece of osmanthus cake to Lung Qingming. Sister Lung, don't you think so? Lung Qingming took the osmanthus cake, sniffed it, and shook her head. You can't draw conclusions until the last second. Su Tiaoyu tuklet, say. Even Sister Lung said that. Did you guys give Wang Jun some eye control? Yisu pouted. Su Xiaojiu shook her head. Planning an evolution path is not about being fast. After saying that, she pointed her finger at Chao Qingxuan. Yisu looked over and saw Chao Qingxuan holding a pastry in one hand and a teacup in the other, carelessly eating and drinking. What does that mean? Yisu tilted her head and asked. Lung Qingming, who used to be Chao Qingxuan's student and was more familiar with his temperament, quietly explained. The fact that the teacher didn't even glance over shows that it's not yet the critical point for determining the winner. At this moment, Sun Buwu was staring intently at Wang Jun, filled with confusion. What's going on? Isn't he a genius? How come after 30 minutes? He still hasn't planned out an evolution path? Sun Lutong raised his fingers slightly, causing 2 drops of tea to fly out of the teacup. Thud! Thud! The droplets hit Sun Buwu's forehead. Buwu, your concentration is still lacking. Your energy is unstable all over. What are you thinking about? Sun Lutong remarked. Sun Buwu rubbed his forehead, which was slightly red, to ease the pain. I'm just worried that Wang Jun's talent as an evolution planner is just a flash in the pan. There's still plenty of time. He's not anxious. So why should you be? Sun Lutong stroked his beard and glared at Sun Buwu. Sun Buwu didn't explain and acted dumb. Young people always have too many ideas. Weren't we the same at your age? Chao Qingxuan chuckled. What's wrong? Why are you so harsh on your own grandson? Because my dear grandson is a genius among geniuses. Sun Lutong replied, his eyes filled with pride. Chao Qingxuan was a bit choked and didn't want to respond to Sun Lutong, looking around instead. At this moment, the second hand was standing straight, about to reach the 31st circle. Wang Jun walked towards the big black box and bent down to choose materials. Li Xuanqing transformed into a shadow and appeared beside him, asking, "What do you need?" "I'll go get it." 10 grams of ice bone, 1 morning sun lotus. Wang Jun was not polite and directly provided the list. Li Xuanqing gave a thumbs up. "All right, wait, I'll be back in 30 seconds. After saying that, he transformed into a shadow and disappeared on the spot. Wang Jun didn't waste time and headed straight to the second extraordinary person. Not far away, Alexander Leon said, "I told you you're not worthy to be my opponent, but you still didn't believe it. Now you deserve to be slapped in the face." Wang Jun lazily turned his back to Alexander Leon and raised 2 middle fingers. Incompetent people are always rude. Alexander Leon laughed dismissively and said loudly, "Next, I'm going to speed things up." He extended 5 fingers towards the second-floor terrace and raised his voice, "From now on, 1 person every 5 minutes." On the terrace, Chao Qingxuan frowned slightly. Noticing his old friend's change in expression, Sun Lutong sipped his tea and said, "Seeking speed blindly isn't a good thing." Chao Qingxuan replied, "Never mind him. Let's talk about our own matters." In the next 20 minutes, Alexander Leon indeed accomplished what he claimed. The evolution paths of a total of 4 extraordinary people were planned. During this time, Wang Jun barely completed 1 extraordinary person. With about 100 minutes left on the countdown, the comparison of their completed plans was 7-2, a significant gap in numbers. Yisu said, "It's getting faster. The little line's efficiency is really impressive." Lung Qingning and Su Xiaojiao didn't respond. Their eyes locked on Wang Jun. At this moment, the shadowy Li Xuanqing came to the dining table, picked up 2 pieces of pastry, stuffed them in his mouth, and chewed while saying, "Miss, at this time, you can't turn your elbows outward." "I didn't. I just have more faith in the skills of Hope Lighthouse." Yisu shook her head repeatedly. After all, Wang Jun has only just awakened for a short time and has no advantage. "I really hope to cure Xiaojiao's illness. Whoever has the ability should treat her. That's the right thing to do." As she spoke, she looked at Su Xiaojiao, clearly wanting to persuade her to consider Alexander Leon. Su Xiaojiao lightly at pretending not to know. Soon after, another 15 minutes passed, and Alexander Leon had already planned the evolution path for 10 level 1 extraordinary people, while Wang Jun had just completed his third. 65 minutes had passed, and Li Xuanqing stood in the shadows of the terrace, secretly calculating. Jun can only plan 1 person every 15 minutes. There isn't enough time left. A voice came from behind him. Sun Bu said, "It's hard to say. Wang Jun's speed might be improving as well. Maybe he can finish within the allotted time." Li Xuanqing turned his head and smiled. "Brother Wu, you really support Jun." "It's not support, it's hope." Sun Bu shook his head. "Li Xuanqing?" Sun Bu smiled, unwilling to explain. At the dining table, Lung Qingning asked, "Teacher, is it possible for Alexander Leon to use level 2 strength to help those 10 extraordinary people sort out their extraordinary energy?" "Of course, why not? He hasn't violated the limitations I set." Chao Qingxuan replied with a smile, with pastry crumbs on the corner of his mouth. The script was proceeding according to his preset direction, which made him quite pleased. Planning the evolution path should lead to Alexander Leon's victory. As for treating the wounds of evolution, well, since others couldn't understand, it was still up to him to decide. He firmly believed Wang Jun would win. In this way, neither would meet the conditions. No need to give them stargrass, and no need to take in disciples. A win-win situation. Suddenly, Chao Qingxuan turned his head more than 90 degrees. Something's not right. Why is the 4th one so fast? Wang Jun took 15 minutes to plan the evolution path for the 3rd person, but the 4th person jumped to about 5 minutes directly. This speed increase was very unusual. Chao Qingxuan observed carefully and then realized that Wang Jun's treatment method was entirely focused on preparing potions. The 4th, 5th, 6th, every one of them. "Old Chao, why are you so surprised?" Sun Lutong asked. Chao Qingxuan replied, "There are many ways to use extraordinary materials. Only a 30 chance can produce a suitable potion. The other 70 chance involves direct external application or internal consumption or embedding specific materials into corresponding parts of the body. Potions are better? Yisuaskit. Gao Gingsu not det. Potions are gentler and require more effort. They're usually chosen when there is ample time." At this moment, Alexander Leon was helping the extraordinary people sort out their energy while coldly observing. 10 people, 150 minutes. Making potions was simply unrealistic. He was indeed a beginner. Otherwise, he wouldn't make such a low-level mistake. In his view, Wang Jun's choice was itself unwise. Making potions could indeed increase the acceptance level of extraordinary people, but it would not be worth the effort. After all, these were just extraordinary people who hadn't even reached level 2, with no special identities or abilities. Treating them with such care was a mistake. Alexander Leon slowly closed his eyes and stopped looking at Wang Jun, focusing entirely on sorting out the extraordinary energy of the 10 extraordinary people he was responsible for. The rough use of materials needed to be paired with exquisite sorting techniques. The two would balance each other out, resulting in an effect comparable to having made potions without actually making any. A sunny smile spread across Alexander Leon's face. Wait, why is there such a strong scent of medicine? His eyelashes fluttered twice, and he suddenly opened his eyes, looking at Wang Jun. Chapter 44 Talent. Wang Jun picked up the test tube with his left hand while condensing ice with his right. The visibly light blue transparent frost enveloped a crystal-like rainbow flower, which quickly withered as its 7 petals of varying sizes shrank and turned into ice shards. Soon after, the ice shards rapidly melted into a fragrant liquid. Wang Jun caught it all in the test tube, and the originally transparent liquid inside suddenly turned a faint red. He then proceeded to pick up other extraordinary materials one by one, applying the same method. This method is called cold extraction, a common processing technique for extraordinary materials. Wang Jun possessed most of the fundamental knowledge of a researcher in his mind, and the cold extraction method originated from this. The control of ice and water indeed had infinite applications. Wang Jun was somewhat surprised. In his memory, the cold extraction method was always completed using specific tools, but now he could perform it solely with his hands. This was the power of the extraordinary, a form of control over the natural elements that he had never encountered in his past life. At this moment, the uniqueness of extraordinary power was once again highlighted, making him realize that embarking on the path of the extraordinary was a fortunate and beautiful thing. With a slight tremor of his wrist, the test tube spun clockwise, mixing the liquid inside. Wang Jun focused on the liquid in the test tube, having cold extracted 7 or 8 types of E-grade extraordinary materials. The transparent, pink, light blue, and tender green colors blended together, ultimately becoming distinct layers, resembling a specially mixed cocktail. Alexander Leon stared at the potion that looked like a cocktail, feeling increasingly unsettled. The fragrance he detected at the tip of his nose told him that the potion in the test tube would not be ineffective. On the terrace, Yisu's nose twitched repeatedly. What a smell! So fragrant. She closed her eyes, sniffing around, stood up from her chair, walked to the edge of the terrace, and pressed her hands against the railing, leaning her upper body outward. This was the scent of the potion. Chao Qingxuan said, Wang Jun's cold extraction method is quite extraordinary. The temperature control is excellent, and the extraordinary energy from 7 or 8 E-grade materials has been extracted without any loss. Sun Lutong's eyes sparkled as he smiled lightly. This little friend Wang Jun's skill is purely a result of talent. His extraordinary ability is already exceptionally compatible with water and nature, and unexpectedly, he found a very suitable evolutionary pathway for the branch attribute. Chao Qingxuan subtly shook his head, a hint of shock hidden in his gaze. Earlier, when he saw Wang Jun condensing ice at his fingertips, he thought it was just a superficial application of water control, but now it seemed he had underestimated him. The conversion between water and ice, the adjustment around 0 degrees, the transformation between freezing and melting all occurred without any stagnation, and the essence of the E-grade materials was excellently preserved. This could only be achieved by mastering both ice and water elements simultaneously. He was truly bold, planning evolutionary pathways for others, where the risks are often borne by others and the psychological pressure is not too great. However, planning an evolutionary pathway for oneself requires utmost caution, hoping to find a flawless evolutionary pathway, but unfortunately, such a thing does not exist. Only those with exceptionally high talent for evolutionary planning can occasionally stumble upon it. This occasionally appearing evolutionary pathway is referred to as the perfect pathway. After a brief pause, Chao Qingxuan concluded his control over the ice and water is so strong, he may have found the perfect pathway. Jun's luck is indeed good. Li Shuangxing's milatapili. No, it's not that simple. It requires both patience and courage. Chao Qingxuan shook his head. Lung Qingming asked, does the teacher admire him? It's not admiration, it's envy. Chao Qingxuan supported his chin, a flicker of youthful reminiscence crossing his eyes. After a while, he said, what day did he awaken? Li Shuangxing replied, I remember clearly. It was the early morning of February 21st. It's not even a month yet. Chao Qingxuan's pupils suddenly widened. Yes. Sun Buwu took over the conversation, his tone filled with hope. Wang Jun took less than a month to go from awakening to becoming an LV1 extraordinary being. Old Chao, you said he found the perfect pathway. Could this indicate some kind of talent? Of course there is talent. Chao Qingxuan nodded, glancing meaningfully at Sun Buwu. But don't set your hopes too high. I couldn't even heal old Sun's old injury. To treat old Sun based solely on talent, one must have an astonishing affinity for the essence of life, able to discern 99 of the extraordinary material's explicit or implicit properties at a glance. Such individuals have only appeared a few times in history. They must possess legendary-level talent, a rarity seen once in a century. Sun Lutong waved his hand, interrupting. Why are we discussing me during a good competition? Chao Qingxuan, knowing Sun Lutong's strong-willed nature, decided to change the subject. Wang Jun's skill in converting ice and water would definitely earn him extra points. Sun Buwu glanced at Sun Lutong, sensing his grandfather's questioning gaze, and immediately fell silent. Sister Lung, is old Chao plotting something? He keeps praising Wang Jun. Is Wang Jun really that impressive? Yesu asket kuitli. Lung Qingning turned her gaze downstairs and said softly, it's hard to say, just watch. Sister Lung had always been aloof, so why was she so indecisive about Wang Jun? Yi Su was taken aback, her teeth lightly biting together, saying, Old Chao, Wang Jun is only the 7th person. Is there still time? You can tell by the speed at which he cold extracts the essence of the materials. Chao Qingxuan chuckled. Yi Su, who usually did not like to think, was momentarily stunned by his words. Su Xiaojiu explained, Mr. Wang Jun's time spent is accelerating in a stepwise manner. Initially, it was 30 minutes, then 20 minutes, then 15 minutes, and now it has improved to 5 minutes. Yisu said, Old Chao wants immediate results. The effects of the evolutionary pathway should manifest on sight. Look at those 10 LV1 extraordinary beings under his hands. 4 of them are still waiting to be planned. By the time Wang Jun finishes preparing the potions, they might not even have time for them to take effect. Not necessarily. Su Xiaojiu shook her head. The cold extraction method can retain the essence of the materials to the maximum extent, and the effects will definitely be better than using the extraordinary materials directly. On the other side, Alexander Leon had already completed the 8th person. The remaining 2 wouldn't take more than 10 minutes combined. The last 2 LV1 extraordinary beings sat cross-legged on the ground, and his hands hovered above their heads, gentle energy flowing down slowly into their bodies. At the same time, his eyes kept observing Wang Jun. Wang Jun had consecutively produced 6 potions, and the fragrant vapors from the potions made people feel incredibly comfortable, akin to the sensation of DNA coming alive. A sense of crisis suddenly emerged in Alexander Leon. During his studies at the Lighthouse of Hope, he had followed the demigod Qin Yuan for 3 months and knew that this feeling of DNA activation was equivalent to the opportunity for perfect evolution. It was hard to imagine that Wang Jun had consecutively prepared 6 potions, satisfying the evolution of 6 extraordinary beings with different attributes. No, my technique can only achieve effects equivalent to potions, but his potions are close to perfection. If he can plan the evolution pathways for 10 people, I will be the one to lose. A gleam flashed in Alexander Leon's eyes. The Leon family's emblem is a golden lion symbolizing victory, an eternally undefeated Lion King. He possessed the direct bloodline of the family and experienced the hardships of wandering in the lower levels of City Number 36. yearning more than most of his peers in the family to restore the glory of his ancestors and become a wise and courageous, invincible golden lion king. Alexander Leon closed his eyes and whispered to himself, "I want to win, and I want to win beautifully," with determination in his heart. He took out a potion that was half golden and half starry and drank it. In the next moment, his chest and abdomen radiated brilliant starlight, and a golden halo appeared behind his head, within which seemed to be a golden ocean. The intensity of energy within him surged rapidly, and his life essence became incredibly vibrant. 3,000 points for 1,000 points, 5,000 points. In just 2 or 3 seconds, Alexander Leon's life essence surged threefold, reaching a full 7,200 points. The life essence of a level 2 extraordinary being typically ranges from 1,000 to 10,000 points, while 7,200 points may seem moderately high. It was sufficient for him. The blessing of the stellar secret technique and the Lion's Will Leader's Soul Roar, 2 extraordinary combat techniques, one from the Stellar Association and the other belonging to the Leon family, both powerful ancestral techniques. Using either one alone requires over 2,000 points of life essence. Using both simultaneously demands an even larger amount of life essence. The resounding lion's roar pierced the clouds, with the intertwining brilliance of gold and starlight spreading like mist. On the second-level terrace, Chao Qingxuan suddenly stood up, exclaiming, "Nonsense!" Alexander Leon seemed to have anticipated Chao Qingxuan's reaction, and spoke loudly, "Mr. Chao, please do not interrupt me now. If I fail, the lightest consequence for these 10 will be becoming blind fools." Chao Qingxuan narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing for a moment before saying, "What you just consumed was a potion made from stellar dew and golden blood, greatly enhancing your life essence. Just to use 2 secret techniques at the same time?" The brilliance of gold and stars enveloped the 10 level 1 extraordinary beings, and Alexander Leon opened his arms, nodding. "Mr. Chao, your insight is commendable. I used the family's secret technique to intimidate the mind, temporarily controlling the thoughts of these 10 individuals to ensure their absolute obedience, combined with the technique of the Beacon of Hope." "Nonsense. This is not the technique of the Beacon of Hope, but the forbidden technique of the Stellar Association." Chao Qingxuan approached the edge of the terrace and slammed the metal railing. The sound resonated like blades striking stone, expressing his anger. "Mr. Chao, please calm down. This is not my first time using this method. I am quite confident, so just wait and see." "Not your first time?" The Stellar Association's methods are still as disgusting as ever. Disgust surged in Chao Qingxuan's eyes as he coldly stated, "If anything happens to even one of the 10 extraordinary beings you are responsible for, don't even think about mentioning the apprenticeship again." "Understood." Alexander Leon stood in the light, his words resonant, exuding an air of arrogance that made him seem almost inhuman. "Is this still the little lion?" Yi Su murmured softly, feeling for the first time a bit of dislike towards Alexander Leon. Su Xiaojiu advised, "The human heart is like a prison. He is no longer the person you remember. The innocent kindness of his childhood has long been washed away by the brainwashing of the Stellar Association." As Alexander Leon's life essence significantly increased, and he was in a state activated by the potion, his senses became particularly sharp, clearly hearing the conversation between Yi Su and Su Xiaojiu, yet he did not care at all. In Alexander Leon's mind flashed the teachings of the demigod Chun Yuan. Women are all drawn to strength, as long as a man is powerful enough to crush everything, then any woman will be within reach. Chapter 45. Almost perfect golden light formed an ocean, beneath which vast starry reflections shimmered. 10 LV1 extraordinary beings found their bodies beyond their control, one after another tilting their heads back, eyes wide and mouths agape. Among them, a petite woman let out a painful roar from her throat. There was a problem with the flow of energy. In the next moment, Alexander Leon waved his palm. Golden specks of light bursting forth from his palm and embedding themselves in the woman's forehead. The extraordinary energy within her body suddenly stagnated. Alexander Leon said, "The ancient starry sky bestows blessings." At the moment his words fell, the woman's expression calmed, her eyes sparkling with starlight. Her life essence guided by the blessings of the stars onto the absolute correct path. Not far away, the 10 extraordinary beings belonging to Wang Jun felt a piercing chill rise in their hearts. Is a method of the Hope Lighthouse really this sinister? Whether it's sinister or not doesn't matter. As long as it works, everything is worth it. Not necessarily. Being controlled body and mind by a higher-level extraordinary being is not a good thing. I've really seen it before. This is basically brainwashing hypnosis. Even if one truly advances to LV2, they will have a mental branding planted, more severe than brainwashing, and from then on, they will obey the caster without realizing it, thinking it was their own judgment. Damn, this method is too insidious. The Hope Lighthouse is the light of humanity. How can they use such tactics? At this moment, a dark-skinned, pale-eyed, bald man, one of Wang Jun's extraordinary beings, trembled violently. His hands hovered, no longer mixing potions, as Wang Jun turned to look. The bald man's muscles quivered uncontrollably, as if every tiny muscle had its own consciousness. What is happening to him? Wang Jun approached, extending his index finger. The tip touched the bald man's forehead, and a thin layer of frost spread out in a web-like pattern from the contact point. 1 centimeter, 2 centimeters, 3 centimeters. Before the frostbite deepened, Wang Jun completed the extraordinary contact with the bald man. A binary stream of 010101 flashed in his left eye, and the bald man's evolution tree appeared in Wang Jun's mind. Evolution tree owner, MO1, omitted. Current status, muscle enhancement in progress. 10 seconds remaining. Omitted. Wang Jun withdrew his finger, mentally counting to 10. The bald man, MO1, suddenly opened his eyes, and all his muscles ceased trembling simultaneously. Thank you, Mr. Wang Jun, for your great kindness. MO1 stepped back and bowed at a 90-degree angle, his tone particularly excited. Wang Jun accepted this gratitude calmly, smiling and nodding. What changes do you have after the breakthrough? Wang Jun could check the evolution tree, but it would incur unnecessary life essence consumption, so he simply asked. MO1 did not hold back, saying loudly, "My extraordinary ability is muscle specialization, divided into 2 directions, explosion and endurance. At LV1, I could only use 1 specialization at a time. Switching to another direction took about 10 seconds. Now that I've reached LV2, I can control the switch between the 2 specializations within 12 seconds, and..." He scratched his head and said, "Every muscle in my body is under control, allowing me to eliminate inertia in various movements to a certain degree." MO1 clenched his fists and demonstrated a few military boxing moves. The movements were very strange, despite throwing a punch straight out. It seemed as if a squid's tentacle had no directional inertia. To compare, a normal person would have a brief pause in any action. In games, this is called recovery. However, the few moves MO, when executed, seemed to cancel the recovery of the previous actions, theoretically allowing for infinite combos as long as his stamina was sufficient. Very good. Wang Jun smiled. As long as you're fine, I'll continue mixing potions to avoid being late. MO1 stepped aside, respectfully saying, "Thank you, Mr. Wang Jun. If you need anything in the future, just give a command. I will not refuse, even if it means facing a mountain of knives or a sea of fire." Seeing this scene, Alexander Leon sneered inwardly. "You're doing well, but unfortunately, your luck ends here." Bang, 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 bang. A series of 10 explosive sounds followed almost without a time gap. The eyes and mouths of the 10 extraordinary beings belonging to Alexander Leon glowed inward, letting out a synchronized roar. Ah! The sound surged from the ground to the sky, from near to far, like a sword piercing the heavens. Alexander Leon took a deep breath, as streams of golden light and starlight poured into his mouth like a whale swallowing the sea in front of the small brick building with black tiles. "Mission accomplished, Mr. Chow casually checked. He snapped his fingers, and with a crisp sound, the control effect of the leader's mind roar was lifted, and the 10 extraordinary beings regained their senses simultaneously. The 10 looked at Alexander Leon with complex expressions, some grateful, some fearful, some resentful. Mr. Chow jumped down, arriving at the small building's entrance to check each of the 10 extraordinary beings in turn. Almost perfect path. Almost perfect path. Almost perfect path. The same result repeated for all 10, as Alexander Leon kept saying the same phrase. He did not say perfect path because the conservative faction of evolution planners, led by the Hope Lighthouse, does not acknowledge the existence of perfection, believing that the perfect path described by the reformist evolution planners is merely an exaggerated expression. Perfection represents 100, but living beings cannot achieve perfection. They can only infinitely approach it. For example, 99. 99999. The numbers after the decimal point are infinite. But there will always be one. Not bad. I'll count it as barely passing. Mr. Chow's face was stern as he turned to leave. Barely passing for all 10? Alexander Leon's eyes concealed golden light. Once Mr. Chow walked a few steps away, he said to Wang Jun, "No need to waste effort, this game." Before he finished, the petite woman among the extraordinary beings under his care exhibited an overly vigorous aura. Hot, I'm so hot. The woman suddenly tore her outer garment, revealing a white tank top underneath. Her eyes seemed to burn with golden flames, her bare arms releasing a continuous stream of white gas from her tan skin's pores, as if they were opened air valves. Alexander Leon quickly rushed to her side, forming a seal with his left hand and extending his right hand. His right hand pressed against the woman's head, golden light pouring from his palm like a gentle mountain spring. After 2 minutes, the woman's expression gradually stabilized, and her aura began to recede. Damn, her evolution path has fallen from almost perfect. Alexander Leon felt a dark hatred in his heart, yet maintained a smile as he tried to assist her. However, the woman's receding aura plummeted like a dam bursting. Get away. Mr. Chow couldn't bear to watch. Pushing Alexander Leon aside, Mr. Chow circled around the woman, forming sword fingers with both hands, and the tips emitted azure light points. Stop, 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 stop. His hands moved like phantoms, fingers cutting through the wind. In just 3 seconds, the woman's aura stabilized completely. Thank you, Master Chow, the woman said. Mr. Chow clenched one hand, compressing the air into a transparent solid, blocking the woman's mouth. Your life essence is still unstable. Don't speak. Let someone take you down to find an absolutely quiet environment and sleep soundly. Remember, when you sleep, your companions must watch over you, and a damp cloth must be used to cover your mouth. The woman nodded repeatedly. Mr. Chow, I have a secret method. Alexander Leon attempted to salvage his mistake. Mr. Chow glared at him coldly, his face stern, saying, "Don't think I don't know your intentions. You are too utilitarian, valuing victory over human lives." Alexander Leon, no, I really have a way. Chow Qingxuan, feeling disgusted, waved his hand and said, "Stop with the small tricks. A mistake is a mistake. But I want to disqualify you directly." Pointing to the woman who was walking away, Chow Qingxuan continued, "Her evolution path is barely passing for you." Passing? This is simply an insult. Since returning to the family, Alexander Leon had never received a score below excellent, and he opened his mouth eagerly, wanting to explain. Chow Qingxuan suddenly glared. "If you say another word, you can get lost." Alexander Leon lowered his head, yielding and silent. His gaze was sharp as a hawk, fixed on Wang Jun, who was still preparing the potion. Fortunately, this guy was running out of time, not to mention being the 10th. Even completing the 9th person was a problem at his current speed. Soon, the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th people from Wang Jun's side woke up one after another, each with a full and abundant breath, their life essence flowing freely within their bodies and minds. Wang Jun didn't look at them, handed the 8th extraordinary potion to the 8th person, and then said to the remaining 2, "You help me hold the test tubes." The 2 were twins. The older brother was named by Ba, with a mechanical eye in his left eye, and the younger brother was named by Jiao, with a mechanical eye in his right eye. Bai Ba and Bai Jiao followed Wang Jun's instructions, carefully holding the test tubes with both hands, afraid that something might go wrong. They weren't stupid. Mo, 1, and the 3 who woke up later were on the perfect path, which already proved that Wang Jun was not just a name. The test tubes in their hands were the key to promotion. And there were 7 minutes and 31 seconds left until the 150-minute countdown ended. Wang Jun began working with both hands simultaneously, helping Bai Ba extract the essence of the extraordinary material with one hand, and helping Bai Gio with the other. Bai Ba and Bai Jiu stared unblinkingly at the mouth of the test tubes, watching drop by drop of essence fall, more nervous than Wang Jun. Fearing he would make a mistake, their wrists trembling from time to time. Wang Jun smiled and said, "Don't be nervous. I will finish in 1 minute." His voice and smile seemed to have a calming magic. Bai Ba and Bai Jiu nodded in unison, their hands no longer trembling. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. 40 seconds passed, and Wang Jun held a dark red fruit in each hand, continuing the extraction. At exactly 60 seconds, the extraction was complete, and the 2 bottles of potion were finished simultaneously. Wang Jun said, "Drink it quickly. Your effects will be more intense, but there will be special effects." Bai Ba and Bai Jiu exchanged glances, then tilted their heads back to drink the potions. "We won." Alexander Leon shook his head slightly, a smile on his lips. The time for a LV1 extraordinary person to digest the potion was generally over 10 minutes, and Wang Jun's actions were ultimately still too slow. Chapter 46. The Spendthrift Dog on the Terrace. Everyone's gaze was locked onto Bai Ba and Bai Jiu. "Will they make it in time?" Li Xuanqing asked. Sun Buwu replied, "Don't poke at my kidneys, I don't know either." Sun Lutong said, "Old Chow, the younger ones are very curious. Why don't you explain?" "Aren't you curious?" Chow Qingxuan teased, sipping his tea to build suspense, then said, "They probably wouldn't make it in time, but he used a stimulating fruit, which can speed up the effect of the potion. It should take about 6 or 7 minutes. Whether they make it in time purely depends on luck. He is cutting it too close." Time passed second by second, the countdown ticking into its final lap. 59 seconds, 58 seconds, 57 seconds, 30 seconds, 29 seconds, 28 seconds. Bai Ba and Bai Jiu were sitting cross-legged on the ground, eyes closed. Are they still not waking up? Isn't Jun going to lose right off the bat? Li Xuanqing felt anxious inside, pacing back and forth on the terrace. Sun Buwu watched, feeling annoyed, and pressed down on Li Xuanqing's shoulder. "You're making me anxious." Li Xuanqing waved his hand, brushing off the hand on his shoulder. "Tivka, it's your heart that's disturbed, not my steps." Hearing this, Sun Buwu retracted his hand, as if enlightened. "Why isn't the benefactor even a bit anxious?" Mo squatted at the door of the small building, chewing on a root he had found somewhere. Nearby, the 7 extraordinary individuals, whether sitting or squatting, had all gained significant improvements, looking at Wang Jun with gratitude in their eyes. Lung Qingning, Yi Su, and Su Xiaojie were the first to move downstairs, arriving at the door of the small building. Mo hurriedly led several people to the side, asking, "Sister Lung, does the benefactor still have hope?" Lung Qingning shook her head, frowning, and didn't speak. Alexander Leon crossed his arms, silent, his mental state unreadable. Chao Qingxuan quietly approached Wang Jun from behind, smiling as he asked, "Aren't you anxious?" Wang Jun turned around, smiling back, "Where there will there way. It's useless to hurry, just wait." Sun Lutong walked over with his hands behind his back, exuding an air of a master, but unfortunately, the flip-flops he was wearing made loud, slapping noises, ruining the atmosphere. He slightly moved his ears, listening to Wang Jun's heartbeat. Wang Jun's heartbeat was normal, as if the countdown had nothing to do with him. Sun Lutong said, "Your mentality is really good, more stable than my Buwu." Chao Qingxuan shook his head and retorted, "Too mature, losing the sharpness of youth. That is not a good thing. Calmness leads to great achievements." Sun Lutong didn't take it to heart and casually replied. The two of them, one praising and the other advising, made everyone feel the respect the 2 esteemed elders had for Wang Jun. Alexander Leon's sunny smile was overshadowed by a layer of gloom, looking at Wang Jun with a hint of murderous intent. "You can be excellent, but you can't be more excellent than me." At this moment, Bai Ba and Bai Jiu simultaneously looked up at the sky, exhaling a breath of turbid air. The turbid air mixed with colorful light, with the light bringing out brown impurities resembling dust, which was the waste expelled after the human body broke the genetic shackles and further activated the vitality. Immediately afterward, Bai Ba's aura rapidly stabilized, becoming harmonious and unobstructed, indicating he had taken a big step forward on the evolutionary path, and this step was very stable, with no side effects. Bai Jiu was slightly slower, only truly reaching a stable state after Chao Qingxuan's phone emitted a beep. The people around didn't know if Bai Jiu's evolution counted as completed in time, all looking towards Chao Qingxuan. Alexander Leon raised an eyebrow and signaled to a person beside him. That person had just been promoted to LV2 under him, and the impact on their mind was significant. Without thinking too much, they directly said, "Time is up. 1 second over is still over. Bai Jiu's evolution is overdue." As soon as the words came out, he quickly covered his mouth and nose, his eyes wide open. "No, that is not what I meant to say." Before he could finish the second half of his sentence, Alexander Leon gently pressed down on his shoulder, saying, "It's not a big deal to voice your thoughts, mister. Wang Jun would never trouble you over such a minor issue." "Bullshit," Li Xuanqing shouted angrily. "You're not old Chao. Who gave you the right to say time is up?" Alexander Leon shook his head. "It's not my business. That was said by your Black Blade Alley people." Upon hearing this, the person who spoke turned pale. "I didn't tell you." "Enough. No need to explain." Sister Lung waved her hand, but in her heart, she thought about how severely the minds of these 10 people had been affected. They would need to find a specialist for treatment. Li Xuanqing was in a hurry, jumping down from the terrace. Boom! His feet slammed into the ground, and he immediately pushed off the ground, grabbing Alexander Leon by the collar. "It's obvious you manipulated him." Alexander Leon spread his hands, looking down at Li Xuanqing from height. "Is this how Black Blade Alley treats guests?" Li Xuanqing's mouth twitched, feeling a bit awkward for a moment. Should I just act? He was afraid of being confined, but letting go would make him feel uneasy. A dilemma, incredibly frustrating. At this moment, Wang Jun approached and whispered softly to Li Xuanqing. Li Xuanqing blinked and shouted, "Whoa. Ah Jun, you're really a genius." Alexander Leon frowned. "You guys." Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly felt a violent attack on his rear, as if a steel pipe had been thrust straight in. With one thrust, it went in all the way, at least deeper than 20 centimeters. Alexander Leon's face turned purple, clutching his rear and screaming, "You motherfucker." He seemed to have lost all his vocabulary, only able to repeat the most standard street insult, echoing those 4 words with deep meaning. Li Xuanqing released his grip, stepping back 2 or 3 paces. "It's not my fault. You were careless, and you're but hit a hard object on the ground." As the words fell, 2 pure black hands slowly retracted from the ground. Alexander Leon twisted his feet, turning to look. He saw 2 pure black hands coming together,